Volume 7. Chapter 601, The Intolerant Lil Miss. Chapter 601, The Intolerant Lil Miss. Zuo Mo did not know that Princess Xia already had suspicions about him, but even if he did not have an avenue of retreat. Actually, in his mind, there was still one final plan. Bihan would take Xin Battalion and capture Princess Xia. This would be the last alternative because he knew if he really did that, it would be the same as poking a hornet's nest. They would then have a difficult time moving about in the Mo. So Zuo Mo did not want to use such an extreme method. However, if the other methods were not effective, he did not object to using this final hand. Of course, there was also another reason. Bihan still needed time to adjust to the new Xin Battalion. Zuo Mo's mind was completely focused on Princess Xia and did not care about something like the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. He decided to be more proactive and hadn't expected an opportunity to come to him. Inviting me? Zuo Mo looked at the invitation in his hand. After scanning through it, he was slightly puzzled. Who is this Shi Yue? Shi Yue is the present master of Great Peace City. Tao Xing had an admiring expression when he saw Zuo Mo was puzzled. The fact he had received an invitation from the master of Great Peace City indicated that Zuo Mo's strength had received acknowledgement from Great Peace City. Shi Yue, Zuo Mo murmured, and then he suddenly raised his head. What is the connection between this guy and Shi Ziming? Tao Xing felt very helpless about Zuo Mo's slow wit. He is Grandmaster Shi Ziming's student. Ever since Grandmaster passed on, he became responsible for managing Great Peace City. Shi Ziming's student. Zuo Mo's expression suddenly became respectful. He respected Shi Ziming a lot. Even now, he had not finished reading the Mo skill steals, but just the content he had read so far was enough for him to benefit greatly. Also, the Great Peace Mo skill steals were open to everyone to read. It really lived up to the reputation of the Great Master to be so generous. Shi Yue is like his teacher and has never cultivated a Mo skill. However, he is truly a wise person. Tao Xing showed a respectful expression. His gaze can penetrate the mists and see the heart of a person. After the Grandmaster passed, Great Peace City's reputation did not decline due to Shi Yue's efforts. Then he warned gravely, do not be disrespectful to City Master Shi Yue. You cannot imagine how much he is respected in Great Peace City. If you offend City Master Shi Yue, you will become the enemy of the entire city. This serious? Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. He has helped many people, including the top-ranked individuals on the Great Peace Mo rankings. Every one of them has received his guidance. The experts that have received the generosity of City Master Shi Yue would unconsciously protect him in Great Peace City. For example, Chang Yuan Hao, Yu Xuan, Nanmen Shui, they all stay in Great Peace City with the intentions of helping City Master Shi Yue. Remember the person that broke Qi Diao Yu's Mo sound when he entered the city? That was Nanmen Shui. Zuo Mo instantly remembered that Qi Diao Yu's Mo sound had affected the entire street. However, a single cold snort had broken the Mo sound. He had been shocked at Qi Diao Yu's strength and had not thought further. Now that he thought back, he was startled. As expected of the third ranked on the Great Peace Mo ranking, the strength of Nanmen Shui was unfathomable. If Nanmen Shui, who was ranked third, was already so strong, then how powerful was Chang Yuan Hao and Yu Xuan that were ranked first and second respectively? Thinking about the three indiscernible presences last night, Zuo Mo felt his head swell. There were so many experts. The fight with Miao Jun made him understand that anyone that was able to enter the Great Peace Mo ranking was someone strong. No one was weak. So many experts meant that his plans had many hidden flaws. Zuo Mo now felt that it wasn't plausible to use Xin Battalion to capture Princess Xia. To say of nothing else, if 20 general-level individuals decided to charge at once, there were definitely no battalions that would be able to withstand it. This was a terrifying power. Zuo Mo finally saw the power of Great Peace City. When the number of experts reached a certain level, the amount of strength it represented exponentially increased. Zuo Mo's expression changed. In the past, he had been confident, but now he found that the matter was more troublesome than he had imagined. Right now, he had to plan one step at a time. This is the Ice Mist Mo embryo, a kind of Mo embryo produced in our cloud CGA. We found this through the Mist people. Master Ji Wei pointed at something that looked like a ball of cotton. It was faintly blue and slowly moved on the table. The greatest use of the Mo embryo is to help Mo cultivate their Mo physique. Master Jia Wei said slowly, and the other people listened to him with concentration. The Ice Mist Mo embryo is very suited to the Mo that can cultivate the Ice Mist Mo physique. We have discovered that once a person achieves the Mo physique, their strength would multiply. The reason is that the Mo embryos have complete Mo matrices. These MO matrices are transferred to the MO through consumption. The MO matrices of the MO embryos are absorbed and refined. They would grow alongside the MO matrices of the user, and form a new set of complete MO matrices. During this time, through the efforts of everyone, we have continuously analyzed the MO matrix of the MO embryos. We have finally gained some understanding of the MO embryo and MO physique. MO matrices are good things, but very rare. Up until now, the Ice Mist clan has only found 3 MO matrices. The goal of our next stage is to create objects similar to MO embryos. We do not need them to be as complex as true MO embryos, they only need a few MO matrices as the core. Also, we need to find MO matrices which can be outlines for the growth of the MO embryo. Form teams of 3. Every 3 days, we will have a collective discussion session. All raw materials are available for use and we will try to find any materials you require. You can freely test any ideas you have. Everyone's eyes grew brighter. They felt excited about this goal. They were not the ignorant country bumpkins of the past. Every person present here was skilled in MO matrices and seal formations. In any other place, they would be talents that all the factions would fight over. Of all the camps on Turtle Island, Golden Crow Camp grew in size the slowest. The 2 masters had strict tests for every shoujo that applied to enter Golden Crow Camp. However, Golden Crow Camp's good atmosphere and the benefits that were unimaginably good earned the favor of all production shoujo in Cloud CGA. For them, this was a difficult and enormous challenge. But here, no one disliked challenges. Everyone seated here all knew that if they completed this mission, it would be a great upheaval for the entire world. Darren. This subordinate is willing to guard Orchid Home Jie. Ma Fan ran to Orchid Home Jie and asked. Not possible. Gongsun Sha shook his head without even thinking. If this Chaos Rift was lost, the consequences were unimaginable. While Black Turtle Camp had performed well in their last battle, Gongsun Sha was still not reassured. Darren. Today, Gu Liang Dao has taken another Jie. Ma Fan's words caused Gongsun Sha's expression to immediately darken. No one had expected that Gu Liang Dao, who only days before had been an unknown name, was so ferocious. Darren, this subordinate will guard this place and will not attack. Even though Black Turtle Camp is not as strong as Vermilion Bird Camp, with the formations as defense it will not be easy for others to take this place if we do not leave the formation. Also, with Middle Granary Jie at our back, Black Turtle Camp can receive reinforcements at any time. This subordinate has confidence in fighting a defensive battle. Ma Fan's words streamed and he did not retreat. Also, there is Guard Camp. Even though Shu Long and the strongest members are not present, but there is a significant number of people left. No matter if it is Black Turtle Camp or Guard Camp, they are both battalions skilled in defense. This subordinate does not believe that with these 2 battalions and the formation defenses, we cannot hold this place. Gongsun Sha was slightly persuaded. Ma Fan was right, Shu Long was not here but Guard Camp should not have a problem fighting a defensive battle. With Cloud CGA's present wealth, they might be able to afford a battle of attrition. Everyone looked at Gongsun Sha. Everyone knew that Gongsun Sha's next orders were crucial for all of Cloud CGA. Gongsun Sha's gaze landed on the Jie map. On the Jie map, the Jie that Gu Liang Dao had just taken was dyed red. There were several red Jie that had formed a shape. The shape's outline was like the edge of a blade dyed in blood that pointed directly at the faint blue path as though it would cut the path at any moment. Gu Liang Dao, who had come out of nowhere, now rivaled Jiang Zhou in reputation. The title of Shixian Tiger General rang over the entire world. Lil Miss gaze suddenly calmed down. For him, there was nothing more important than Zuo Mo's safety. If the situation was so extreme that it required using the lives of all the people under his command to exchange for Zuo Mo, Gongsun Sha would not hesitate at all. This was Gongsun Sha, crazy, obsessive, and at times unreasonable. Maybe his actions would be understood by other people or maybe not, he did not care. He only cared about 2 things, Zuo Mo and victory. When Zuo Mo was present, Lil Miss decisions always looked gentle and harmless. But when Zuo Mo was not present, Lil Miss' harsh and intolerant style was reflected in every one of his decisions. Everyone knew that Lil Miss had made a decision. They stopped breathing and waited for Lil Miss' decision. Orders. Whoosh, everyone suddenly stood up. In their eyes, Lil Miss had a calm expression. His tone was calm but it was one that could not be disobeyed. He said with a decisiveness that was as sharp as a blade. Black Turtle Camp and Guard Camp will hold Orchid Home Jie together, Ma Fan his command. Green Dragon Camp will guard Middle Granary Jie and listen to Ma Fan's orders. Ma Fan bowed solemnly to Gongsun Sha and said with a rare expression of greatness, I will not fail. Lil Miss nodded and did not speak. He turned and looked at the other people. Vermilion Bird Camp and a Xiaogu battalion immediately gather. We will depart in 3 days. The cold order was full of fighting spirit. Yes. The commanders accepted. Everyone's faces flashed with excitement. Vermilion Bird Camp was a group of battle maniacs to start with, and Gongsun Cha's style was deeply imprinted on this battalion. They were like caged beasts after fighting defensively in the past while. The blood inside them had been restless. Now that they received the order to depart, the fighting spirit could not be suppressed any longer. Gongsun Cha suddenly smiled like a blooming flower. The light of his eyes were so bright that no one could look at it directly. The smile at the corner of his mouth was as bashful as ever, but the words that came out softly caused everyone's blood to boil. We are going to meet Shi Xian's Tiger General. Translator ramblings, time is of essence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, The Drunken Little Mogu. Chapter 602, The Drunken Little Mogu. Inside Great Peace Palace, laughter and conversations could be heard, beauties were plentiful and people filled all the seats. The servants weaved between the crowds of people offering food and drink as they occasionally stopped and paid their respects. Zuo Mo gazed at the scene in front of him with a dazed face. The streams of people caused him to feel overwhelmed. A pleasing tune, a tempting fragrance of wine, and a delicious smell of food floated through the air. He had not expected the busy scene in front of him at all. In his imagination, Shi Yuyi's banquet should be dignified and elegant, and even slightly solemn. Who had expected it would be like this? In the eyes of Zuo Mo, this was chaos. Little Mogu, who could kill his way through the battlefield, didn't know how to react when faced with this scene. Hey, brother Xiao Mogu. A familiar voice came from behind him. Zuo Mo turned to look and instantly had an expression of joy. Ha, brother Lan. The one that had greeted him was Lan Tianlong, and his brother Lan Rong was beside him. Brother, you didn't come find me to drink. Since we have met today, I won't spare you. We won't leave until we are drunk. Lan Tianlong laughed vigorously. Zuo Mo had a pretty good impression of Lan Tianlong. At this time, Lan Tianlong's appearance was a lifesaver. He said, then I will follow brother Lan around. No problem. In this great peace city, this little brother is at least familiar with the people. Lan Tianlong easily agreed. He then introduced Lan Rong beside him. This is my younger brother Lan Rong. Zuo Mo and Lan Rong exchanged greetings. Lan Rong's presence was completely different compared to Lan Tianlong, appearing delicate and serene. Lan Rong was filled with curiosity about Zuo Mo. He had been observing Zuo Mo in secret all this time. With someone leading the way, Zuo Mo felt assured he would not embarrass himself. He followed Lan Tianlong as they chatted about random things. Lan Tianlong was holding a jar of wine in his hand that was about the height of his knee. When he met someone, he would raise the jar of wine and toss his head back to drink. He did not care about the liquid that wetted his clothing, and it seemed full of bravado. Zuo Mo was charmed when he saw this. He copied Lan Tianlong and held a wine jar as well. He did not refuse anyone that came to him and allowed the alcohol to spill over his body. He felt that this was an unspeakably free and pleasurable manner to enjoy himself. Lan Tianlong's way of drinking was very unique, and it was rare that he encountered someone that drank like him. His interest was stirred, and he and Zuo Mo roamed around to find people to drink with. Lan Rong followed the two with a grimace and occasionally apologized to the people in the surroundings for the two of them. I'm telling you, old man shares wine, it is all good wine. Lan Tianlong's tongue was starting to twist and slur his words, his eyes were unfocused. One of his hands was on Zuo Mo's shoulder, the other holding the wine jar, as he said indistinctly, you have to drink more, if you drink more, then it is profitable, good wine. You are, too right. Zuo Mo's face was flushed. He pointed a finger and waved it. His head waved along with his finger as he said, if one does not take the bargain, then they are a bastard. Ha 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 ha. Good. Come, drink. Lan Tianlong grabbed the wine jar and gulped down with his head back. Zuo Mo also grabbed a wine jar and copied Lan Tianlong to drink in large mouthfuls. When the wine entered his throat, it turned to a wave of heat that rolled through his chest. He did not know what this wine was made from. Inside Zuo Mo's body, it was like a ball of hot fire that moved restlessly. The sun crystal seed in Zuo Mo's body seemed to be stimulated and furiously spun. Zuo Mo felt the burning ball of flame in his chest grow and his throat burned with thirst. He wanted to drink more. Uncontrollably, he raised the wine jar and poured into his mouth. The moment it entered his throat, the liquid was a wave of coolness, but immediately afterward the ball of fire in his body seemed to grow hotter. Lan Rong looked helplessly at the duo. In the past, it had only been Lan Tianlong that would drink like this, and he had cleaned up the messes countless times. Today, it was two drunkards. The two were drinking so recklessly like this and he could only shake his head. Shiyuyi's Granny Mangosed wine was famous as one of the strongest spirits in the MO world. Looking at the surroundings, everyone only sipped it. Only the two dumbasses in front of him were drinking so violently. Lan Rong knew what his brother was like. But he had not expected that Xiao Mogu, who did not look very ferocious, to be so vicious when he drank. As expected, one could not judge a book by its cover. Lan Rong shook his head. Brother Tianlong, after so many years you are still like this? A clear voice came. Lan Rong's face instantly cooled. Without needing to look, he knew who it was. He couldn't help but smile coldly. Compared to Brother Shin, my brother has enough to be proud of. I heard that last night, under the eyes of everyone, Brother Shin was tricked by a very ugly and very gentle brother? Princess Xia probably saw it? I'm very curious. What did Princess Xia think about it all? Lan Rong's retaliation directly hit Xinyu's weak point. What had occurred last night was a great humiliation for Xinyu. Everyone had watched him, and he had allowed the other to escape. This was like using his face to sweep the floor. Lan Rong did not hesitate in poking at his wound. A hint of murderousness flashed through Xinyu's eyes. Xinyu smiled coldly. Little brother Lan Rong's tongue is still as fast and sharp as in the past. But our brother Lan's moves half as quick? Xinyu suddenly increased his volume. It is such a good occasion today, how can there be no battle to arouse the spirits? What do you think, little brother Lan Rong, should we go up on stage and have a round? The noisy hall instantly quieted. Everyone looked over, many of the people had interested expressions on their faces. The Shin family had always been at odds with the Lan family. How could Xinyu miss a chance to damage the other's reputation? Lan Rong's expression changed slightly. If he showed weakness in public, his and the Lan family's reputation would be damaged. But Lan Rong knew his own abilities. His strength was not bad, but compared to Xinyu, he was much weaker. Even Lan Tianlong was slightly weaker than Xinyu. But at this time, he could not retreat. Just as he was going to reply, an indistinct voice came from beside him. Hey, you are that very ugly and very gentle? It was Zuo Mo that spoke. He swayed as he stood up. His mind was a complete mess at this point, but he felt that Xinyu seemed slightly familiar, yet being drunk he did not know why he felt displeasure when he saw this person. Just now, he felt that the phrase very ugly and very gentle sounded familiar. Dizzy from the drinks, Zuo Mo pushed the label onto someone else. He completely forgot the connection he had to the matter. The hall that had become completely silent because Xinyu had challenged Lan Rong now roared with laughter. The ones seated were either noble or wealthy and all had methods of gathering intelligence. The phrase very ugly and very gentle from last night had spread through all of Great Peace City. So when they heard Zuo Mo ask Xinyu this, they laughed without exception. Xinyu's expression became the color of a beet. Zuo Mo was exposing his scars in public. The young masters urged on and whistled. They were happy to see anything that made Xinyu look bad. Shouts came from the crowd. Wow, so ugly, so gentle. So ugly. So gentle. When had Xinyu been embarrassed like this? His face turned from red to black, viciousness appearing in his brows. Light flashed through his eyes and his tone was icy. Sir is. Still in a daze, when Zuo Mo heard that the other did not recognize him, he instantly became discontent as he said loudly, You don't even know me? You still want to live in Great Peace City? He pulled over Lan Rong and then muttered. Didn't you say that the drinking party this time is supposed to be very high-end? How can a person like him come in? Roars of laughter rose up again. Zuo Mo seemed extremely charming at this time. Many beautiful matrons covered their mouths and laughed. The daring ones coquettishly ogled Zuo Mo's body. The people of Great Peace City recognized Zuo Mo because Shifting Star's sand was too shocking of an event. Seeing Xinyu's almost twisted face, Lan Rong had never found a person so charming before. He felt very good and so happy he almost shouted. Brother, drink a bit more. He wanted to shove another jar of wine in Zuo Mo's hand. At this time, Xinyu actually calmed down. He knew that he had been embarrassed greatly today, but as long as these idiotic people saw his strength, they would naturally close their mouths and have fearful gazes again. What was something that could cause people to submit other than power? All of the mockery, in front of power, was so insignificant. With a light blow, it would disappear like bubbles. A smile came back onto his face. This one is ignorant and really does not know. Please teach me. The smile on Lan Rong's face disappeared. He understood Xinyu very well. Every time Xinyu had this expression, it meant that he really felt murderousness. He would use any trick to kill the other. Xiao Mo Gu. He turned and looked worriedly at Xiao Mo Gu. Zuo Mo's brow rose as he said humorously, "Teach?" He reached out his right hand with the palm up and open. Lan Rong's expression was puzzled. What did this hand gesture mean? Xinyu also did not understand. He was unaffected and said, "This is? You aren't just ugly, you are also stupid." The drunkenness rising, Zuo Mo said impatiently, "Do you understand the rules of the word? If you ask for a lesson, don't you need to pay?" The hall was completely silent. Everyone present, including Lan Rong, was gaping. They were so shocked by Zuo Mo's unique move they were speechless. 50 Mo, thank you. Xinyu gaped with wide eyes in dumbstruckness. When he reacted, his face became flushed red again. Searching for a few moments, he could not produce anything. Xinyu had such high status, when had he ever needed to personally bring Mo Bei along to attend a banquet? If little Mo Go had to identify a type of person he did not like, it would definitely be someone that did not have Mo Bei. This meant that he could not squeeze anything out of the other. What was more hateful than this? Doesn't even have 50 Mo Bei, Zuo Mo muttered. He looked with a pair of drunken eyes at Xinyu which were filled with disdain. Many people's expression became strange. Zuo Mo's voice was not loud, but those seated all had great hearing. They all heard it clearly. "I will pay for him." A seductive and lazy voice came. Before Zuo Mo finished his comment, a string of Mo Bei landed on Zuo Mo's hand. Seeing who it was, Xinyu's expression changed and he was moved by Princess Xia's actions. Zuo Mo instantly smiled. He tossed the string and then shoved it at Lan Rong. "Remember to buy more of this wine for me." Finishing, he completely ignored Lan Rong's awkward expression. He turned and said seriously to Xinyu, "I will only say it once, do not forget it, I am called Xiao Mo Gu." A strange look flashed through Princess Xia's eyes and Xinyu smiled. Seeing Xinyu's smile, Zuo Mo also smiled. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo's true self shows through the alcohol. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, Granny Mang Ghost Wine. Chapter 603, Granny Mang Ghost Wine. Obtaining this match had taken no effort. This was the first thought that Xinyu had. On the road here, he had listened to Princess Xia and the others continuously praise Xiao Mo Go and had long placed him on the list of people he had to stomp down. He had not expected this drunkard to be Xiao Mo Gu. Were the heavens looking favorably upon him? Xinyu felt as though his blood was boiling. Due to being too excited, his body actually shook slightly. Under the eyes of the public, in front of Princess Xia, the exhilaration of crushing a genius that could cause the shifting star stand. Xinyu's smile was like a predator that had found its prey. He licked his lips, the light deep in his eyes filled with murderousness, bloodthirst, savagery, and anticipation. It made him excited just thinking about it. "So you are Xiao Mo Gu, do you dare to go up and spar, that?" He forcibly suppressed the excitement and urge to fight inside. Like an experienced hunter, he tossed out his lure that had been prepared long before. Zuo Mo's mind was a blur. The drunkenness roiled in his chest like a ball of fire. This ball of fire seemed to want to combust in his body. He felt as though each muscle was burning, like firewood soaked in oil. There seemed to be several fireballs on his chest and back. So hot. So thirsty. Xinyu's figure seemed to be both near and far, clear one moment and blurry the next. Zuo Mo's eyes were drunken and his mind unfocused. This wine really was strong. "Xinyu, you really do not have face. You are bullying Xiao Mo Gu while he is drunk." "What? You want to play? This one will accompany you," Lan Rong said coldly. Today, Xiao Mo Gu had humiliated Xinyu. If the two fought, Xiao Mo Gu definitely would not end up well. As for himself, while it would be slightly embarrassing, but unless the Shin family wanted to start an open feud with the Lan family, Xinyu would not dare to take his life. So at this time, Lan Rong unhesitatingly stood up. A strange smile floated on Xinyu's face. "Lan Rong, don't think too highly of yourself. This is Xiao Mo Ge's matter, when was it your turn to decide?" He then shouted, "Xiao Mo Gu, do you dare?" Xinyu's eyes were dark and cold. People who were drunk were the most impulsive and easiest to provoke. He did not believe that Xiao Mo Gu would be unaffected at this time. In a daze, Zuo Mo suddenly heard of little Mo Gu, "Do you dare?" A thread of clarity suddenly returned among the burning fire. So thirsty. So hot. He suddenly raised the wine jar in his hand and gulped down, uncaring of the wine that spilled down his neck. The cool feeling of the wine sliding across his skin caused him to feel a thread of pleasure. In one go, he drank the remaining wine. Then he glared at Xinyu and smashed the wine jar onto the ground. When Xinyu saw Zuo Mo drink furiously out of the wine jar, he was overjoyed inside. When he saw Zuo Mo finish all the remaining wine in one go and stare hatefully at him, he wanted to laugh. He had seen drunkards before. Those that drank would all look like this. They would be clumsy in tongue and move roughly. Such a group of idiots. He had succeeded. As expected, he heard Zuo Mo smash the wine jar onto the ground. A shout rang through the entire hall. What are we betting? Xinyu's expression froze on his face. This was not the same as he had imagined. He reflexively asked, "What do you mean betting?" The surroundings became silent again. Their thinking was just like Xinyu. They had all thought that Zuo Mo would say dare? I dare. Who knew that Zuo Mo had skipped that and moved on to the gamble? Those with slow responses did not manage to react. Country bumpkin. Zuo Mo's eyes were filled with disdain. His speech was slurred and drunken. He really looked down at Xinyu now. No wonder he didn't even have 50 mo bei. He used the last thread of kindness he had and advised Xinyu, without any benefit, it is very stupid to fight. Country bumpkin. Tendons bulged in Xinyu's forehead. He had never been scorned like this by someone right to his face. He saw Lan Rong forcing back a smile out of the corner of his eye. The other was almost unable to hold it, and his expression was twisted strangely. He could imagine the expressions of the people behind him that were watching. Princess Xia. I will tolerate. Xiao Emogu already entered his trap. If he added some more pressure, Xiao Emogu would not be able to escape death today. What do you want? Xinyu suppressed the anger inside and asked, stopping after each word. Zuo Mo could still see Princess Xia's face. He remembered that he needed to find this woman for a matter. But what matter was it? He couldn't remember. He hit his head. Fine, it was fine if he did not remember, but he did have something to ask her about. He pointed at Princess Xia and said, I want her. When the three words came out, the entire hall was so silent that the sound of a needle dropping to the ground could be heard. Everyone was shocked by these three words. Their mouths gaped and their faces were full of disbelief. Who dared to say in front of Princess Xia that he wanted her? Heavens! This was too impolite. Too impolite. The young masters that were in love with Princess Xia shifted. Someone swore, you dare. You dare to be so impolite to Princess Xia, are you tired of living? Don't lose your senses after drinking a few mouthfuls of wine. Hearing the enraged words behind his back, Xinyu had an increasingly smug expression. He spread his hands and acted apologetic. Zuo Mo finally realized. So she isn't your woman. No wonder, you do not even have 50 mo bei to put down as a starting bet. Don't bully me for being drunk. You think that I am as stupid as you, so stupid. Xinyu felt his head swell up. He had not expected the development of the matter to progress outside conventional pathways. Also, the anger inside could not be suppressed after Zuo Mo kept on saying he was so stupid. An amused look flashed through Princess Xia's eyes. She suddenly spoke, if you win, I will promise to accompany you for one day. When the words came out, the people descended into noise. Xinyu was overjoyed. It seemed that Princess Xia felt something for him. Otherwise, she would not be lending a helping hand twice in succession. He decided inside, he would not fail Princess Xia's good intentions. Zuo Mo could not remember what matter he had to find Princess Xia about. He just felt that his body was intensely burning, but his eyes were red and seemed to be glimmering with blood. Xinyu wanted to crush Zuo Mo into powder immediately. He asked in a murderous voice, are you satisfied now? Zuo Mo felt as though his entire body was filled with flames and a strong viciousness filled his body. Come. His voice seemed to come through the thick fire and carried an indescribable restlessness. Xinyu did not waste words. To the challenge area. As this was the residence of the Great Peace City Master, there naturally was a stadium. Though it was not as large as the stadium outside the palace, the genji placed on it were not lacking. One was the genius Xinyu, who had been famous for many years and was considered the Shin family's most outstanding genius in the last 200 years. The other was Xiao Emogu, who had come out of nowhere, caused the shifting star sands, and placed on the Great Peace Emo ranking. Adding on Princess Xia's tempting prize, this fight attracted the attention of everyone at the party. Should we stop them? A servant asked. Shiryui smiled and waved his hand. No need, just watch, it is rare to have such a heated atmosphere. Because Shi Yui never cultivated a Mo spell, his face already seemed old. His hair was gray and white and it hung down naturally. The wrinkles on his face were faint but clear. He smiled from beginning to end as though everything was under his control. What was most attractive about him was his eyes that flashed with an intelligent and wise light. It would cause people to unconsciously submit. Suddenly, a black-robed male and a dark shadow appeared next to Shi Yui. They sat down without any courtesy and then started to eat and drink. The one in the black robe was Yu Shuang and the dark shadow was Chang Yuanhao. Who does City Master favor? The black-robed male asked Shi Yui. Shi Yui asked softly, what about you, Yu Shuang thought and then responded, Xinyu, the Peacock King Mo bloodline of the Xin family has its unique aspects. Xinyu has also been in general level for a long time and has the Peacock King Mo physique. After so many years, he should have progressed. Shi Yui turned to look at Chang Yuanhao in the shadow. Chang Yuanhao said, Xiao Mo Gu. Yu Shuang was slightly shocked. You actually favor Xiao Mo Gu? Why? Intuition. Chang Yuanhao did not stop. The food on the table disappeared at a visible rate into the dark shadow. You are not a woman, Yu Shuang said, unconvinced. However, he thought inside, this good friend of his did not speak much but he was usually right. Shi Yui smiled slightly and said, let's watch, I feel great anticipation about the power of the Granny Mangost wine. Granny Mangost wine. Yu Shuang and the dark shadow paused simultaneously. Yu Shuang asked in a stammer, how much has he drank? Shi Yui had his usual smile. 16 jars. Yu Shuang gaped, his expression frozen on his face as though he had seen a ghost. In the corner, Lan Tianlong, who had drunk 3 jars of Granny Mangost wine, was completely drunk. Zuo Mo felt his entire body was burning and he was inside a ball of fire. Even the things he saw seemed to twist in the waves of heat. It really was strong. That country bumpkin. Zuo Mo looked with drunken eyes at Xinyu. His body was filled with hot fire that was on the verge of overflowing. Within this terrifying fire, Zuo Mo felt a threat of mad exhilaration. There seemed to be something that was being dissolved by the flames and flowed out of the fire. This thing flowed into his head. However, his consciousness was almost completely clouded now. He wanted to examine and see what those things were but he could not seem to find the energy. The murderousness on Xinyu's face was undisguised now. When they were on the battlefield, the power of life and death would be on his hands. He didn't just have to win, he had to win beautifully. Only so would he leave a deeper impression on Princess Xia. He slowly walked towards Zuo Mo, step by step, unhurried and composed. The 5-colored Mo matrix on his body was like feathers that appeared and grew. When the crown of the peacock appeared on his forehead, his eyes were completely icy. Zuo Mo suddenly raised his head. His blood-filled eyes were like that of a wild beast that flashed with a bloodthirsty light. He raised his right hand. Translator ramblings, so Zuo Mo's not actually a lightweight, bargaining skills. 50 mabe and a promise. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, Peacock Eye Spot Domain. Chapter 604, Peacock Eye Spot Domain. As Zuo Mo raised his right hand, the vast fire inside his body flowed like lava. Any kind of collision of the flows of energy would create bright sparks. A strong pain burned every one of Zuo Mo's nerves. The world twisted in his vision as though there were waves of heat. Xinyu's body became unstable. His position looked extremely strange. His right hand was raised, his body leaning slightly forward as though he was preparing to run. He grinned, raised his right leg and then suddenly stomped on the ground. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he charged. His body was off balance as he was leaning forward to the point that he was almost parallel to the ground. His 2 legs rapidly alternating as he accelerated. Bang! On the 7th step, with a sound like that of a whip, a white spherical ball of air suddenly exploded around him. Sonic boom! Zuo Mo's body suddenly became blurry. Other than the screams of some females, many in the audience hardly reacted as they had seen Zuo Mo's fight with Miao Jun. They all knew that Zuo Mo could create a sonic boom, and the sonic boom was not a powerful move. It was only rare because it required a high degree of balance in all aspects. In reality, many experts were shaking their heads inside. Using such an ordinary and uncreative attacking method was not enough against Xinyu. Zuo Mo did not know the thoughts of the audience. He only felt that his body was burning fiercely, and he was going to melt. His legs moved even more quickly as though he wanted to vent the rampaging flood inside his body. With every step, he used all of his strength. His mind dazed, what was left was only his fighting instincts. At this time, another clear bang sounded out. Pia! A spherical ball of white mist suddenly exploded around Zuo Mo's body. This was the 12th step. There were 5 steps between the 2 spherical balls of mist. Bam bam bam, many chairs fell to the floor. Many people who had been shaking their heads suddenly stood up with shocked expressions. A second sonic boom. It was a double sonic boom. Achieving a sonic boom was very rare already, but a double sonic boom was so rare that it was the first time many people were seeing it. The first sonic boom meant that the body had broken free of the restraint of the air. The second sonic boom came from the body vibrating at such a rapid rate that they caused an implosion of the air around them. A double sonic boom would form an area of empty space around the person's body. All movements would be at their fastest and not face any resistance. Other than needing the balance of their entire body to create a sonic boom, it required a great power in the body in order to form the second. In other words, every one of Zuo Mo's muscles were quivering at an imperceptible rate. So hot. Within the crimson eyes, the scenery that passed seemed to slow down. He could not hear the noise from the outside. The rampaging fire seemed to roar inside and spread across his body. He was like a wounded wild beast sprinting at full strength. The Yemo matrix of the 10-crow celestial apparatus was extremely bright at this moment. The 3 suns on his back and the sun at his chest were furiously absorbing the hot fire inside his body. But the vast fire seemed to be an endless ocean. Even if the 4 suns were like 4 enormous whirlpools and absorbed the hot fire, the raging fire did not lessen. The sun crystal seed spun even faster. The entire sea of fire started to become restless, as it sensed a threat from the spinning sun crystal seed. Boom! The restlessness of the fire sea spread to every bone of Zuo Mo's body, every muscle fiber. They vibrated simultaneously. Suddenly, something indistinct seemed to float out in his mind. Zuo Mo's eyes widened suddenly like a wild beast. Shen Yu looked coldly at Xiao Mo Ge that was charging at him. He was surprised at the double sonic boom but was only surprised. For general level, the ultimate technique was domain. With the peacock crown materialized on his forehead, he looked like a legendary king whose authority looked down on the world. The peacock king Mo bloodline was noble just like how the 5-colored Mo matrix on his body was grandiose and brilliant. At this time, Shen Yu's eyes were cold and dignified. His already handsome face now seemed like a Mo god from the legends. The 5-colored feathers that were extremely beautiful were like a cape or a 5-colored waterfall that fell from his shoulders onto the ground. He stood there silently. His presence was so noble that people could not move their gazes away. All the females in the room could not stop themselves from staring at the prince like Shen Yu. Even Princess Xia showed a threat of dazedness. However, she quickly regained her mental clarity and was very shocked. Shen Yu had always tried to show off in front of her, but he had never used all his ability like he was today. Shen Yu looked coldly at Zuo Mo that was rushing frantically at him and elegantly raised his right hand. The bright 5-colored light was like paint. With him as the center, the colors spread into the surroundings. In a moment, the entire battlefield turned into a multicolored world. Domain. He actually reached domain. People seemed to see something that was impossible to believe. If Zuo Mo's double sonic boom had shocked them, then Shen Yu's domain that he created with a wave of his hand made them suspect that something was wrong with their eyes. Even Chang Yuan Hao and Yu Shuang had surprised expressions. It is a pity for Xiao Mo Gu. Shen Yu has cultivated a domain, the young people now really are. Yu Shuang shook his head emotionally. They had heard the reputation of the genius of Shen Yu a long time ago. People had to sigh and praise him for entering general level in his teens. But all the praise was so insignificant in front of the multicolored world in front of them. Domain. This was a line that separated the experts from the masses, and a dividing line for whether one could level up further. He was so young yet he had crossed this benchmark. His future was unlimited and he had a great hope of entering martial level. Many people were adjusting their judgment of the Shen family. Lan Ron's face was ashen as he watched from outside the battlefield. Shen Yu had actually obtained domain. Xiao Mo Ge was in danger. There was no change of expression on Shen Yu's face, which was as cold and indifferent like the peacock crown that was on his forehead. Peacock eye spot domain. As the other seemed to come closer, Zuo Mo suddenly felt the surroundings became difficult to move as though he had entered a quagmire. Shen Yu seemed to grow distant in his vision. The distance between the two increased. In a blink, Shen Yu was 100 zhang away. He did not notice that dashes of circular marks like the eye spots on peacock feathers appeared on the ground. They were like strange eyes, or slowly spinning whirlpools. The sticky feeling caused Zuo Mo to feel unusually uncomfortable. He was like a wild beast that had charged into a net and was instinctively thrashing about. At this time, something slid across his head and caused him to give a shocking roar. He was like a wounded beast. His body suddenly jumped up, and when he reached the apex, his body shook and became blurry. At the same time, a burning streak of fire pierced the ground from the sky. Zuo Mo's fist punched out, causing a long flickering fist of fire to smash into a peacock eye spot on the ground. Boom! The ground shook and the eyes instantly shattered into countless flows of color. But quickly, they flowed back together from all directions like water and reformed back into the eye spots. Shin Yu looked indifferently at Zuo Mo and was not affected. This kind of damage was ineffective against his peacock eye spot domain. When Zuo Mo's fist hit the ground, the sea of fire inside his body suddenly roared. Already savage, Zuo Mo felt very good. He did not feel the resistance that came from striking with his fist. He did not hesitate and lifted his fist again. As though he was mad, he punched again and again. Boom, boom, boom. The ground continued to tremble, the eye spots shattering under the punches and then reforming. Zuo Mo did not seem to realize it. He was immersed in an indescribable feeling of pleasure. With every punch, the fire inside seemed to vent into the ground from his body. Everything in his body seemed to be burning furiously. In the stands, Yu Shuang could not stop himself. This guy really is drunk. 16 jars of ghost wine. Chan Yuan Hao was a few words, but the meaning did not need to be said. This guy is a freak as well. He drank 16 jars of Granny Manghost wine and can still fight. How come I wasn't this strong when I was young? Yu Shuang sighed. He will give us a surprise. Xin Yui suddenly laughed lightly. Yu Shuang and Chang Yuan Hao stilled simultaneously. Shi Yui, who had always been indifferent, seemed to have eyes which were now flashing with another kind of light as he stared at Xiao Mo Gu. The two exchanged a look and could see the shock in each other's eyes. City Master never spoke without basis. Did this little guy really have something special? Both felt some anticipation. Their gazes moved towards the battlefield, landing on Xiao Mo Gu, who was punching the ground in rapid succession. And Chang Yuan Hao seemed to have noticed something. Yu Shuang couldn't help but give a slight sound of surprise. Zuo Mo furiously punched the ground. He seemed to not know exhaustion and he used full power in every punch. The ground of the battlefield continued to tremble and even the guests in the stands could feel it. He completely forgot about Xin Yu. In his eyes, there were only the peacock eye spots that repeatedly shattered and reformed. The spinning of the sun crystal seed inside his body reached a shocking rate. It gave off threads of magnetism and even the three suns on his back were slowly pulling at the rampaging sea of fire inside Zuo Mo's body. The thing that appeared in Zuo Mo's mind slowly became clear. Zuo Mo, who had lost the ability to think a long time ago, did not think at all. He instinctively changed according to what the thing in his mind said. He punched again and again. But without knowing it, each punch had started to vary in minute changes. The speed that Zuo Mo punched was very quick. It was a storm that was so rapid, people could not catch it. The tiny changes accumulated under this shocking speed. In a blink, people detected the change in his punches. Translator ramblings: peacocks, important animal in Chinese mythology, especially in the investiture of the gods. The first peacock, Kong Xian, is a child of the phoenix and extremely powerful. He ate Siddhartha before he became Buddha, and when Siddhartha achieved Buddhahood, Kong Xian was called the mother of Buddha as a Buddha came out of his body. So peacocks, noble bloodline. Actually, based on bloodline alone, I'm not sure who is more noble. In more modern Chinese mythology, the peacock is the child of the phoenix which comes before the Yao in history. However, Di Kun, the father of the 10 golden crows, was the emperor of heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Peacock King Plume. Chapter 605, Peacock King Plume. Xin Yu gazed indifferently at Zuo Mo. There wasn't any hint of change in his expression. The peacock eye spot domain was full of variations, and using brute force against it would be of no use at all. Smug satisfaction flashed through his indifferent eyes. Everything within the peacock eye spot domain was within his grasp. He was like a Mo god of the ancient era, standing on top of the highest of peaks and looking at his enemies who were like minuscule ants beneath him. This feeling was so intoxicating. Watching as his opponent smashed the ground like an idiot, a hint of scorn flashed at Xin Yu's lips. How about adding to the fire? A mocking smile hung upon Xin Yu's lips. He raised his right hand again. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Zuo Mo's right fist, and his smile froze. What was that? Zuo Mo felt as though a sea of fire was roaring inside of him. The entire sea of fire was being agitated and pulled upon. The little sun crystal seed and the other 3 suns were like an invisible hand that pulled on the entire sea of fire. The blurry scenes that floated in his mind were like silent murmurs that urged Zuo Mo on. Savagery and restlessness caused Zuo Mo to be unhesitating with his attacks. He punched down with his right hand like the scene in his mind. Boom! A spark formed between his fist and the ground before floating in the air. None noticed this spark, which was the size of a pin. Even Zuo Mo did not notice. The sea of fire that was shifting inside his body was like a heavy block of wood being hoisted into the air. Every time he punched, the wood would fall down. The feeling was pleasurable and free. It was as though he could smash through anything. One punch after another. Dots of sparks flew from his fist and floated in the air. No matter how the waves of air moved, they seemed to be suspended motionlessly in the air. The sparks increased in number, and soon everyone noticed it. Still, Zuo Mo did not notice. The 3 suns on his back seemed to come alive and were revolving at a very slow rate. The golden lines that connected them changed as well. The fiery pillar smashed into Zuo Mo's right arm every time he punched and stopped when it reached his wrist. Zuo Mo did not know what this technique this was, but its name suddenly appeared in his mind. Sun Hammer. What was that? Zuo Mo was in an unclear state of mind, but he did not care and followed accordingly. A thread of Shin power exploded into sparks when it encountered the pillar of fire. Drunk, Zuo Mo felt that the power of this technique wasn't satisfying enough. He tried all he could to layer all kinds of power into his fist. Sky Glass Wave. Shun Power. Fire Fist of the First Heavenly Stem. Sun Hammer. Each punch was changing, becoming heavier. Boom. The ground shook. Boom. The trembling of the earth became even more evident. Soon after, all the tables and chairs started to rattle. The beautiful matrons on the stand screamed and they could feel the stands vibrating. No one paid attention to the screams. They all stared closely at the battlefield. They stopped breathing and didn't dare to blink. The trembling of the earth increased, and the plates on the table clinked. How heavy was Zuo Mo's fist? In order to guarantee that those outside the field were not affected, there had been layers of Jinji set around the battlefield. Yet the vibrations outside the field were so strong. People could not imagine just how powerful Zuo Mo's punches were. Such terrifying power. Yu Shuang murmured to himself. His expression changed slightly. This kind of brute force probably rivals those of the Iron Mountain Elephant clan, but... Sure, Yu Yi's gaze was deep and his tone slightly reminiscent. My master once said that people that could drink more than 10 jars of Granny Mangost wine were all special people. Special people? Chang Yuan how instantly grasped the most important part of the sentence. My master did not explain what he meant. Sure, Yu Yi shook his head. I've never changed the recipe for this Granny Mangost wine. I also want to know what kind of person that my master would deem special is like. When he finished speaking, his tone carried a thread of anticipation and excitement. Chang Yuan Hao was slightly shocked. The city master was usually composed and at ease, as though he was confident no matter the situation. It was the first time he saw such an expression on city master's face. Yu Shuang's gaze did not move away from the battlefield. Now it is time to see how far Xing Yu's Peacock Eye Spot domain has progressed and if he can withstand this. The 3 closed their mouths and gazed at the battlefield among the strong vibrations. Xing Yu's expression changed slightly. He seemed to be standing on the surface of a drum as someone continued to bang on it. With every beat, the ground trembled and the vibration increased in strength. The Peacock Eye Spots were still maintaining themselves on the ground, but Xing Yu could feel that they were being shaken and becoming unstable. What kind of freak was this person? He almost did not believe his own eyes. The other was able to express such power within the Peacock Eye Spot domain. This guy. Within the Peacock Eye Spot domain, every eye spot was a whirlpool. He had just managed to cultivate the Peacock Eye Spot domain 2 years ago, but there were already 990 eye spots in his Peacock Eye Spot domain. With 990 eye spots moving simultaneously, someone weaker would have been torn apart immediately. Even if their body was strong, under the power of 990 Peacock Eye Spots, they would be like a fly that had flown into a spider web and would tangle themselves up even as they struggled. And finally, when the power entangled the enemy till they were unable to move, Xing Yu could easily go in for the kill under the other's terrified gaze. However, he looked hard at Zuo Mo. For some unknown reason, he felt a wave of coldness. He knew that Zuo Mo felt the effects of the Peacock Eye Spot domain. Zuo Mo's body had visibly paused when he entered the Peacock Eye Spot domain. Yet, Xiao Mo was raining down punches on the ground like he was mad. These actions that had seemed extremely idiotic to him, now caused Xinyu to feel a sense of danger. He could not just sit and wait. Xinyu seemed to wake up and viciousness flashed through his eyes. He decided to use that move. Zuo Mo felt unprecedentedly good. The drunkenness rose to his mind and he was even more excited. The peacock eye spot in front of him did not have the time to reform before it was smashed apart again. As Zuo Mo's punches became heavier, the terrifying power spread out and produced wave after wave of rainbow ripples. So good. Zuo Mo laughed madly into the air as he continued to punch. Punching at a rate that was so fast that robbed people of their breath, the strong fire shifted restlessly inside Zuo Mo's body. He was like a person that was dying of thirst and furiously searching for water. What he was trying to find were ways that could get the power of his punches to be stronger. The more power that came from the collision of the fire, the more Shin power would come out of his body. The Mo matrix on Zuo Mo's right fist was blindingly bright and drew out streaks of light in the air as he moved it rapidly. Now under the blinding streaks of light, no one could see the scattered sparks that floated in the air. At this time, the peacock eye spots under his feet seemed to be attracted by a magnet and started to gather in one direction. With his eyes blurred in drunkenness, Zuo Mo stopped moving and watched as the eye spots moved past his foot. He slowly moved his head and looked in the direction the peacock eye spots had disappeared into. The peacock eye spots on the ground and in the air were gathering on Xinyu's body. Xinyu was completely transformed at this moment. Peacock feathers had crawled up his body and entered his Mo matrix. The peacock crown on Xinyu's forehead seemed to come alive, the wings spreading. In a flash, its spread wings covered Xinyu's head. It transformed into an exquisite helmet that only showed Xinyu's eyes. A peacock feather that was about half a chi long appeared in Xinyu's hand. Zuo Mo stilled, remembering that he had made a bet with the person in front of him. But he could not remember what the bet was about. How could little Mo go lose a bet? Zuo Mo swayed as he moved to face Xinyu. No one dared to underestimate this drunken youth any longer. Every one of his punches seemed to land upon their minds. However, when Xinyu's transformation was revealed, especially that five-colored peacock feather, exclamations rang out in the crowd. Peacock King Plume! Even Yushuang could not keep his composure from where he was in the stands. He suddenly stood up and stared hard at the battlefield with a stunned expression. This guy even managed to cultivate the Peacock King Plume. The Shin family really produced someone amazing. Peacock King Plume, the famed killing move of the Shin family, and one of the top killing moves even among the many prestigious families of Hundred Savage Realm. There were numerous foes in the history of the Shin family that had fallen to this move. The founder of the Shin family had used this move to kill 79 generals, astounding the world and then founding the Shin family. The Peacock King Plume was very powerful, but it was just as difficult to cultivate as it was strong. Even now, the number of those who had cultivated the Peacock King Plume in the Shin family lineage could be counted on one hand. Those that wanted to cultivate the Peacock King Plume had to have a deep understanding of the Peacock Eye Spot domain. The difficulty in achieving the Peacock Eye Spot domain was high to start with. There was just a handful of Shin family descendants that could comprehend the Peacock Eye Spot domain in each generation and even fewer among those that could comprehend the Peacock King Plume. So when Yushuang saw the peacock feather in Xinyu's hand, the shock he felt could be imagined. Incomplete. Chang Yuan how suddenly spoke. It is enough, Yushuang sighed lightly. He is so young and able to cultivate the Peacock King Plume. That kind of talent is probably not any less than the founder of the Shin family. Chang Yuan how was silent. Yushuang was right. Xinyu's talent was so high that it was shocking. He looked at the swaying and drunken youth. He felt pity inside. This youth was also talented, but he probably had not expected to encounter a genius of the century like Xinyu. Such a pity. Feeling pity, Chang Yuan how suddenly looked across Zuo Mo's feet and his gaze focused abruptly. That was... A single ball of sparks floated silently next to Zuo Mo's feet. Translator ramblings, yeah, Zuo Mo's a bit of a hulk right now, high on alcohol, with sparkles. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, Reversed Stellar Revolution. Chapter 606, Reversed Stellar Revolution. A hint of fear flashed through Xinyu's eyes as he stared at his opponent. For some reason, the Peacock King Plume in his hand was not as reassuring to him as he had expected. The person standing in front of him was struggling with his domain and didn't have the presence of an expert. He was a flailing drunkard that could be found on any street corner. But this drunkard caused him to feel a hint of fear. He didn't know why. Was it because those punches just now that had been unusually powerful? Or was it Xiao Moji's mad laughter? Xin Yu's gaze quickly cleared up. The strong power that came from the Peacock King plume in his hand completely suppressed the threat of terror. He laughed lightly. The fear had come without any reason. It should be the other that felt fear. Just now, Xiao Emoji's display should have shocked everyone. However, wasn't that what he wanted? If such a powerful opponent fell under his Peacock King plume, it would be a great chapter in his legend. This was a person that could cause the shifting star sands. Let's end it, everything finish. Shan Yu thought. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he raised his right hand. The Peacock King plume turned into a multicolored light that shot at Xiao Mo. An expression of pain appeared on Zuo Mo's face. After the repeated punches, the fire inside his body was like a heavy weight. Each heavy punch caused the fire inside his body to shudder. The fire was suppressed by the Sun Crystal Seed and the power of the 10-Crow Celestial Apparatus, yet in reality, it was still extremely restless. He did not feel it when he was punching, but after he stopped, the ball of fire expanded into countless streams that entered Zuo Mo's limbs and organs. In this instant, Zuo Mo felt his head ring. His already muddled mind went blank. Almost at the same time, the three suns that had been slowly revolving on his back stopped. A light moved from the Sun Mo matrix at the center of his chest along the golden lines and quickly through the three suns on his back. The four suns suddenly gave off a blinding light. The ball of sparks next to Zuo Mo's feet suddenly lit up. These sparks were like stars. They suddenly became attracted to Zuo Mo's right hand. Hiss! It was an extremely light sound. In a blink, the Sun Mo matrix on Zuo Mo's right palm abruptly gave off a blinding light. The fifth sun of the 10-Crow Celestial Apparatus moved. Boom! This fifth sun that wasn't any different than the other four activated suns, was causing a string of unexpected occurrences. Its position was too distinct. Zuo Mo's right hand was where the power whirlpool was contained by the 10,000-layer iron Kaori Mo matrix. A burst of savage power furiously followed towards the sun on Zuo Mo's right palm. In a blink, Zuo Mo's Sun Mo matrix almost burst as it restrained the flows of power which contained a significant amount of Shin power. It suddenly dimmed and a presence that was divergent to the other suns appeared on Zuo Mo's right hand. Many sparks and dots appeared next to the sun script like the marks of the stars. The cloud of sparks began to circle around his hands and spin endlessly like a tiny stream of red stars. The red light suddenly spread outwards from under Zuo Mo and fought back against the darkness of Xin Yu's domain. Domain! An exclamation rang out among the crowd. This exclamation caused Zuo Mo's mind to shudder. The drunkenness that accompanied the ball of fire seemed to have retreated, and his vision suddenly cleared. Consequently, he saw a streak of five-colored light shooting at him. In this moment, the feeling of extreme danger caused the hairs on his body to stand on end. Without even thinking, he raised his right hand. The handful of sparks that shrouded his palm shot at the streak of light. Shi Yui suddenly stood up. He looked at the handful of sparks with an excited expression. At this time, no one was paying attention to him. Everyone was looking closely at the battlefield. They all had a feeling that after this round of attacks, someone would definitely fall. The speed of the sparks was not fast, and in front of the lightning-fast Peacock King plume, it was like a turtle. The Peacock King plume shot into the cloud of sparks. And a stunning scene occurred. The moment the unstoppable Peacock King plume came into contact with the sparks, it slowed down. When it was halfway into the sparks, it was as slow as a snail. Hiss! A wisp of fire suddenly appeared at the tip of the Peacock King plume. The fire quickly spread along the Peacock King plume. Whoosh! In a blink, the Peacock King plume turned into a ball of ash and disappeared. Just at the same moment the first wisp of fire appeared on the Peacock King plume, Xin Yu's eyes suddenly widened. He was stunned and motionless as though he had been struck by lightning. No one noticed a wisp of fire appear from under his feet and climb onto his feet. When Xin Yu noticed this wisp of fire, it was too late. The wisp suddenly grew and engulfed him in a flash. A horrid scream came from inside the flames. Ah! Ah! The hair-raising scream was suddenly choked off. The fire disappeared, and with a pop, there was nothing left in its place. The handful of sparks flew back and wrapped around Zuo Mo's right hand. It gradually changed form, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared like a red bracelet around Zuo Mo's wrist. The bracelet slowly spun around Zuo Mo's right hand. If one looked closely, they would be able to distinguish a scene similar to a revolving red galaxy. The change came so fast. The entire situation had flipped on its head, and Xin Yu had been turned to ash. It was deathly silent. On the stands, Shi Yui had a disbelieving expression as he murmured to himself, "Reversed stellar revolution. Reversed stellar revolution." Chang Yuan how froze when he heard this. A moment later, he slowly said, "Isn't he cultivating 10 Crow celestial apparatus? How can he obtain the reversed stellar revolution?" Reversed stellar revolution? It isn't possible. Yu Shuang recovered from his shock. That is a killing move only those with star-type morphysiques can achieve. I do not know how. Shi Yui quickly recovered his calmness and shook his head as he said, "Usually, those practicing the 10 Crow celestial apparatus cannot produce the reversed stellar revolution, but that is the reversed stellar revolution. His reversed stellar revolution is not the normal reversed stellar revolution. His stars are crimson red, and clearly have a fire attribute. This deviation should be related to the 10 Crow celestial apparatus that he cultivates. Impossible. Impossible." Yu Shuang's head shook like a rattledrum. How can someone with 10 Crow celestial apparatus cultivate the reversed stellar revolution? This is absurd. If it wasn't the city master that was in front of him, he would have scorned this comment. He also caused the shifting star sands. Zhang Yuanhao suddenly said, "Is it really the reversed stellar revolution?" Yu Shuang stared at the crimson bracelet that was spinning in the air. It was unknown what he was thinking. Zuo Mo regained clarity of mind and the Jinji on the battlefield were turned off. Lan Rong excitedly jumped onto the field and threw an arm around Zuo Mo's shoulder. He was so excited he almost couldn't speak coherently. "Brother, you are too powerful. Too powerful. You could even defeat the Peacock King Plume, you really are powerful, but..." The surrounding people looked at Zuo Mo with eyes filled with respect and fear. Any person that could defeat the Peacock King Plume was certainly deserving of this much. Zuo Mo's face was puzzled. He was muddled about everything that had occurred when he was drunk. He was also slightly surprised at Lan Rong's closeness, but he did not push the other away. He asked cluelessly, "What happened? What happened here? Why am I unable to recall anything?" Lan Rong paused. He stared at Zuo Mo for a long while. Seeing the other did not seem to be faking, he hurriedly narrated what had occurred just now. When he got to the dangerous and exciting parts, Lan Rong's arms gestured excitedly and he was even more spirited than Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. He did not have any recollection at all. He had killed Xinyu. The other had comprehended domain and had that Peacock King Plume. The other sounded very strong. He noticed the crimson bracelet on his wrist. Stopping, his mind inspected the bracelet, and then an indescribable feeling came to him. Hey. Are you dumb from excitement?" Lan Rong saw Zuo Mo was in a daze and hurriedly shouted. Zuo Mo refocused. He knew that this was not the place to investigate, so he moved his mind back and looked around. Where is brother Tianlong? After this event, the three of them had gone through their own battles and the relationship had naturally changed. He is not as good a drinker as you, and is lying down over there in a corner. You are really ferocious. I've never seen anyone drink so much Granny Mangosteen wine, and you were even able to kill Xinyu after that. Monster. Too freakish. Lan Rong shook his head as he reflected. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. You won. 3 days later, I will find you and accompany you for a day. Zuo Mo turned around. What entered his vision was a beautiful, seductive face that held a hint of indolence. That pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak examined Zuo Mo curiously. Princess Xia. Zuo Mo suddenly became nervous. Wasn't this his goal? He forcibly suppressed the impulse to act immediately and forced out a smile. Princess Xia is one to keep your word. Good. In 3 days, I will wait for Princess arrival. Princess Xia smiled like a blooming flower. The surroundings seemed to brighten, and the sound of swallowing sounded in the surroundings. This dissipated much of the tension in the air. This is a reward you deserve. Finished speaking, Princess Xia turned and left. Such a beauty. Lan Rong looked at the back of Princess Xia and couldn't help but praise. However, he quickly had a mischievous smile on his face as he poked Zuo Mo. Don't you feel it difficult to get through these 3 days? Zuo Mo instantly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lan Rong was so lively it was almost overboard. However, this feeling was pretty good. He cooperated. 3 days, it will go by quickly. Lan Rong's tone suddenly turned serious and he said to Zuo Mo in a low voice. You need to be careful. You might have defeated Xinyu in a challenge which is lawful, so no one can openly protest. However, the Xin family placed great importance on Xinyu and they will not let the matter end here. You have to be careful of them acting from the shadows. Zuo Mo gratefully patted the other. Do not worry, I will be careful. After saving Xiaoguo and Liang Feng, he would quickly leave. Why would he stay in Great Peace City? But Lan Rong's reminder was sincere and Zuo Mo could feel that. Suddenly, Zuo Mo noticed several people walking towards them. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo wins, no surprise there. The death was also pretty anticlimactic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, Special. Chapter 607, Special. Congratulations, congratulations. Little brother Xiao Mo Go has stepped onto a new level with this battle. It really is an occasion to celebrate. The one that spoke was an old man that Zuo Mo did not recognize. Zuo Mo started to act humble when he heard Lan Rong bow and say, "Lan Rong greets City Master." City Master? Sure Yue? The average-looking old man in Zuo Mo's eyes instantly appeared to be more scholarly and deep. As expected, reputation made the person. Zuo Mo felt great admiration towards people that were knowledgeable. This time, he was sincerely humble. City Master is too generous. Sure Yue smiled slightly, the faint wrinkles on his face clear to the eye. He looked at Lan Rong and said warmly, "You are a child of the Lan family, right? Not bad, you have some sense of honor." He turned his face to look at Zuo Mo, introducing, "Let me introduce these two to little brother." Chang Yuan Hao. A deep voice came from the shadows. "This one is Yu Shuang." There was a slight smile on Yu Shuang's face. He bowed slightly and was warm and elegant. Without needing Lan Rong's introduction, he knew who these two were, first and second ranked on the Great Peace Mo ranking. Even though Xiao Mo Go was full of confidence in himself, he was still shocked that these two personages had come. He returned a bow. "I am Xiao Mo Go. Please take care of me." At the side, Lan Rong was so excited he wasn't able to speak. He had attended the banquet of the city master many times, but it was the first time he met these three major personages. He felt as though he was dreaming to have been complimented by the city master. Sure Yue smiled slightly at Lan Rong. "I'm sorry, we have come to find little brother Xiao to discuss some matters, please accept my apologies." Lan Rong seemed to wake up and immediately recovered. He said perceptively, "This junior needs to go search for my brother." "Goodbye, city master, goodbye, elders." He bowed respectfully and then retreated. Matters to discuss? Zuo Mo was puzzled. It was the first time he met these three. What was there to discuss? Sure Yue did not clarify and motioned with a hand. "Little brother, let us go over there." "All right." The four of them entered a quiet room. When they entered the room, the noise from the outside instantly disappeared. Zuo Mo noticed that there were Jinji set up in the room that could prevent eavesdroppers. I had not expected little brother to cultivate the reversed stellar revolution. The one who spoke first was Sure Yue. With those initial words, he attracted Zuo Mo's attention. Reversed stellar revolution? This? Zuo Mo raised his right wrist and the crimson bracelet that slowly spun around. Yes. Sure Yue glanced at Zuo Mo. It appears that little brother does not know much about it. Yes, I do not understand, city master, please give me guidance, Zuo Mo said obediently. Sure Yue smiled slightly. Reversed stellar revolution is a kind of killing move. However, killing moves of this kind are usually only obtained after those with star-type morphysiques comprehend domain. Star-type morphysiques? Zuo Mo shook his head. I cultivate the 10-crow celestial apparatus. Sure Yue nodded and said, this is where little brother is special. It is true that little brother cultivates the 10-crow celestial apparatus that is ranked third among general rank physiques, and I also noticed that while the Yi domain that little brother has comprehended has not fully taken form, it is already crimson red. If I am right, little brother has already reached the doorway to the 10-crow celestial domain. I've reached the doorway to domain? This time, it was Zuo Mo's turn to be shocked. His mind shifted and the sun suddenly gave off a strange power. A crimson ring of light appeared under his feet. As expected, it is the 10-crow celestial domain. Yu Shang couldn't help but speak. As expected of the top-ranked domain among the general ranks. Even though it has not taken form, it is so strong and domineering. His voice was filled with admiration. Zuo Mo felt increasingly puzzled. However, he knew that the other would explain the cause since the other had come to find him. As he expected, Sure Yue continued. It is the first time that I saw a situation like little brother's. Little brother, you clearly cultivate the 10-crow celestial apparatus Mo physique, and the domain you comprehend is the 10-crow celestial domain. How could you cultivate the reversed stellar revolution? Star-type Mo physique? What is the Mo physique you cultivated previously? Yu Shuang couldn't help but ask. Great day Mo physique, Zuo Mo said. second among colonel-level Mo physiques. Yu Shuang couldn't help himself. A strong Mo physique as well. And before that? Jade metal head. This time, even Shi Yui was slightly surprised. Yu Shuang looked at Zuo Mo as though he was looking at a freak. Ranking 5th among captain level, are you from an ancient family? I don't know. Zuo Mo gave an embarrassed grimace. I know nothing about my birth. Shi Yui and Yu Shuang both showed slight surprise, but they quickly recovered. There is also another possible cause. Chang Yuan Hao suddenly spoke from within the shadows. The three turned their gazes onto him. If one cultivates Yao arts to a certain level, they can also cultivate the reversed stellar revolution. Chang Yuan Hao's words were a surprise to hear. Yu Shuang stilled and then slapped his forehead with his palm. How could I forget that? Stars and Yao, star power is one of the powers that Yao favor the most. There is probably more Yao than Mo that have the reversed stellar revolution. Oh, I remember, you seem to know Yao arts, but... A bit, Zuo Mo said as he nodded his head. When he had fought against Miao Jun, he had used little Yao arts, so he openly admitted it. The gazes of the trio turned strange when they looked at him. It seems that this is the cause. Shi Yui nodded and said, there have been those in the past that cultivate Mo and Yao together, but I haven't ever heard of anyone that cultivates reverse stellar revolution and the 10 Crow celestial apparatus together. As expected of what my master said, people that can drink more than 10 jars of Granny Mangosteen wine are all special people. What is your Yao art domain? Yu Shuang asked curiously. Yao art domain? I do not have one. Zuo Mo shook his head. You did not cultivate a Yao art domain, but you comprehended the killing move. This is too, Yu Shuang didn't know what to say. Shi Yui saw his deeply impacted state and comforted. If your 1,000 coil threads is complete, you can definitely break through to martial level. Yu Shuang rolled his eyes and said in a negative tone. 10 Crow celestial domain is my bane. 10 Crow celestial domain is everyone's bane. Shi Yui comforted skillfully. Look at Yuan Hao, he is even worse off than you are. He is completely subdued by it in every way. The shadow stilled when he heard this. Yu Shuang's expression turned from depressed to sunny. He clapped and said with a smile, huh? Yes, in any case, anyone else that comes to fight will be worse off. Zuo Mo listened to Shi Yui and Yu Shuang's conversation. His heart jumped wildly. He was worried the other would decide to kill the threat in its infancy. Then it would be over for him. The two old Mo were not people that Xinyu could compare to. Added that, even now, Zuo Mo did not understand how he had defeated Xinyu. Shi Yui saw Zuo Mo's uneasiness and couldn't help but laugh. I can see that little brother doesn't have such intentions. You should reinforce this perception after just having a breakthrough. Little brother, at your leisure, let us gather in a few days. Hearing this, Zuo Mo immediately fled as though he was being pardoned. After Zuo Mo's figure left, the room became quiet again. His birth is not simple. The one that spoke first was actually Chang Yuan Hao. He's not bad. Yu Shuang said with a smile, not a bad boy, I hope that Princess Xia won't tempt him away. Shi Yui shook his head and said, little Xia will probably fail this time. Why? Such a young boy, it wouldn't be simple for him to resist the power of Princess Xia. Yu Shuang looked gossipy. How long has it been since 10 Crow celestial apparatus appeared last? Shi Yui suddenly asked. Very long ago. Yu Shuang wasn't sure. Thinking about what Zuo Mo had said just now, he couldn't help but gape. Jade Metalhead, great day, 10 Crow celestial apparatus, this is the best evolution path. If this was made public, how many would be jealous? Even I am jealous hearing that. It is infuriating to compare myself to him. Shi Yui automatically ignored Yu Shuang's mutterings. He had a thoughtful expression. Is something wrong? Chang Yuan Hao suddenly spoke. Shi Yui slowly said, I am thinking about that specialness that my master talked about. I wonder if the specialness refers to this. Of course it refers to this. Yu Shuang's tone was certain. If this isn't what's special, then there isn't anything else that is special. This boy is definitely a freak among the freaks, the greatest freak of them all. Shi Yui said gravely, I have always persisted in making the Granny Mangosteen wine because of the words that my master said. In my memories, my master rarely used the word special to refer to anyone. Every word that my master said was carefully selected and had its own profound meaning. In these years, I have always pondered what the specialness that my master spoke of referred to. Shi Yui caused Yu Shuang to quiet down. For everyone in Great Peace City, Shi Ziming was like an all-powerful god. Since the time has not arrived, let us first observe, Yu Shuang said. Sure, Yui nodded and the three sank into silence. Pooh, is this really the reversed stellar revolution? On the road back to the compound, Zuo Mo couldn't resist asking. It really is the reversed stellar revolution. Pu Yao's expression was slightly grave. However, your reverse stellar revolution is not the same as the normal reverse stellar revolution, you have Sun Shin power inside it. He then warned, you should spend some time now on practicing your Yao arts. Without a Yao art domain, you will not be able to express much of the power of the reversed stellar revolution. Wei slowly spoke, Azua, you have just reached the doorway to the 10-crow celestial domain, you cannot let it lie. This is the first-ranked domain of the general level, it is not something that reversed stellar revolution can compare to. Hearing this, Pu Yao smirked coldly and said, you are ignorant. You really think that the 10-crow celestial domain is invincible? The reversed stellar revolution is full of variations and this one contains Shin power. The 10-crow celestial domain might not be a match. Wei was not angry and said with a smile, it cannot be called invincible, but it is not me that gave it the title of the top domain in general level. Zuo Mo looked at the duo that was arguing and said helplessly, don't you two find it very strange? I practiced the 10-crow celestial apparatus, but what developed was the reversed stellar revolution. Is it strange? Pu Yao asked in response. It's all right. Wei's expression was matter of fact. Zuo Mo was speechless. Translator ramblings, no, must keep facade of cool elder spirit up. Also, it was Wei that caused the stars in daytime. He set it off to heal himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, Insider Information. Chapter 608, Insider Information. Zuo Mo did not know what effects the events at this banquet had had on all of Great Peace City. When he returned home, he instantly settled down and started to ponder on his 10-crow celestial domain and the reversed stellar revolution. Right now, 5 of 10 sons of his 10-crow celestial apparatus Homophysique had turned bright. In other words, it meant that half of the suns were lit up. Other than this, he had an unexpected gain in the second transformation of the 10-crow celestial apparatus, the Sun Hammer. However, what was most attractive to Zuo Mo was the 10-crow celestial domain and the reversed stellar revolution. The 10-crow celestial domain was called the top domain of general level and unparalleled in its dominance. If he could comprehend it, it meant that he would ascend to the top ranks of general level experts in one leap. However, he quickly discovered that it was not as simple as it seemed. Right now, he had just reached the doorway towards domain, and his own domain had not formed yet. There was still a long path to walk, but Zuo Mo now had a general notion of what a domain was. There was a profound power between the 5 suns. This kind of power formed a domain. These powers were like chaotic streams that had to be slowly organized. When they were better organized and perfected, the domain would also be perfected. This was something that would take time and there were no shortcuts to take. What had surprised Zuo Mo the most was the reversed stellar revolution. After he had returned home and examined it in detail, he found the parts of it that were sparks of fire were made from Shin power. Their structure was unique and complex. Zuo Mo wanted to study the structure, but when he reached out with his mind, he felt dizzy. He immediately understood that this was out of his reach at the moment. Zuo Mo understood that the reason the sparks were powerful was not because they were the reverse stellar revolution but because they contained Shin power. This seemed more like a method of channeling Shin power. He understood little about Shin power. He thought about asking Tsang Lianair but then gave up. As to the reversed stellar revolution, Zuo Mo had thrown it to the back of his mind. When would he have the time to cultivate a Yao art domain? In any case, he did not have the time now. So Zuo Mo focused on organizing his newly formed 10-crow celestial domain under Pu Yao's icy smile. Then he thought about how he could inquire about Xiaoguo and Liang Feng with Princess Xia when he met with her in 3 days. For some reason, that woman gave him a feeling she was not an easy one to deal with. What do you think of Xiao Mo Go? Princess Xin suddenly asked. His power is very strange. The sound of the heavy armored guard came from inside the armor. Very strange? Princess Xin did not understand. The heavy armor guard treasured his words as though they were gold. Princess Xin's delicate brow furrowed, but even in irritation, Princess Xin was dignified. Her finger unconsciously tapped the tabletop. In that case, he is a very good choice. The heavy armor guard was silent. A moment later, Princess Xin made a decision. Come in. A servant pushed open the door and entered. Princess. Send someone to deliver an invitation to Mr. Zuo Mo to attend an evening banquet. The time will be in 4 days, Princess Xin said lightly. Yes. The servant acknowledged and left. Princess Xin suddenly smiled. Xia might have some objections about me now. The heavy armor guard was silent. Princess Xin's mind wandered as she gazed out of the window. Grandpa Zhu, are we inviting Zuo Mo? Princess Wan asked curiously with wide eyes. Yes. Zhu Ke smiled slightly. His future is limitless, it would be a pity to give up on a talent like this. Also. He suddenly stopped speaking. Oh. Princess Wan nodded, but not in full understanding. She asked with a tilted head, then what are we inviting him over to do? Just to eat a meal, Zhu Ke said with a smile. Will elder sister Xia blame us? Princess Wan said anxiously. Zhu Ke said with a smile, your elder sister Xia is a very strong person. However, her biggest mistake this time is aiming for too much. Aiming? What is elder sister Xia aiming for? Princess Wan asked curiously. Princess will know when it is time. Zhu Ke put down the pen in his hand. After closely reading over the invitation, he made a satisfied expression. He handed the invitation to a servant that had been waiting at the side as he penned the letter. The servant immediately left upon receiving the invitation. Adhering to his normal routine, Zuo Mo went to Luoli Shixiang's room. Luoli Shixiang did not have any signs of energy, but his body had not become rigid as was usual for death and was soft as was usual. Zuo Mo's worries eased slightly. No one had cultivated the life-death lock before, and he had been worried. If it wasn't that Luoli Shixiang had been seeking death, he never would have taken it out. Agui's Shen power was increasing rapidly, but what made him happy was that, while the increase in Shen power was astounding, the light in Agui's eyes seemed to be increasing similarly. Her eyes were more lively than in the past, and she had more responses. This made Zuo Mo very happy, even happier than when he had the breakthrough. But when he received the 2 invitations, he was stunned where he stood. Did you hear? Princess Xin and Princess Wan could not resist. They each sent an invitation to Zuo Mo at the same time. TSK, this time, Zuo Mo has something to posture about. 3 princesses extending invitations at the same time, how long has it been since this occurred? Ha, Princess Xin and Princess Wan are not stupid. It would be strange if they did not try to recruit such a powerful person. Also, the matter of the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion has made such a ruckus, one more expert is one more bit of power. Where did this Zuo Mo really come from? The sounds on the street all fell into Nanmen Shue's ears. Nanmen Shue had an arm around a beautiful woman as he shook his head and smiled. This really disrupts one's dreams. Please. Right now, the entire city is crazy. The male opposite Nanmen Shue also had a displeased expression. He then smiled strangely and said, in the past, even Qi Diaoyu did not get this kind of attention. Hearing the name Qi Diaoyu, Nanmen Shue glanced at the other. Do you not want me to have a good day today? The other laughed. I just think that you have sunk and do not have any spirit. I find it strange, why you didn't try to find trouble with Qi Diaoyu. I'm too lazy to pay attention to him, Nanmen Shue said unconcernedly. He hugged the beauty at his side, kissed her and said with pleasure on his face, with a beauty in hand, idleness is the best of life. You guys fight and kill all day, don't you find it bothersome? That's true. The other seemed to agree. In this world, the strong eat the weak. Right now, you are in Great Peace City and no one dares to target you. However, a dragon is not a part of the scenery. You are accompanied by beauties every day, you look to be carefree, but in truth, you must find it boring. The other did not look at Nanmen Shue and said directly, those say, drunken and lying in the lap of a beauty, wake with the power of the world in hand, are you someone to submit? Nanmen Shue roared with laughed. No matter how clever your tongue is, what does it have to do with me? The other was not angry and said with a smile, I heard that Shi Yui has been searching for a person all this time. Then he said meaningfully, the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion has been sleeping for such a long time, it is time for it to see the light of day again. Nanmen Shue did not seem to hear it. In the past, Brother Nanmen dominated the Little Sparrow Water's 12 jia. With one call, the heroes all submitted. But right now, you have lost your spirit and immersed yourself in drunkenness, you are a completely different person. Nanmen Shue smiled. Other people do not know the reason and laugh at Brother Nanmen for falling off the path. However, I know of Brother Nanmen's love and your unchanging heart. This male stared at Nanmen Shue, emphasizing each word. Nanmen Shue's smile suddenly faded, his expression turning cold as his presence locked tightly onto the other. You investigated me. The light words were like the clang of bells and shot to the bottom of the other's heart. The other felt his blood and energies roil, his breathing becoming difficult. He was shocked. Such terrifying power. He gritted his teeth and persisted. Nanmen Shui, do you not want to rescue the person you love? Murderousness flashed in Nanmen Shui's eyes as his hand shot up. I have fire heart gall. The other's words caused Nanmen Shui's expression to suddenly change. He grabbed the other. Say that again. Looking at Nanmen Shui's handsome features that were twisted, and his undisguised murderousness as well as the presence that was securely locked onto him, the other began to suffocate. He gritted out, I have fire heart gall. Nanmen Shui's hand opened and the male collapsed on the ground. He was unable to climb up and the beauty beside Nanmen Shui was unconscious. Name your terms, Nanmen Shui said coldly. This male panted and his mind was filled with terror as though death was right in front of him. After panting for a while, this male struggled out, you have to exchange for it with an item from the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. Great Peace Treasure Pavilion? You believe rumors like that, Nanmen Shui said with a cold smile. I have been in Great Peace City for this long and never heard of a Great Peace Treasure Pavilion before. It is true. The male finally managed to struggle back up into a standing position. You do not need to know where I learned of the information. I'm also working for someone else. Nanmen Shui glanced at the other and asked icily, what do you want? There are 3 items in the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. The male recovered and so did his expression. Right now, we know that there is a stone steel inside. Stone steel? A look flashed through Nanmen Shui's eyes. Yes, you have studied the steels of the Great Peace Mo steels, so you should have already guessed that they are missing one piece. The male said gravely, the most important piece. When Shi Ziming created the steel forest, he hid the most important piece. Qi Diaoyu was also looking for the steel. Nanmen Shui was silent. He was starting to believe the other's words. Our condition is very simple. Use that steel to trade for the fire heart gall. The male said gravely, you help us obtain that steel, and the fire heart gall is yours. With the fire heart gall, not just 10,000-year mystical ice, even the strongest ice energy can be dissipated. Nanmen Shui stared at the other. How can I trust you? Look at this. The other took out an object and flashed it at Nanmen Shui. Nanmen Shui's pupils shrank into pinpoints. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo finally gets attention. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609, Princess Xia. Chapter 609, Princess Xia. How can we stand by and watch? Everyone, even though Zuo Mo is strong, if we surrender so easily, after this, all 3 princesses will end up in the claws of this man. They will cry for the rest of their lives. Just how tragic would it be? We all admire the princesses, how can we stand by and watch? A youth talked fervently facing the other youths. However, while he was fervent, the other people were silent. The fight between Zuo Mo and Xinyu had stunned them, and planted the seed of terror in their minds. This person was not demotivated and continued to talk. I know what everyone is worried about. This man is vicious and doesn't bat an eye when he kills. If we face him head-on, it is easy for us to be defeated. Therefore, we can only use cunning and not brute force. He stated what everyone thought and the crowd raised their heads. A voice sounded, does Brother Wang have a good solution? The person that was so fervently speaking to the crowd was Wang Kuan. He was a faithful follower of Princess Xin. When he learned that Princess Xin had invited Zuo Mo, he had been furious. In a blink, Princess Wan had also sent an invitation to Zuo Mo and this group of people exploded. Xinyu was dislikable but he only had intentions on Princess Xia. The suitors of the other 2 princesses only watched. Xinyu had been killed, but an even more vicious competitor had appeared, Zuo Mo, and he had received the favor of all 3 princesses. Something like this had never happened before. Never. But everyone had watched the battle between Xinyu and Zuo Mo. Even the bravest of them did not have the bravery to openly fight back. Also, Xinyu had been the strongest of them. Zuo Mo had turned Xinyu into ashes, and none of them were a match. So their morale was low until Wang Kuan revealed his idea and they raised their heads. Wang Kuan became more excited and said, Zuo Mo is powerful, and we naturally are not opponents in martial power. However, we have our own advantages. Zuo Mo is just a brutish fighter. Would his fist be enough to break through the sky? We are of noble birth, well-mannered and cultured, and have Mabe. What does he have? His fists? When did we ever have to fight other people with our own fists? These young masters were all smart people and their eyes brightened. Right. When were they ever forced into a situation where they had to fight against other people themselves? They competed in terms of their father's status, wealth, servants, and family prestige. When did they ever compare based on their strengths? Wang Kuan said with a cold smile. Shin Yu thought too highly of himself. The heir to the Shin family was stupid. He went to fight against Xiao Mo Gu. A body that is worth 1,000 gold should not put themselves into danger. We are all worth our weight in gold, very valuable. Isn't it stupid to smash ourselves against trash clay pots? Brother Wang is right. The people praised. This spoke to their hearts. This little brother has just realized this and has come to discuss with everyone, Wang Kuan said modestly. His tone changed and he said, since we understand our advantage, then it is easy. The three princesses want to recruit Xiao Mo Gu, but he is just one expert. However, if all of us unite, the power that we represent is not something that Xiao Mo Gu can compare to. I believe with the intelligence of the three princesses, it will not take them any effort to realize this. Yes, what is Xiao Mo Gu? Can he compare to us? The people started to grumble. Wang Kuan waited for the noise to die down slightly before immediately following up with, but we cannot just speak and not act. Who will believe us? We need to show our muscle. Everyone, return and send letters home. It is easy to find an excuse. Just say that we are pursuing the princess, and the princess is show slight favor. However, there is a strong enemy and we need the family to send strong reinforcements. Everyone should be very skilled at this, and I do not need to waste my energy speaking on the specifics. When the people heard this, their eyes were aglow. Brother Wang is peerless in intelligence. This idea is very good. Brother Wang has a clear plan. This one admires you. And once the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion appears, the old people in the family will not be able to sit still. Yes, even more importantly, we did not lie. Ha ha. A thread of smugness flashed through Wang Kuan's eyes. When the experts from everyone's families gather, I believe that we can exterminate Xiao Mo Gu with a little finger. Everyone roared with laughter. When they imagined that scene, they felt extremely good. Suddenly, someone suggested, why don't we ally together and swear to kill Xiao Mo Gu? The people agreed. Wang Kuan was overjoyed inside and said gravely, we are all the young masters of our families, and have come for the princess. Why don't we call ourselves the Gentleman's Flower Protecting Alliance? What does everyone think? Everyone nodded. This name was accurate. With this, the Gentleman's Flower Protecting Alliance was formed. I need to know your plan, Nanmen Shui said. Naturally, the mystery male said, according to our information, there is a set of conditions to open the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. Even now, we do not know what the conditions are, but Shi Yui should know. Therefore, we have been observing Shi Yui. However, he has Yu Shuang and Chang Yuan Hao with him and increased the difficulty of this task. We have still managed to obtain some information. What did you learn? Nanmen Shui asked in a deep voice. Shi Yui seems to be very interested in Xiao Mo Gu. That is normal. Nanmen Shui had a scornful smile on his face. Xiao Mo Gu was able to defeat the Peacock King Plume and there are many people interested in him. No. The mystery male was not angry. He shook his head and said, Xiao Mo Gu was able to cause the shifting star sands, but what most people did not notice was that the place where he caused it was the Emoskill steels. This does not mean anything, Nanmen Shui said. Chi Diaoyu noticed, the mystery male said, and the woman next to Xiao Mo Gu also noticed. The two met at the steel where Xiao Mo Gu had caused the shifting star sands and had a fight. It is a pity that we were not able to hear what they said. So you feel that Xiao Mo Gu is the key to entering the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion? Nanmen Shui said. He is the most likely Shi Yui's target, the mystery male said. What do you want me to do? Nanmen Shui was straightforward. You will go challenge Xiao Mo Gu, the mystery male said. Zuo Mo's brow creased. In the past few days, he had been pondering how to obtain information from Princess Xia about Xiao Guo and Liang Feng, but even now, he did not have any good ideas. He shook his head. He could only act according to the situation. When the servant of Princess Xia saw Zuo Mo, they came forward to welcome him and said respectfully, the princess has been waiting a long time for Sir. Finishing, the servant led the way. Following behind the servant, Zuo Mo secretly asked Pu Yao and Wei. What solutions do you have? Pu Yao said coldly, it would be best if you do not think of trying to hold her hostage. The Yanwei family will have arranged for a very powerful expert to guard every generation of princess. Then what? Zuo Mo asked helplessly. Think of a way to move her, Wei suddenly said. Move her? Zuo Mo was stunned by this way of thinking. Wei did not reply and Zuo Mo looked at Princess Xia. Princess Xia was lazily reclining on the sedan. There was only a light layer of silk on her body, and what was underneath could be barely made out. Her left hand was propping up her chin, her waist and behind drawing out an arousing curve that caused people to uncontrollably swallow. When had the innocent little Emogo ever seen such a scene? His face immediately turned red and he stopped in his steps. However, he quickly composed himself and repeated in his mind. This was war. Raising his head, his eyes imperceptibly flickered across the surroundings. As expected, in the shadows close to the sedan, there was a female attendant standing silently. Zuo Mo's heart shook. This middle-aged female attendant was most likely the expert that Pu Yao had spoken of. When he paid attention, Zuo Mo noticed that the middle-aged attendant did not have any presence. If Zuo Mo's gaze did not see her, then he would have been unable to detect her. An expert. Zuo Mo did not dare to move rashly. Sit. The lips parted in soft words that softened one's bones came out. This was war. Zuo Mo recited to himself as he sat down. You are very nervous. Princess Xia looked amusedly at Zuo Mo. The plump and white wrist was propping up an extremely beautiful face whose eyes were full of feeling. Ah, no, Zuo Mo laughed. His mind turned furiously. Move her, how could he move her? Princess Xia smiled and looked interestedly at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo did not know what to say and remained silent. The room suddenly quieted and the atmosphere became awkward. In a sea of consciousness, Pu Yao and Wei heartlessly bombarded him. You need to speak more, form a connection, do you understand? Azwa, you cannot move women by doing this. You need to speak more. So embarrassing. Too embarrassing. How can I have such a student as useless as you? You aren't even able to talk to a woman. Pu Yao was furious. Azwa, this is a 1 in 1,000 chance. Wei led on. Say what? Zuo Mo said helplessly. Pu Yao and Wei's voices stopped. A moment later, Pu Yao raised his head and said with a furrowed brow, weather? Hobbies? Outlook on life? What do women like? Right, Corps Commander was a woman, what did she like? Wei also had a pondering expression. What did Master like the most? Let me think, wait. I remember. What? Zuo Mo and Pu Yao spoke at the same time. Fighting. Wei's face was excited. What Master liked the most was fighting. Fighting, endless fighting. Master once said that only fighting could cause her to become excited, only by fighting would she feel that she is different from the common rogue. Oh, but what is a common rogue? It describes women that are unacceptable. Pu Yao explained with a profound expression. Is Princess Xia one of the common rogue? Zuo Mo asked. Of course not. Pu Yao and Wei answered at the same time. Zuo Mo immediately realized and nodded vehemently. He said murderously, I understand. Translator ramblings, aka the spoiled young master's alliance. Zuo Mo doesn't know how to talk to women because he seems to treat them like another species. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610, Drink Wine. Chapter 610, Drink Wine. Princess Xia looked at Xiao Emogo, who had a nervous expression on his face. Surprised, she felt interested. The people around her were all young masters, and which one of them wasn't experienced with women? How long had it been since she had met such a virgin? Thinking about when she was a child and about the innocent faces around her that did not have fierce desire and thoughts of consuming her. Back when there was only the innocence of childhood, and they were her playmates. But then, everything changed. A certain soft place in Princess Xia's heart seemed to be lightly touched. Are you afraid of me? She asked lightly. Zuo Mo, who had just opened his eyes and was preparing to utter a challenge, had his words forced back by the other's soft words. His eyes widened. Afraid of you? Zuo Mo did not understand why Princess Xia would have such a strange idea. Did little Mo Gu look like a cowardly person? You are not afraid of me, why don't you look at me, Princess Xia's words caused Zuo Mo's prepared words of, come, let's have a fight, to be swallowed back. Zuo Mo found that he could not keep up with the other's thoughts. Oh, why couldn't he look at her? He opened his eyes wide and then stared at Princess Xia. So beautiful, that, this feeling, why would he think of swallowing? An illusory spell. Zuo Mo shook. Princess Xia saw Zuo Mo's change and couldn't help but burst into laughter. In that moment, she was very attractive and her smile seemed to light up the room. Zuo Mo was almost unable to move his eyes away and his breathing rate increased. Just an illusory spell. You want to defeat little Emogu, but so powerful. Come taste this night draw wine. This is a famous vintage in the MO world, and can rival the Granny Mangosed wine. It is a pity that I only have one bottle. After drinking this, you cannot ask for more from me. Princess Xia poured wine for Zuo Mo with a smile. Her skin was as white as snow, and as fine as porcelain. Her body was slightly tilted towards Zuo Mo, and the deep valley in front of her chest seemed to have an unusual power that caused people to unconsciously sink into it. Zuo Mo felt a wave of heat rise from his lower half. His mouth was dry and he had a strange feeling. Such a powerful illusory spell. It was even more powerful than the illusory spells that the paper crane girl had cast in Wukong Mountains in the past. Was this her attack? Determination flashed across Zuo Mo's eyes. How could a true man not receive the move? Without another word, Zuo Mo secretly cast a bone-crushing obscuring flash with his left hand as he picked up the night draw wine with his right hand and drank all of it. When the wine entered his throat, Zuo Mo couldn't help but pause. The taste of this wine was completely different compared to the Granny Mangosed wine. The Granny Mangosed wine was as hot as fire, and burned like a ball of flame when it entered his throat. This night draw wine was cool and light, reaching directly into his mind and making him unspeakably comfortable. The taste wasn't bad? The illusory spell hadn't been broken? Princess Xia laughed lightly. Your rough gulping is suited to drinking the Granny Mangosed wine but not to the night draw wine. Sip, and let the wine swirl around your mouth before slowly swallowing it. Try it, the feeling of the wine will be different. Finishing, Princess Xia picked up the wine cup. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her gentle and seductive red lips contrasted against the snowy white porcelain. Zuo Mo lost focus slightly. But he quickly raised his alertness and focused. He copied Princess Xia and took small sips. When the night draw wine swished a few rounds around his mouth, an unique fragrance spread into his body. In this moment, it was as though he was soaking in cool water, so comfortable that he almost groaned. So comfortable. Princess Xia closed her eyes and said as though she was talking in her sleep, when I was young, I liked to drink night draw wine the most. Daddy didn't like me drinking, so I sneaked into Daddy's wine cellar. One time, I accidentally drank too much and fell asleep in the wine cellar. When Daddy caught me with the goods. She poked out her tongue like a child that had been caught doing bad things by her parents. He sealed the wine cellar. Even now, it hasn't been reopened. Now, no one knows that there is a wine cellar there. I really miss the time when Daddy was here. There seemed to be something flashing through Princess Xia's eyes. She suddenly raised her face and threw back all of the wine. Putting down the wine cup, her cheeks were blushed and her eyes were dazed. What bad things did you do when you were little? Zuo Mo could feel the sorrow and longing in Princess Xia's words. It was like when he thought of the sect leader and the Shu. But it was not something that he could state aloud here. Hearing her question, he shook his head. In childhood? I don't know. You don't know? Princess Xia was surprised by this answer. My memory was erased and my appearance has been changed. I don't know anything about my past. Zuo Mo replied truthfully. Originally, he hadn't wanted to say it. While this was something that did not have to be kept a secret, he did not want to casually tell other people. However, Princess Xia's reminiscing seemed sincere to him, so he spoke of it. Ah! Princess Xia covered her mouth, her expression shocked. She hadn't expected it to be such a terrifying answer. Sorry, she said, full of apology. It's nothing. Zuo Mo shook his head unconcernedly. In any case, I don't remember it. It is not a bad thing to not remember. Princess Xia smiled slightly and then poured a cup for Zuo Mo. Sometimes, it is cruel to remember. Zuo Mo drank the wine all in one gulp. Even though it was better to sip it slowly, he liked drinking it in one gulp better. This made him feel it was very exhilarating. Princess Xia's words touched him. He thought of the phrase, do not forget, that frequently appeared in his dreams, and a hint of bitterness rose. However, it is crueler to forget things what one doesn't want to forget. Zuo Mo poured a cup for himself and drained it. Princess Xia stilled. She almost couldn't believe that this was something that this innocent youth said. She slowly pondered this and her thoughts wandered. Her mind wandered in this moment. Moments later, she smiled brightly and raised her wine cup. For this phrase, drink. Then she copied Zuo Mo to drain the cup in one gulp. When she put down the wine cup, her cheeks were flushed red, and her eyes blurred. Her appearance was slightly disheveled and it added even more attractiveness. Her eyes moved and it became a flirtatious look. Princess Xia looked at Zuo Mo and said lightly, I'm very curious what you have come to find me for? Zuo Mo was slightly tipsy at this time and had long thrown Pu Yao and Wei's words to the back of his mind. When he heard Princess Xia's words, he did not avoid it and said directly, "I have come to beg Princess for 2 people. Which 2 people are worth you coming to make a request?" Princess Xia looked wryly at Zuo Mo. "2 of my Xiuzha friends. I heard that Princess Xia saved them, so I come to request them from Princess." Zuo Mo did not avoid Princess Xia's gaze and said seriously, "Xiuzha friends?" Princess Xia was slightly astounded. "I hadn't thought that you actually had Xiuzha friends." "Yes, I had picked 2 female Xiuzha previously. You have good information sources." The last word carried some flirtatiousness, and the eyes were glimmering. "I coincidentally saved another friend," Zuo Mo said honestly. "So you wanted to lure me here?" Princess Xia had amusement on her face when she looked at Zuo Mo. "Yes." Zuo Mo docilely admitted. "Are these 2 female Xiuzha very important to you?" Princess Xia asked. "Very important," Zuo Mo nodded and said without hesitation. Princess Xia covered her mouth and giggled, "So you like female Xiuzha? If this news goes public, many female Mo's hearts will be heartbroken." Zuo Mo choked on the words. "Ha, let's continue." A hint of mischievousness flashed through Princess Xia's eyes. "I can give them to you, but I had planned on using them as maids. Now that I give them to you, what benefit can you give me? Speak." Zuo Mo's expression was serious. Even though he was greedy in personality and liked to bargain, he did not have any thought of bargaining on this matter. "Can I first think about it? Have you owe me a favor? When I think of something, then I will tell you." Princess Xia had a sly expression. Zuo Mo was startled and then he reacted after a moment. He said cautiously, "After finding them, I plan to leave Great Peace City." "Leave Great Peace City?" Princess Xia stilled slightly and a hint of disappointment flashed through her eyes. She quickly recovered and said with a smile, "So you have come especially for them?" "Yes." Zuo Mo nodded. "I really don't want to give them to you," Princess Xia said with a light laugh. "It is not very easy to find a good person to drinking with." But when she saw Zuo Mo's nervous expression, she burst into laughter and said to herself, "It is rare that I am kind, I have to maintain this. Don't worry, I will give them to you." Finishing, she turned and gave orders in a low tone. The middle-aged attendant in the corner glanced at Zuo Mo. She did not seem to move, but moments later, a servant came in with 2 other female attendants. "Xiao Guo. Li Yingfeng." Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly widened. It was hard to control his expression of joy, but he suppressed it and did not call out to the 2 of them. "Here, from today onwards, they belong to you," Princess Xia said to Zuo Mo with a smile. Zuo Mo hadn't expected that the matter would proceed so smoothly. Looking at Princess Xia, he gravely bowed. "If Princess thinks of something you need, please request it as long as I have not left Great Peace City." Xiao Guo's eyes suddenly widened and became disbelieving. Li Yingfeng looked at Zuo Mo anxiously. "Then you will owe me for now." Princess Xia's beautiful eyes stared at Zuo Mo as she said with a smile, "I like it best when people owe me. When I think of something, you cannot fail to uphold your word." "Never," Zuo Mo said seriously. "Take your friends and leave, they had significant hardship on the road," Princess Xia said with a light laugh. Zuo Mo also desired to return. He raised his folded hands to Princess Xia. "Farewell." He stood with one hand pulling Xiao Guo and the other pulling Li Yingfeng as he prepared to rise into the air. Suddenly a bright voice sounded in the sky. "Where is Xiao Mo Gu? Nanmen Shui asks for a fight." Princess Xia looked at Zuo Mo's frozen expression. Her hand covered her mouth as she laughed. "This is not my fault." A hint of joy flashed imperceptibly through her eyes. Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo, that was easier than expected. 3 seconds again. Zuo Mo, not again. I think what Fong Xiang tried to do is showcase the way that the races are different. With the Xiuzha, it's focused on sex, contribution points, your own skill set. With the Yao, it is the education system, the interchange of information, and with the Mo, what he's trying to show is how warlike they are. There's more to the Mo, but at this time, fighting. Also, we are officially 2/3 of the way through the chapters. Thank you for all your comments and likes. It would be much harder doing this without any support. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, Ambush. Chapter 611, Ambush. Who was Nanmen Shui? Of course, Zuo Mo knew, the person ranked 3rd on the Great Peace Mo rankings. After the battle with Xinyu, Zuo Mo's ranking had shot up. And in a flash, He went from the bottom of the ranking to the 7th rank. But why would the other challenge him? This shouldn't be happening. If the 3rd ranked challenged the 7th ranked, the victory would not be fair and there were no benefits to winning. Zuo Mo found it bewildering. He walked into the yard and raised his head to see Nanmen Shui with his black robes flapping in the wind. You are not going to accept the challenge? Princess Xia suddenly crowded over. The beautiful face was mischievous. This person's mind is faulty. Zuo Mo stared at Nanmen Shui in the air as he muttered, I did not offend him, so strange. He thought and then shook his head, I won't accept. Why do you not accept? A hint of confusion flashed through Princess Xia's eyes. If you do not accept, your reputation will drop. People in Great Peace City that do not accept challenges will be laughed at. I can't win. Zuo Mo threw up his hands with a helpless expression. Princess Xia was stunned. It was the first time she had met someone who would admit their weakness in front of her. The other men would try to show off their strength in front of her, show off their wealth, show off all kinds of qualities, each of them like peacocks with their tail feathers spread out. There was someone who actually admitted in front of her that he could not win. Then, after a long while, Princess Xia did not know what to say. Let him cool himself up there, the wind is pretty strong. Zuo Mo shook his head and moved his gaze away. He prepared to take Xiaoguo and Liang Feng to leave. Princess Xia couldn't help but laugh at these words. The person in front of her didn't have any of his previous seriousness and was like a little hoodlum. Princess Xia's eyes moved as she said, what if he were to pursue you outside the city? Zuo Mo turned around and said with a serious expression, actually, I never told you before, but what I am most skilled at is fighting using many against few. Fighting with many against few, after repeating it once, Princess Xia finally reacted. Her body trembled as she laughed. Pointing at Zuo Mo's nose, she said, you are a rascal. Zuo Mo's eyes accidentally saw the motions at Princess Xia's bosom. It was like he was struck with lightning and he froze immediately where he stood. Illusory spell, it came again, was this kind of illusory spell something that was automatically cast? Princess Xia was a perceptive person and immediately noticed Zuo Mo's state. She was not bashful, and she blinked her eyes at Zuo Mo as she covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Hem. Zuo Mo awkwardly coughed and then said, is there a back door? One that I can sneak out of. Seeing Zuo Mo act like this, Princess Xia felt like laughing. She summoned a servant and said a few words before she said to Zuo Mo, you can follow her. Thank you. Zuo Mo's words were sincere. He bowed to Princess Xia. Princess Xia was completely different compared to what Pu Yao and Wei had spoken of. He did not know how Princess Xia appeared in other people's eyes, but in his eyes, she was a good person. Waving a hand at Princess Xia, he took Xiaoguo and Liang Feng as he moved away with the servant. Watching Zuo Mo's figure disappear, a hint of dispiritedness flashed through Princess Xia's eyes. But it faded in a blink. The smile on her face faded, and her gaze became sharp again. Confidence and ease came back onto her face. She suddenly glanced at Nanmen Shui in the air and said faintly, force him down, it is an eyesore to look at. The middle-aged female attendant was about to act when her expression changed. Someone has come. As she finished speaking, a strange demonic sound seemed to burrow out of the deep of the earth. A man dressed in snowy white robes appeared near Nanmen Shui. The crowd that was watching shifted. Shi Diao Yu. Nanmen Shui's gaze slowly became cold. Shi Diao Yu. I have come to challenge you. Shi Diao Yu's indifferent voice immediately caused a furor. The sudden appearance of Qi Diaoyu at this time attracted speculations from many people. Was he helping out Xiao Mogu? With an icy expression, Nanmen Shui suddenly smiled, as I expected, Even though the other did not say what was expected, Qi Diaoyu's expression suddenly changed. Not good, he had fallen for a trap. His body suddenly flashed. Almost at the same time, Nanmen Shui appeared in front and blocked his path. Nanmen Shui smiled, showing his teeth. Since Brother Qi wants to challenge me, then let's have a good fight. The two top experts were at a standoff and the fight could be set off by anything. Zuo Mo snuck out the back door after following the servant. In order to disguise himself, Zuo Mo put on a little illusory art on his face. He felt grateful to Qi Diaoyu who had appeared. This was a good person. Just after coming out of the door, he heard Xiaoguo who was under his arm say in a trembling voice, Shi Xiang, is it you? Zuo Mo stopped walking and lightly rubbed Xiaoguo's head with his hand. Xiaoguo is really smart. Xiaoguo couldn't hold it back any longer and started to cry as she hugged Zuo Mo. Like a child, she hugged Zuo Mo tightly, tears and snot flowing down. Zuo Mo sighed inside as he lightly patted Xiaoguo. Liang Feng also reacted at this time, and there was a disbelieving joy on her face. Zuo Shixiang, are you really Zuo Shixiang? Zuo Mo said with a smile, Li Shiji, I'm still used to you calling me Zuo Shitty. Liang Feng also could not hold it back and cried from joy. Zuo Mo did not know how to comfort them and could only pat the two of them lightly. There were not many people on the streets, as all of them were focused on the face-off between Qi Diaoyu and Nan Menshui in the air. Zuo Mo abruptly stopped walking and said lightly, an enemy is present. He warily scanned the surroundings as he slowly put Xiaoguo and Liang Feng down. Hearing this, the two immediately stopped crying. The scenery around him suddenly twisted. The trees on the road seemed to be kneaded into a ball by an invisible hand. In a flash, the surroundings around the three of them were completely transformed. Xiaoguo and Liang Feng had ashen faces. However, they did not make a sound in fear they would disturb Zuo Mo. Domain. Zuo Mo's gaze suddenly became icy. This was an ambush that had been planned. By the time he had detected that something was wrong, he had already fallen for the enemy's trap. They had actually sent an expert that comprehended domain to ambush him. A golem of mud slowly rose from the ground. His body was covered in wet mud and only the general shape of a person could be seen. Who are you? Zuo Mo thought of Nan Menshui who had just challenged him. He felt there was a connection between the two of them. He suddenly said, so Nan Menshui has given his allegiance to you people. You are actually smart. The other reflexively responded, but he immediately realized that he had fallen for a trap. He smiled darkly. Your realization has come too late. If you want someone to blame, blame Qi Diaoyu for being too dumb. Qi Diaoyu? Shock flashed through Zuo Mo's mind. How was this matter related to Qi Diaoyu? However, no matter how hard he thought, he could not think what connection he had to Qi Diaoyu. Ha, it is useless no matter how much you think about it, submit peacefully. The mud golem smiled darkly. Zuo Mo suddenly felt his feet become heavy and his body sank down slowly. At some unknown time, the hard ground under his feet became soft mud like that of a bog. There was a strong attraction force that came from within the bog that pulled the bodies of the three of them downwards. This was strange. The strange presence of corrosiveness were in wisps that burrowed into Zuo Mo's body like insects. Xiaoguo and Liang Feng's expressions were ashen. Their cultivation was too low and they were fragile in front of a domain. Zuo Mo plucked the two of them from the bog and put them on his back. With his strength, the mass of the two women was negligible. But when he did this, his body suddenly sank further. The bog reached past his calves. The dark and cold presences were like a group of strange and mad insects that continuously burrowed into his body. But the sun crystal seed in Zuo Mo's body would not tolerate its territory being invaded. It immediately sent out a few streams of fire that swept out, clearing out the dark and cold energies. He had the sun crystal seed and he cultivated the 10-crow celestial apparatus. While he could not be invaded by anything evil no matter how Zuo Mo struggled, he could not break free of the force that was pulling him down. Watching as he continued to sink, Zuo Mo could not care for anything else and activated his still incomplete 10-crow celestial domain. A dash of red light spread from Zuo Mo's feet. Zuo Mo felt his feet lighten and his body rose up slightly. Oh, I had assumed that you would use the reverse stellar revolution first, not your incomplete 10-crow celestial domain. The mud golem smiled darkly. The 10-crow celestial domain is powerful, but that is only after you achieve it. It is naive to think you can stop me with what it is now. The bog suddenly spread from under Zuo Mo's feet. In a blink, what Zuo Mo could see was just a bog as vast as the ocean. The strong force pulling his feet had multiplied. It was like there was a monster hiding under the bog that was pulling him down. The power was so strong that Zuo Mo almost couldn't raise his arm. In a blink, the mud reached his knees. Damn it! Zuo Mo had not expected that he wouldn't have any power to fight back. His gaze landed on the reversed stellar revolution. His mind shifted and the handful of sparks shot at the mud golem. The mud golem laughed and suddenly entered the bog. His body disappeared and the sparks missed. Slightly interesting. The voice came from behind Zuo Mo. The mud golem appeared behind Zuo Mo like a ghost. His tone carried a hint of smugness. I heard that it was your reverse stellar revolution that defeated the Peacock King Plume? It seems that the Peacock King Plume isn't anything special after all. So disappointing. Zuo Mo was silent. The handful of sparks turned into a stream of light and shot behind him. Almost at the same time, a mud golem suddenly rose from the bog in front of him. Is this the extent of your abilities? The mud golem was slightly disappointed. If this is all you can do, then your life will end here today. As he finished speaking, one mud golem after another slowly rose up from the bog. In a flash, there were an endless amount of mud golems. Translator ramblings, fight, no, run. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, The Mud Golem Mo Visitor. Chapter 612, The Mud Golem Mo Visitor. Why had the other ambushed him? This thought flashed through Zuo Mo's mind before disappearing. He closely watched the mud golems that rose from the bog of mud. A strong feeling of danger caused all the hairs on his body to stand on end. This person's domain was not as bright and colorful as Xinyu's Peacock Eye Spot domain, but Zuo Mo could feel that the other's domain was more complete than Xinyu's. This person was more experienced than Xinyu. From the ambush in the beginning, to even this action, they were not slow or rushed. He controlled the pace of battle. This was very terrifying. Expert. A definite expert. The reversed stellar revolution returned to Zuo Mo's hand. The strong power pulling down on his feet constantly disrupted Zuo Mo's focus. There was no leverage in the bog. Regardless of how strong Zuo Mo was, he could not use his strength. The mud domain of the ambusher was the perfect counter to Zuo Mo. This was an ambush that had been planned for a long time, and the enemy found his weakness. After this short contact, he landed in a well-planned net. However, how could he admit defeat so easily? Waves of heat came from the reversed stellar revolution. The muddy water that flew at him was stopped. Every spark in the reversed stellar revolution was formed from Sunshin power. The other definitely would not have thought of this. Zuo Mo smirked coldly, and the hand with reversed stellar revolution suddenly pushed into the muddy bog under his feet. Boom! The bog under his feet trembled violently, followed by a sudden scream so loud, it almost ruptured Zuo Mo's eardrums. Streams of steam rose up, and his vision was shrouded in white. The strongest quality of a bog was its flexibility. This was something given to it by water. Water was the greatest bane of fire, but the opposite was also true. If the fire was strong enough, it could subdue water. Zuo Mo's reverse stellar revolution was made from Sunshin power and unparalleled in its fire attribute. There had been many tribal heroes that had been turned to ash under the power of the Sunshin power. When the sparks entered the bog, the domineering fire attribute of Sunshin power was completely stimulated. In a flash, every spark expanded and turned into a ball of fire. Like a flood of fire, the reversed stellar revolution rampaged under the bog. Everywhere it passed, the moisture in the bog dried up. When the dried soil was passed over by the wave of fire, it melted and turned into beads of glass. If one looked down from the sky, they could see that heat wave was spreading rapidly with Zuo Mo at the epicenter. Everywhere it passed, the mud golems seemed to be paralyzed and immediately lost their moisture as they stood. The mud golem was stunned and wanted to escape. But the Sunshin power was too strong. Before his feet could leave the bog, the Sunshin power spread to him. The mud golem lost moisture in front of Zuo Mo at a visible rate and turned into a statue. Then the statue started to crumble as though it was weathered by sand. The pieces of mud dropped to the ground and smashed into dust. The speed of crumbling increased, and it finally could not stand under its own weight and turned into a pile of dust. Boom! On the dry bog, the numerous mud golems seemed to have received an order and collapsed at the same time. The scene was spectacular. On Zuo Mo's back, Xiao Guo and Liang Feng were dumbstruck with wide eyes. Zuo Shixian was this powerful. The reversed stellar revolution once again returned to Zuo Mo's hand. Once it back came to him, Zuo Mo found that the color of the reversed stellar revolution was much dimmer than before. The scenery around them resumed to normal. The streets were normal. Those that were walking nearby didn't even detect that a battle of life and death had occurred here just now. There was only a pile of mud specks in front of Zuo Mo. Coincidentally, a gust of wind blew, and the powder was caught up. It dissipated into the air. He did not have a smug expression. Zuo Mo cautiously inspected the surroundings, and without a word, started to sprint. Moments later, two figures appeared at where Zuo Mo had been fighting. We underestimated him. Yes, never thought that even the mud golem Mo guest would not be a match for him. The appearance of Qi Diaoyu has proven our speculation. Xiao Mo Gu is that person. Nanmen Shui has been exposed. His original use was to be exposed. He can help attract attention from us when we act. What do we do now? Do not be impatient. One throws a rock to test the road. As the rock is thrown, there naturally are people that cannot bear the loneliness. Zuo Mo sprinted back to the compound without any other trouble. When he reached the compound and saw Shu Long and the others, he finally sighed in relief. Everyone saw Xiao Guo and Liang Feng, who Zuo Mo was holding, and perceptibly did not ask. When they returned to the inner compound, Zuo Mo's mind finally relaxed. Xiaogua asked timidly, Xixiang. Zuo Mo turned his head and smiled at Xiaogua. Were you frightened? A little bit. Xiaogua timidly nodded. She seemed to have returned to the time of Wu Kong Sword Sect, with that Xixiang that kept supporting her having returned to her side. She felt as though she was dreaming. For some reason, the rims of her eyes reddened and her voice went deeper. Xixiang is very strong. Li Yingfeng's eyes were also red. The experiences she had were like a nightmare. However, she was trying to be strong and forced it back. She said, Xixiang, if you have matters at hand, you can attend to them first. She saw the people in the yard continuously bowing to Zuo Mo. Even though she was filled with surprise, she understood that Zuo Mo was the leader of this group. The ambush on the road just now had been unusual and Zuo Xixiang definitely had matters to take care of. You should prepare. We might leave this place immediately, Zuo Mo said gravely. Then he turned and walked towards the outside. Xu Long saw Zuo Mo come out of the yard and move towards him. Darren. Zuo Mo asked directly, is everyone here? Xu Long stilled but then immediately understood. Something had happened. He said after a moment of thought, Wen, Nanyu, Zhangzhe, Ming Juzi, the Black and Orange Yao are all at the Mo skill steals. Send someone immediately to call them back, Zuo Mo said gravely. Have everyone else pack up. When they come back, we will leave here immediately. Yes. Xu Long heard the urgency of the commands. Without another word, he turned and left. Zuo Mo's face was dark. He had a feeling that a large whirlpool that he could not see was coming closer to him. The black smoke Yao devoutly studied the characters on the steel in front of him. He had an eidetic memory and did not forget what he saw. In these past days, he had visited almost every one of the Mo skill steals. But his gaze landed on a one in big orange. A one did not pay attention to anything in the environment. His hands subconsciously moved. Even the black smoke Yao could feel the hint of profoundness in those normal movements. Big Orange was completely different. He paced in front of the steel like an ant on top of a fire, and then grabbed at his hair. Sometimes, he would talk to the sky. His orange hair now looked like a bird's nest. He could not just hold still. The lightning, hail, and flames that erupted around his body was frightening, which caused the Mo skill steels around him to be empty. These two freaks. The black smoke Yao felt great admiration. These two had the best talent out of the group. He did not know Owen well, but he felt deep admiration for how Big Orange, someone with such an unusual mind, had great talent. While he admired it, he felt even happier for Big Orange. Truthfully, when he had first found those cultivation notes, he had discovered that Big Orange had much greater talent than he did. This was also why he had pulled Big Orange along on this journey. However, the Black Smoke Yao also found that with every Mo skill steal imprinted in his mind, he quickly noticed something that was overlooked by all the others. There were some descriptive phrases that would appear on some steels. These phrases were not long, and appeared normal. Some were related to philosophy and others that were hard to understand. But the Black Smoke Yao was an attentive person. When he found these phrases, he thought of the notes he had found. Phrases like these had also appeared in the notes. The notes had said that Shi Ming had always been searching for something. He had roamed the three realms of Yao, Mo, and Xiu in search of this thing. The followers did not know what Shi Ming was searching for, but he had faithfully copied down what Shi Ming had said. Those words and the phrases that appeared on the steels were in the same style. Was there a secret contained in these? That was the first thought that flashed through the Black Smoke Yao's mind. He felt very excited by this idea. His cultivation talent was not as great as the orange-haired Yao, but his intelligence was outstanding. These phrases scattered on the steels, that did not attract much attention, were like an unknown secret that deeply attracted him. He started to organize all the stone steels in his mind. His powerful memory was extremely useful. He quickly picked out those phrases that were unrelated to cultivation from all the stone steels. Consequently, he quickly found that several of the phrases had appeared in the notes as well. This result caused the Black Smoke Yao to become even more excited. The time of the notes should have been the time that Shi Ming had been roaming. Shi Ming had said these words during that time he traveled, and Shi Ming had only built Great Peace City many years later. He had engraved these exact words onto the Mo skill steels. It was not a coincidence. There definitely was a deeper meaning contained in these phrases that other people did not know. Thinking about the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion that everyone was talking about, the Black Smoke Yao's mind moved. Were these phrases related to the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion? When he had first heard the rumors, he had researched the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. It had existed at the beginning of Great Peace City, but Shi Ziming had eventually sealed it and it gradually faded from people's minds. Why had Shi Ziming sealed the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion? What was really inside the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion? This was a riddle that had never been solved. When the Black Smoke Yao carefully pondered the phrases he copied from the steels, he seemed to see an almost indiscernible line connecting the puzzle pieces. Translator ramblings: rather than thinking about heat drying out the mud, I keep on thinking about the revolving part of the bracelet and imagining it like a blender. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Conspiracy. Chapter 613, Conspiracy. Looking at the enemy battalion crumbling in front of him, Gong Sun Cha's expression was as calm as usual. Beside him, a thread of fearful respect flashed through Jia Ji's eyes. The battalion that was falling apart in front of them was the 9th battalion that they had defeated. Lil Miss Darren was really too powerful. He could not describe his respect and reverence of Lil Miss Darren. Jia Go had been one of the 3 great battle generals of the Rahila clan and held a high opinion of himself. But after he personally saw Lil Miss Darren's terrifying control of the battlefield, he was left with deep respect. He never believed that a battle general could be so powerful, winning every battle with undefeatable attacks. All 9 battalions had crumbled in engagement round. Vermilion Bird Camp was like a peerlessly sharp blade. Nothing could stop its advance. As a battle general that was here due to surrendering, Jia Go knew that he needed to do more than other people in order to earn his place in this faction. Right now, he was full of confidence in this faction. He was full of confidence in its strength and vitality. Their battalion's performance would directly affect the well-being of his clansmen. Jia Go and his battalion worked very hard. However, he quickly discovered that Lil Miss Darren did not think of them as cannon fodder. Whenever they encountered a powerful battalion, Vermilion Bird Camp always charged at the very front. Jia Go was left feeling grateful. In the Mo realm where the strong ate the weak, surrendered battalions like theirs were usually used at the front line and given the most dangerous positions. The rate of death was very high, and they received the worst supplies. No one cared about their life or death. But here, Lil Miss Darren did not have any negative opinions about them. He frequently took care of them and taught them. They did not need to worry that they would be used as cannon fodder and no one would hate them because they were Mo. Everyone held an account of favors and grievances in their heart. Jia held one, and so did his soldiers. What they could do in response was fight as hard as they could. Even though Vermilion Bird Camp took the lead in the majority of battles, Jia Go battalion also experienced several hard battles. As the state of affairs in the Mo world continued to escalate, the skill level of battalions in each area continuously rose. The leader of every faction understood that without a powerful battalion, they would not be able to survive in such chaotic times. Every battle they experienced was not easy. Compared to Vermilion Bird Camp that was unstoppable, Jia Go battalion had a much harder time. Almost 1/6 of the battalion had died. But the overall strength of the battalion skyrocketed. Every elite force was forged in countless difficult battles. This was not a lie. After several battles, Jia Go battalion had gained the morale of an elite force. Everyone had steadier presences, and their teamwork rose. The fatality rate decreased drastically. In the battle just now, only 9 people had died. Even though they had only just gone a quarter of the journey, everyone was filled with confidence. Rest for the night. We will advance in the morning. As the sun set, Lil Miss orders echoed in the silent battlefield. What did you say? Yelled the Soundfall Gemmaster. He could be heard from far away. Darren! This is true. The East Lu battalion of East Lu Jia only managed to resist for 1 hour. The subordinate's voice trembled. This subordinate saw it, it is true. 1 hour? The Gemmaster's expression almost froze on his face. A moment later, he murmured in disbelief, how is it possible? The strength of East Lu battalion. He knew very well that East Lu battalion was on par with the strongest battalion under his command. This battalion that came out of nowhere was this strong? 1 hour. Darren! The subordinate hurriedly said, this battalion of unknown origins did not occupy East Lu Jia, Did not occupy at East Lu Jia? The Gemmaster focused and was very curious. Why didn't they take over East Lu Jie? This subordinate also did not understand. According to what this subordinate heard, they did not take over any of the Jie that they passed. This subordinate speculates that they are traveling. This subordinate caught some of the survivors from East Lu Battalion and discovered after interrogating them that this battalion had requested for East Lu Battalion to let them pass. They were refused by East Lu Battalion and then they attacked East Lu Battalion. Are they only just passing through? The Geomaster felt that this was a joke. This subordinate thinks so. I don't believe. Darren. This battalion has defeated 9 battalions along their way. They are so strong they can rank within the top 50 battalion of 100 Savage Realm. If they want to attack Sound Fall Jie, this subordinate fears. The subordinate did not continue, but the words did not have to be spoken. The Geomaster hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth and saying, allow them to pass, and prepare our forces in case you are wrong. But do not attack first. Zuo Mo's expression was terrible. A one and the others had suddenly disappeared. The people of guard camp searched through all of the steel forest and did not find a shadow of a one in the others. Having just experienced the ambush, Zuo Mo's first conclusion and reaction was someone conspiring against them? But he quickly shook his head. A Wen's group was 6 people. If they were attacked, there wasn't any way that it would have gone completely unnoticed. Guard camp who had gone to search for them had asked the other people in the steel forest. Those people had all nodded and said the group had been there just a while ago. The orange-haired Yao was too eye-catching to forget. But no one knew how they had disappeared. If someone wanted to steal away these 6 people without any disturbance, it was only possible if the kidnappers were all experts, attacked before they could react, and had attacked with equal numbers. Was it then possible? There was no trace of Nan Yu and the others in the 10-finger prison. Someone is targeting you, Pu Yao said coldly. Starting with Nanmen Shui, the string of events is not quite right, Wei followed. I'll go find Nanmen Shui. Zuo Mo thought and then said. There is no use. Pu Yao shook his head. Nanmen Shui is clearly a pawn thrown out as a distraction. He probably acted because of a transaction he made. He probably doesn't know anything at all. What solutions do you have? Zuo Mo suppressed the murderousness inside his chest and asked Pu Yao. Pu Yao said, the best way is to remain calm and not do anything. Wei explained, if they were really kidnapped, the culprit's true target is you. No matter what aims the other have, they will come find you. You need to wait and be calm. Zuo Mo thought and then felt the two of them were right. He forced himself to calm down. He suddenly felt he was very stupid. In terms of scheming, there wasn't anyone more skilled than these 2 old bandits. What was he doing thinking by himself? You say that they are targeting me? Why? Zuo Mo decided to throw the problem to the 2 old bandits. A bloody light danced in Pu Yao's bloody pupil. He felt slightly excited. It had been too long since such an exciting event. His mind worked quickly as he said, first, it definitely isn't a grudge. The ambusher today did not try and assassinate you, they wanted to capture you alive, but... Zuo Mo thought back and immediately found it reasonable. Yes, after you mentioned this, I have also noticed it. He did not use a killing move. He wanted to capture you but not kill you, so the possibility that this was motivated by a grudge is not high. Then it must be that you have something that they want, or they want you to do something. As expected from old bandits. After a few sentences, Zuo Mo immediately felt his thoughts clear up. What do I have? What can I do? You have many things. Lixian power, the sun crystal seed, these are all objects that people would want, Wei said slowly. There are even more things you can do. For example, seduce Princess Xia. Ha ha. Pu Yao heartlessly roared with laughter. Zuo Mo was slightly angry. You are in the mood to make a joke at this time? Relax. Wei said with a smile, the more normal you appear now, the less the other will be able to keep calm. You mean? Zuo Mo wasn't able to react. Do what you had planned to do before, like the 2 invitations the princesses sent you. Why don't you go? It is good if you listen to what they say. Wei urged. You are not the local snakehead, you do not have any spies. If you want to lure others out, you will have to act as bait. The more people you come into contact with, the more panicked the other will be because they cannot guess what you will think of doing next and what you plan. A cold smile rose at the corner of Pu Yao's lip. What a schemer is most afraid of is not knowing. With the 2 old bandits supporting him, Zuo Mo felt reassured. He did not make any ruckus over the disappearances, but he quickly received a letter from Lan Tianlong. The letter said that they were thinking of ways to help him search for his missing subordinates and told him to be careful of his own safety. Moved, Zuo Mo immediately realized that the entire city probably knew that a one and the others had disappeared. This was not strange. Guard camp had not concealed themselves when they were searching and had asked many other people. The news would not be able to be concealed. Princess Xia also quickly sent someone with a letter. The contents were generally the same. It said that she would help ask around for him and tell him if she had news. Princess Xia's letter caused Pu Yao and Wei to become excited again. The two said that Princess Xia was perusing Zuo Mo and urged Zuo Mo to work her harder to get this pretty flower. Inside, Zuo Mo thought that the two old bandits wanted to retaliate against Princess Xia. Also, in his mind, Princess Xia was his friend to whom he also owed her a favor. How could he harm her? He completely disregarded the suggestions from the two fogies. The letters from all the families quickly followed. Right now, Xiao Mogu was a personage and had a limitless future. There were many that wanted to establish relationships with him. But there was no information about a one and the others at all in these letters. There was also no news from the 10-finger prison. The guard around Zuo Mo's yard became even heavier. Patiently waiting for news, Zuo Mo cultivated like usual. Suddenly, he felt a strange ripple come from his ring. And, what was this? Zuo Mo's mind moved and then immediately, he had a joyful expression. Translator ramblings, Lil Miss has started to travel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614, The Awoken Black Gold Seal Soldier. Chapter 614, The Awoken Black Gold Seal Soldier. A lazy yawn floated out of the ring. Then a figure flashed and a dark gold figure appeared in front of Zuo Mo. The Black Gold Seal Soldier. The face that was a mirror image of Zuo Mo's instantly smiled and then he rushed over. Big brow, I'm hungry, is there something to eat? Zuo Mo's brow twitched. Eat? This glutton. He had already eaten all 200 ling beasts in one go and then had slept until now. Once he opened his eyes, what he wanted to do first was eat. No. Zuo Mo's face was stern as he stared with unfriendliness at the glutton in front of him. The Black Gold Seal Soldier suddenly sniffed. His eyes lit up and then his body disappeared. Wails from Mo steeds came from outside the room. Zuo Mo smacked his forehead with his hand. He looked upwards and was speechless. Little Mo Go had always been clever and rarely got involved in unprofitable business. However, he tripped up on this glutton. A ball of wind blew by and the Black Gold Seal Soldier appeared in front of Zuo Mo. He licked his lips and said with discontent, there wasn't much flavor. Zuo Mo's already unfriendly glance immediately became even more unfriendly. He decided to have a good talk with the Black Gold Seal Soldier. It was best to adjust the incorrect perspectives of a delinquent youth now from just knowing to eat and sleep. You want to eat well? Zuo Mo had a pure smile. Of course. The Black Gold Seal Soldier's eyes lit up. Big bro, where? If you want to eat well, you have to work hard. Those that work can eat, those that don't work can't. The more you work, the more you can eat. Zuo Mo said with a smile. His expression was very similar to Wei. Bam bam bam. The Black Gold Seal Soldier beat his chest and it rang out metallically. He said with bravado, Big bro, I'll do what you say. Good, this delinquent youth was not at a level that was unsavable. Zuo Mo rejoiced inside and his eyes moved. Do you know how to fight? Born to battle. The Black Gold Seal Soldier paused slightly and then said seriously, I will fight if there is food, but I will not fight if there is no food. I will fight more if there is more food. Zuo Mo's smile froze on his face. So other than looking the same as him, this guy was as cunning as he was. Zuo Mo felt a headache. Just at this time, Sang Lianair suddenly walked in. She saw the Black Gold Seal Soldier with his familiar appearance and had a curious expression. What is this? She pointed at the Black Gold Seal Soldier and asked Zuo Mo. Miss. Please do not use terms casually. The Black Gold Seal Soldier said seriously, I am not a thing, I am Black Gold. Oh, big bro, who is she? This girl is pretty beautifully, big bro, your tastes finally leveled up. However, you abandoned a Gue? Big bro, how can you do that? You abandoned the first wife, I had a wrong opinion of you. As expected of my big bro, a cruel rake, a libertine, I need to learn from you. Zuo Mo wanted to die. Other than being a glutton and a sleeper, this was a chatterbox. Heavens, so many valuable materials wasted on creating him, all of it for nothing, truly no profit at all, but... Sang Lianer looked with interest at the Black Gold Seal Soldier. The Black Gold Seal Soldier had keen eyes and rushed to Ague's side like a gust of wind when he saw her. Ague. Big brother didn't abandon you. I was just saying, Big bro is such an honorable person, how could he abandon Ague? Ague, is there something to eat? I'm so hungry. Ague suddenly turned around and walked outside. The black gold seal soldier immediately followed behind her and started to flatter her. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. He is? There was a smile at the corner of Tsang Lianer's mouth. This caused her eyes to become even more alluring. A terrible accident. Zuo Mo spread his hands with an expression of distaste. There are many Xiozha that have come to Great Peace City. Tsang Lianer suddenly said. Xiozha? Zuo Mo stilled. After staying for so long in the Mo world, even he felt slightly unfamiliar when he heard the word Xiozha. Tsang Lianer's eyes curved slightly as she said, it is the 4 great sections. At least 20 people, and some are very strong. Their disguise is very good, no one has discovered them yet. The 4 great? Zuo Mo was surprised and his expression immediately turned grave. How come the 4 have come? Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. Tsang Lianer spat out the 4 words. Great Peace Treasure Pavilion? Zuo Mo didn't quite believe it. What kind of sects were the 4 great sections? When the Sunshin Temple in Cloud Sea Jia had opened, only Tianhuan had come. And even then they had sent just 1 Yuanying Xiozha. For sects like the Great 4 that had a long history, there were very few treasure hoards that they would target. Zuo Mo didn't quite believe that the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion would attract the Great 4. I fought against them. When Tsang Lianer threw the words out, she scared Zuo Mo half to death. You're crazy. Now he believed it and immediately felt a headache. On this side, Wen and the others had suddenly disappeared and there were undercurrents swirling in Great Peace City. Now, even the Xiozha had come to participate. Even as dumb as he was, he knew the situation would become even more complex. He suddenly thought of a question. What is in the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion? Why would even the 4 great sects of the Xiozha come? Tsang Lianer was silent. Zuo Mo stared directly at her. A moment later, she said serenely, inside the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion, there are 3 treasures. The other 2 are unidentified, but there is one that many people know of. It is a steal. A steal? There was a disbelieving expression on Zuo Mo's face. The most crucial steal of the Great Peace Mo skill steals. Tsang Lianer's eyes were blurry. Her voice was ethereal. Ever since the ancient era and after the era of Shin power, the Xiozha, Yao, and Mo have rose to power. Yao arts, Mo skills, Xiozha spells, these 3 cultivation methods have been the most popular. The method of Shin power cultivation has been lost, but as the cultivation realms increased, the experts of the 3 races found that they encountered a block in their cultivation. They tried many ways to surpass this blockade, but they could not break through this barrier. Zuo Mo listened quietly. Tsang Lianer's ethereal voice added a faint mysteriousness to these secrets. These ancestors traced back to the origins of cultivation for multiple generations and found that the only method of breaking through this barrier is to cultivate Shin power. All 3 powers are derived from Shin power, but because of this they are all also incomplete. When the 3 powers are cultivated to their limits, if one wants to increase further in power, they have to return to Shin power. However, the way to cultivate Shin power was lost long ago. They started to search for all kinds of Shin power inheritances, but they are all unable to be connected with the present cultivation systems. The legends say that Shi Ziming found the solution. This Mo skill steal records his knowledge, but Shi Ziming did not dare to release the contents, so he sealed it in the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. You also have come for the steal? Zuo Mo stared at Tsang Lianer. I didn't consider it in the beginning, Tsang Lianer said serenely, but since I am here, why not? You already cultivate Shin power, what is the use in having that? Zuo Mo asked in bewilderment. My Shin power inheritance is more complete than yours, but it has also lost sections over generations. This steal is very important to me, and can supplement my Moonshin records. Tsang Lianer looked at Zuo Mo and said, you are the most talented person I ever saw in cultivating Shin power. Other than you, I have never seen anyone perform Shin power breathing. However, your understanding of Shin power is not as good as mine. Even with your talent you are still only knocking on the door of Shin power. Only by obtaining this steal can you finally step through the doorway to Shin power. Only now did Zuo Mo understand why the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion was causing so many to be obsessed. What does all this have to do with me? Zuo Mo smirked coldly. I was pulled in. Don't tell me this is a coincidence. It really isn't a coincidence. Tsang Lianer's gaze was unfocused as she said serenely. The rumors are that 2 keys are required to open the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. No one knows what the first key is, but the second key is supposed to be a special person. Special person? Zuo Mo stilled. He had never thought it would be such an absurd reason. He pointed at his nose and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, is this special person me? Right now, you are the most likely. Sang Lianer's eyes curved with mirth. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. Why is it me? Causing shifting star sands at the Mo skill steals. You were the first to cause a worldly apparition there. Sang Lianer's eyes curled even more. Her flawless face was like a picture. Sure, Yui also seems to have an interest in you. Shi Diao, you discovered that you cultivate Shin power. He also discovered that I and Ague do too. It was such an absurd reason. There is something else you missed. When you achieved Shin power breathing, the Mo skill steals responded to you. The city only suspects that you are that person, but I am the only one certain that you are. Sang Lianer looked deeply at Zuo Mo and then disappeared. Zuo Mo was stunned by Sang Lianer's words. The black gold seal soldier followed behind Ague and looked around occasionally. He appeared sneaky and his nose moved with hunger on his face. Ague did not make a sound as she walked and jumped past the wall. It was as though she was walking on flat ground. She didn't attract any attention as she walked. The black gold seal soldier sneakily followed behind her with excitement and anticipation. With a few jumps, Ague led the black gold seal soldier into a yard. This was the yard of the celestial planet guards. Ague suddenly appeared behind a celestial planet guard like a ghost. With a light touch, this celestial planet guard immediately fell unconscious and dropped to the ground. Then Ague pushed open the wooden door that this celestial planet guard had been guarding. There were all kinds of Mo steeds inside. This was the stable where the celestial planet guard kept their Mo steeds. The celestial planet guard was the personal guard of Tsing Yi and their outfitted equipment was top-notch. Their Mo steeds were not an exception to this. None of the Mo steeds were of a low grade. The black gold seal soldier's eyes immediately lit up and started to drool. He opened his mouth and sucked. Hundreds of Mo steeds were unable to react before they drastically shrank and fell into his mouth like a flood of dumplings. In a blink, the full pens were empty. The black gold seal soldier burped with a contented expression. He went to fawn over Ague. Ague was the best. At this moment, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared as he turned around. Murderousness flashed across the dark gold face that was a replica of Zuo Mo's face. Someone was sneaking in. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo has created something even greedier, or is black gold just gluttonous? For some reason, I always imagine the seal soldier talking in a drawl, like he's slightly drunk or too lazy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, each with their plan. Chapter 615, each with their plan. Fei Fei's expression was extremely nervous. The security around this compound was so heavy that he found it hard to imagine. He seemed to have come to a very scary place. There were not many at his cultivation level that could rival his concealment and stealth movement. But even so, he almost fell for some of the traps along the way. If it wasn't that the woman's intentions were really strange, he would have immediately turned around and left. His intuition told him that this place was too dangerous. For the mission this time, the sect had used a hidden chaos rift. This chaos rift had been one that they had originally planned to use for an ambush at a crucial time. Even with these precautions, they had been attacked after just entering Great Peace City. A woman of unknown origins attacked without any warning. This woman was very strong, and even with the people from the sect fighting together, they were unable to capture her. She also seemed very certain they didn't dare to make too much of a ruckus. Had their identities been exposed? Everyone's heart sank. All of them knew very well what it meant if their identities were exposed in the Mo territories. When that mysterious woman left, Fei Fei hid himself and followed her from afar. The other was even warier than he had expected and took a winding path to shake of any tail. Fei Fei had almost lost track of her several times. In the end, this woman entered this estate. Fei Fei had originally decided to leave, but he had found a flaw in the defenses. He could not resist and sneaked in. A guard of this caliber was full of holes in his eyes. But after he entered, he found that the situation inside was the reverse of what he had imagined. The estate was better protected than he had imaged. That flaw he had seen seemed more like a trap. As he continued inwards, his wish to retreat increased. At this time, he suddenly saw a woman and a completely dark person walk over. He hurriedly hid and didn't dare to breathe. This woman was not like the woman that had attacked them. There weren't any energy ripples coming from her body. The dark gold person beside her seemed to be a Mo puppet. However, was that really a Mo puppet? The flattery was varied as it came out of the Mo puppet's mouth. In the shadows, Fei Fei felt ashamed. If he had this level of skill in the sect, his status in the sect would not be what it was now. He was shocked as well. It was rare to see such a lifelike Mo puppet. But the next scene caused his jaw to drop. Hundreds of Mo steeds were swallowed up by the Mo puppet. In Fei Fei's eyes, the small mouth of the dark golden Mo puppet suddenly became a gaping maw that could consume anything. A Mo puppet that swallowed Mo steeds probably would also be interested in swallowing Xiaojia. Thinking about how the Mo puppet would consume him, Fei Fei trembled. Suddenly, the dark gold Mo puppet turned his face and looked towards the corner he was in. Fei Fei's mind blanked. He was discovered. He was very experienced in battle and calmed down. He decisively activated his spell. His body blurred and he appeared on the verge of turning into a ball of mist. Fei Fei started with his life-saving ultimate technique, Smoke Travel Spell. Smoke Travel Spell was a 6th grade spell. It could turn a person's body into a ball of smoke that would dissipate. Once one turned to smoke, they could not attack the enemy, but the majority of attacks were ineffective against them. It was a top spell for escaping. This technique had saved Fei Fei an unknown number of times. So when he detected that the situation was not right, he immediately used the Smoke Travel Spell. He could detect the threat from the dark gold Mo puppet. If he turned to light smoke, he could return to Shixiang's side. His smoke return pillar was on Shixiang's body. Yet just as he was about to successfully escape, the Mo puppet appeared in front of him. The black gold seal soldier stared at Fei Fei, whose body was becoming faint. His eyes were indifferent without any of the cheer that was just there. He reached out and an ancient character on his palm lit up. Fei Fei's eyes widened and terror showed on his face. The black gold seal soldier's hand already pressed onto Fei Fei, whose body was blurring, and then he quickly moved his palm away. The bright character was imprinted on Fei Fei's almost transparent body. Fei Fei's body melted at a visible rate like a snowman under a bright sun. Fei Fei's features twisted as he furiously screamed, but he couldn't make any sounds. The black gold seal soldier looked indifferently at him. Not 5 minutes later, Fei Fei completely disappeared. Clink. A light sound. It was a ring that dropped to the ground from the smoke. The black gold seal soldier picked up the ring. The indifference on his face disappeared. He was full of smiles like before as he presented the ring to Ague. Fei Fei is dead. A hint of grief flashed through Lin Xian's eyes, but his tone was very cold. The other people stared at each other with sadness and terror in their eyes. Even though they all knew that the mission this time would be dangerous, no one had thought they would lose someone just after arriving in Great Peace City. Their start was not a good one. What that woman used was Shin power. Lin Xian's expression was calm as he said, "She should have come for the Great Peace Steel as well. Everyone, be careful. Do not expose your identities before the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion appears." Yes. Everyone answered simultaneously, but it was apparent their morale had suffered. Lin Xian did not look at them and said to himself, "The mission is very hard and dangerous this time. Even I do not have the confidence of victory. But our Kunlun's thousands of years of prosperity was won by our forebears through life and death struggles. Now, the world is uncertain, and these next few decades will determine the next 1,000 years. His gaze landed on the other people and his authority came through in his indifference. On matters related to the fate of Kunlun, how can we retreat? Everyone's expressions steadied. Most of them were born in Kunlun and had deep feelings towards Kunlun. Their families were also at Kunlun and their lives were deeply connected to Kunlun. One person said in a deep voice, "Eldest Shixiang is right, even if we die, we will have a place in the Kunlun sword home. How can we, the people of Kunlun, fear those Yama? At most, it is just another 1,000-year battle." Lin Xian did not speak. Morale rose and everyone's gazes became more determined. This time, those that were selected were all Yuanying experts. All of them had strong sword hearts and their spirits rose. When the noise faded, Lin Xian said with a small smile, "Even if that person recognized us, that is all right. Great Peace City is a gathering of many Mo factions and the complexity of the situation is almost unimaginable. These Mo all have their own plans and are suspicious about those around them. There are also people making waves from the shadows to muddy the waters. We are just one of the factors in Great Peace City. Some people will care about our identities, but there are also people that hope we have come to disrupt the situation and provide them with an opportunity." Everyone nodded and agreed when they heard this. So the plan will not change. The Celestial Planet Guard was in a furor. All the Mo steeds in the beast pens had disappeared. What was even more crazy was that there wasn't any signs of fighting near the beast pens. Shou Ping's face was black. Someone had come and stolen all the Mo steeds. This had actually occurred under his leadership. Miss hadn't said anything, but Shou Ping was so ashamed he wanted to burrow into a crack in the ground. Nothing had happened to the other yards, only his steeds had been stolen from. Embarrassing. Too embarrassing. The celestial planet guard had been at the bottom of the pack in cultivation. How could the proud Shoping tolerate something like this happening? The pitiful celestial planet guards were tormented to death because of a glutton. But the culprit had forgotten about this matter. This is part of your plan? Nanmen Shui stared coldly at the person in front of him. This male shook his head. We did not do this. I do not believe it. Nanmen Shui said coldly, our partnership ends now. I have great doubts about your sincerity. The male's expression was normal. He still shook his head. We did not do this. We had sent people to capture Zuo Mo, but he killed them. The disappearance of his subordinates has nothing to do with us. We are also investigating, but there hasn't been any clues yet. Nanmen Shui stared at the other. Seeing that the other's expression did not change, he believed that the other had not lied. Now all clues point towards me, Nanmen Shui said coldly. Don't tell me you do not have other plans. We do, the male said gravely. We are now sure that Zuo Mo is that crucial person. However, we are not the only ones to realize this, the other people probably also have as well. Nanmen Shui listened silently and did not speak. Right now, everyone is looking at Zuo Mo. As long as we are not targeting Zuo Mo, no one would care about us, the male said calmly. The waters of Great Peace City have started to muddy. He suddenly smiled. They are all staring at Zuo Mo, so we will go find the other key to Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. You know who has the key? Nanmen Shui was shocked. No, the male smiled slightly. We have a few targets. Nanmen Shui started at the other and suddenly said, is there anything I need to do? Of course. The male had a satisfied expression. You are an integral part of our plan. Then he told Nanmen Shui his plan in a lowered voice. Nanmen Shui's eyes were bright as he listened and nodded occasionally. The other's plan was outstanding. However, when the other finished telling him the plan, Nanmen Shui looked at the other and smiled. It is an outstanding plan. However, I want the fire heart gall. The other's brow furrowed. As long as you complete. Nanmen Shui shook his head. I want it now. The other's expression changed slightly. That is not possible. Really? Nanmen Shui smiled and said, your plan is so exquisite and detailed. If one part goes wrong, the whole plan falls apart. So many steps are related to me, I am a very important pawn. There is no benefit if you go back on your word. You will regret it. The other's face was dark as he gritted out. Fire heart gall or you lose, choose one. Nanmen Shui still smiled. Oh, right, I believe that you can also see that it is not a very easy matter if you want to withdraw from our partnership now. The other's complexion was ashen. Translator ramblings, so many people after the same thing. Everyone is greedy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616, Tattletale. Chapter 616, Tattletale. Zuo Mo played with the ring, thoughts of murder spreading in his eyes. Kunlun. He hadn't expected that it was Kunlun. The ring was given to him by a Gue. While rummaging through it, Zuo Mo was shocked to discover that its owner had been a Kunlun Xiuzhe. He asked a Gue and naturally did not receive a response. Only when he asked that glutton, Black Gold, did he understand what had happened. Kunlun had come to their doorstep. Zuo Mo's eyes were dark. Kunlun was their mortal enemy. There were a lot of things in the ring, but for the present little Mo Gay, it wasn't that much wealth. Kunlun. Zuo Mo smirked coldly. Since they had run into Great Peace City, then he couldn't be blamed for informing others of their presence. Zuo Mo sat in front of Princess Xin. Princess Xin's and Princess Xiao's auras were of completely different. Princess Xiao was seductive and attractive, Princess Xin was elegant and understanding. Has there been news of your subordinates? Princess Xin's first words earned good feelings from Zuo Mo. The concern in her tone caused people to feel her kindness. Not yet. Zuo Mo shook his head and thanked her, many thanks for the concern. Princess Xin said seriously, if there is some place Xin can help, please speak. Xin might be limited in ability but will not refuse if Xin can help. Hearing the sincerity in the other's tone, Zuo Mo's heart warmed slightly. Alright. In the sea of consciousness, Wei, who was usually calm, was filled with disbelief. His expression was as though he had seen a ghost as he exclaimed in shock, gravestone armor. Gravestone armor? Zuo Mo stilled. A moment later, he suddenly reacted and almost shouted out loud. But he quickly realized where he was and suppressed the shock in his heart. He asked the other, Wei, where is the gravestone armor? There was deep shock in Pu Yao's bloody pupil. In the corner, that armored guard, the armor he is wearing is gravestone armor. Wei's voice had lost all sense of calm and had begun to tremble slightly. Armored guard? Zuo Mo's gaze immediately moved towards the armored guard in the corner behind Princess Xin. Gravestone armor. Princess Xin noticed the threat of unnaturalness on Xiao Mo's face and then watched his gaze move to her guard behind her. Does Mr. Xiao know Xia? Princess Xin suddenly asked. Xia. Zuo Mo reflexively answered. He quickly focused and hurriedly shook his head. No. Princess Xin smiled. I see that Mr. Xiao is very interested in Xia. Having refocused, Zuo Mo's reaction was quick. He said with a smile, yes, heavy armor Mo are very rare nowadays. Oh. Princess Xin nodded and changed the subject. Mr. Xiao is so young and accomplished so much. You must be from a famed house. This will probably disappoint Princess, but even now, this one does not know what family this one comes from, Zuo Mo said helplessly. Almost everyone would ask him this question. He glanced at the guard dressed in gravestone armor in the corner and suppressed his curiosity. Princess Xin was slightly shocked. She saw that Xiao Mo's expression did not seem to be an act. But this was good news to her. Experts without a family were easier to recruit. She was about to speak when Zuo Mo spoke up first. Does Princess know of the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion that is causing such a fuss recently? Princess Xin's back unconsciously straightened. I've heard of it. Is Mr. Xiao also interested in it? Zuo Mo grimaced. It is not that I have an interest in it, but it has an interest in me. Then he counted on his fingertips. Princess, you have to say there is no reason in this world. I did not provoke anyone, but trouble finds me. Not waiting for Princess Xin to speak, he started to complain. I went to Princess Xia's to drink a bit of wine, and then Nanmen Shui chased me there. I managed to sneak away but was ambushed on the road. I almost lost my life. When I just managed to return home, my subordinates disappeared. I still don't know who did it. Not to mention that just yesterday, even people from Kunlun tried to sneak into my estate. Princess Xin finally showed a truly shocked expression. Kunlun. Zuo Mo's expression was bitter. Yes, Princess. Kunlun also came, I don't even know what to say. His tone changed and he said with righteous fury. I don't care who has aims on the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion, but I am Mo, and it is better for this event to benefit us rather than Kunlun. What is Kunlun? What rights do they have to target the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion? Yes. Princess Xin's expression was grave. I hadn't thought that Kunlun would scheme against the treasure of us Mo. They have gone too far. Yes, Princess. Zuo Mo added on. The Great Peace Treasure Pavilion is the ultimate treasure that Grandmaster Shi Ziming left. Grandmaster Shi Ziming is an elder of us Mo. What is the rationale in having Xiuzha touch his estate? He then said righteously, I know that everyone is keeping a close eye on me. Even though I do not know the reason, for the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion, it is nothing even if I have to make a personal sacrifice. But if I land on the hands of Xiuzha, I will resist to the death. Princess Xin hurriedly comforted, Mr. Xiao, do not worry. Great Peace City is the territory of us Mo and definitely not somewhere where Xiuzha can step. I think that this is the attitude from everyone in Great Peace City. Mr. Xiao, do not be worried. Everyone is on the same side against Xiuzha. Beside him, Sang Lianer slowly drank tea as though she did not hear. Mirth flashed through her eyes. Princess needs to act quickly. Zuo Mo had a crying expression. Look at me, I need an escort when I go out now, I'm afraid. Princess Xin comforted him some more. After a while later, Zuo Mo left with Sang Lianer. Princess Xin's gaze landed on Zuo Mo's figure as he walked away. She suddenly spoke, Xia, he is very interested in you. Xia's voice came out of the thick armor. What do you feel? Princess Xin asked nonsensically. Xia was quiet for a moment before speaking, truth and lies, that. Just as I thought. Princess Xin smiled slightly. I just don't know why the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion has landed on this person who was so much like a hoodlum. Xia was silent and did not respond. Princess Xin said to herself, however, this Kunlun is too daring. When she said this, murderousness flashed through her eyes. Wei, you said he was wearing gravestone armor? When Zuo Mo left, he immediately asked Wei. N. Wei's expression was normal and showed none of his former loss of composure. Weren't the gravestone armors lost? Zuo Mo asked curiously. I had thought that there were no other gravestone armors except for you. So there actually are others. I had also thought that there weren't any left. Wei glanced at Zuo Mo. You need to be careful. The inheritance of the gravestone armor is very powerful. How powerful? Zuo Mo thought and then asked. The core of the gravestone armor is self-sacrifice, Wei said calmly. Every gravestone armor has an armor soul that had once been a sacrifice. In the ancient times, this was one type of sacrificial worship and also the most difficult kind because it used only one sacrifice, the sacrifice of the self. But the benefits it brings is also great. The gravestone armor either has great power, or something unique to it. However, its greatest advantage is the armor spirit. Armor spirits can exist for a very long time. Over the ages it will continuously learn, become stronger, and the amount of knowledge that it can pass down would increase. Zuo Mo was silent. He knew what this meant. But every 1,000 years, there is an ordeal for the gravestone armor's armor soul. If they can pass it, they can continue to survive. If they do not, they dissipate, Wei said lightly. Meaning the armor spirits that have survived until now are all powerful armor spirits. In other words, only very powerful gravestone armors still exist, but even stronger than you? Zuo Mo didn't believe it. He accepted the gravestone armor, you did not. Wei glanced at Zuo Mo and the succession right. Other than knowledge, there is also power granted, the power of the gravestone armor. It is greater than you can imagine. Pu Yao snorted coldly. There are always trade-offs. The power of the succession is not so easy to take. What gravestone armor? It is a con that uses easy power as the bait. That is not an incorrect way of putting it, Wei said with a smile. It is a con, but it is a con that people are willing to enter into. Seeing the two about to fight, Zuo Mo hurriedly interrupted. Then how powerful is that person? It is best if you do not provoke him, Pu Yao warned. You'll know after trying, Wei said with a smile. The two completely opposite answers allowed Zuo Mo to immediately understand that the person's power was not something he could match. He was just curious about the gravestone armor. He and Princess Xin were not enemies. Also, Princess Xin was of noble status and it really was normal for her to have a powerful expert. Thinking about how he had tattled on Kowloon today, Zuo Mo felt very good. The matter of Kowloon targeting Great Peace Treasure Pavilion was something that Zuo Mo thought many people would close their eyes to if no one made it public. But if something was pushed to the open, then every faction would express the same attitude. After Zuo Mo came out of Princess Xin's residence, he sprinted for Princess Wan's residence. Then he also narrated the matter of Kowloon there. Princess Wan's response was the same as Princess Xin. Then Zuo Mo met with Shi Yue and Lan Tianlong. Very quickly, all the major powers in the city knew that Xiao and Mogo had been attacked by Kowloon. At night, Shi Yue invited the major factions of Great Peace City to discuss how to deal with Kowloon. Kowloon's reputation was so great that no one in the Mo world did not know of them. The major factions, with Shi Yue as the leader, knew that Kowloon was their greatest enemy right now. Kowloon was very powerful, and those they dared to send to Great Peace City would all be experts. Great Peace City was full of experts, but the true experts of each faction were not here. Facing an existence as terrible as Kowloon, no one had the confidence. Everyone firmly believed that if they did not eliminate Kowloon, no Mo faction would be able to benefit from the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. Lin Shan would have never thought that Zuo Mo was arranging such a great surprise for them. Translator ramblings, the humor of Zuo Mo slandering Kowloon while he himself isn't Mo. Also, a new gravestone armor. Wei isn't unique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617, Little Landlord. Chapter 617, Little Landlord. Great Peace Palace. Shi Yue's expression was stern. It was very rare to see such an expression on the normally gentle city master. The atmosphere inside the hall was tense. I know that many people have come to the city for the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion and I do not care in whose hands it ends up. My teacher once said that everything is up to fate. However, I never thought that even the sword show of Kowloon would infiltrate into Great Peace City. This is a shock to me. Shi Yue's voice echoed in the large hall. Everyone had focused expressions and many showed expressions of shock. Shi Yue was Shi Ziming's student and technically the successor of Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. So, it was a shock to many to hear him be so indifferent about it. Great Peace Treasure Pavilion holds the product of my teacher's lifelong labor. I believe that no one can accept it ending up in the hands of Xiozha. I have invited everyone here today to discuss how to eliminate these Xiozha that have sneaked into Great Peace City. Here, I have to tell everyone that it isn't just Kunlun that has come into Great Peace City, but all 4 great sects. When the words came out, there was a furor. Everyone had shocked expressions. Great Peace City, it is us most Great Peace City. Great Peace Treasure Pavilion, it is us most Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. Sure Yu Yi's words were like steel. The people agreed and the crowd was furious. The decision was quickly made that the large factions would eliminate the Xiozha led by Kunlun and the one in command would be Princess Xia. Sure Yu Yi had recommended her and she received support from everyone else. Princess Xia was intelligent and cunning. She herself also represented the Anwei family and was the most suitable commander. An unprecedented mission quietly started. They still hadn't received any news about Wen and the others. This made Zuo Mo very restless. Darren, Chi Diaoyu asks for a meeting. A subordinate reported. Zuo Mo stilled. Chi Diaoyu? This guy had come to visit him? He turned to look at Sang Lianer. Sang Lianer shook her head. I don't know. He thought and then said, invite him in. Taking this opportunity, Zuo Mo asked Pu Yao in the Sea of Consciousness, Pu, what is this guy coming for? Possibly for an alliance, Pu Yao said gravely. No matter what, you do not need to worry. Zuo Mo thought and found that the words were right. Even if Chi Diaoyu wanted to use force, Zuo Mo could completely suppress him while in this compound. With Agui and Sang Lianer, the 2 assistants present, adding on himself, there were 3 people. Zuo Mo did not believe they could not defeat Chi Diaoyu. He glanced at Wei. Ever since Wei saw the gravestone armor last time, he had sunk into silence. Zuo Mo speculated that Wei was thinking of past events. Or maybe he felt something after encountering one of his kind? Zuo Mo did not know how to comfort Wei. There was something that Pu Yao was right about. He really didn't have any interest in the gravestone armor. Even though he wasn't clear about what restraints the gravestone armor would place on him, but he was sure that there would be many restraints. He disliked being restricted. He quickly saw Chi Diaoyu. It had to be said that Chi Diaoyu had a very good appearance. With his snowy white robes and extraordinary beauty, his presence was stunning. Brother Chi hasn't changed at all. Zuo Mo sincerely gave a greeting. I want to make a deal. Chi Diaoyu did not waste a word and headed for the topic. What deal? Zuo Mo also didn't mince words and asked straight out. Chi Diaoyu looked at Zuo Mo with star-like eyes. He said briskly, I will help you, and you will give me a copy of the stele inside the treasure pavilion, but... Now Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. He looked at the other and asked amusedly, how do you know that I can enter the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion? It is not that you can, but you are the one most likely to, Chi Diaoyu explained. Zuo Mo understood a bit. He smiled and said, then what can you help me with? I can protect your life, Chi Diaoyu said. Zuo Mo stared at Chi Diaoyu for a moment and then roared with laughter. Are you joking? Protect me? Can you beat her? He pointed at Sang Lianer who was idly drinking tea by the side. Sang Lianer focused on her tea and didn't even blink as though there was only empty air in front of her. Chi Diaoyu glanced at Sang Lianer. We are evenly matched. Zuo Mo then pointed at Agui. Her? Agui was also unaffected. At the side, the black gold seal soldier, that glutton, lazily opened his eyes, examined Chi Diaoyu and then closed his eyes with a relaxed expression. Chi Diaoyu's gaze swept the black gold seal soldier. His eyelids flickered. We will be evenly matched. That's it, if you were very powerful, it would be fine if you make such a deal with me. But you don't even have the confidence to beat either of them. Even if I wanted to do business with you, I won't be able to get a good price. Zuo Mo said with an expression of regret. I already have 2 experts. If one more is added, it can increase my strength, but won't bring me up another level. Also, it is very hard for me to trust you. You are asking for too much, but giving too little. I, Xiao Mo Ge, won't do such unprofitable business. I have information. Chi Diaoyu forced himself to remain calm. Zuo Mo spread his hands. But you are not the only one with that information, while I am the only one. Zuo Mo said the last phrase meaningfully. Originally, he had wanted to take leave of the brewing storm as quickly as possible. He hadn't expected Wen and the others to disappear and force him to stay in this storm. Ever since he understood he became a key to entering the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion, he perceptively recognized the business potential here. What kind of business was the easiest to profit from? Of course it was the business where you had a monopoly. Zuo Mo did not have any ambitions about the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. He knew that with so many eyes on them, whoever got the treasures would not be able to live. But he could take the chance to get rich. For those families, they wouldn't have any trouble paying a price to gain some advantages in this fight. So Zuo Mo unhesitatingly refused Qi Diaoyu's initial offer. What kind of joke was this? If his first transaction was so cheap, then the next customers definitely wouldn't give higher offers. Zuo Mo seemed to have an instinctive obsession towards the pursuit of profit. Qi Diaoyu was silent. The reason he had come to find Zuo Mo today was that he detected this fight was becoming more cruel. He was just one person and couldn't affect the overall situation, so he thought of finding Zuo Mo to work together. He hadn't thought that Zuo Mo was more clever than he expected. There was a gentle and harmless smile on Zuo Mo's face. When you have a suitable offer, you can come find me. Qi Diaoyu glanced at Zuo Mo and left without a word. Zuo Mo smiled as he watched Qi Diaoyu leave. He knew that the news that Qi Diaoyu came here would spread over Great Peace City very soon. By that time, there would be even more customers. He really anticipated it. Zuo Mo looked at the beautiful Princess Xia in front of him and grimaced. How come it is you? Why can't it be me? Princess Xia rolled her eyes. The unconscious flirtatious look would cause people's hearts to speed up. As Zuo Mo resisted the illusory art, he continued to grimace and said, I was waiting for the others to come, and bleed them for a lot. Ha, Princess Xia laughed so hard her shoulders curled. Her finger pointed at Zuo Mo. You are so bad, so bad. Zuo Mo said with a serious expression. This is such a good chance. If I miss it, the heavens will strike me with lightning. Princess Xia laughed so much her hair dislodged from her hairdo. She panted slightly, which added a hint of mature seductiveness. She brushed the hair that had fallen down on her forehead and said with a smile, Don't you have any ideas about the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion? That is a matter for the big landlords to play with. I can't afford to play. Zuo Mo said with a matter-of-fact expression. It is not worth it to lose my little life over that. A strange look flashed through Princess Xia's eyes. You see it clearly. Zuo Mo said smugly, Of course. It would be unprofitable if I don't take the chance to make some more. But then his expression dropped. But since you came, I cannot do that. I owe you a favor from last time, I can't do that to you. Princess Xia smiled mischievously. I can't bear to use the favor for something like this. Then she copied Zuo Mo's tone. It would be unprofitable. Zuo Mo laughed. Why did you recommend me? Princess Xia suddenly asked something completely unrelated. Recommend you? Zuo Mo stilled. Don't play dumb, Princess Xia said. City Master told me that you recommended me to him. Oh, that. Zuo Mo realized. Because you are very strong. He added inside, especially in illusory arts. Strong? Princess Xia smiled. In your mind, I am such a schemer? Zuo Mo scratched. I just felt that you are relatively smart. Then he couldn't help say, you definitely have to take those Kunlun people down, don't let them escape. With your personality, you wouldn't chase after them like this. It seems that they have offended you greatly, there definitely is something else. Princess Xia looked smilingly at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's heart shook. This woman was too smart. He had to be careful. He could only play dumb. The two talked about various topics. Princess Xia had extraordinary knowledge. Other than the illusory arts that were automatically cast which made it difficult, it was very pleasurable to talk with her. However, Zuo Mo didn't dare to drink this time. The Anwei family is very interested in you. Finishing, she took out a Mo weapon and placed it in front of Zuo Mo. This Mo weapon was a short dagger axe. It was completely red and at the horizontal blade, there was a black eye. It caused the entire weapon to seem eerie. This crow-eye dagger axe was forged from the beak of a black fire crow Mo through hundreds of years of refining. It is very powerful and a top-notch Missouri weapon. Your Mo skill is fire type and this is suitable for you. How about it, are you satisfied? Zuo Mo picked up the crow-eye dagger axe. Immediately, a vicious and vast presence passed from the dagger axe to his hand. He couldn't help but exclaim, a good Mo weapon, dot. This is a meeting gift from the Anwei family, you do not need to return it. Princess Xia blinked her eyes at Zuo Mo and giggled. With it as a good starting point, don't be kind when you bargain. Finishing, she waved at Zuo Mo and left. Zuo Mo was speechless. Translator ramblings, Monopoly. Zuo Mo can set whatever price he wants. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Activation. Chapter 618, Activation. Zuo Mo's business was open. Ever since Princess Xiao's visit, Zuo Mo's estate had become a popular place. The families that thought themselves possessing some power, all offered olive branches to Zuo Mo. All kinds of Mo weapons, all kinds of rare treasures, and some families were so generous as to even give jie to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo accepted them all. He was profusely grateful in words but did not mention anything else. These factions did not mention it either. This was just them feeling out the road. Zuo Mo was something rare but nothing had started at this time. It was not the time for them to truly give their prices. As to these things, they were nothing to these large and powerful factions. Inside the estate, the gifts piled up in a mountain. There were many precious treasures but Zuo Mo was not very happy. There was no news yet of a Win and the others. They seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Zuo Mo had practically asked all the factions in Great Peace City but hadn't found anything. Luoli Shitty was still in seclusion. Zuo Mo was very worried about his condition. Sometimes, there would be a threat of life, but most of the time, there wasn't any vitality. The state of affairs in Great Peace City was complex. Even Zuo Mo could not predict which way it would develop. He was something rare and desired. In other words, everyone knew him. There were countless pairs of eyes staring at him openly and from the shadows. With the slightest misstep, he would die. What he was most worried about were Wen and the others. This mastermind was able to remain so composed and it put great pressure on Zuo Mo. He could only wait patiently. Other than waiting, there wasn't anything more he could do. Every day, he had to suppress the restlessness he felt, be patient, and cultivate. Yet at this time, an invitation from City Master Shi was delivered to him. When Zuo Mo arrived at a room hidden deep in the Great Peace Palace, there were already 8 people inside. The people greeted him when they saw him. Right now, everyone in Great Peace City knew that Zuo Mo was a person important to the opening of Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. All the families hoped to develop a closer relationship with him and had friendlier smiles. Shi Yui, Chang Yuanhao, Yu Xuan, Princess Xia, and the others were among those present. Moments later, more people came in. About an hour later, the room closed up. Zuo Mo looked around and inhaled in shock. This room contained almost all the important personages in Great Peace City. What was happening? Zuo Mo thought inside. The first to speak was Shi Yui. I have invited everyone today because we have intelligence on the Xiuzha in Great Peace City. Then Princess Xia stood and bowed to the crowd. She said, those Xiuzha are very well disguised. If it wasn't that they first lost to Mr. Xiao, it would really have been difficult to detect them. We secretly sent people to investigate all recent newcomers to the city and finally had a result today. However, there is trouble. Many of them are still hidden, and our investigations have already attracted their attention. The room was very quiet. The people present were all leaders and naturally could hold their composure. Princess Xia wasn't timid at all. She was at ease and her seductive eyes now flashed with an intelligent light. I suspect that Xiuzha sects like Kunlun probably had spies in Great Peace City a long time ago. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence that they knew that the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion is about to appear? Humph. These Xiuzha still won't give up on eliminating us and Mo. Yu Shuang shorted coldly, his expression frosty. Princess Xia smiled and brimmed with strong confidence. Elder Yu is right, and we shall give them a memorable lesson. Princess, tell us what arrangements you have. On this matter, there is no reason for us to refuse. One person shouted. The others all agreed. Princess Xia's eyes turned. This plan requires the support of Mr. Xiao in order to proceed. Me? Zuo Mo pointed at his nose and looked dazedly at Princess Xia. Yes. Princess Xia blinked her eyes at him. You are not kind to drag me into this, . Inside Princess Xia's residence, Zuo Mo waved his arms around in displeasure. Princess Xia was smiling in front of him. However, aren't you the person with the greatest grievance against Kunlun? How can this be called pulling you under the water? Princess Xia said innocently. Mirth flowed deep in her eyes. Zuo Mo was unable to form words. He had been the one urging this matter. Princess Xia was correct. But this completely disrupted his previous plans. He had originally wanted to help urge this matter forward and strike at Kunlun using the Mo. But now, it became him going forward to give Kunlun a blow. How could he remain calm? Yes, he had a grievance against Kunlun. But if he went to make trouble for the other before he was strong enough, that was just throwing meat buns at the dogs. Zuo Mo knew just how vicious Kunlun would be. Great Peace City was full of experts, but no one had the certainty of victory when facing Kunlun's experts. The Xiuzhou were stronger than the Yaoma, and Kunlun was the most powerful sect in the Xiuzhou realm. In other words, Kunlun was the strongest sect in the world. The other three great sects were also terrifying titans. Facing the experts sent by the four great sects, other than having an advantage in numbers and being in their territory, the Mo didn't have any other advantages. This would be a hard battle. Zuo Mo was able to imagine the ferocity of this battle. He could feel it even in his toes. If he wasn't careful, his little life would end. This was also why he wanted to borrow a blade to kill someone rather than going for it himself. Yet what he had never expected was that Princess Xia had put the most important step of the plan onto his shoulders. This almost caused him to spit blood. If this was someone else, Zuo Mo would want to kill them. Almost as though she saw Zuo Mo's concerns, Princess Xia comforted, "Do not worry, no one would let you die. You are very valuable right now. You did not see those people. They wanted to shove all their guards at you." Zuo Mo's expression almost seemed to cry. "Don't force me in like this, I only have one life." Princess Xia burst into laughter. "As expected, you are cowardly and afraid of death. Adding on your shamelessness, you cannot be saved." "Yes, yes." Zuo Mo's head bobbed like a chick eating rice. "I'm afraid of death. Very afraid. Princess Darren, please spare me. You truly want to pass upon a chance to capture them all in one go?" Princess Xia looked wryly at Zuo Mo. "For you, I borrowed Xan and Wan's guards. They are all very powerful experts. Even Qi Diao you agreed to help." Zuo Mo's mind shifted upon hearing this. He thought of Princess Xan's guard, Xia, and Princess Wan's butler, Zhu Ku. These two were of unfathomable power. Nothing had to be said more of Qi Diao Yu's power. He was a top power in Great Peace City. Adding on Chang Yuan Hao and Yu Xuan, the team was pretty terrifying, and it should be enough to deal with Kunlun. If this was another time, it would not be an easy matter to gather so many experts together. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. "Fine." Princess Xia said smilingly, "You really have a deep grudge against Kunlun." Zuo Mo was silent. He had to be even more careful when he spoke to this woman. However, he could feel that Princess Xia did not have malicious intentions, so he said honestly, "Yes, deep bloody grudge." Princess Xia was a little shocked, before smiling. She said gently, "Then you won't regret it." "I hope so." Zuo Mo turned his face around. "How should I start?" Entering the Great Peace Mo still steals again. For some unknown reason, Zuo Mo felt slightly emotional. This period of time had been like a dream, and too many things had happened. He didn't even have the time to sort out his thoughts. The events came one after the next, and he didn't even have a chance to breathe. How were one and the others now? Zuo Mo's mind was heavy as he slowly walked between the steels. He was in a dispirited mood. Today, there were many people visiting the Great Peace Mo steels. Ever since the news of the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion had spread, the number of people that were headed towards Great Peace Mo steels had multiplied. Everyone wanted to find clues to the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion from these stone steels. As he thought, without realizing it, Zuo Mo went deep into the steel forest. There were not many roaming around here. This was the deepest part of the steel forest. Every steel here was cryptic and profound. If one did not reach the stage, it would be indecipherable. Even the people that copied down the Great Peace Mo steels were too lazy to copy down all the contents here, because for most people, they would never need such profound content their entire life. Ever since having an epiphany here, Zuo Mo had never come to the steel forest again. Walking here today, he started to browse these stone steels. The content on the stone steels was not unfamiliar to him. He had a complete copy of the Great Peace Mo steel writings, and had memorized the content. He did not understand all of it. He was just at the edge of domain, and there was still a long way off from reaching the peak of general. A lot of the content was very profound to him. Seeing the time was still early, he found a random stone steel and started to read phrase by phrase. Unconsciously, he immersed himself. What this stone steel was talking about was domain. Sure, Ming had his own understanding of domain. Zuo Mo seemed to see an old man talking enthusiastically in front of him. His body was so weak and withered that a wind could blow him over, but those eyes were unusually dark and bright. A moment later, Zuo Mo gradually recovered and everything returned to normal. The stone steel was silent. Where was the old man? Zuo Mo laughed. He had been too immersed, so much that he was seeing illusions. However, when he noticed the darkened sky in the surroundings, he found it was terrible. Not good. He had been too focused and forgot what he had come to do. A round silver ball appeared on his hand. There seemed to be a layer of light flowing around the silver ball. This silver ball was the most important part of the mission this time. He was about to crush the silver ball on his hand when he saw a row of characters on a stone steal out of the corner of his eye. He froze as though someone cast a body paralysis curse on him. He stood there motionless. Translator ramblings, poor Zuo Mo, he ended up in the hole he dug for himself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619, World. Chapter 619, World. What is he doing over there? Lan Rong couldn't help asking. Lan Tianlong was also slightly confused. He looked at Zuo Mo that was in a daze between the steals and said uncertainly, did he drink today? He probably wouldn't have. Such an important event today, Lan Rong's expression was slightly ugly. He suddenly recalled what had happened after Zuo Mo had got drunk at the Great Peace Palace last time and the rest of his words faded. The two Lan brothers looked at each other with strange expressions. Behind them, a smile came onto Princess Xia's face. She turned and ordered, tell them, pay attention to what is happening. A servant silently left. Xiao Mo Go is young but he can keep his composure. Yu Shuang couldn't resist praising. Princess Xia brushed away some locks of hair on her forehead and smiled, one that isn't composed cannot lure out those shouja. They have come in alone and it is shocking how long they have prepared for this. There probably are many of them in Great Peace City. If we are not careful, our plan will fail. Yu Shuang smiled and said, Princess Xia is peerless. Even I would fall for this. City Master Shi is probably stirring them into an uproar right now. In Princess Xia's plan, Shi Yui would gather the major factions inside the city today, to discuss how to deal with the shouja. He would make a big furor and gather all the factions inside Great Peace City. However, the true experts would be hidden near the Great Peace Mo steals. The bait for the entire plan was Zuo Mo. Any faction with some power knew that Zuo Mo was a crucial piece of how to get into the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. Even though no one knew the reason, there were countless eyes that stared at every action Zuo Mo made. The shouja would definitely be paying attention as well. He quietly appeared at the steel forest and pretended to appear as though he was searching. If these experts did not know Princess Xia's plan beforehand, they would definitely think that Zuo Mo was searching for the entrance to the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. He also lingered for a whole afternoon and had waited long enough for the shouja to gather. Zuo Mo had a star luring Mo ball. This star luring Mo ball was one personally made by Shi Yui. It only had one use, it could cause one star to fall from the sky. There would be great noise, and the Mo matrices inside the Great Peace Mo steel would activate at the same time to create an illusion. The Great Peace Treasure Pavilion was about to appear. This was the bait to lure the shouja. Princess Xia gave the shouja a dilemma. If they were slightly hesitant, they would lose the opportunity. Even if the shouja knew this was a trap, would they gamble on it? This was actually a psychological battle. What Princess Xia gambled was that even though the shouja had sent people in before this, the spies of the shouja would not be able to penetrate the upper ranks of major Mo families. Only a few knew of this plan. Those that knew were the leaders of each clan. It was very unlikely for people like this to be spies for the shouja. They were coming in alone, and without sufficient intelligence. Facing such a realistic trap, there wasn't much room for the shouja to choose. Princess Xia wanted to use this plan to get all the shouja in one swoop. The place that they were hiding was very hidden and at the edge of the steel forest. This was the place where the Anwei family usually spied from. For this mission, Princess Xia really paid a great price. The plan was not complex but all the elders praised it. If it was them, there was a high possibility that they would also be fooled. This is because of the support from all the elders, Princess Xia said with a smile. Chang Yuan Hao suddenly moved forward a few steps. At the same time, a strange look flashed across Yu Shuang's eyes. Everyone's gaze moved towards Zuo Mo inside the steel forest. Qi Diaoyu's expression changed slightly as his eyes lit up. He stared hard at Zuo Mo. The blurry figure in the distance suddenly emanated an indescribable feeling of danger. This guy, what was going on? When consciousness and Ling power reach an extreme depth of the body, the world will reappear. The short phrase placed in the corner of the steel was not eye-catching at all. This stone steel was discussing the three powers, and this phrase was not something attention-catching among the text. However, what attracted Zuo Mo's attention was the word world in this phrase. This word was in a different writing than all the other steel text as though someone had written it on the steel with a finger. Zuo Mo had browsed through almost all the Mo skill steels. All of the content on the steels had used the same style of writing and were exquisitely carved. If one did not notice the word world, they would have missed it. Even if one noticed, they would have thought that someone had made a mistake when engraving this steel and then corrected it. But when Zuo Mo noticed the strangeness of this part, he froze where he stood. Because he understood this phrase. When consciousness and Ling power reach an extreme depth of the body. He had used this technique when he had modified the Mo matrices for Bihan Sin Battalion. When consciousness and Ling power reached deep into the body, the world would truly become different. He would enter a wondrous state where he was calm and emotionless. Truthfully, Zuo Mo did not like this state, but this state gave him the feeling of being inhuman. He was like a puppet that did not have life or emotion. He would be precise, but without any spirit. When world was put into this phrase, it caused his mind to shift. Did this world have another meaning? Zuo Mo thought for a moment and then decided to try it. He channeled and the suns of the 10-crow celestial apparatus lit up. His consciousness and Ling power continuously moved deeper into his body. His mind started to become cold, his emotions seemed to be bared in an extreme environment without any warmth. His eyes became cold and indifferent, his emotions quickly disappearing. A thin layer of gold light appeared, but there was also a hint of white. A new world appeared in front of him. Countless half-transparent lines crisscrossed between the stone steels. The entire steel forest was like a cage made from countless lines of light. The stunning scene in front of Zuo Mo did not cause any change in emotions. He moved his head, his eyes were emotionless, as he looked at the surroundings. A faint handprint appeared on some of the stone steels. The stone steels which had handprints were the stone steels where the most threads intersected. He did not pause. He walked in front of a stone steel and pressed his hand on the faint handprint on the stone steel. An extremely light tremor came to his hand as though there was a tremble very deep in the earth. It was unusually small. If Zuo Mo wasn't in this state, he definitely would not have detected it. Zuo Mo could accurately capture every ripple. The ripples had an unique rhythm. In this state, Zuo Mo's Mo skill was at its maximum. Without even thinking about it, the muscles in his hands trembled and responded to the stone steel with the same rhythm. The trembling of the stone steel suddenly stopped. In Zuo Mo's eyes, it suddenly became bright. Countless streaks of light flowed into the other steels along the half-transparent lines like water flowing outwards. Zuo Mo's expression was indifferent as he appeared in front of another stone steel which had a handprint. Those inside cannot send anything out. A shitty next to Lin Xian shook his head. He tried his best to communicate with eyes, but there hadn't been any results. Eyes had been summoned to Great Peace City to discuss how to deal with the Xiuzha. But the Great Peace Palace was blocked off from all communication with the outside. They could not pass any messages out. It seems that these Mo are not stupid, another shitty said with a smile. He smirked coldly and said, trying to redirect our attention so crudely like this, they really underestimate us. Lin Xian's eyes were suspicious. He suspected this could possibly be a trap. All of their information was supposedly broadcast by Xiao Mo Gu. They had learned that the mysterious woman they had fought with when they entered the city had been Xiao Mo Ji's personal maid. Fei Fei probably lost his life when he entered the other's residence. No matter from what angle, Xiao Mo Gu had enough reasons to want to deal with them. It wasn't as though it was unlikely for him to plan such a trap. But what surprised Lin Xian was what happened when he saw Xiao Mo Gu the first time. This was the first time he saw Xiao Mo Gu. Even though he had heard this name countless times before. In the report from Eyes, Xiao Mo Gu was a crucial part of opening the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. He had caused the shifting star sands, defeated Xinyu who had comprehended the Peacock King Plume, obtained the reverse stellar revolution, reached the edge of domain, and was a genius youth that had recently attracted attention in Great Peace City. Lin Qin was the first-ranked disciple among the third-generation disciples of Kunlun. He knew more than most people. He noticed that Xiao Mo Ji's name had also appeared in the intelligence reports from the Yao. It had also been a youth called Xiao Mo Gu who was a young battle general that defeated Gold Battle General Corps Commander Yu Hong, completed a prison-breaking battle, and astounded the Yao realm. He suspected that these two were the same person. If they really were the same person, then it was frightening. Such a monstrous person would be rare even in Kunlun, which was full of geniuses. So the moment that he saw Xiao Mo Ji's name from Ai's report, Lin Qian decided, no matter what, he had to kill this person. When he thought about the consequences a person with such potential in the Yaoma camp would bring, he couldn't restrain his murderousness. But when he saw Xiao Mo Gu, he was very shocked. Because he felt a strange sense of familiarity from Xiao Mo Gu. He was sure he had never seen this face before, but this sense of familiarity was so clear. He had definitely interacted with Xiao Mo Gu before. When a person reached cultivation of his level, a wrong feeling would almost never appear. The sword essence he cultivated was profound and he knew that his sword heart would not lie to him. Yet when he thought it over in his mind, he could not understand where he had seen Zuo Mo go before. It was a pity there was no time. Lin Qian sighed inwardly. If he was meditating, and his sword heart was clear, he would definitely identify the other. He quickly threw the stray thoughts to the back of his mind. He looked at Zuo Mo with a sword-sharp gaze. Suddenly, his expression changed. In his eyes, Zuo Mo's presence suddenly changed dramatically. In Lin Qian's eyes, Zuo Mo was like a Mo puppet, empty and cold. This was... Lin Qian was shocked and suspicious. Then he saw Zuo Mo reach for a stone steel. A moment later, Lin Qian's expression changed drastically. There was movement deep within the earth. Translator ramblings: Lin Qian has a good memory. When you pretend so hard it becomes true. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, Lie Becoming Truth. Chapter 620, Lie Becoming Truth. This place is quite ghastly. Ming Ju Zi muttered. They had been trapped for so many days and still hadn't found the exit. The Black Smoke Yao said with self-recrimination, "It is all my fault. If it wasn't for me." "Old Black, that's alright, this might be our good fortune." Nan Yu hurriedly comforted the Black Smoke Yao. "There are many people outside that want to come in, they wouldn't expect that we got ahead of them." Song Zhe added with a smile, "Old Black, think hard. We are putting our hopes on you to find the treasures." Owen was slightly worried. There is no way to enter the 10-finger prison from here. Darren would definitely have gone there to look for us. Everyone was silent. The orange-haired Yao spoke up, don't worry, he is loyal, he won't abandon us. Worst case, we will find a few more treasures and give him a few." "Where are there any treasures?" Ming Ju Zi looked around and said dispiritedly. "This place is dark, and I doubt we are even in the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. We've been searching around for so long and still haven't found the exit." That day, the Black Smoke Yao had made a discovery and came excitedly to find them. They had gone in search following the clues, and hadn't expected to fall into a maze that was pitch black. The maze was dark and didn't have anything. However, the paths were complex and intercrossed like a spider web. They had been searching for the exit for the past few days but hadn't made any progress. "We are below the Mo skill steals, is there another place here except the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion?" Sun Ze's expression was puzzled. "Who knows?" The orange-haired Yao said carelessly. "That old man has been dead for so many years. Do not be disrespectful to Grandmaster Shi Zi Ming." Owen glared at the orange-haired Yao. "We have benefited from him these past days. If not for the Grandmaster, where would these Mo skill steals come from?" The orange-haired Yao was not angry and muttered, "I didn't say that he wasn't good, but if he is a good person, he should be good to the end. He engraved the Mo skill steals, and he should give us some treasures as well. Then he would be a good person. A very good person. Oh, don't worry, I won't take them all." The other people were used to the orange-haired Yao's casual and thoughtless words. Everyone laughed. The Black Smoke Yao's brow was tightly furrowed. Ever since they had dropped into this pitch-black maze, he had been thinking of ways to get out. It was because of him that everyone had ended up in this predicament. Even though no one blamed him, he could not forgive himself. Fortunately, there weren't any dangers in the maze, so they were not very nervous. Ever since they entered the maze, the Black Smoke Yao had been pondering why there would be a maze under the Mo skill steals. He believed that a person like Shi Zi Ming would have his own reasons for doing every single thing. This maze would definitely have another purpose. If that was the case, it should have an exit. His spirit consciousness spread out as he carefully searched the surroundings. In such a dark environment, the consciousness was much more useful than the eyes. Suddenly, his consciousness swept a rock and he abruptly stopped moving. "Wait." Everyone stopped warily. "What is it?" Nan Yu asked. "We passed by this rock yesterday." The Black Smoke Yao crouched down and picked up a rock by his foot. His tone was unusually certain. "It is this one, I remember it clearly. Have we been going in circles all this time?" Nan Yu was slightly shocked. "Very possible." The Black Smoke Yao raised his head to look up. "We might just be wandering in circles below the Mo skill steals." Then he said to himself, "So this is a recursive maze. The path we pick each time is different, but we are still going in circles. All paths lead to one. Oh, I understand." He suddenly moved his gaze and said to the orange-haired Yao, Big Orange hit the ground a few times. The orange-haired Yao immediately became energized. He had been suffocated these past few days. He rolled up his sleeves. No problem. How big of a hole? How deep? I will show you guys a new Yao art that I comprehended recently. It is the best at making holes. If you want a circle, I won't give you a square. If you want 3 zhang, I won't make it 5 zhang. Ooh, do you want something slightly more difficult? Flower shape? Too common. Or maybe a portrait? Nan Yu and the others were speechless. But A1 was excited. Such a powerful Yao art? How about we compete? I recently comprehended some things as well. The orange-haired Yao was excited and hurriedly ran in front of A1. Alright, let's compete. Let's make a portrait. Alright. A1 was excited as well. 5 zhan deep is good. But everyone disregarded the black smoke Yao's weak voice. Everyone's attentions were put on these two that were going to make portraits. Nothing more had to be said about A1's talent. The orange-haired Yao appeared absent-minded and slightly odd, but his talent in the Yao arts was usually unexpected. He could always make some strange and weird Yao arts. Who do you think will win? Ming Juzi was full of interest. Nan Yu said, A1. Song Zhe hesitated and said, Big Orange. Ming Juzi looked at the black smoke Yao. The black smoke Yao said helplessly, Big Orange. Ming Juzi snickered. I favor A1, 2 on 2. The orange-haired Yao postured as though he was an expert, hand palm up. He beckoned at A1. Young man, I will not go easy on you. However, young man, your life will become more complete after losing to this loyal orange-haired Yao. A1 stared back, not backing down. Come on. Red-haired monster, let me show you what the first expert of guard camp is like. Looking at Zuo Mo's ghostly figure and indifferent expression, everyone felt danger that could not be pushed away. Every one of them had grave expressions. Those present were all experts and naturally could see the change in Zuo Mo. Princess Xia's lips were tightly pressed together and her expression changed slightly. Xiao Mo Gu in the distance seemed to have changed into a completely new person that she felt extremely unfamiliar with. However, she quickly suppressed the stray thoughts in her mind. Xiao Mo Gu was the crucial part of the entire plan. His change would affect the plan hugely. Up until now, Xiao Mo Gu had not used the star-luring Mo bead in his hand, and he was moving in ways that people did not understand. Princess Xia suddenly had a realization. Xiao Mo Gu had found the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. Once this thought appeared, her expression became ashen. Her previous plan had been to create an illusion that the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion was about to appear in order to lure the Xiuzha out. She had never thought the act would become truth. Once the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion appeared, the entire plan would be full of flaws. The morale of the Xiuzha would be at their highest and their counterattack would be unusually fierce. On the opposite side, the MO experts would be targeting the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion, so they would each have their own plans. The alliance would fall apart. Under such circumstances, the plan that had been flawless would become a mess. At that time, this place would become a melee battle. Melee battles were the most advantageous for the Xiuzha. What worried her even more was Xiao Mo Gu, who would be at the center of the melee battle, would be placed in the most dangerous situation. Her expression quickly recovered and she said indifferently, the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion is about to open. The plan has changed. Everyone, charge in, and keep the Xiuzha out. Princess Xia's words caused everyone to shake. They looked in disbelief at Princess Xia. Their attention had been on Xiao Moge's transformation. While they had felt that his actions were slightly strange, no one had connected them to the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. Princess Xia's gaze flashed across the pairs of eyes that had started to burn. She combed her hair and smiled. Everyone, be careful of Xiao Moge's safety. If those Xiuzha want to act against Xiao Mo because they are unable to get the treasures, they might ruin this for all of us and then we won't have anything. He is still useful now, and at such an important time, I hope that the elders present will not hold anything back. Everyone's gazes met and then moved away. Yu Shuang stood up and said with a smile, we need to show something to these Xiuzha. Otherwise, they will think that there are none capable among us Mo. They dare to come and go as they wish. Do they think this is their backyard? The other people also rose. Chang Yuan Hao and Yu Shuang walked together. The guards led by Xia protected Princess Xian and the guards led by Zhu Ke protected Princess Wan. Shi Diaoyu was moving by himself. In a flash, the alliance fell apart and each camp was clearly divided. You have intentions about him? The middle-aged attendant beside Princess Xia suddenly spoke. Princess Xia glanced at her and asked back, what do you feel, that? Then why are you helping him? The middle-aged attendant stared at Princess Xia and said coldly, "You know very well that if you enter this conflict, you will have nothing to do with him anymore." Princess Xia smiled slyly. "Don't you feel that it is to our advantage to direct their attention towards Xiao Mo? The middle-aged attendant's expression eased slightly. She said coldly, "Don't do anything stupid." Princess Xia seemed to not hear it. She raised her head to look at Xiao Mo that was reaching towards a stone stele and suddenly said, "You just couldn't wait." The middle-aged attendant's expression froze. The stele in front of him was the last Mo skill stele that had a handprint. The half-transparent thin threads in his vision were as bright as rays of light. Ripples moved along these crisscrossing lines like waves against the shore that came from all directions towards this stone stele. The moment that Zuo Mo's palm came into contact with this stele, a strong vibration pulsed from the stone stele. Even the ground under his feet seemed to be violently shaking. There seemed to be an ancient being which was suppressed here that seemed to shift. Zuo Mo's expression was cold and indifferent, void of all expression. In response to the enormous tremors that came from the stone stele, the muscles on Zuo Mo's plan were quickly vibration at an astounding rate. At this moment, all light stopped at the simultaneously. But in the next second, the lights that had paused seemed to be startled away and then redirected towards the stele from all directions. Boom! A ray of white light suddenly came out of the stone stele. Like a ruler-straight sword of light, it pierced the sky and entered the void. The white light was like a burning flame that moved towards all directions. In a flash, all of the Mo skill steles released a fierce white light. The ground was trembling fiercely, all of Great Peace City was trembling. Great fissures started to appear on the ground around the steel forest. Then the steel forest started to slowly rise. Boom, boom, boom. The steel forest that was covered in rays of light slowly rose. There seemed to be an enormous beast underneath it that was pushing it up. That blinding ray of white light was like a rope that was pulling the steel forest up. And beside that ray of light, a cold and indifferent figure gazed down at the ground under the white light. Translator ramblings, poor guys, at least they don't have to worry about food? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621, One Sword Strike from Lin Qian. Chapter 621, One Sword Strike from Lin Qian. Start. Start. A Wen and the orange-haired Yao shouted at the same time and moved simultaneously. A Wen's eyes were widened, the black plumes on his armor stood on end and vibrated in unison. He was slightly crouched, his arms pushed out as though he was about to hug someone, as he breathed and suddenly pushed down. The ground under his feet soundlessly sank. A deep hole with smooth walls was formed. It was as though there was a diagram on the ground made with a tool, the outline was clear and sharp. The orange-haired Yao shouted strangely. Lightning flashed across his body and crackled. His orange hair exploded into a poof. It was hilarious to watch because he was still shaking and swaying his head. The ground underneath him was crumbling and disappearing at a visible rate underneath his feet. The hole's outline traced out a picture of woman appeared in front of everyone. Nan Yu and the others were stunned. They all had admiration in their eyes. These two were clearly a level above the rest of them. These were two freaks. When a Wen had acted, they hadn't detected one vibration at all. The outline was so clear, the lines looked as sharp as if cut by a blade. It showed just how stunning a Wen's control of power was. They found that they understood even less about the orange-haired Yao's Yao art. It had actually caused the dirt to crumble from the inside. Even though it was lightning, it was corrosive and uncanny. "Hey, youth, you aren't too bad." The orange-haired Yao was slightly shocked. "Humph. Next time, I will defeat you," a Wen said, undaunted. Under the shocked gazes of everyone else, the two started to compete fiercely again. Each working on their portrait. Isn't this a Gue? Young person, so you have been secretly pining for a Gue? The orange-haired Yao pointed at the portrait under a Wen's feet as he shouted. "Idiot. You need to call her a Gue Darren." A Wen glared angrily and then snorted coldly. A Gue Darren's beauty isn't something that a common person like you can understand. A Gue is a good girl, but not a beauty. The orange-haired Yao shook his head and said smugly, "What I drew is a beauty." A Wen stared for a long time at the drawing under the orange-haired Yao's feet. His expression suddenly became slightly strange as he muttered, "Why does your portrait seem a bit like old black?" The black smoke Yao's body trembled and then he charged over. The orange-haired Yao had a smug expression. Young person, you are right. In the past, old black frequently cross-dressed in the Yao art house and bewitched many men. The black smoke Yao's eye twitched continuously. What had happened in the past was something he was unwilling to mention. This damned person. He was on the edge of losing his temper. The other people retreated perceptively and looked sympathetically at the Black Smoke Yao. Just as the Black Smoke Yao was going to explode, there were violent tremors from the ground. Almost everyone was unable to stay standing up. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Did we dig through the maze? The orange-haired Yao had an excited expression. Idiot! The other people whose expressions had changed couldn't help but curse at him simultaneously. The shaking of the ground increased in intensity. A great noise came from deep within the ground like an ancient beast that was waking up from its slumber. Damn it! The ground is rising up. The Black Smoke Yao's expression changed dramatically. Everyone's expressions abruptly changed. With the Mo appearing, Lin Qian no longer doubted that the stunning scene in front of him was a trap. That ray of light that shot straight into the sky and the vibrations that came with it was enough to show the terrifying power it contained. This power was so strong that even Lin Qian felt his heart tremble slightly. In this moment, he felt some respect for Grandmaster Shi Ziming, who he had never met before. In a blink, his gaze became clear again and that ripple in his mind disappeared without a trace. He did not think further on who Xiao Mo Gu was. At this moment, that was not important. Crack! The air around him suddenly exploded. The dense sword essence spread into the surroundings without any more concealment. In this moment, he was like a treasure sword that was drawn from its sheath, no longer concealed its sharp edge. Around him, every person showed excitement as their fighting spirit rose. The sword essences gave off different colors of light. Each person was like a sword wanting to drink the blood of their enemies. Does everyone remember the plan? Lin Qian looked around and asked. Yes. All of them were solemn. This mission is related to the glory and decline of our Kunlun. We may break our bones and our bodies, but we will not retreat. Lin Qian's expression was determined. No one could look directly at his burning eyes. He slowly drew out his flying sword. Will not retreat. The group responded in unison with serious expressions. Fanatic flames flashed through their eyes as their flying swords appeared in their hands. Lin Qian turned around and suddenly raised the flying sword in his hand. He shouted, "For Kunlun!" All of his Ling power suddenly boiled and his presence rose to a peak. In the night, his sword essence was like a tangible burning flame. Within the darkness, in this land of the Mo, he displayed his power without any fear. Lin Qian's fighting spirit and enthusiasm infected every Kunlun sword xiu. The fiery passion they felt caused their Ling power to boil. All of their terror and timidness disappeared. Fighting spirit burned every inch of their skin and they reflexively shook. At this moment, for Kunlun, even if they were to die, they would not frown one bit. They raised their flying swords in unison and shouted, "For Kunlun!" Before the sound dissipated, Lin Qian flew into the sky first. He turned into a sword light that tore the night sky as he shot towards the steel forest that was rising up. The other people saw this and moved without hesitation. In this moment, the sword howls were like a tide and the lights were like rain. The force that the pillar of light gave off as it rose disturbed the air. The turbulence caused Zuo Mo's clothing to flap in the wind. He looked down. He saw the Mo experts that were flying over, and the blinding sword lights. He saw the experts from the other sects that had sneaked into the city. That pair of emotionless eyes looked indifferently at all of this. His Mo skill had been channeled to an extreme, while his consciousness and Ling power were still streaming deep into his body. This icy world became increasingly clear in front of him. The rest of the steel forest was continuously rising and the spot he was standing in had started to sink. The steel in front of him was the entrance to the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. Treasure Pavilion's entrance. Someone shouted and this caused a ruckus. The area that was sinking was very small and not even 2 zhang in radius. Watching as Zuo Mo slowly sank down, the experts that were rushing forwards felt even more urgent. Even the sword lights from Kunlun sped up and the howl from the swords increased in volume. Take control of the entrance. Yu Shuang shouted. The other Mo hesitated slightly and then made their decision. They gritted their teeth and leapt at the incoming sword lights. If Kunlun gained control of the entrance, no one would be able to enter. The disciples of the other 3 great sects moved at the same time, but their presence was lacking compared to Kunlun. Almost all the Mo targeted Kunlun. Facing the Mo that was charging at him, Lin Qian was fearless. With a clear hum, the sword light grew. The high-pitched howl suddenly became low and deep. Like a meteor crashing down from the sky, it smashed towards its enemies. Protect eldest Xixiang. The sword xiu that had been following behind Lin Qian suddenly increased in speed. Like a flower blooming, they drew out elegant curves as they moved to intercept the other Mo experts. They did not pay any attention to the enemy in front of Lin Qian. Everyone had absolute confidence in eldest Xixiang. The person in front of Lin Qian was Yu Shuang. Yu Shuang's pupils contracted into pinpoints. The other did not have any room to retreat, and his sword essence was determined. He shouted, "Come!" His body was immediately covered in green Mo matrices. The green Mo matrices were unusually beautiful, the lines thin and complex. The entire Mo matrix looked like a blooming green flower. With Yu Shuang as the center, the complex and fine blue flower matrix spread into the surroundings. Bright pink roses bloomed from these green matrices and it was beautiful to see. This was Yu Shuang's rose greenery domain. Suddenly, all the roses shook slightly. The petals crumbled soundlessly. In a moment, the pink roses around Yu Shuang turned into a sea of flower petals. The pink rose petals were torn into pieces and slowly became green at a visible rate. Whoosh! The green rose petal pieces seemed to be caught in a wind. It turned into a green flower wind that headed towards Lin Qian. The Mo that noticed this all felt their hearts shake. Yu Shuang's first move was his famed killing move, Green Flower Rain. There was a strange energy field between every green flower petal. The innumerable flowers that appeared in the flurry of petals was the result of the countless fields overlapping on each other. It formed a terrifyingly powerful bog. Once one was trapped inside it, even the strongest power would be restrained by the energy fields. It was like being trapped in a bog. The person would move slower and slower until they were unable to move. Countless numbers of people had fallen to the green flower rain. As Yu Shuang's power increased and his fame spread, it was rare for people to see this green flower rain. So when the Mo saw Yu Shuang's green flower rain, they became excited. The unique and strange power of green flower rain was the bane of the sharp sword essences. They seemed to see the sword show being tangled up like an insect in a spider web. The fighting spirit in Lin Qian's eyes heated up. The flying sword in his hand seemed to feel his excitement and uncontrollably hummed to respond to its master. The flying sword in Lin Qian's hand was not an ordinary one. It was the famed sword, Tai. The body of the sword was like a clear spring and exceptionally nimble. Facing the rain of green flowers coming at him, a burning light lit up at the tip of Tai. It seemed to be a spark created by Tai scraping against the air. What was strange was that the sword did not turn red, but became even clearer and transparent as though it was made of ice. Lin Qian's left eye was as red as fire, and his right eye as blue as ice. Hiss! Like a sharp blade slicing through cotton cloth. The resilient and sticky green flower rain was cleaved apart by this single sword blow. Yu Shuang gave a muffled grunt. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. A thread of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. One move. He was defeated in one move by Lin Qian. Who was this person? His one strike shook all of the Great Peace City. Zuo Mo was unaffected, as he slowly sunk into the ground looking indifferently at Lin Qian's stunning blow. Translator ramblings, the portraits. Also, Zuo Mo was slightly out of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622, Anti-Dragon Claw. Chapter 622, Anti-Dragon Claw. Lin Qian's single sword strike had intimidated the entire battlefield. Yu Shuang was ranked second on the Great Peace Mo ranking. In 100 Savage Realm, he was a top-ranked expert but he was wounded by a single blow. Lin Qian was still midair as he held Tai. The light at the tip of Tai was as bright as the sun. There wasn't any of his usual gentleness. His red and blue eyes were filled with pride, arrogance, and disdain as he slowly glanced over everyone. His movements were extremely slow but it held a suffocating pressure. No one dared to meet his gaze. The entire battlefield was silent. The Mo of Great Peace City lost their nerve after seeing Lin Qian's sword strike. All of the Kunlun disciples looked with heated gazes at eldest Xixiang, who in turn was looking down at all present. They felt excited and wanted to roar. Kunlun! We are Kunlun! Eldest Xixiang's peerless stature as though he ruled the world was deeply imprinted in their minds. I have not asked for Sir's name? Chang Yuanhao's voice broke the silence. Everyone finally woke up from their shock and looked at this youth holding the sword. Even the disciples of the other three sects had ashen complexions as they looked at Lin Qian, who was like a god of the sword in the air. Floating in the air, Lin Qian did not seem to hear this. He descended step by step with his sword drawn, walking as though there were invisible stairs under his feet. He was at ease but no one dared to block him. Suddenly, three figures appeared before Lin Qian and stopped him in his steps. Zhu Ku, Xia, and the middle-aged attendant. Ah, these old bones of mine are going to get damaged today. Shu Ke said to himself smilingly. Xia did not say a word, but the long spear in his hand suddenly flicked up. The middle-aged attendant looked at Lin Qian with a dark face. Lin Qian did not pause. He walked down from the sky as though he didn't see the three at all. As Zuo Mo's figure slowly sank into the ground, the sound outside was blocked off. He entered a new world. Half-transparent threads crossed in the air. Other than these threads, there was nothing else in the surroundings. Some of the threads formed a path that seemed to be made out of spiderwebs. Zuo Mo's field of vision. Zuo Mo advanced following the path. With every step, a Mo matrix would appear out of the emptiness and support his foot. The spiderweb path spread into the distance, and it was possible to see thin threads along the way. Zuo Mo noticed these thin threads seemed to be gathering in one direction and the same direction as the spiderweb path. As he moved forward, this became even more evident. Even now, Zuo Mo did not know what these thin threads were, and why he could only see them in this state. The thin threads increased in density. Zuo Mo suddenly stopped in his steps. He lifted his head. The scene in front of him caused a ripple even in his present state of mind. A claw was tangled up by countless threads in the air. This claw was enormous. It was like a high mountain peak reaching into the clouds. Even looking from a distance, he could feel its peerless enormity. In front of this enormous claw, Zuo Mo was as minuscule as an ant. But what truly had caused a stir in Zuo Mo's mind was not the enormity of this enormous claw, but that he had seen this enormous claw before. Anti-dragon claw. This is impossible. Wei and Pu Yao's exclamations sounded at the same time. Zuo Mo had seen this dragon claw before. When Wei He had disguised himself as his previous master, he held a claw that was identical to this, except it was smaller than. The anti-dragon claw had landed in Shi Ziming's possession, Pu Yao murmured. He looked dazedly at the mountainous anti-dragon claw, and a glimmer of tears appeared in his eye. Many distant scene appeared in front of him. That peerless beautiful face that had changed his entire life was so clear. Even the years which could corrode anything didn't seem to have left any mark on it. Wei was silent, his face sorrowful and reminiscing. Zuo Mo suddenly stepped towards the anti-dragon claw. Stop. Quick, stop. Don't go near it. Pu Yao and Wei were frightened by Zuo Mo's action. Their expressions changed and they warned him. But Zuo Mo seemed to be possessed and didn't hear their shouts. His steps did not falter at all as he continued to walk towards the mountainous anti-dragon claw. Boom. 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 The rhythmic beating grew clearer until it shook people's minds. As Zuo Mo went closer, the power of the beating increased. The source was the anti-dragon claw. It seemed to have a heart that was continuously beating. When Zuo Mo walked under the anti-dragon claw and raised his head, he truly felt the colossal nature of it. That peerless pressure caused his mind to waver. But Zuo Mo's eyes were tranquil, cold, and indifferent. It was alive. When Zuo Mo's hand touched the anti-dragon claw, he could clearly feel the terrifying power and strong vitality contained underneath the scales, harder than metal, as well as deep unwillingness. Don't move it, it is not something you can use now. Pu Yao's voice was so urgent it changed in pitch. Zuo Mo did not seem to hear Pu Yao. The half-transparent threads in his vision seemed fragile but securely restrained the anti-dragon claw so that it was unable to move at all. Wei said rapidly, the anti-dragon claw is one of the 10 celestial Mo weapons, it is not something that you can subdue now. Only martials are able to subdue them. Master had been a martial and almost lost her life when subduing this. The anti-dragon claw seemed to hear Pu Yao and Wei's words. Zuo Mo could feel the claw laughing at him for reaching far beyond his limits. Its heart was beating even more heavily. Vast power spread from it and the thick strands were unable to block off all of it. Thin threads that reached into the dark void would shake with every pulse, every beat. This power would reach into distant places. However, no matter how strong the anti-dragon claw was, it could not break free of the tens of thousands of slender threads. Zuo Mo's expression did not change at all. His upraised face was cold and indifferent, and his eyes were icy. His gaze landed on a part of the anti-dragon claw. Within his vision, that was the place where there was the most threads. He suddenly flew up and gazed at the layers of thin threads. He suddenly reached out and pushed into this ball of thin threads. Pu Yao and Wei's faces became ashen. Suddenly, the anti-dragon claw stopped beating. The entire space sank into a silence. All vibrations, all sound, even the light on the thin strands stopped moving. A moment later, the entire space started to shake violently. Boom, boom, boom. All of the thin threads were violently trembling, every single thread. In this instant, even the anti-dragon claw gave off a nervous vibration. Suddenly, a legend that Pu Yao had almost forgotten flashed through his mind. A disbelieving look suddenly came out of his eyes as he blurted, "This is..." Boom! The space started to crumble. Lin Xian's hair was disarrayed and the light of the Tai sword in his hand was dim. The three experts had worked together to successfully stop his advance. All three of the experts were unfathomable in their power. They were not famous, but they were the strongest within their respective families. You should be proud to be able to force the three of us together. Shu Ke's tone carried a thread of admiration. Before today, he had never thought that he would work with the two beside him to attack a young swordshow that was in his 20s. It had been more than a decade since he had fought, much less with the other two by his side. Such a great genius, even he had never seen one like this before. Coenluan, as expected of Coenluan. So terrifying. Xia did not speak, but his upraised long spear didn't dare to move away from Lin Xian. The most shocked among them was the middle-aged attendant. Her expression changed constantly and she was shocked. Her mother had served Shi Ziming and she had been very knowledgeable from a very young age. After working hard on her cultivation in these years, she had reached the cusp of Shin power. She was also just one step away from martial level. Even so, she had to work together with other people to subdue this Coenluan youth. He really was terrifying. The other sword show were also entangled up. Ji Diaoyu and the others were lacking compared to Lin Xian, but they were evenly matched to the other Coenluan disciples. The fighting between the two was extremely intense. The other three sect disciples also were fighting hard. The Mo were on home territory and they had the advantage of numbers. At this time, they were fighting in a fury, and they did not care about fatalities. There were Xiuzha constantly dying and the situation was becoming increasingly disadvantageous towards them. Lin Xian appeared disheveled, but his left eye that was completely red became even more heated as his blue eye became even colder. His usually gentle smile was as sharp as a sword edge. He had predicted how difficult this trip to the Great Peace was, but he had not expected that he would encounter three opponents that were this powerful. These three people were extremely strong. The old man's Mo physique was also eerie and hard to predict. Even Lin Xian did not recognize it. Soul Mo lore was one of the top Mo skills among the Mo and supposedly had been passed down from the ancient times. He was even more shocked by the male in heavy armor. That was gravestone armor. The middle-aged female had a strange power, and Lin Xian even detected a thread of Shin power from her. These three, any one of them, should be a top expert in the world. He was meeting three at once. Fighting 3 against 1. Lin Xian's fighting spirit burned. He did not have any timidness or fear. The Tai sword in his hand seemed to come alive again. He suddenly raised the Tai sword. The blue Tai sword was like a sword of ice as a tiny light lit up at its tip. Holding the Tai sword, Lin Xian drew with the sword in the air. The light of the sword drew out streaks of light in the air. They seemed to be lines drawn on paper and did not dissipate. With every stroke of the Tai sword, a roar of thunder would sound. The three people facing him changed expressions. They recognized the power. All the power in the surroundings were vibrating uncontrollably with the strokes of the Tai sword. They were just about to attack when their bodies froze. They abruptly turned around to look at the steel forest behind them. In this moment, their faces were filled with shock. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is a bit not there right now. Or he is overpowered by his greed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623, The Dragon Claw Coming into the World. Chapter 623, The Dragon Claw Coming into the World. Is there really a Great Peace Treasure Pavilion? The subordinate asked curiously. Of course, Bu Hong replied without turning his head. He gazed at the ray of light that reached into the sky and was slightly absent-minded as he thought of other matters. Ha ha! Brother Bu is peerless in your intelligence and has set up a gigantic trap. This little brother has never respected a person but has to say I respect Brother Bu. The one who spoke was a large man that looked to be in his 40s. He had a pair of bright eyes. Brother Ming is too complimentary. Bu Hang bowed slightly and said with a smile, if it wasn't for Brother Ming, this one would not dare to act so dangerously. Going with the flow, Brother Bu is a true genius. Ming Hui clapped his hands and praised, you have such an elite battalion. If you can take this Jia, the power of the Yaksha clan will increase exponentially. The Yaksha clan's prosperity is in sight. I do not think so. A beautiful female next to Ming Hui couldn't resist smiling coldly and said, the world respects the authority of Great Peace. We have already broken unspoken rules by preparing to attack them. If Bu Darren leads the Yaksha clan in taking this territory, people will most likely come to attack you. Ming Hui hurriedly said in apology, Brother Bu, please forgive. This one has spoiled sister very much. Do not keep her nonsense on your mind. Bu Hong shook his head. Brother Ming does not have to be so. Miss Yue is right. He suddenly raised his head and gazed at Great Peace City in the distance. He said lightly, however, how can there be a perfect solution in such troubled times? If one does not advance and retreats, they will die without a fight. Ming Yue was startled when Bu Hong said such harsh words in such a light tone. If one does not want their clan to have to submit to others, then one needs to have a place of their own. My Green Yaksha clan has roamed for too long, the clan's people have a hard life, and the branch families mostly live as marauders, living off banditry. Bu's wish is to conquer a place for my clan to rest. These are troubled times, but even if this was a peaceful time, Bu might still fight. Ming Yue was stunned by the speech while Ming Hui showed admiration. He said with a laugh, Brother Bu's words are great. A man should be like this in life. However, in my opinion, there is nothing wrong in raiding. It is an exciting life. Bu Heng's subordinates looked with respectful and reverent expressions at Bu Hong from behind him. This little brother can only envy the freedom of Brother Ming. However, there is nothing to be done about ties to the family. As for the future attacks that Miss Yue speaks about, it is possible, but there is nothing to worry about in the short term, Bu Hong said confidently. The major factions that are close to Great Peace are too busy fighting against the Xiuzha now and do not have attention to spare. If Brother Ming cleans up all the traces, and not leave anything behind, no one can find an excuse to attack us. Also, if I have a buffer time, I will definitely be able to create an even stronger battalion. The last words were steely and strong confidence was evident. This little sister has worried too much. Brother Bu, please forgive my rudeness just now. Ming Yue suddenly bowed with a serious expression. Bu Hong hurriedly returned the bow. Miss Yue is too polite. Brother Bu seems to be very familiar with the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion, can you tell us more? Ming Hui said. I only know that there is a stone stele within it. Bu Hong said gravely, I do not know much. It was just coincidence that I learned some things. There are 3 treasures in the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. I know of one of the others but not of the last, but what is the other treasure? Ming Hui was very curious. Bu Hong slowly said, Anti-Dragon Claw. Ming Hui and his sister's expression changed dramatically. Ming Hui exclaimed, Sky Missouri weapon Anti-Dragon Claw. Impossible. A hint of desire flashed across Bu Heng's eyes but it quickly cleared up. It really is one of the 10 great Sky Missouri weapons, the Anti-Dragon Claw. I was also very surprised when I learned this. Brother Ming, you must know of the history of the Anti-Dragon Claw. While I do not know how Grandmaster Shi Ziming obtained it, but since it was hidden for so many years, it seems that even the Grandmaster had been afraid of the inauspicious history of the weapon. Ming Hui recovered from his shock and said when he heard this, inauspiciousness? If a MO weapon is auspicious, is it even a MO weapon? Something used to kill, it is best for it to be inauspicious. His gaze was burning hot. I am even more curious about the last treasure. No matter what, it is Brother Ming's. Bu Heng's expression was normal. However, Brother Ming, do not let any of them escape. Brother Bu, don't worry. My Ming bandits have a nasty reputation but we do not break our word. Ming Hui laughed viciously and said, those young masters are the top-notch fat sheep. As to the 3 princesses, they can be maids for sister. Brother Ming needs to be careful. The 3 princesses all have experts with them, Bu Hong reminded. Brother Bu, many thanks for the reminder. Ming Hui said laughingly, against an army, the experts are just so. It wasn't a waste to come, we will definitely make a profit. Suddenly, Ming Yue's gaze moved and her expression changed slightly. She pointed at Great Peace City in the distance and shouted in shock, look. Everyone followed her finger and looked. Their expressions all changed. The pillar of light that connected the earth to the sky suddenly disappeared. At this time, the steel forest was pulled up hundreds of zhang from the ground. Looking from afar, they were like a lonely pillar of stone, but nearby, people unconsciously stopped breathing when they looked at them. The sides of the stone pillar were smooth as though they had been cut and polished. The black material was as warm as jade. The area taken over by the steel forest was over hundreds of mu and when they were all pulled up, the thick stone pillar covered with exquisite mo matrices was a wondrous sight. The Black Sea outside Great Peace had been restless starting when the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion had come out of the ground, and wailed like ghosts. Yet at this moment, the sea quieted. All of Great Peace City sank into a strange silence. Crack! A stone steel dropped from above the stone pillars and shattered when it hit the ground. This was. Everyone had shocked expressions and a strong feeling, it was coming. Crack. Crack. The stone steels continuously fell down. Following that was a string of cracks. Countless lines quickly spread across the thick black pillar. In a blink, the cracks covered all of the stone pillar. The sudden change shocked everyone. They unconsciously stopped fighting and looked at the stone pillar that was about to transform. Whoosh! It was not a loud sound, but it was like a signal. The stone pillar covered in cracks began crumbling apart. Fragments of various sizes came down like a rockslide. The people close by paled and hurriedly flew into the air to retreat. As they flew and looked back, their pupils contracted. They couldn't help but stop breathing. Oh, heavens! Above that pile of rock, an enormous dragon claw that was hundreds of zhang large was floating in the air. The anti-dragon claw that was seeing the light of day again seemed unusually excited and the 5 digits lightly tensed. Boom, dot. A vast vicious energy suddenly ripped into the surroundings like a violent tide. Careful! Shu Ku and the other two disengaged from Lin Xian and appeared immediately in front of their respective princesses. Boom! Light lit up on the bodies of the three as they managed to stop the vicious energy that reached them. Every one of them had a serious expression. The guards around them were blown away by the violent wave of energy like dried grass in the wind. Lin Xian's expression was shocked as the Taiye sword was braced in front of him. When the vicious energy swept past, the Taiye sword hummed and shook violently. Qi Jiaoyu, Chang Yuan Hao, and the others managed to withstand this vicious energy. But those that were weaker were wounded if they tried to resist. After the wave passed, it was completely silent and everyone had ashen faces. This item was so vicious it was shocking. Just its energy was so powerful. How terrifying would it be if it was used at full power, but... At this time, the ones that were still standing were either experts from Great Peace City or from the 4 major sections. But when these experts raised their heads to look at the enormous dragon claw, their minds wavered. Anti-dragon claw! Someone shouted and everyone shook. Even Lin Xian couldn't help the expression of shock that appeared on his face. As the eldest disciple of Kunlun, he naturally knew of this name. Anti-Dragon Claw. Zhu Ku's gaze became unfocused for a quick moment before he quickly recovered. However, the heat in his eyes could not be disguised. The other people also had burning gazes. Anti-Dragon Claw, one of the 10 great Sky Missouri weapons. No wonder it was so powerful and vicious. Sky Missouri weapon, the strongest Mo weapons. Every Sky Missouri weapon was a legend. Of the 10 great Sky Missouri weapons, there were only 3 whose locations were known and the people who possessed them were the strongest in the Mo realm. It was the Mo weapon that everyone Mo dreamed of. Wait. That was... Everyone's gazes focused and landed on the shadow cast by the lower half of the anti-dragon claw. It was Xiao Mo Gu that had just went underground. One of his hands was touching the anti-dragon claw. His eyes were closed as he silently floated in the air. Compared to the enormous size of the anti-dragon claw, Xiao Mo Gu was as small as an ant. Adding on that he was in the shadow of the anti-dragon claw, no one had initially noticed him. But when people noticed his existence, their expressions changed. He was... Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. Even he had felt pressured by the power of that vicious energy, but Xiao Mo Gu hadn't reacted at all. He was trying to claim the anti-dragon claw. When this thought flashed through Lin Xian's mind, the next thought was to stop him. He still did not remember who Xiao Mo Gu was, but his intuition told him this was someone dangerous, but... Lin Xian's murderousness was burning, but he did not act. He was searching for the stone steel of legend. He did not understand why he felt such strong murderousness towards Xiao Mo Gu, but at this moment, the stone steel was more important. With the stone steel, Kunlun would find the key to cultivating Shin power. His gaze suddenly focused. There! In the pile of stones under the anti-dragon claw, there was a small section of a gray and nondescript stone steel showing. Without hesitation, Lin Xian shot at that steel like lightning. Also at this time, Zuo Mo's tightly closed eyes opened. That pair of indifferent and icy eyes reflected everything. He was like a god in the air, coldly gazing down at the figure moving so fast it was near impossible to spot. Translator ramblings: take the steel or kill the person, take the steel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, Attack. Chapter 624, Attack. The other people present might not have spotted Lin Xian's charge, but Shu Ku and the 2 others who had fought against him had been keeping an eye on him. They were extremely wary of Lin Xian. When Lin Xian moved, the three moved in tandem. Murderousness filled their minds. Previously, the situation had been unclear and they had other considerations. Now with the anti-dragon claw in the air, the Mo skill steel below, the treasure pavilion reappearing, they had no other considerations. Their murderousness could not be suppressed. Midair, light flowed through the red and blue eyes. His long hair danced in the wind. Lin Xian knew that this was the time when victory was to be decided. He suddenly shouted, Kuan Luan! Kuan Luan! The sword show of Kuan Luan responded. Almost at the same time, they threw their flying swords at Lin Xian. Light rose in the air as the swords flew across the sky. The 7 flying swords had 7 different sword essences. Cool and dim, or blinding and bright, or pressuring, or heavy, they were all from Kuan Luan. While they were different, they were all passed over to Lin Xian at the same moment the 3 people moved, the 7 sword lights flashed and had gathered in front of Lin Xian. At some time, Lin Xian had turned around and faced the 3 people. His expression was grave, his right eye cold as ice, his left burning as fire. The 7 sword essences crisscrossed in front of him and formed a 7-colored wheel. His upraised Tai sword tip was the center where the 7 swords spun. A dot of light suddenly was emitted from the sword tip. Kill! A sound came from Lin Xian's tongue. The air in front of him seemed to be heavily impacted and exploded. The 7 swords revolved in counterclockwise direction like a flower blooming. The 7-colored wheel of light expanded to about 10 mu in size in a flash. It was like an enormous net that came crashing down on the trio. Inside the sword wheel, sword essence roiled like the enormous maw of a gaping beast about to consume the people. Shuka's expression changed slightly as he shouted, You want to die? The middle-aged attendant's gaze was cold and she was clearly angry. Xia's right leg braced against the ground, the long spear raised as his presence increased continuously. Pew pew. 2 water droplets shot through the chest of a Kuan Luan sword shio and created 2 blooms of blood. The pupils of this Kuan Luan sword shio suddenly expanded as he dropped down. Bam, he fell onto the ground like a block of wood. On the face covered by the billowing dust, a slightly difficult smile slowly froze. Qi Diaoyu's expression changed slightly. He had made a successful sneak attack but he had intended to disturb these Kuan Luan sword shio. That killing move was clearly a battle formation technique. It was powerful but it required a high level of teamwork. Qi Diaoyu had originally thought that when these sword shio were threatened, they would recall their flying swords. But this Kuan Luan sword shio would die rather than call his flying sword. Kuan Luan. For some reason, Qi Diaoyu felt a chill. Other people saw that in Zuo Mo's hand was on the anti-dragon claw but they didn't know that the anti-dragon claw was covered in invisible threads. Zuo Mo's hand was among these threads. In Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. Pu dazedly murmured, 3,000 threads of worry, there really are 3,000 threads of worry in this world. When Wei heard Pu Yao's words, his body shook. Shock climbed onto his face. He exclaimed, 3,000 threads of worry. 3,000 threads of worry. Knowing the name of the threads wasn't of any help to Zuo Mo. The other ends of these threads had originally been tied to those skill steels but now that the steel forest was destroyed and the steel shattered, these thin threads lost their anchors and floated in the air. They floated in the air like sea grasses and rippled with the wind. No one noticed their existence except for Zuo Mo. The area that Zuo Mo had reached into was where the threads were thickest, and the central part of the threads. He was touching a small bead, no, more accurately, it was a clear ball of something like mist. If it wasn't that his vision was modified by his state, and his hand was directly touching it, he would not have noticed it. But in his gaze, he could see that it was a bead. All the slender threads extended from this bead. When Zuo Mo touched this bead, all the thin threads that floated in the air and wrapped around the anti-dragon claw suddenly froze. The anti-dragon claw that had been so vicious and pressuring also froze. That transparent ball of mist suddenly became burning hot like molten metal. If Zuo Mo was in his usual state, his first reaction would be to release his grip and throw away the object. But at this time, in an inhuman state, Zuo Mo was unaffected. It was as though what was being burned was not his hand. He looked coldly at the bead without any change. The feeling of burning increased. Even though Zuo Mo had superior strength from cultivating the 10-crow celestial apparatus, he felt it was slightly burdensome now, and his hand started to tremble. In his vision, the threads floating and waving in the sky suddenly moved to wrap around him as though they encountered danger. The thin threads wrapped around the anti-dragon claw reflexively tightened. The anti-dragon claw started to tremble violently. The vicious anti-dragon claw didn't have any power to resist these thin threads. Facing the incoming threads, Zuo Mo did not dodge and reached out his left hand. The threads were unusually quick and tightly wrapped around Zuo Mo in a flash. Zuo Mo finally felt the suppression that the anti-dragon claw did. These threads were terrifyingly strong. Once he was tied, he felt as though he was unable to breathe. Even if his 10-crow celestial apparatus physique was the third-ranking physique in general level, it was as fragile as paper in front of such power. At this time, a light suddenly flashed across Zuo Mo's cold and emotionless eyes. He was an experienced hunter and had patiently waited for a chance. When the chance appeared in front of him, he did not hesitate. He suddenly acted. The death of his shitty did not affect Lin Xian at all. But in the depths of his icy right eye, an emotion that was hard to describe flashed and disappeared. His movements did not pause at all. As the sword wheel moved towards the three that were the greatest threat to him, he had already turned around. Like a large bird spreading its wings, he charged at the stone steel. The area in front of him was flat and without any obstructions. In the sky, the anti-dragon claw violently trembled. Xiao Mo seemed to be taming it. Lin Xian forced his murderousness down and still aimed for the stone steel. With Xiao Mo's present strength, it was akin to death to seek to tame the anti-dragon claw. It would be impossible to subdue such a vicious object without being martial level or having a special method. This was not something that could be solved by talent. Treasures like Sky Missouri weapons had to go through tribulations to form. There were too many chance occurrences required to tame it. Lin Xian didn't have any thoughts of taming the anti-dragon claw. As to the third treasure of the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion in legend, he was curious, but it was just curiosity. Up until now, he still hadn't seen it. However, even if he saw it, he would not act even if it was tempting. He only had one goal. The Mo skill steal. He was extremely quick. At this time, there were no other people in his field of view. Even with his composure, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. If he could obtain the Great Peace Mo skill steal, he had absolute confidence no one could take it from him. Even if he was the only one left, he had the confidence he could take the stone steel and kill his way back to Kunlun. Closer. Almost in his hand. Just as a hint of irrepressible joy flashed through Lin Xian's eyes, a figure suddenly shot out of the stone debris. Lin Xian's pupils contracted. His reaction was rapid. The Tai sword in his right hand stabbed at the figure. A blinding spark lit up on the sword tip of the Tai sword. Wen was covered in dust as he climbed out of the rubble. When the maze had suddenly collapsed, they had almost been buried alive. However, they reacted quickly. The moment the maze collapsed, they had cast Yao arts to protect themselves. Otherwise, with the Yao's relatively weak bodies, they would have turned to meat paste. At this time, the benefits of cultivating a Mo physique like a Wen did was clear. He fought his way out of the pile of stones relying just on his strong body. However, the moment he came out and without knowing the situation, a terrifying sword essence locked onto him. His expression immediately turned pale. The sword essence was so strong it was almost unimaginable. His soul almost left his body. But the harsh training of guard camp showed their results. His mind was completely blank, but his body instinctively reacted. The armored plumes on his body vibrated in unison as his Mo skill was channeled to its maximum. The Mo spear in his hand, he instinctively took a step forward, and a textbook stab was completed like lightning. Without any thinking, he breathed and shouted, "Kill!" At the tip of the Mo spear, a thick black spear energy flashed and shot out of the void just in front of the Tai sword. Under the pile of stone debris, a purple arrow light suddenly flew out. It drew out a rule-straight streak of light in the air and aimed at Lin Xian. It was Nan Yu's South Sky Arrow Art. A layer of faint green-gray mist that rippled strangely spread towards Lin Xian's feet in a blink. Song Zai's Gray Scar Art. Both the purple energy and the green-gray mist had a watery tinge that was hard to see with the eye. Ming Zhu Zi's Water with Light Art. The ground under Lin Xian's feet suddenly crumbled. A strange field suddenly surrounded him. It was like an invisible rope that caught him. Ha ha! A man that can lasso a horse is strong and masculine. The orange-haired Yao's heartless laugh came from the pile of stones. The black smoke Yao did not attack but leapt straight for the stone steel. He knew that he was the weakest, but he was extremely smart. He immediately found the best way to disrupt the other's thoughts. Everyone had been working together for a long time and had built up their teamwork. In this attack, their cooperation and timing had been perfect. And this was the first fight after their power had increased. Every attack contained all of their strength. It was definitely their strongest ever attack. The killing intent filled the air. Translator ramblings: it's funny how one can be having a good day until something happens and it ruins the day completely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625 Assimilation. Chapter 625 Assimilation. Surprise flickered across Lin Qian's mind. He was not threatened by the power of these attacks, but what he was surprised at was that the Mo skills and Yao arts these people cultivated were not normal. It was just because they were not strong enough yet to express the power of their Mo skills and Yao arts that he was able to deal with them. Who were these people? Lin Qian was slightly shocked, but with the stone steel within reach, he did not plan on wasting time on these questions. The Tai sword did not waver as it stabbed forward. The spear energy, the purple arrow energy, the green-gray ripples, they all seemed to sink into a bog and suddenly slowed down. The Tai sword also shook once. Pia! The lights shattered. Wen and the others were sent flying as though they were hit with hammers. Lin Qian's body wavered slightly. His expression changed slightly. When the Tai sword had come into contact with the energies, he found that there was a layer of a faint and strange power covering them. Even so, he had the power to defeat them, but he hadn't expected that the restraining power that came from under him was acting one wave after another, in the form of 3 waves. With the 2 other waves interfering, he had lost slightly. His mind shook. He knew that he had underestimated these people. These few were not strong, but their teamwork was good. He also had let down his guard after the hard fight just now. Damn it! Lin Qian's retaliation was unusually strong. Including the black smoke Yao, everyone was thrown far away as though they were hit by charging wild beasts. Attacking in anger, Lin Qian's attack was very exquisite. Killing them was not as important as getting the stone steel. But when 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him, Lin Qian's pupils abruptly contracted. For the first time, he stopped moving. A strong suction force suddenly formed from the spirit consciousness and Ling power inside Zuo Mo's body. The slender threads were immediately pulled into his body without any warning. There was no change in his cold thinking. Like a puppet, Zuo Mo controlled his body. There were 3 treasures in the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion. When Zuo Mo saw the thin strands covering the anti-dragon claw, he realized that these slender threads restraining the anti-dragon claw was the 3rd treasure. In an icy state, Zuo Mo was unusually sensitive. The stone steel had reminded him that he could only find the world in this icy state. When he confirmed that these slender threads were the 3rd treasure, he thought that obtaining these threads would be related to his icy state. The icy state was produced because his spiritual consciousness and his Ling power continuously went into his body. These slender threads definitely had something to do with spiritual consciousness and Ling power. The slender threads continued to burrow into Zuo Mo's body. His thoughts were still calm. Zuo Mo's daring surpassed Pu Yao and Wei's expectations. They gaped with wide eyes as they looked at Zuo Mo's mad action. They almost didn't believe their eyes. Zuo Mo was slightly fickle, but it was rare to see him do such a crazy thing. Was this the influence of his present state? The 2 did not know, but their hearts were in the air. This guy is crazy. Pu Yao's voice trembled. It wasn't that he had never seen treasures before. He had been a Sky Yao. But because he had seen many treasures, he felt that Zuo Mo was insane. The more powerful the treasure, other than chance encounters, the more strength one needed. The top treasures all had intelligence and chose their masters. Those without strength would not be able to even tolerate the power of the treasure and would die immediately. Seeing a good treasure and charging up to grab it was the best way of dying immediately. Thinking how Zuo Mo was just in general rank now, his heart trembled. This guy is greedy to the bone. He doesn't want to live. Pu Yao gritted his teeth and shouted. He and Wei were both in Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. If Zuo Mo died, they would naturally turn to dust with him. Wei was silent for a moment and then said with a smile, "Don't you feel that he has the same mannerisms as Master?" Pu Yao stilled. That face appeared in front of his eyes. He blinked, and a thread of pain in his heart dissipated. He said coldly, "She was martial level. The anti-dragon claw should not end up in the hands of anyone else." Wei raised his head and murmured as he looked at the enormous anti-dragon claw. The words voiced what Pu Yao thought. He was silent. "It is definitely impossible for a general to subdue the anti-dragon claw," Wei said directly. "I experienced the entire process of Master subduing the anti-dragon claw. With her martial strength, she still almost lost her life. The key to subduing is on the 3,000 threads of worry." Pu Yao was still silent. Wei raised his head to gaze at the anti-dragon claw and said, "Sure, Ziming is a true genius and found something that is a bane to the anti-dragon claw. 3,000 threads of worry, it really is true to the name, even the most brutal power cannot hold against threads of worry." Pu Yao said solemnly, I do not know much about the 3,000 threads of worry. I just know that it is one of the most mysterious Yao star cores. There are some rare mentions of it in history, but just a few mentions. It is said only those that cultivate both spiritual consciousness and Ling power can see it. Wei nodded. Zuo's strategy appears to be correct. This boy is filled with strangeness. Pu Yao's tone became normal. After some thought, he suddenly said, there is a stupid method to taking a Yao star core, it is to assimilate it. Just as his words came out, a light flashed across Zuo Mo's cold eyes. Assimilation. At this time, countless thin strands headed into the depths of his body. They were just like Zuo Mo's consciousness and Ling power. Following the rush of threads, Zuo Mo suddenly felt a thread of thought that was slightly timid. The Yao star core. Zuo Mo didn't hesitate, and the soul-setting divine light inside his body flowed like a fish along Zuo Mo's arm into the Yao star core in Zuo Mo's hand. The Yao star core suddenly froze. 3,000 threads of worry was suddenly filled with terror and panic. It was like a child that was scared and didn't dare to move. Even the slender threads that were moving into Zuo Mo's body froze. The soul-setting divine light pulled the Yao star core slowly into Zuo Mo's palm. Soul-setting divine light, Wei looked dazedly at this scene. The soul-setting divine light's inheritance had always been with him, but he had never comprehended it and didn't know that it was so powerful. Pu Yao was also slightly dumbstruck. Even the 3,000 threads of worry was so docile in front of it. The Yao star core merged into Zuo Mo's left palm. When it completely merged into Zuo Mo's palm, Zuo Mo felt all the pressure restraining his body disappear. A handful of slender threads came out of his body and connected to the anti-dragon claw. At the center of the sun script on Zuo Mo's left hand, there was a little star. It would be extremely hard to notice if one did not pay attention. Zuo Mo was not content. Taking advantage of the chance, he raised his head and his cold gaze swept across the mountainous anti-dragon claw. The anti-dragon claw shook. Zuo Mo had accepted Princess Xia's arrangements, but out of consideration of safety, he still decided to bring a Gui and Sang Lianer along. At this most important time, the two appeared. Sang Lianer was dressed in black as she stood. Her gaze was blurred as she said serenely, Coexists Sword Sect, why come to our Mo territories to steal our treasures? A Gui did not speak and looked expressionlessly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was grave and he did not seem to hear it. All of his Ling power was channeled. The Tai sword was held horizontally in front of him. A thread of blue appeared in his right red eye and a flicker of fire appeared in his blue left eye. His expression was devout. Kuan Luan. As though he used all the power in his body, the shout that came from his chest was forceful. Sang Lianer's onyx eyes suddenly became as bright as stars. Her serene voice was uncertain in the air, Kuan Luan Sword Sect, so vicious, are you not afraid of karma? Her sleeve seemed to flow weakly towards Lin Xian. Just as Sang Lianer acted, purple energy flashed across Gui's eyes. Her hand suddenly flicked at Lin Xian. The moment the two attacked, under the sword wheel, Zhu Ku and the middle-aged attendant's expressions changed. Xia's body shook slightly. None of them had expected the two females with Xiao Mo Gu to be so powerful, but for the first time, they felt wary of Xiao Mo Gu. What was the origin of this youth? Lin Xian ignored the attack from the two. His gaze focused on the Tai sword as he cut down without hesitation. Under this chop, all the air within 10 li seemed to solidify. In the world, there was only the Tai sword. The power from the three collided in a show of strength. Boom! The deep explosion exploded in people's minds. In this moment, everyone seemed to lose control of their body. Their blood and muscles shook. When the sound dissipated and they recovered, their expressions changed. On the battlefield, Sang Lianer's sleeve had exploded up to her elbows. A large hole that was 50 zhan was under Gui's feet. Other than the stone steel, everything else had been torn to pieces. A thread of blood flowed out of Lin Xian's mouth as he stared with his red and blue eyes at the two. He reached up to wipe the blood from his mouth. With his right hand holding the dim Tai sword, he said coolly, I hadn't expected to encounter two experts that cultivate Shen power. When these words came out, all the Mo present were shocked. Shen power. These two females cultivated Shen power. Sang Lianer was intimidated. Lin Xian stated the two of them cultivated Shen power because he wanted to make them the targets. If the other Mo had other desires, the situation would turn to chaos again. She detected the gazes that had all focused on her. Everyone's gazes became suspicious and hesitant. This man was really powerful and cunning. She knew that nothing she could say now could help. Once the seed of suspicion was planted, it could not be killed. So Coexists Sword Sect make a living based on their mouth. Sang Lianer said coolly. Her hands moved into a strange position. The purple energy in Gui's eyes increased. Lin Qian did not fear her and said with a smile, "You might cultivate Qin power, but it is a pity. One has just started and the other's soul is corroded. You do not qualify to stop me." At this time, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky. Qualifications? What qualifications are needed to kill the people of Kunlun? Translator ramblings, 3,000 threads of worry. Well, I'm not sure if it is referencing the poem or the fact that people who become monks/nuns cut off their hair to throw away mortal entanglements. 3,000 threads of trouble might be more accurate, but it just doesn't seem to have the same gravity. Also, some of you were right, the light does play a role. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, Sword Strike and a Block. Chapter 626, Sword Strike and a Block. The one who spoke was Zuo Mo. One of his hands was pulling the 3,000 threads of worry as his body hung from the anti-dragon claw. However, in the eyes of everyone else, his posture was very strange because they could not see the 3,000 threads of worry in his hand. Everyone on the battlefield turned to look at Zuo Mo. Even Zhu Ku and the other two inside the sword wheel couldn't help but slow down. But the one most shocked was Lin Qian. His heart jumped. Had Xiao Mo tamed the anti-dragon claw? Impossible. MO weapons like the anti-dragon claw were not something that general-level MO could tame. However, why didn't the anti-dragon claw respond? The anti-dragon claw was famed for its savagery and viciousness. How could it tolerate someone close to it? Lin Qian's expression was normal, but he was shocked inside. His murderousness towards Xiao Mo was so strong, even he was surprised about it. But he had forcibly suppressed the murderousness. The stone steel was the priority, and he had thought Xiao Mo would turn to ash under the backlash of the anti-dragon claw. But Xiao Mo was untouched. This was unexpected to him. He suddenly found that there were too many unexpected occurrences today. The group of people emerging from the pile of rubble was unexpected. The two women who cultivated Qin power were unexpected. Almost everything unexpected was related to Xiao Mo. Thinking about his thoughts of killing Xiao Mo, Lin Qian grimaced. Had this been heaven's will? This thought only flashed through his mind and his eyes lit up again. The dim Tai sword rose again. His blue and red eyes were unfathomably deep. The situation was disadvantageous to him. He was already uncertain he could defeat the two women in front of him. Now add on Xiao Mo. The sword will would not last for much longer. He did not have a lot of time left. He took a deep breath. At this time, all words were a waste to him. Only two words could awaken his fighting spirits and motivation. Kunlun. The light words were full of determination as it echoed. The other Kunlun sword show changed expression. Eldest Xixiang was going all out. The dim Tai sword shook and suddenly released a blinding and burning light. The sparks flew off as the blade moved. Lin Qian stood up straight. His usually gentle brow was fierce and determined, and his face pale. He was like an unsheathed sword. The ground continued to tremble. The vast sword essence was like a lead cloud that weighed down on people. The ground underneath Lin Qian cracked, split and crumbled to form a perfectly round pit. The edges of the round hole was rapidly spreading outwards. It was unable to be stopped. At the same time, the Tai sword that was like a firework sparkler, it gave off a grievous hum as it melted. A hint of sorrow flashed across Lin Qian's face, but his movement did not stop. His sword arm decisively chopped into the air. The grieving hum of the Tai sword echoed through Great Peace City. The blinding light suddenly expanded and a terrifying sword essence immediately covered all of Great Peace City. As though a sun was rising at Great Peace City. Roar! A savage and vicious roar was like thunder. The ground shook as though it was being hammered, all of Great Peace City shook. The vast wave of air was like a hard wall that swept outwards. Those that were weak were thrown into the air as though they were hit by something. Even Zhu Ku and the other were almost unable to stay standing. All of them stumbled and had to use all their strength to steady themselves. The blood drained from their faces. Even they couldn't help but feel fear in the face of such a terrifying sword essence. The terrifying wave of air that was like a metal wall rolled through Great Peace City. When the light dissipated and the scene appeared in front of them, all of them had ashen complexions. More than half of the soaring structures in Great Peace City had been cut down. But when they recovered from their shock, they immediately looked towards the steel forest. Lin Qian stood upright like a sword. Between himself and Xiao Mo stood a dragon claw. Near the two, the ground had been erased. Only the ground under Xiao Mo had not disappeared. It was like a slice of cake had been cut from the earth and stretched out behind him. Zuo Mo used the anti-dragon claw to block this blow. At the crucial moment, he channeled the 3,000 threads of worry and pushed the anti-dragon claw in front of him to stop Lin Qian's sword strike. The anti-dragon claw had shrank after enduring this blow and became Zuo Mo's height. Zhu Ku and the others stared with wide eyes and looked in disbelief at Zuo Mo. Even they didn't dare to touch the power of that blow just now, and Xiao Mo Ge had managed to stop it. Xiao Mo Ge had really tamed the anti-dragon claw, but they had no more doubts. If he had not done so, Xiao Mo Ge would not be able to stop the power of that sword strike with his own power. Lin Qian's strength shocked them, but Xiao Mo Ge's display was even more unexpected. A general level was able to subdue the anti-dragon claw. It was absurd to hear, but it happened in front of them. From the moment Xiao Mo Ge had appeared in Great Peace City, a string of impossible events had continued to occur. The worldly apparition Shifting Star stands, surpassing Qi Diaoyu's record, defeating Xinyu, who had comprehended the Yi Peacock King Plume, causing the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion to appear, and now subduing the anti-dragon claw and blocking that stunning blow. He was not favored each time, but he would always achieve victory. Xiao Mo Ge seemed like a freak, and there seemed to be a group of freaks around him. This guy. Lin Qian's eyes were stunned and his complexion was ashen white. He had not expected that Xiao Mo Ge could stop his blow. He had gambled everything on this blow. At a cost of wounding himself, and the Tai sword being destroyed, he had used a secret method to temporarily increase his cultivation in order to use such great power. He had never fought so hard, never. In past battles, he had always been untouched and at ease. He had never lost before, he was always full of confidence in himself. From a very long time ago, he did not participate in the tournaments between the third-generation disciples because his strength had even surpassed majority of elders in the sect. At his age, he stood as one of the most outstanding geniuses in Kunlun's history. Even deep in the Mo territories, he was not afraid. He had absolute confidence in himself. The sect leader had also been full of confidence in their mission. Everyone believed that Lin Qian would not have a match below martial level. Yet the reality in front of him allowed him to discover that his pride was laughable. A general rank youth that was younger than him had easily stopped his most powerful sword strike. Anti-Dragon Claw. Looking at the almost living dragon claw, for a moment, Lin Qian's eyes were dazed. The power of the Mo weapon? The Tai sword was lacking greatly compared to the anti-dragon claw. He knew this well. It was not that Kunlun did not have better flying swords, but the Tai sword was the most powerful sword that he could currently use. He did not have enough cultivation for the ancient and great flying swords sealed in the sword pavilion. But this guy who was just general level had tamed the anti-dragon claw. This completely upended his knowledge of the world. No wonder he felt murderousness towards the other. Was this a fated enemy? Lin Qian smiled. He was not an ordinary person and quickly recovered his calm. But he knew that he did not have any more power to fight. He had truly failed in his mission. He quickly recovered his confidence and the red and blue retreated from his eyes. He looked at Zuo Mo and suddenly said in a loud voice, "This one is the first seated disciple of Kunlun, Lin Qian. Xiao Mo Ge, if you and I ever meet, let us fight again." Finishing, Lin Qian turned and walked away. Pew, the stone steel behind Zuo Mo turned to powder. Yet at this time, no one dared to speak. Everyone was deeply attracted to this figure of extraordinary presence. Many people showed realization. The first seated disciple of Kunlun, no wonder he was so extraordinary. No one dared to stop him. The remaining Kunlun sword shields silently flew next to Lin Qian and formed a defensive perimeter around him. Everyone in Great Peace City would remember the name Lin Qian. But then everyone turned to look at Zuo Mo. If it wasn't for Xiao Mo Ge, all of the Mo in Great Peace City would have ended up as side acts to Lin Qian. Many people felt great pity that the Mo skill steel had been destroyed, but compared to it being stolen by Lin Qian, everyone could accept the present result. This battle was fated to shake all of the Mo territories. They were undoubtedly a minor accompaniment in a battle like this, and it was a humiliation for them. In the eyes of the world, Xiao Mo Ge, who had stopped Lin Qian, was the hero of the Mo. This youth that had come out of nowhere and was of unknown origins. Along with this battle, his name would spread throughout the Mo territories. Yet no one realized that an even greater danger was silently marching towards them. Zuo Mo was completely void of strength and unable to move. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Lin Qian's blow had managed to force himself out of his icy state. If he hadn't used the 3,000 threads of worry to pull the anti-dragon claw in front of him at the crucial moment, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Terrifying and unparalleled strength. Even if Zuo Mo had a deep hatred of Kunlun, he couldn't help but feel terror at Lin Qian's power. He was unable to imagine how this person had cultivated. He had never underestimated Kunlun's power, but when he truly fought against Kunlun, he found that Kunlun's strength was even greater than he had predicted. Just one Lin Xian was so powerful. He really couldn't imagine it. Zuo Mo laughed. His thoughts of finding Kunlun and getting revenge seemed so laughable and out of his reach. But no matter how laughable and distant it was, so what? Who made it so that we had a grievance to settle? Fighting spirit flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes and he became motivated again. His expression suddenly changed and he wailed, Ague, help me, my feet are trembling, I can't stand up, can't stand up. When his gaze casually looked into the sky, he froze. There was a dense group of black dots in the air like a black cloud coming at a rapid speed. Zuo Mo's eyes were keen and his expression changed. That was a charging formation. He suddenly used all the strength he had and shouted at the top of his lungs, Shulong. Translator ramblings, oops, total accident. It was old. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, The Ming Bandits. Chapter 627, The Ming Bandits. The estate that Shulong and the others lived in was not left unscathed under Lin Xian's blow and collapsed. But because they had been preparing to leave, all of them were unharmed. When Zuo Mo's shout howled out, all of guard camp suddenly shot into the air like a drawn bowstring. With a few jumps, they appeared next to Zuo Mo. They had finished forming a battle formation in the air. When they landed next to Zuo Mo, they surrounded him in the middle. The movements was so dazzling that all those who noticed the scene had strange looks on their faces. Find a Win and the others. Zuo Mo asked gravely, is everyone else here? All here. Shulong nodded reliably. Behind him, several figures flew out and quickly found a Wun and the others. Zuo Mo noticed Xiaoguo and Liang Feng among the group, and Liang Feng was carrying Luoli on her back. His nerves immediately relaxed. When he saw Bihan and Xin battalion, his expression eased further. But his brow quickly furrowed again. The black dots in the sky became increasingly clear. The battalion that was flying towards them was astoundingly large. From the scale, it probably had more than 10,000 people. Bihan, prepare to fight. Zuo Mo lost his politeness at this time and briskly ordered. Bihan's cold face remained motionless. He nodded and turned to leave. Mist Sang. Please give the command of the Celestial Planet Guards to me. Zuo Mo said with a serious expression. Sang Lianer did not waste words and shouted, Shou Ping. Present. Shou Ping immediately came out of the ranks. Miss Battle just now had frightened him half to death and the reveal of Miss Strength had shocked him. From now, you will be under Xiao Mo Gudaran's command. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Sang Lianer swept Shou Ping with a glance and said in a light tone. Shou Ping's heart shook and he responded respectfully, yes. The Ming Bandits. The Ming Bandits have come. In the sky, many Mo stumbled as they landed. Their faces were ashen and their expressions filled with terror. Ming Bandits. Great Peace City exploded. Even Zhu Ku and the others suddenly changed expression. Zuo Mo saw Tao Xing's bloodless face. His lips were trembling and he was clearly extremely terrified. Zuo Mo asked, who are the Ming Bandits? Tao Xing's throat was dry and his expression as gray as it could be. We are definitely going to die now. Ming Bandits. Ming Bandits, they are a group of lawless bandits. Lawless bandits? Zuo Mo paused. At his side, some members of the guard camp had expressions of scorn. They had killed many bandits on their journey here. The strongest bandits. The one who spoke was Tang Fei. At this moment, this handsome young woman with a ponytail had a trace of fear on her face. They come like the wind, kill people, and are extremely cruel. Their leader is called Ming Hui. This person is an astounding genius. Even though he is young, he is only a step away from martial level. He has many experts under his command. They are all the elites of the other bandit groups that he has taken over. This person is extremely ambitious and is as sly as a wolf. He is someone no one wants to provoke. Zuo Mo understood some of this. After a moment of thought, he said to Tang Fei, starting from now, I'm going to command your battalion. Tang Fei opened her mouth but did not speak. Tao Xing heard this and his expression relaxed slightly. He nodded repeatedly and said, good good good. Tang Fei, listen well to Darren's orders. Tang Fei lowered her head and accepted the order. Yes. At this time, Zuo Mo did not have the attention to spare for Tang Fei's willingness or the lack thereof. The Ming bandits were coming quick and a hard battle would not be able to be avoided. Right now, anything he could get was something that he could use. Ming bandits. The middle-aged attendant's expression changed slightly. She raised her head to look at the incoming black cloud in the sky and gritted through her teeth, "I will take you and break through. You can escape. With your strength, you should be able to break out on your own. If you take me, you will not be able to escape." Princess Xia glanced at her. The middle-aged attendant said lightly, "We have been mistress and servant for so many years. I had my own intentions when I started, but I watched you grow up into a young woman. No matter what, I will not abandon you." She looked deeply at Princess Xia and said, "You have done enough for the Anwei family, you do not owe them anymore. If you want to take the opportunity to go into hiding, this may be a good chance." A thread of warmth flashed across Princess Xia's eyes. With her hand she combed her slightly ruffled hair. "You are giving up? This is probably fate," the middle-aged attendant said lightly. However, her expression seemed to be relieved of a burden. "You have given up, but I do not want to surrender like this to fate." Princess Xia's smile blossomed and a differently light flashed through her eyes. The middle-aged attendant showed a hint of shock. It is crueler to forget the things that one does not want to forget. Compared to him, I am much luckier. Princess Xia raised her face and her eyes seemed to be shrouded in mist. She murmured to herself, "In these years, I have muddled through and accepted the arrangements of the family. It was not for the Anwei family, but for father. Every time, I would think that the Anwei family was the blood and tears of my father, and I was unable to refuse their requests. Now, I have thought it through. Since I do not want to forget, I will not forget. In the past, I was struggling in my memories and was moved by others like a puppet. When I think about it now, that me was really lacking." Her beautiful face slowly lit up. She stared into the sky and seemed to say to herself, "I have to become brave. The Anwei family is the work of my father, and the best way to pay respect to him is to inherit his last wishes and make the Anwei family prosperous. I need to stand up, and not remain down. I will not be a puppet, I want to become the master of the Anwei family." The middle-aged attendant's gaze softened. She had seen how depressed Princess Xia had become after her father had passed away. She was silent for a moment before she said, "I will lead you out of here." Her tone held determination rare to her. Princess Xia took her gaze back and smiled mischievously. "I have a way." "You have a way?" The middle-aged attendant stilled. "They are surrounding us." Miao Jun's expression was grave. He was a gold battle general and had a broader view than other people. He quickly noticed the Ming bandit battalion that appeared at their flanks and rear. The other was trying to corral them in. This was the first time that he had seen the legendary Ming bandits. His mood was as dark as his expression was. As expected of the Ming bandits that were publicly recognized as the strongest bandits. From the initial charge to the maneuver to surround them, the transformation of the formation flowed like water. It was shockingly smooth. The troops looked unorganized, but the murderousness that came with battle experience caused Miao Jun's heart to tremble. After seeing this group of terrifying bandits with his own eyes, Miao Jun finally understood why no faction was willing to provoke the Ming bandits. Zuo Mo grimaced. He could also see what Miao Jun saw. But his strength was completely drained and he had not recovered. He swept a look across Xu Long and the others. Their expression was normal, but everyone had been affected by that sword strike that swept through all of Great Peace City. Their offensive capabilities were also affected. The Ming bandit did not form a wall to surround them. Instead, they were strategically dispersed, maintaining appropriate distances between the groups of troops and did not expose any openings. Seeing this, Zuo Mo knew that the enemy was an expert. However, the Ming bandits did not target Lin Qian's group. They were those who only bullied the weak. Zuo Mo cursed them as he threw Lingdan into his mouth. He ordered Xu Long and the others to take the time to recover and receive the hard battle that was going to come. Suddenly, Zuo Mo noticed Princess Xia's group coming over. "I know you have a way out, so I came to side with you." Princess Xia had a mischievous smile. Zuo Mo grimaced. "What way do I have? Then what do we do?" Princess Xia's brow furrowed as she looked pleadingly at Zuo Mo. "Even if you look at me, I can't create a way." Zuo Mo's expression was one of helplessness, but the next words that came from his mouth was completely the opposite. "However, no matter if there is a way or not, we have to fight." His tone was not resolute, nor arousing, but a strong fighting spirit permeated from it. For some reason, Princess Xia immediately felt reassured. She smiled beautifully. "I will let you take command of my guards. If I really die, it isn't much. We will live and die together. Cough cough cough. When Miao Jun heard this, he burst into coughing. Princess Xia was a beauty, and he felt he was unable to withstand her presence in that moment. Zuo Mo was not affected by the illusory spell. His mind was filled with potential ways of breaking through the encirclement. He did not refuse Princess Xia's submission. In his mind, Princess Xia was his friend and he also owed her a favor. He thought and then asked, "How many guards do you have?" "About 300. Give their command to me." Zuo Mo did not waste words. "All right." Princess Xia agreed without another word. A hint of admiration flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes at Princess Xia's decisiveness. Princess Xia's guards were quickly gathered and they were put under Zuo Mo's command. Zuo Mo immediately gave these guards to Miao Jun to lead. A gold battle general could not be wasted. The events that occurred after far surpassed Zuo Mo's expectations. It may have been that Bihan's battalion had the advantage of numbers, but many other people came to throw their lot in with him. Given their familiarity, Zuo Mo could understand when the Lan brothers came to him, but he didn't understand why Princess Xian and Princess Wan also came. But at this time, he needed more manpower and did not refuse any of them. His request to all of them was the same: hand command of their guards to him. The people also knew the urgency of the situation and cooperated. Zuo Mo had Miao Jun take command of all these guards. At this time, the Ming bandits had finished their encirclement. It was strictly enforced and any MO that tried to break through were killed on the spot. The pressure created by the army circling the city was suffocating. Zuo Mo felt extremely urgency. If the Ming bandits attacked the city at this moment, then they wouldn't have any power to resist. What he could trust the most right now was only Bihan's Sin battalion. There weren't enough of guard camps members here. One and the others were lightly wounded and their strength was affected. Time. They needed time. Just as Zuo Mo was praying that the Ming bandits would not attack the city so quickly, whoosh, the Ming bandit battle battalion suddenly pushed forward. The tangible murderousness filled the air and swept them like an enormous wave. Everyone's expression changed. Were they about to attack the city? At this time, something suddenly happened. Translator ramblings, it never ends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 628, Water Curtain. Chapter 628, Water Curtain. We are not far from Gu Liangdao's forces. Gong Sun Sha was off in a daze as he stared at the gem app. They had been very fast. The string of hard battles at the start had caused their reputation to spread. The major factions along the way had learned to fear them. Also, with a Zhago battalion at the front and many MO members in Vermilion Bird Camp, no one suspected that they were Xiuzha. The resistance they encountered was much less than Gu Liangdao. Also, as the people in front of them moved to clear out the way, the factions further up ahead copied them. As Gong Sun Sha's battalion continued to advance, their goal gradually became clear. The factions all noticed that if Gong Sun Sha's battalions continued to advance on this path, there was a high possibility that they would end up fighting Gu Liangdao. Was this unknown elite force targeting Gu Liangdao? Many people felt excited at this speculation. The power of Gu Liangdao had caused fear in the MO in this area. Some factions that were daring and were closer to Gu Liangdao's forces had their entire families flee. Gu Liangdao's advance was so persistent it robbed people of hope. If this elite battalion's target was really Gu Liangdao. When the MO factions along the way let out the path, they kept a close watch on Gong Sun Sha battalion with anticipation. It had to be said that Gu Liangdao was extremely lucky. The entry point he had picked was very good and there were no powerful factions in the area. Just as everyone felt hopeless, suddenly a powerful battalion appeared and had went on a long journey heading straight for Gu Liangdao. How could these MO in the area not feel hope? What really made Gong Sun Sha wanted to laugh was that some factions even sent messengers to ask and say that they were willing to offer reinforcements and supplies. Gong Sun Sha also felt wonderment at having becoming the savior that the MO looked towards. He naturally refused them. But these MO thought that Gong Sun Sha had refused because this elite battalion was too proud. They deliberately left out supplies along the road without anyone guarded them and permitted Gong Sun Sha and the others to take as they pleased. The factions further along the way copied them in unspoken agreement. This incorrect speculation didn't just increase the speed of the advance, it also greatly decreased the battalion's exhaustion. Gong Sun Sha's group was like a sharp dagger that flashed through one jia after another. Until they were almost at the destination. What they were about to face was Gu Liangdao's battalion. Gu Liangdao might have encountered more resistance, but he had more manpower than Lil Mississippi. With the colossus that was Shixian behind him, he slowly pushed forward. His method was slow, but no one could stop his momentum. Oldfield Jia, this little unknown Jia was Lil Miss Goal this time. According to the path that Gu Liangdao's advance was taking, Oldfield Jia was to be his next target. Gongsun Sha raised his head and his gaze swept across his commanders. Even though they had undergone a long journey, did not rest at all along the way, and exhaustion could be seen, their morale was high and they were brimming with fighting spirit. Shi Xian's Tiger General Gu Liangdao. Gongsun Sha suddenly smiled. That pair of clear eyes like that of the neighbor's boy burned with fire. The commanders became alert. They knew that the true battle was about to begin. We need to win this battle. Lil Miss' tone was gentle as though he was describing something ordinary, but every word caused the people to tremble as though electricity was sparking across their skin. Everyone stopped breathing and stood up straight. Only victory. The damaged Great Peace City was filled with rubble. The flat ground was now pitted and looked like a ruin. From the center of Great Peace Palace, a bright Mo matrix lit up under Shi Yuyi's feet. Shi Yuyi's wrinkled face carried deep sorrow. Starting slowly, grayish-white spread from the roots of his hair and eyebrows turned a dull grayish-white. He did not speak. The Mo matrix that lit up under his feet was like a creeper vine that had woken from 100-year deep sleep and started to spread into the surroundings. Soon, all of the Great Peace Palace was as brightly lit by this Mo matrix, as though it was day. The light of the Mo matrix did not stop. It spread along the damaged walls, and continued to spread outwards. The Mo matrices on the streets lit up, the Mo matrices at the corners of walls lit up, the Mo matrices of the buildings lit up. In a blink, all of Great Peace City was covered in the bright Mo matrices. People suddenly found to their amazement that every corner of Great Peace City was engraved with Mo matrices. Zuo Mo also jumped in surprise. He looked at the Mo matrices that almost covered all of Great Peace City and gaped. He could not imagine how they had carved so many Mo matrices when they had constructed the city. Such a vast undertaking. The Ming bandits in the air were also surprised and scared by this scene. They retreated. Teacher! Shi Yui cried, the tears falling on the Mo matrices below him. The Mo matrices seemed to hear his sorrow. The light shook and then spread. He looked at the ruins of Great Peace City, looked at the Ming bandits at its borders. In a flash, the glorious Great Peace City had reached its end. His wrinkles became visibly deeper and he was rapidly aging at a visible rate. Teacher, this student is useless. The teary eyes suddenly became determined. He raised his arms as though he was about to embrace the sky. Boom! The Mo matrix light that covered Great Peace City suddenly brightened. The blinding light shot into the sky. This Great Peace City that Shi Ziming had constructed himself opened its eyes like a monster that woke from its slumber. The Black Sea surrounding Great Peace City started to rise at an astounding rate. It furiously rippled like there was something shaking deep down. The black curtain of water quickly rose from the Black Sea to form an enormous black water shield in the air which covered all of Great Peace City. The Ming bandits were shocked by this, suddenly retreated. Everyone was experienced and sensitive to danger. This water curtain looked thin, but they could smell the scent of danger. The people inside Great Peace City sighed in relief. Many people even cheer. At least they were safe for now. City Master! City Master! The alarm shout startled everyone. When they looked toward City Master, all of them were stunned. Shi Yui stood motionless. His entire body was a pale gray white, he seemed to be made out of rock and was entirely lifeless. He had turned into a statue. Princess Xia and the others were frightened by this scene. They covered their mouths with tears in their eyes. Many of the Great Peace City Mo started to sob. Shi Yui had been intelligent and gentle, authoritative, and was deeply loved by the people of Great Peace City. Zuo Mo looked deeply at Shi Yui inside. He had gotten a good feeling from Shi Yui. But he was not sad. The two had not had a deep relationship and this was not the time to grieve. He flowed the Mo matrix and looked around. He immediately had a grasp on the situation. Of the people present, he was not the most powerful but he definitely understood the most about Mo matrices. Shi Ziming was as powerful as expected. Zuo Mo was full of admiration. When he returned, he called everyone over. The water curtain will stand for 3 days. Zuo Mo lowered his voice and everyone's hearts shook. But the people seated here were not normal people. Even though they were afraid, they still maintained calmness on their faces. For them, this was good. 3 days was a precious time to breathe and rest. It was enough for them to recover the strength to fight. Even though in the eyes of some people, their combined fighting strength was still nothing in front of the Ming bandits. Everyone, take the time to recover. Zuo Mo turned to Miao Jun, spend some time to organize these guards and train them. Miao Jun wanted to speak. Tempering before the fight, even if it isn't sharp, it looks good. Zuo Mo glanced at Miao Jun and then said, if someone disobeys, execute them. I understand. Miao Jun nodded and turned to leave. Zuo Mo called over the Lan brothers. Lan Tianlong looked at Zuo Mo and said, Brother Xiao, if there is something you need us brothers to do, tell us. Even if I have to put my life on the line, it is all right. Lan Rong also nodded. Brother Xiao, speak. Zuo Mo said in a low voice, 3 days, we can't just sit around and wait. There are so many people in Great Peace City and they can fight. Even though there is no time to train a battle formation, having more people is useful. The Lan brothers were thoughtful. We need to recruit more people before everyone else can react. The more people, the better. Zuo Mo said. The Lan brothers were smart people and immediately understood when they heard this. When the other factions started to react, it would not be so easy to recruit people. The two exchanged a look and nodded in unison, all right. Finishing, the two did not waste words and silently left. The three princesses looked at Zuo Mo and felt admiration. When everyone else was dazed and clueless, Xiao Mo Go had sent out a string of orders. His way of thinking was clear, his attitude decisive and without hesitation. The people around were infected by Zuo Mo's composure and they recovered from their panic. Without detecting it, they seemed to have gained some confidence. Even Zhu Ku and the others looked at Zuo Mo under a new light. They had originally thought that Zuo Mo was only talented in cultivation and hadn't expected that he was also outstanding as a battle general. Zuo Mo did not know what these people were thinking. He was in a mess on the inside. 3 days. 3 days, what could he do? Zuo Mo thought hard. The possibility of breaking through just with the manpower he had now was not high. He had to think of a solution. Your Highness. Fu Feng's expression was worried. And? Bihan turned his head slightly. No matter what, you have to break through. Fu Feng suddenly said. Bihan was silent until he suddenly asked, are the Ming bandits very strong? Fu Feng stilled and reflexively answered, very strong, they are the strongest bandits. Oh. Bihan nodded and became silent again. Your Highness. Fu Feng was urgent. You have to promise this subordinate. No matter what, you have. Bihan raised his hand as he turned around, he interrupted Fu Feng's words. I will show them why they are only bandits. Translator ramblings, would a person build a city without any defenses at all? Even Zuo Mo's Golden Crow City had defenses. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, Fight. Chapter 629, Fight. Zuo Mo stared dazedly at the crowd in front of him. Looking out, almost half of all the Mo in Great Peace City were gathered in front of him. 100,000? 200,000? When the numbers reached a certain level, the atmosphere it produced was shocking. Zuo Mo was shocked by this ocean of people in front of him. How come there are so many people? Zuo Mo pulled Lan Tianlong over and asked in a low voice. Lan Tianlong's expression was slightly smug. Ha, we were stupid, not many paid attention to us when we first tried to recruit people. Then someone asked if we were in the same group as you, and then I realized why we are failing. So I used your reputation and it became like this. My reputation? Zuo Mo gaped and was speechless. Brother, everyone saw how you stopped Lin Xian's sword strike. Now that the city master is gone, the one with the most reputation is you. Ha, well, everyone believes in you. Lan Tianlong patted Zuo Mo's shoulder and said seriously, brother, everyone's lives are now in your hands. No matter what, try to save as many of them as possible. Having reported in, he jumped away. Looking blankly at the sea of ice filled with anticipation, Zuo Mo felt his throat getting dry and was at loss at what to do. He had told Lan Tianlong to call some people over as a way to increase his presence. At an important time, they could also act as cannon fodder. He had not thought of saving other people. But now, when he saw the dense sea of people and the faces that were looking at him, for some reason, his heart felt suffocated. Why was it like this? Zuo Mo lost his concentration. He was not a saint and he did not uphold the precept of justice, nor did he believe he was a hero. He even felt that he was a scoundrel. He was selfish, greedy, cold-hearted. He could do anything for victory, sacrifice people unconnected to him to save his people. He didn't feel any pressure or guilt when he did that. When the world was like this, who could be responsible for others? But looking out at the sea of quiet people, with hopeful eyes and faces covered in dust, he could not bring himself to say those words. Completely silent. The crowd was so large that they had to stand on the ruins and at the corners. Some people were alone, some were hugging each other. They were looking up. Tens of thousands of people were looking at Zuo Mo. They were waiting for a miracle to occur. In their minds, Xiao Mo Go was another term for miracle. On him, the light of miracles repeatedly flashed. People hoped that a miracle would occur, just like in the past. They were waiting for Xiao Mo Go to say something. Princess Xia and the others looked at the densely packed crowd, and then at the tiny figure in the sky above the crowd. Their expressions were filled with shock. They were astounded by the scene in front of them. They had also underestimated Zuo Mo's influence. The times create heroes. Shu Ke couldn't help but murmur. No one could take their gaze away from that youth carrying the anti-dragon claw on his back. A strange look flashed through Princess Xia's eyes. She seemed to murmur to herself, "You can always bring hope and bravery to others." Xiao Moge's figure in the sky suddenly moved. Everyone unconsciously stopped breathing. They had a feeling that a scene that they would never forget was about to begin. Zuo Mo moved, and the anti-dragon claw on his back also moved. He faced the gazes of the people and slowly spoke. His voice was hoarse and deep as it passed through the air. "You have surprised me, I am shocked and speechless. I do not know why you have chosen me. I do not understand." He shook his head as though he was narrating or speaking to himself. "You leave me not knowing what to do. Truthfully, it is very rare for that to occur to me. You do not know me, we are not personally connected nor have we interacted before. I'm very shocked that you have chosen to put your trust in me. But I have to tell you, I don't have a good solution." Many people showed disappointment, but they were still silent. Outside the curtain are the Ming bandits. You know better than I do how cruel and vicious they are. If I had a battalion of the same scale on my hands, maybe I would have some confidence, but I do not. I am just like all of you, afraid, terrified, and hopeless. I know that the possibility of breaking through is not high. They have never taken hostages. I will die, just like all of you. Some people started to tremble, some had hopeless expression and some started to cry and sob. The pairs of eyes that had been bright with hope gradually dimmed. Yes, they are the Ming bandits. In front of them, we are weak like newborn lambs. In their eyes, we are newborn lambs. They are waiting for the curtain of water to disappear and then have a full meal. We will definitely die. Zuo Mo's last sentence was like the call of death. Many people were unable to bear it any longer. They fell to the ground and sobbed. We are definitely going to die. Zuo Mo seemed to repeat this like he was speaking to himself, but his words caused many people to raise up their heads and look at the youth in the air. But I do not plan to stop resisting. I do not plan on delivering myself under the butcher's knife like a weak lamb, and let them swallow me down. Yes, they are strong. Yes, they are savage. Yes, we don't have any chance at all. Yes, we will die. But so what? With the last words, Zuo Mo's tone suddenly became excited. He glared, his expression twisted, the tendons in his neck bulging. He was like a wolf forced to the corner. But so what? He suddenly increased his volume. His angry shout echoed in Great Peace City like thunder. Everyone was shocked by his words. They stopped crying, they raised their heads again and they held their breaths. Zuo Mo's gaze swept across the crowd. His face was twisted and his voice seemed to come from his chest, deep and with all the power he could muster, trembling. Yes. But so what? Yes. We don't have a solution, but so what? We are too weak, but so what? I don't want to sit here and wait. I don't want to wait to be captured. Other than fighting, do we have any other choice? Zuo Mo looked at them and then shouted harshly, "Do we have any other choice?" The Mo below stopped crying. They wiped away the tears, those on the ground stood up and gripped their Mo weapons. They raised their faces. The terror and hopelessness on their faces slowly faded. The light of determination crept onto their faces. Yes, did they have any other choice? When people find that they don't have any other choices but to stand and fight, their terror would fade. We don't have any other choice. Nothing. I don't know why you have chosen me, I don't know why you believe in me, I don't have a good solution, I don't have a miracle, I can only lead you to do one thing. The light in people's eyes grew brighter like there was a flame flashing deep inside. Zuo Mo's eyes were burning, his features twisted as he forced the words out between his teeth slowly, to fight. Fight. Continue to fight. A fight that will end in death. A fight that will not end until death. We will fight to declare to those bastards, so what if they are the Ming bandits? So what if they are stronger than us, He looked crazy, his tone was crazy, he was like a burning ball of flame that illuminated the surroundings. Fire burned in the eyes of everyone in the crowd. The fire burned fanatically. They felt that their blood was boiling. Among the hopelessness, an excitement they never had before exploded from deep within their hearts. We can still fight. We can still fight. We can still mother ******* ing fight. Zuo Mo suddenly grabbed the anti-dragon claw and raised it high up. He shouted angrily, "Fight! Fight!" What answered him was an exploding volcano, a tsunami of angry shouts, fists raised in the air like a forest of fists. "Kill M!" Zuo Mo shouted angrily. "Kill M!" Countless voices shouted at the top of their lungs. The ground was trembling, angry waves formed on the ocean, the most minute power was burning. Quick, 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 faster. 1,000 people to a unit, faster. Remember who your unit commander is, what you need to do is follow him. You will attack in whatever direction that he attacks. During the fight, no matter the reason, do not retreat. Even if you are wounded, even if you are about to die. If you retreat, your unit commander will execute you immediately. All of Great Peace City became busy than ever before. Everyone was furiously learning, trying their best to learn how to listen to the orders of their commander and go through the most basic training. The power that the 100 members of guard camp could produce in this fight was too small. Zuo Mo decided to use them as the skeleton of their group and made them troop commanders. 1,000 people per troop, this was the largest unit ever. But even so, there were not enough unit commanders. Zuo Mo had to pick some experienced Mo to act as commanders. Regardless of how chaotic or busy it was, his expression was calm from beginning to end. If he had the time to spare, he would patrol with the anti-dragon claw on his back to raise morale. Even though everything was still a mess, the morale was high. After realizing their hopes of survival were non-existent, people were not left in terror anymore. The residents of Great Peace City had mostly come here for the MO skill steals. They each had some power and backbone. When they realized that they would undoubtedly die, their spirits were aroused. Since they were going to die, they would pull some down along with them. Fire burned in their chests. All of Great Peace City was like a burning furnace that accumulated power under the black curtain of water. The Ming bandits were waiting. But they were also waiting. Translator ramblings, sniff, they grow up so quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630, The Eve. Chapter 630, The Eve. The third night came. Great Peace City was silent. People were resting and waiting for tomorrow's battle. Today was the last day the water curtain would remain. During these 3 days, the Ming bandits had tried to attack twice but did not break through the curtain of water. In the darkness, the light of the MO matrices rippled. Zuo Mo was not as cheerful as he usually was. His expression was stern and his gaze that flashed occasionally was so sharp, it seemed to penetrate people's hearts. "What are you thinking about?" Princess Xia's voice came from behind him. She walked next to Zuo Mo and sat down. "Don't know." Zuo Mo shook his head. "You have times that you don't know?" Princess Xia was slightly surprised. She smiled and said, "I had thought that you always have a solution, always have confidence." Looking at the silent Zuo Mo and a face that seemed thinner due to the labors of these past days, Princess Xia asked probingly, "Do you have any confidence in the battle tomorrow?" No, Zuo Mo shook his head. "I asked many people in order to learn how powerful the Ming bandits really were. Their battalion can rank in the top 30 of 100 Savage Realm. All of them are lawless killers. Their combat style is vicious and powerful, and they are bloodthirsty. Most importantly, they have many people." "Many people?" Princess Xia went along and asked. "N." Zuo Mo's gaze flashed as he said lightly, "They have 20,000 people, and of that, about 15% are brigadier level and above. More importantly, they have 20 generals." In these 2 days, he had spent great effort to get specific intelligence on the Ming bandits. Princess Xia inhaled sharply and her face was slightly pale. She was not a flower vase that was clueless about the world, this number shocked her. More than 15% were brigadier level or above, that meant there were 3,000 brigadier levels. Adding on the 20 general levels, this battalion was terrifying. The Great Peace City had many experts, and if it was a one-on-one battle, 20 general levels was nothing. But if it was in a battalion with 20 general levels leading 3,000 brigadier levels, then the Great Peace City experts who were like a disorderly rabble didn't have any chance at victory. After every raid, if a hostage can defeat a member of them, they can join and survive. The members that are defeated would be eliminated, and the only path left to them is to die. Zuo Mo's gaze turned into the darkness as he said calmly, they used this method to become stronger. Ming Hui is talented, and what he is most talented at is a kind of jinji. With this jinji, he created and controls this beastly herd of bandits. The more she heard, the paler Princess Xia got. She had heard of the reputation of the Ming bandits before, but never thought they would be so powerful. She forced herself to calm down. Is there no way at all, Zuo Mo's expression was normal as he said, it is not that we do not have any advantages. We have more experts than they do. They have more general levels, but in terms of combat power, they cannot compare to us. If the experts on our side can work together, there may be a chance for a breakthrough. Princess Xia did not speak. She understood that the situation was worse than she had imagined. But while everyone is strong individually, they all have complex histories and relationships, it is hard for them to trust each other. They are wary, and if they encounter danger, who will trust their backs to these other people? They will definitely split apart. Unless it is a martial, individual power is not useful on a battlefield like this. Zuo Mo's voice was slightly low. There are so many people, really beyond my expectations. That shows that people trust you deeply, Princess Xia comforted. Zuo Mo grimaced. Even though I was nervous before, I thought I had some chance of breaking through. But now, there is no way, I can only fight head-on. We have more people, Princess Xia said with a forced smile. This really is a bunch of rabble. If there was more time, I wouldn't fear these Ming bandits, it is a pity there is only 3 days. Zuo Mo grimaced. We can only prepare as best as possible and wait for our fates. Princess Xia sighed lightly. I saw that you were composed these last few days and thought you were confident. So you don't have any confidence either? You think that what I said that day was to motivate them? Zuo Mo shook his head. I only said what I thought. It's not that I haven't encountered dangerous and near hopeless situations, but it is the first time I have encountered such a dangerous situation. There is almost no hope of victory to be seen. Princess Xia was silent and the shock on her face disappeared. She suddenly smiled. Your words are frightening, but why do I not feel afraid? Thinking about it, it is because you are not someone that will sit and wait to be captured. Of course. Zuo Mo snickered and murderousness appeared on his face. I have never had the habit of quietly taking abuse. Princess Xia covered her smile as she heard this and then sank into silence. Zuo Mo was also silent as though he was thinking of something. This time, we have aimed too high. Ming Yue's brow was creased. A hint of worry flashed through her eyes. The Ming bandits had progressed smoothly these past years, but without a doubt, after this fight, they would be known everywhere. Ming Hui looked at the black water curtain and his usual bright smile disappeared. His presence was calm and grave, and he seemed a completely different person than when he had been speaking to Bu Hang. He smiled slightly and said confidently, this opportunity is perfect in timing and situation, we have no reason to fail. Even if it is for just the anti-dragon claw, we have to do this. If our strength is damaged, there are chances to replenish it, but if we miss this chance, it will be hard to come by one again. He floated in the air against the wind. His expression was confident as he said proudly, with the anti-dragon claw, my chances of breaking into martial level would increase greatly. We have lots of manpower and experts. If I can break into martial level, we have a chance at the world. Ming Yue felt that her brother's ambitions were too grand. At this time, she did not want to pour cold water on his hopes, but she still gritted out, but after this battle, we will have offended too many factions. Ming Hui laughed. It looks so from the surface, but for them, these losses are not fatal. Adding on how sensitive the world situation is, they do not have the attention to spare on us. Who would dare to offend us? Also, with the anti-dragon claw, even those factions that have martials will not dare to underestimate us. The anti-dragon claw is just an MO weapon, Ming Yue's brow furrowed. It isn't just a MO weapon. Ming Hui shook his head and his expression was full of yearning. If I had the anti-dragon claw, even facing a martial, I would have a chance. But a weapon as vicious as the anti-dragon claw can only be subdued by a martial, Ming Yue asked. Yes, a general touching the anti-dragon claw would be to seek death. However, I have a solution. Ming Hui smiled mysteriously. If I did not have confidence, would I have made such bold moves? This opportunity fell to us because other people are still wary of the reputation of Great Peace City. No one dared to act, so it has benefited us. He then said, Bu Hang is special. He pushed from the shadows and he expected that I will be unable to refuse the anti-dragon claw and the MO skill steel. It is a pity that he has no hopes of breaking into martial level. Otherwise, the Green Yaksha clan would probably be completely different. Ming Yue thought of Bu Heng's conduct and speech. A hint of admiration flashed through her eyes. Yes, Bu Heng is probably one of the most outstanding individuals that I have met in these recent years. However, from his tone, it seems that he is very wary of Zuo Mo. We should be careful. In front of a battalion, a group of so-called experts can't do anything, Ming Hui said unconcernedly. Ming Yue was just mentioning it and did not keep Zuo Mo on her mind. She had followed her brother for so many years and saw countless geniuses fall under the MO weapons of their battalion. This was an era of battalions. Maybe she was worrying too much. Looking at her confident brother, she felt that she really was too anxious. This bandit troop that brother had worked so hard to develop had never been defeated before. Great Peace City had many experts but no battalion. The Ming bandits were well experienced in facing the so-called experts. This time, there were a lot more of the experts, but other than the scale, there was nothing different. What she was worried about was that there would be many more fatalities than previously. Not everyone in Great Peace City had ran over to Zuo Mo's side. There was another group gathered in a corner. They were the young Master Flower protecting Alliance. They had gathered with their guards. The curtain of water is going to disappear tomorrow. The one who spoke was a young man. His face was ashen. The other people paled. Impossible. Really? Where did you hear it from? The people spoke over each other. From the other side. Wang Shen continued. His expression was grave. It will be difficult tomorrow. He suddenly asked, where have all your reinforcements traveled to? They should be here soon. Still too early. They will arrive in a week or so. At this time, one young master suddenly raised his arm and said, my uncle sent a message to me 3 days ago. He said that he might arrive the day after tomorrow. Wang Shen became alert. How many people does he have? He has a battalion, but I don't know the numbers. This young master said docilely. His surname was Wu and his family background was deep. Wang Shen couldn't help but show joy. Great! The Wu family battalion is elite and strong. We will be saved. Then some of the other young masters reported that the reinforcements their families sent were not far from Great Peace City and that they had mostly sent battalions. The Great Peace Treasure Pavilion was a fatal temptation for these families. Their determination could be seen from the fact they had sent battalions. But what to do tomorrow? One person suddenly asked. Everyone became silent and turned to look at Wang Shen. Wang Shen smiled and said, did you forget the other side? They have more people and are a bigger target. The Ming bandits will first pay attention to them. The harder they fight, the more time they buy us. He then said sternly, everyone, hide well and do not venture out. If you offend the Ming bandits, we all die. Everyone agreed. Wang Shen did not forget to increase morale. After a few days, our battalions will arrive and that will be when both sides will be wounded. That is the best situation for us. The morale of the group rose and they all became excited. They discussed how to kill the Ming bandits and Zuo Mo to win the favor of the 3 princesses. No one noticed that 2 people were discussing in a dark corner. What do we do now? Nan Menshui asked in a deep voice. The MO skill steel was destroyed by Lin Qian, but that anti-dragon claw is not ordinary. I don't believe that Marshal you will not be moved. The other smiled slightly. You will know when the time comes. Translator ramblings, so many people doing their own things. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631, Charge. Chapter 631, Charge. When the light of the sun started to peak above the horizon, the silent Great Peace City seemed to awaken from its slumber. The silence was quickly broken by shouting. The unit commanders were shouting at the top of their lungs, and the drum of footsteps filled the Great Peace City. The expressions on people's faces were quickly changing, from solemn silence to excitement and terror. Some people were trembling, but every person gritted their teeth and entered the battle formations based on the short practice they had previously. The unit commanders made their way back and forth as they tried to rouse the spirits of their soldiers. Even though they had never practiced a battle formation before, this formation that was made of tens of thousands of people caused every person that was participating to feel excitement. Even Zuo Mo had never directed so many people before. Tens of thousands of people were divided into formations that were arranged in one corner of Great Peace City. Both Zuo Mo and Miao Jun knew that while they had a lot of people, they could not withstand a charge from the enemy. All of their preparations were for these greenhorns that had never experienced such circumstances to require them to survive the first charge of the enemy. If they managed to survive the first charge and not scatter, these greenhorns might get accustomed to the atmosphere of the battlefield, and their advantage in numbers would slowly be realized. However, Zuo Mo grimaced when he looked at these people with terror on their faces. His heart filled with worry. Taking these greenhorns into a battle to the death against the wolfish Ming bandits was something that Zuo Mo considered the most unprofitable business he had conducted in his life. But Zuo Mo did not regret it. Since he was going to fight anyway, he would make it a grand one. Looking over, the little formations were so packed that Zuo Mo felt his scalp prickle. There seemed to be a bone-rattling hot flow in his body. It wasn't often that anyone would get to command a battle of such scale. The water curtain was thinning at a visible rate. The noise started to die down. The moment the water curtain finally disappeared, all of Great Peace City became completely silent. The water curtain shattered with a snap and a mist formed. The murderous Ming bandits appeared in people's view. The crowd shifted, and their terrified expressions increased. When the scenery of Great Peace City appeared in front of the Ming bandits stilled. Along the edge of Great Peace City's ruins, small and big battle of interlocking battle formations spread out like a dense patchwork that covered over half of Great Peace City. Oh, they are planning to fight back. A vicious smile appeared on Ming Hui's face. But they want to fight back with such a group of rabble, it really is. He shook his head as he spoke to himself, as though he did not know what to say. It caused his commanders to laugh around him. It's good, it will provide amusement for us. Otherwise, it will be very dull, one of the commanders said loudly. I heard that there are many personages in there. He emphasized personages, and desirous expression appeared on many people's faces. Those personages were usually high status, and now they were about to cry and groan under the hooves of their steeds. An excitement they never had experienced before began to rise from within. Their expressions became uncontrollably savage. I heard that all three princesses are great beauties. Another commander licked his slightly dry lips and said with a snicker, how about it, boss? Give them to us. Ming Hui's laughter suddenly stopped. He said in a deep voice, yes. 3 princesses will be given to the 3 with the most merit. It will be up to you to win yourself a beauty. Ming Yue frowned slightly but didn't speak. The other commanders had savage gazes, heated desire and greed exposed without disguise. Boss. I will go first. A man with a hard face jumped out. He was Bao Xiong, one of the mid-ranked commanders among the Ming bandits and a very strong individually. If it wasn't that he lacked skill in command, he would definitely have become a gold battle general. However, while he had not become a gold battle general, based on his outstanding individual power, bravery, and bloodthirst, he liked to charge in the first wave. His subordinates were all battle-crazy, brave and vicious. They were one of the most powerful vanguards in the Ming bandits. Ming Hui nodded. All right. Charge and test them out. Also, Tai Lang, De Hu, cover their flanks and shield Bao Xiong. Bao Xiong acknowledged the order with a vicious light flashing in his eyes. He was extremely excited. The other 2 battle generals also stood up with equal excitement on their faces. In a few moments, the 3 battalions had finished their preparations. There were 1,000 people in each troop. Looking down at the densely packed Mo below them, they were filled with fighting spirit. Bao Xiong raised the large axe in his hand and shouted, kill! Without another word, he led the troop and dove down. The other 2 troops were not willing to fall behind. They drew out 2 crescents as they headed to the 2 sides of the enormous wall of formations below them. The Ming bandits came thunderously, their ear-piercing howls like the wails of ghosts coming to take people's spirits. The air suddenly seemed to boil. Bao Xiong battalion continued to accelerate like a black storm cloud forming and suddenly arriving. Zoom zoom zoom. The high howl gradually became deeper. A shock that was hard to describe flashed across people's minds. Terror uncontrollably spread. The formations on the ground shifted. Most of them had never seen such a terrifying charge before. Do not panic. Do not panic. Whoever flees will be killed. The unit commands yelled and tried to control the situation. But there were still people that lost control of their emotions, turned and tried to flee. Pew pew pew. A drop of water pierced through their chests. Chi Diaoyu, who was nearby, had a frosty expression and he did not even turn to look. Anyone that turned to flee did not survive. The other people immediately ended their own thoughts of escape. At this moment, the shouts of the unit commanders rose in waves, prepare. Prepare. They seemed to wake up. Looking around as dots of light slowly lit up in the surroundings, they unconsciously followed. The light of the battalion continued to spread. Bao Xiong enjoyed the feeling of a charge. He was immersed in an extreme excitement, his eyes were completely red as his MO skill continued to gather. He could see the restlessness below, especially the idiots that turned to run. He couldn't help but show disdain. They were really rabble. When he neared, he saw the terror on the people's faces, their trembling legs. This caused him to feel great pleasure which flowed through his entire body like lightning. Truly a herd of white and tender lambs. He suddenly raised the large axe in his hand. The black axe flickered with a cold light. The roiling black mist shrouded his body, and killing intent was like the light that rose in the dark night. Almost at the same time, the combat Mo behind him raised the Mo weapons in their hands. Balls of white light rose from the battle formations. They were like fish that smelled blood that gathered towards the black axe shrouded in black mist. The large black axe seemed to have a long five-colored tail as it drew out a dazzling streak in the air. The distance between the two sides was decreasing quickly. Seeing the time had arrived, the axe in Bao Xiong's hand suddenly chopped down as he shouted, "Kill! Kill!" The people behind him howled angrily and struck down with the Mo weapons in their hands. The light suddenly increased. Countless rays of light formed an enormous five-colored axe energy that was hundreds of zhang long. It came from the sky at the battalion below. The moment the axe energy formed, hair-raising killing intent suddenly swept towards the ground like a twister. Seeing the blood drain out of the faces of the people below, Bao Xiong felt unspeakably good. Just as he was imagining all the people below being destroyed in this blow, the rising shouts interrupted his fantasies. "Kill! Release!" Bao Xiong's snarl froze upon his face. His field of view was immediately taken over by a tide of energy. There wasn't any room to dodge. A strong feeling of danger made him feel he had dropped into an icy crevasse. His burning blood instantly became icy cold. Everything in front of him was white, and he could not see anything else. His mind was astounded. How was this possible? Dodge! Before he could shout anymore, he was swallowed by this furious wave of light. He did not have the time to wail before he lost consciousness. When a battalion of 32,000 people attacked together, when over 30,000 attacks merged together, the light that was created was as bright as the sun and had caused the entire sky to turn white. Bao Xiong battalion were like the dry branches struggling in the flood and was immediately swallowed. The enormous axe that Bao Xiong battalion had formed with all their power cut through the angry wave and crashed into the battalions on the ground. Boom! An enormous explosion, rock flew everywhere, and an astounding shockwave of air rushed into the surroundings. A pit that formed was astounding to see among the battle formation. It was like one piece had been erased. Bao Xiong's blow had struck 5 battle formations and a battle formation of 2,000 people had been completely erased. They had lost over 3,000 people. And almost at the same moment, the 2 battalions on the sides acted and the same attacks appeared. 2 enormous explosions, 2 enormous holes appeared on the ground, but the 2 other Ming bandit battalions were not as strong as Bao Xiong. The damage they caused was much smaller, but even so, the wounds and deaths at both locations had reached more than 4,000. Wails and cries rang out. Those Mo had never seen such a scene before. Many panicked, especially the battle formations that were closest to the attacks. Screams seemed to spread among the crowd like a plague. No matter how the unit commanders shouted, it was useless and the troops looked like they were about to break apart. Zuo Mo was expressionless. A hit of sharpness flashed through his eyes as he waved his hand at the side. He had predicted this situation before. Those that lower army morale, kill. Those that lower army morale, kill. The loud shouts rang out over Great Peace City in unison. In this moment, countless pillars of blood shot up in the battle formations. Hundreds of Mo that had lost courage and fled were killed where they stood. Such powerful and bloody tactics immediately stunned every person. All of Great Peace City was silent, so silent the drop of a pin could be heard. Many people had ashen faces, but no one dared to move. They were quiet and silent. Princess Xia and the others had their faces turn white, and their extremities felt cold. None of them had expected Xiao Emogu, who was usually cheerful and smiling, to have such a vicious decisiveness. Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo has no use for deserters. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 632, Weakness. Chapter 632, Weakness. Zuo Mo slowly floated off the ground. His expression was cold, his eyes as sharp as a sword, and he gave off a pressuring aura. The ashen-faced people unconsciously raised their heads. The blank and terrified gazes gathered on Zuo Mo's body. Those that retreat, kill. Those that do not follow orders, kill. Those that lower morale, kill. The 3 kill were a gust of cold wind that blew across Great Peace City. The slightly thin figure in the air was reflected in the terrified eyes of the people. Hold on to your Mo weapons. The following clash will be even more cruel, even more intense, and even more people will die. Zuo Mo's tone was cool. He did not comfort the crowd, and treated them like his subordinates, having to remind them that the battle was about to begin as though this was a usual affair. The battle was just beginning, and what would occur later was even more intense. But for some reason, his words carried an unusual power and caused the terror on the faces of the people to decrease. In their eyes, Xiao Mogu appeared calm and composed, unpanicked. The people here who had lost courage immediately found something to hold on to and gradually calmed. Just now, we killed 3,000 Ming bandits. The crowd shifted. The great majority of people were still anxious, but some of the more daring people became excited. 3,000. The Ming bandits only had 20,000 people in total. For them, 3,000 could be considered to be a heavy blow. They will be afraid, terrified, and angry. The following attacks will be even stronger. Zuo Mo's voice was flat and cool. More and more people started to understand. Their gazes slowly became bright and the terror was replaced by excitement. They suddenly found that the Ming bandits were still made from flesh, they were mortal, they could die. They suddenly felt that victory was not so impossible. If a few more clashes like this occurred, wouldn't the Ming bandits be defeated? The people who had found hope again had slightly excited expressions. Hold on, and we will win. Zuo Mo's voice was not arousing, nor sorrowful. His calm yet confident voice echoed above Great Peace City. The crowd quieted again as they unconsciously gripped the Mo weapons in their hands. Everyone's eyes had brightened and they were filled with hope. Ming Hui's gaze was dark. He had heard all of Zuo Mo's speech and did not attack again. The other Ming bandits also showed slight fear. In one exchange, all 3,000 bandits had died and not one had managed to escape. They had never encountered something like this before. Just now, that tsunami-like attack had caused even the sun to appear dim in comparison. The lambs had suddenly showed their fangs and surprised them. This person must be Xiao Mogu. As expected, he is brave and cunning. Ming Hui looked at the anti-dragon claw on Zuo Mo's back, and his pupils contracted. Ming Yue's face was also astounded, but her attention was not on the anti-dragon claw but Zuo Mo's words. She had heard Zuo Mo's cool, murderous and calming words, she had seen the terrified people gradually settle down, and their determination to resist grow even stronger. The collapse of morale they had predicted did not occur. Such a charismatic person. Their battle formation setup is very unique. Suddenly, Ming Yue spoke up with a serious expression. She was the most outstanding battle general of the Ming bandits. Her judgment always received attention from Ming Hui. Everyone finally noticed the patchwork of battle formations. They were all experienced. Before, they had not paid attention. Now that Ming Yue pointed it out and they looked closely, they immediately noticed what was there. Xiao Mogu is cunning. Among the exclamations came sharp inhales. The Ming bandits were in the sky and could see the setup below clearly. They finally noticed that Xiao Mogu had spent great effort on the arrangement of the battle formations. The dense patchwork of battle formations was like a hedgehog. No matter which direction they approached from, they would face attacks from at least 20 battle formations. Even if the other did not have a battalion, did not have a battle general to direct all the power, but a simultaneous attack from over 20,000 people was enough to cause a headache for any battle general. A battle through numbers. This phrase flashed across everyone's minds. The commanders looked at each other and did not know what to do. This wasn't the first time they had encountered a situation like this, but their past experiences told them that any group of civilians, no matter how large, were a herd of lambs when they faced a battalion. If they took a few losses and charged at the enemy, the rabble would scatter and then the enemy would be easy prey. But what was in front of them was not the same as any of their experiences. They had lost 3,000 people, but the enemy had lost 7,000 to 8,000. Rationally, the enemy ranks should have started to flee and collapse now. But they did not flee. Xiao Mogu's vicious and decisive act hadn't just stunned all of Great Peace City, but also astounded the Ming bandits. What surprised them even more was that Xiao Mogu had soothed the anxiety and fear of Great Peace City with just a few words. When had these normal people gained such strong and resilient minds? Even the Ming bandits that had killed their way from mountains of corpses could not understand what was occurring in front of them. Then Ming Yue pointed out what was special about the others' setup. This caused them to all become more wary of Xiao Mogu. Is there a solution? Ming Hui spoke. He knew that his younger sister was very smart and always relied on her for battle tactics. Ming Yue's gaze stared at the enormous battle formation battle under them without a word. They all knew that she was pondering how to break the formation. They didn't dare to breathe in fear of disturbing her. A moment later, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "This battle formation belt is unique, but it is not invincible. Everyone became alert and perked up to listen. They have many people, but they are not a true battalion. They do have some cooperation, but when pressured they cannot fight for long. We only need to use the smaller battalions to harass their formation at range and force them to expend their strength. Over time, they wouldn't be able to maintain this. At that moment, we will charge straight at the center. If we can take down Zuo Mo, their ranks will definitely collapse and flee. That is right. Yes, yes. We will dart in and out of range, they won't know whether to fight or not, they will be frustrated. Good method. The commanders gave their praise. Ming Hui also showed joy. Ming Yue's plan was directed straight at the other's weakness. While fighting with numbers was effective, but the weakness of the enemy being untrained civilians was something that could not changed. Alright. Let's do this. Ming Hui ordered. The commanders were aching to start. Looking on as the enemy harassed their formation from the edge of their range, and how their attacks kept missing the enemy, many people had ugly expressions. The Ming bandits definitely are not ordinary people. Princess Xian's expression was terrible. Princess Xia also showed a threat of worry. They are forcing us to waste our power. Almost everyone could see what the Ming bandits intended. But there was no use in that. No one had a good solution. The Ming bandits saw their weakness and did not disguise their intentions. Everyone unconsciously looked at Zuo Mo nearby. When they saw Zuo Mo had a calm face, their mood immediately calmed down as well. He would definitely have a way. Almost at the same time, many people had the same thought. We cannot continue like this. Standing next to Zuo Mo, Zhuko couldn't help but speak. Worry floated onto their faces. If this continued, the outer battle formations would not be able to continue and collapse. Once the collapse began, all of the army would collapse. If this was a well-trained battalion, the troops could be rotated out, but right now, they only had these greenhorns that had been trained for 2 days. If they tried to rotate out troops this time, it would lead to chaos. But if they did not switch at this time, collapse was just a matter of time. Zuo Mo nodded. He didn't speak and indicated to Miao Jun. Soon, the outermost battle formations slowly moved back, and the battle formations on the inside slowly advanced. Changing formations for the well-trained battalions was not an easy matter, but for people with 2 days of training, it was impossible. Chaos spread. The Ming bandits perceptibly noticed their chance. They dove down howling. The killing intent flooded the air as they charged. The battle formations on the outside became even more panicked. The panic spread. The already unstable battle formations became even more chaotic. At this time, a Ming bandit commander's eyes suddenly lit up. His heart beat rapidly. He noticed that at some time, a faintly discernible path of attack appeared in front of him. The path led straight to Zuo Mo. He then looked at the crowd around Zuo Mo. The princesses and other high-status people were among them. He was so excited he almost stopped breathing. The heavens had blessed them with a good opportunity. If he could capture this group, the battle would be finished. What was in front of him was the fattest piece of meat. If he could swallow it, it would be the biggest accomplishment in this battle. His gaze burned. Without another word, he ordered, "Charge there." His battalion was well trained and did not hesitate to charge towards where their battle general had pointed. As the Ming bandits charged into their battle formations, it caused the people of Great Peace City to be wary the coming attack. But the people closest to the battalion were not a match for these wolfish Ming bandits. Blood and flesh flew and wails rang out endlessly. This Ming bandit battalion was like a sharp and red-hot knife cutting through butter. It immediately penetrated the ranks and went straight at Zuo Mo. In the air, Ming Hui's eyes suddenly lit up. His cheeks flushed and he pointed at the crack that was growing. He shouted, "Everyone, attack!" The Ming bandits who were barely able to hold themselves back immediately complied. Killing intent filled the sky. Translator ramblings: Zuo Mo is good at rallying morale, but I still find his rally against the Clear Sky Old Forefather the most hilarious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 633, Center Formation. Chapter 633, Center Formation. Protect Darren. Shulong's angry shout exploded like lightning among the panicked screaming. The other people around Zuo Mo seemed to wake up. They found to their shock that danger had snuck so close to them, and without realizing it, the Ming bandits had charged and had arrived in front of them. The Ming bandits had gotten so close, vicious and savage expressions of the Ming bandits could be clearly seen. They could even see the pulsing muscles on these faces and the trembling whiskers. And that animalistic and bloodthirsty murderousness. Shuka's head rang and his expression changed. He suddenly reacted and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Protect the princess!" The personal guards of each faction sprinted from where they had been, leaving the formation belt a mess, in disarray with people falling back on every side. People turned and ran like crazy. These people had been held together by Zuo Mo. Now that the enemy was heading straight for Zuo Mo, their weak cooperation was immediately exposed. Terror and hopelessness furiously spread throughout their ranks. The enormous battle formation belt immediately collapsed. The guards of the princesses uncaringly abandoned all the other people. Their eyes were red as they sprinted to where the princess were. Guard Camp and Celestial Plant Guard were also sprinting against the fleeing flood of people to fly to where Zuo Mo was. Princess Xia's face was covered in terror. Her complexion was white. The panicked crowds were running everywhere, the snarls of the Ming bandits entered her eyes. All she could hear was the sound of killing, shouts and screams. She was bewildered. How had it come to this? Her gaze moved around blankly. Her gaze stopped on a thin figure. Slowly, her eyes became focused and a thread of hope rose in her heart. As usual, his face was still indifferent and wore a cold expression, but this time, inside the indifference, she noticed something that made her mind tremble. He was not panicking. Zuo Mo stood upright with an indifferent expression as though he did not see what was happening around him. The Ming bandits rushed forward extremely quickly. The first battalion that fell had shown the skill of the Ming bandits. In only a blink, they breached the outer formations and reached the center formation. Almost all the general levels and important personages were gathered in the center formation. This Ming bandit troop seemed to poke the hornet's nest. The battle immediately reached a high. MO that could cultivate to colonel and general level were experienced in battle. When they realized that it was their lives were on the line, the power they could produce was astounding. They were not as well trained as the Ming bandits, nor could they work together like them. But the chaotic situation and the extremely short distance between them made it perfect for them to fight. Zuko, Xia, and the middle-aged attendant, who were all near martial level, were unstoppable in this moment. Zuko moved like a ghost. Once he entered the Ming bandit ranks, everywhere he passed, bloody mist sprouted up behind him. Xia was persistent and his steps were as heavy as mountains. No one could stop his advance. The long spear in his hand seemed to weigh 3,000 caddies. Blood and flesh flew when it came into contact with his spear. The middle-aged attendant formed a claw with her hands and grabbed at the air. Those Ming bandits that were targeted were ripped into pieces like puppets and died before they could make a sound. The other experts were also in a killing fury. Like countless roaming fish, they passed through the formation and engaged in close combat. Almost 80% of the experts on the Great Peace MO rankings were here. Yu Shuang had not recovered from his wounds, but Chang Yuanhao was still healthy. Adding on Qi Diaoyu and the others, this place held the elite of Great Peace City. In almost a flash, this Ming bandit troop died. Even its battle general was killed in 5 moves when Zuko and Xia working together. This result caused people to cheer and dance. Ming Hui's expression was normal. In his eyes, these people at the center formation were just fighting within a cage. Those experts were troublesome, but if he was willing to spend the time and effort, he had many ways to deal with them. Even the strongest expert could not beat overwhelming numbers. Battle generals focused the attacks of the entire battalion. Even though their attacks were not as varied as individual attacks, they were powerful and not something that an individual person could stop. Even experts were unable to withstand the charge of a battalion, especially experts that could not work together. A cold light flashed through Ming Hui's eyes. Old Tu, Da Hong, go scatter them. The 2 battle generals acknowledged the order. At this time, Great Peace City's battle formation belt had scattered as people fled. The barriers defending the center formation had decreased greatly. The 2 had burning gazes. The center formation that had lost its shielding was like a beauty who was undressed and perfectly displayed in front of them. Looking at the determination and spirit on the faces of their subordinates, the 2 didn't feel afraid at all. They did not feel sorrow about the deaths of their compatriots. It was the opposite. When the battalion had scattered the crowds previously, and expended the power of the experts, it made the situation advantageous to them. A group that could not work together was delusional to think it could withstand a battalion's charge. The 2 exchanged a look and found the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. You go left, I'll go right. All right. Without any delay, the 2 left on their own. Guard Camp had assembled the quickest even though they were not skilled in speed. Before the charging Ming bandit battalion had been exterminated, they had finished gathering and stood silently around Zuo Mo. They were fully alert. The battle just now had not expended their power. Guard camp with calm expressions surrounded Zuo Mo, who wore an indifferent expression. People couldn't resist looking again. In the middle of the chaotic battlefield, they were so eye-catching. Ha ha! The Ming bandits are only worth this much. In the middle formation, a brawny man couldn't help but say. Yes, someone really exaggerated their abilities. What was the use in making such a fuss? I thought that they really had some skill. Another man who had a hard face said disdainfully with narrowed eyes. Xu Long and the others glared angrily. Crack! The neck of the man who had just spoken suddenly bent at a strange angle. His eyes were wide, his face like a balloon. Sang Lianer serenely spoke, I do not like hearing this kind of posturing. Everyone inhaled and looked in shock at Sang Lianer. This Mo female had fought Lin Qian head-on and her power was deep and hard to predict. Having finished gathering, the celestial planet guards had slightly ashen faces. Miss power, skill, and thoughts were all hard to predict. Zhuko was slightly displeased by Sang Lianer action. He was about to speak when his sleeve was pulled. Princess Wan was pulling him as she shook her head. Zhuko stilled and became silent. The center formation became silent. They are about to attack. Suddenly, Xiao Moge's cool voice interrupted this silence. He seemed to not have noticed the movements behind him. He nodded at Xu Long, who immediately understood. Guard camp started to move. Zuo Mo then turned and said to Miao Jun, go. Miao Jun did not speak and looked deeply at Zuo Mo before turning. A short while later, the Celestial Planet Guards and Tang Fei Battalion finished gathering. Do you need help? Princess Xia asked worriedly. Zuo Mo shook his head. No, be careful, the other is about to attack. His voice was not loud but everyone heard it clearly. The crowd immediately shifted. They had all seen the power of the Ming bandits' charge. They might have just killed 1,000 of the Ming bandits, but everyone understood if all of the Ming bandits all charged, they would be in danger, but Shu Ku and the others were the strongest among this group, but even an expert of his level could not directly face the charge of a 1,000-member battalion. 2 battalions separated from the ranks of the Ming bandits. They even reorganized themselves to guarantee that their charge would be powerful. At this time, the crowds had not completely dissipated. However, there was no one in 1 li of the center formation. This distance was enough for them to prepare a charge. Kill! The 2 battle generals shouted angrily. The 2 battalions were like 2 floods bursting through the dam. Kill! The unified shouts of 2,000 people shook the surroundings. The sky full of killing intent rushed down at Zuo Mo and the others. The 2 battalions worked well together, one on the right and one on the left. The enemy would not know whether to protect the head or the tail. A howl that was soul-shaking once again filled the air. At this moment, in the center formation where Zuo Mo was, a ball of gray mist suddenly rose. Almost at the same time, Xu Long and Miao Jun who were in the gray mist shouted at the same time, kill! Mist hand seat! The people who were surrounded by the gray mist exclaimed. Even Zhuko, Yu Shuang and the others showed astonishment. They were knowledgeable and knew that such a practiced, mist hand seat, would only come from a person with an Mo physique. However, their attention quickly shifted to the incoming collision between the 2 forces. Zhu Ku and the others wondered. Xiao Moge seemed to have prepared for this situation beforehand. Had he planned this? But no matter what, they did not have a chance at a breakthrough. Did he have something else up his sleeve? The 2 Ming bandit troops clearly had absorbed the lesson of the battalion which had fallen before them. They made a loud ruckus but they held some strength back. When the gray mist appeared without warning and covered the entire center formation, the 2 felt slightly wary. From where Miao Jun was, an enormous blue blade energy broke through the mist and headed for the battalion opposite it. Good move! Da Hong's eyes flashed viciously. He was overjoyed as he attacked. A faintly red wheel of light flew straight at the blade energy. Boom! A great explosion occurred between the 2 battalions. The battle generals on both sides had no intentions of holding back. In this moment, they also attacked. No matter how strong the shockwave from the explosion was, the strange gray mist was not affected at all. Almost at the same time the explosion happened, from the gray mist, countless arm-length blue blade energy shot out like rain. They zipped through the air and covered the sky. Going against the air wave of the explosion, the blade energies were affected. Their paths became chaotic and hard to predict. Da Hong's expression suddenly changed. A phrase suddenly jumped out of his mind. Gold Battle General. The other was definitely a Gold Battle General. Such a practiced charge was something only a Gold Battle General could perform. Translator ramblings, untrained, undisciplined fighters. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634, Cut Off. Chapter 634, Cut Off. Gold Battle General. There were many that saw this attack. Those that were gathered here were the best experts of Great Peace City. Who wasn't knowledgeable? But no one had thought it would be Miao Jun. In a flash, people finally recalled Xiao Mo Go and Miao Jun's battle. In the past, people had only known that Miao Jun had lost to Xiao Mo Go. Many people had seen the battle in person, but no one had thought that Miao Jun was also a gold battle general. Many people showed expressions of vexation. It had to be said that in this present chaotic state of affairs, a gold battle general was much more valuable than an expert. There were also many people that had thoughtful expressions. They found to their shock that Xiao Mo Go had experts among his subordinates, and strong generals. Some other people were pondering, had Xiao Mo Go realized that Miao Jun was a gold battle general back then? The intense battle quickly caused everyone to suppress their puzzlement and turn back to observe the battlefield. The ongoing battle was important to them. Yi Ling's missed hand seat covered all of the center formation. With the help of the Mo embryo, Yi Ling had managed to cultivate his Mo physique. If his Grey Camp was present, his offensive capabilities would be multiple of what it was before. Right now, he could only squander his talents doing what he had. But the Grey Mist gave the best concealment to the middle formation, including the position where Shu Long was. Shu Long's guard camp was just 100 people, yet these 100 people were much stronger than they had been previously. Shu Long had also processed a Mo embryo. Awen, Nan Yu, and the other core members had also exploded in power. But after Shu Long's shout of kill, they became a silent beast hidden in the mist. Several of the enemy attacks entered the Grey Mist and didn't even cause a stir. Under the Grey Mist, guard camp was like a black hole that could swallow everything. The Ming bandit commanders' expressions became grave. At this time, they had the advantage of offensive capability. They did not fear Xiao Mo Gu and the other fighting back, but they feared that there would be ambushes and traps inside the mist. The waves of attacks were swallowed and didn't cause any response. The damned Grey Mist made it impossible to see what was happening inside. Old Tu hesitated slightly before he quickly made a decision. Charge! He understood Ming Hui very well. Ming Hui appeared as though he was a very relaxed commander, but at such a crucial time, if they did not do their best, Ming Hui would execute them without even a frown. But Old Tu was careful and not as rash as Bao Xiong. He only had 100 Mo soldiers leave the ranks and leap into the Grey Mist. Old Tu's eyes were cold. Even if these 100 Mo soldiers were the elite of his subordinates, his expression didn't change at all. He stared closely at the Grey Mist and waited for the moment his subordinates charged into the Grey Mist. The other 900 people silently waited. 100 Mo soldiers howled angrily as they charged crazily at the Grey Mist. Their faces were twisted, madness, hopelessness, and bloodthirst mixed together in their reddened eyes. It was just 100 people charging, but there was suddenly a suffocating presence. The Grey Mist remained strangely quiet. The strange blue blade energies shrieked as they viciously pierced Da Hong's battalion. Pew pew pew. Countless bloody flowers blossomed in the air. The sharp blade energies easily penetrated the bodies of the Ming bandits. Wails sounded, and 70 to 80 figures lost control and fell down. Da Hong's battalion was left missing a piece as though it had been bitten off. A blue energy suddenly flashed past Da Hong's face and caused a small bloody mark. His expression was dark. The other was stronger than he had imagined. Gold Battle General. As expected of a Gold Battle General. The other's moves were much more skilled than his. Both sides had attacked at the same time, and the other's second attack wave had come so fast that they were unable to react. His subordinates didn't have the time to dodge or fight back before they were hit, but other than some that had high-level Mo skills and managed to stop the attack, almost all the other Mo soldiers died where they were. The other's ability as a battle general far surpassed him. Watching from afar, Ming Hui's eyes moved. These people fighting back were much hardier and stronger than he had predicted. When Mao Jun acted, all the commanders and the Ming bandits changed expression. Ming Yui's expression also became serious. They only had one thought: it was lucky this person did not have many people in his battalion. If this gold battle general had 2,000 to 3,000 people in his battalion, then the Ming bandits would suffer great losses this time. Fortunately, everyone had clearly saw that Miao Jun only had 700 or so people. Even the cleverest wife could not make a meal without any rice. No matter how strong a gold battle general was, if he did not have a matching battalion, his threat level was much lower. Gue-san, go help Da Hong. Ming Yue did not hesitate and ordered. Yes. A man with stark features came out and acknowledged. Everyone finally sighed in relief. Ming Hui's expression cleared up slightly. With a nod, he said, "De Hong is good on the front lines, and there is nothing more to be said of his individual bravery. However, he is slightly lacking as a battle general. It is normal for him to lose slightly against an expert like this." The expressions of other people eased when they heard this. They had also been slightly scared by Xiao Mo's endless bag of tricks, their confidence unconsciously being damaged. Only when Ming Hui said this did they manage to realize it. Yes, no matter how many tricks the other had, he didn't have an outstanding battalion. With only commanders and no soldiers, he was just struggling for nothing. Yes. No matter how many tricks they have, when our army charges, everyone will turn to ashes. A subordinate shouted. Everyone's expressions eased and they nodded in agreement. Just at this time, wails suddenly came from the grey mist. Everyone tensed. Supported with just his own power, Yiling's mist handseat finally could not tolerate the charge of Old Tu's battalion and crumbled. The scene inside the mist was displayed in front of all the people. Yet everyone was stunned by this scene. Countless dismembered limbs were scattered near the center formation. Xu Long's troop had set up a very strange battle formation. At some unknown time, many strange pillars carved in script had appeared around them. Old Tu seemed crazy as he charged at the battle formation. However, this battle formation that was just made up of 100 people was like a meat grinder. No matter the number of people, they would be ground to paste as they charged in. Bloody mist exploded and then rained to the ground successively. Under the feet of Xu Long's battle formation, blood flowed like a river and the soil was dyed red. The fishy tang of blood spread. The ground covered in broken and cut limbs made this place seem like hell. Old Tu had gone crazy due to the scene. He continuously charged the other's battle formation as though he didn't want to live. Yet the other's battle formation was as steady as rock, unmovable. Ming Yue's expression really changed this time as she exclaimed, "Mo grinding disc." She paused and it appeared as though she didn't dare to believe her eyes for 3 whole breaths. But she had extraordinary composure and quickly recovered. She shouted harshly, "He Lang, reinforce Old Tu from the side." "Yes." A man with a cold expression affirmed. Ming Yue suddenly gritted her teeth and raised her head. She said with determination, "Big brother, we should charge." She had a bad feeling. Ming Hui stilled. The situation was not clear yet. Even he felt slightly scared at the other's endless tricks. His original intention had been for his subordinates to test the waters, and after the enemy strategy was clear, then he would crush them in one go. But he was a ruthless and formidable person. He knew that if his younger sister recommended this, then it really was a pivotal moment. He knew that he was not his younger sister's equal at directing battle, and he usually followed what his sister said. Hearing this, his gaze became stern and murderousness flashed. He nodded without hesitation and shouted, "Prepare to charge." Everyone's hearts shook, and they roared their acknowledgement. At this moment, Xu Long and Miao Jun's battalions surged with power, unleashing powerful attacks. In that moment, they actually suppressed the Ming bandits that were now twice their number. All the Ming bandit generals paused with disbelief. No matter how many tricks they had, they could not do something like this. Ming Yue reacted the fastest. "Careful, they are about to flee." As expected, the 2 troops at the center formation dropped everything and charged towards a group of fleeing Great Peace City citizens. They wanted to use the chaos to escape. A cold smile floated on Ming Hui's lips. He suddenly shouted, "Kill!" The Ming bandits responded and all of them accelerated. Like a thundering flooded, they headed to Xiao Mo's group. The 2 sides were extremely fast. Ming Hui's fighting spirit boiled and only Xiao Mo was inside his view. His gaze was tightly focused on the dragon claw-shaped object on Xiao Mo's back. The anti-dragon claw. Starting from today, the anti-dragon claw was his. With this thought, his body felt heated, and his gaze also burned. Xiao Mo and the others were also fleeing very quickly and had almost reached the crowd. They wanted to flee? A dark and cold smile floated on Ming Hui's mouth. He seemed to not see the panicked crowds along the way, and his gaze was closely locked onto Xiao Mo. The Ming bandits also ignored the crowds that they flew by. Xiao Mo and the others were clearly slowed down by the speed of the princesses. The distance between them quickly decreased. The Ming bandits charged at Xiao Mo and the others with a destructive presence. Every battle general gave their all at this time. Their gazes were excited as fighting spirit burned. The attacks on their hands were waiting to be let out. When the distance grew closer, their attacks would drown Xiao Mo and the others. Under such an attack, no one would manage to survive. Xiao Mo Gu and the others had entered their range of attack, but Minghui did not give the order to attack. He licked his lips like a cunning wolf waiting for a chance to give a fatal strike. A bit closer, just a bit more, and their attacks would manage to completely cover all of them. At this time a vast cold killing essence suddenly covered the Ming bandits, like the icy wind that rushed upwards from the ground. This wave came very suddenly without any warning. The killing essence was so cold that in one instant, the Ming bandits found that a layer of frost had appeared on their bodies. An enemy attack. Ming Hui's mind rang out. Kill. The cold voice seemed to be filled with a strange power. Everyone's hearts jumped. Before the sound dissipated, the unrestrained killing essence was like an exploding volcano that shot at them. The next scene caused their souls to almost leave their bodies. Editor note: Wandering Yumi of Doom. So many of you got that there was a trap somewhere, but you were calling it a bit early. Forcing your opponent's move is super helpful in laying a trap. Translator ramblings: Yiling finally gets to show off, it's been so long since he was introduced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635, The Blade Unsheathed. Chapter 635, The Blade Unsheathed. Numerous figures suddenly leapt out from the panicked crowd under the Ming bandits. In a flash, the dark figures covered the sky. The black shadows were extremely quick. The sound they produced was like a blade slicing through air, humming deeply in waves with a mind-stunning power. Those that heard it all changed expression and their scalp prickled. Yet before they could react at all, an enormous wave of power condensed and smashed heavily into the middle of the Ming bandits' ranks. Boom! The shockwaves twisted everything in view. The middle section of the Ming bandits' ranks did not have the time to make a sound when the ripples passed through and their bodies were disintegrated from the attack. The powerful mo physiques of the Ming bandits turned to ash like a snowman in the sun. Ming Yue's expression was ashen. A battalion. They had been ambushed by a battalion. The enemy had actually had a battalion. However, the Ming bandits were highly experienced, and vicious on top of that. Even though they were surprised at the suddenly appearance of a battalion, they quickly calmed down after the initial panic. The Ming bandits that were closest to the middle sect unhesitatingly charged forward in hopes they could slow down this battalion. If this attacking battalion was dragged to a stop, then it would definitely die. From every angle, there was nothing to criticize about the Ming bandits' response. Only true elite MO with rich combat experience could react so quickly right after being attacked. But all of the Ming bandits underestimated the strength of this unknown battalion. They also underestimated the strength of Bihan, who led Sin Battalion. Bihan's face was icy but his gaze was full of spirit. There was a small flush on his face. He had been waiting too long for this battle. He had waited from the moment he learned to be a battle general, from the moment he commanded the Sin Battalion, from the moment he was imprisoned on mountain, from the moment he had returned to the MO territories. From having no place to go, to finding a place. Jiang Zhe, who he had been said to rival, was dominating and was attracting the attention of the world. Jiang Zhe seemed to be the premier battle general of the Four Realms. Yet his own journey was full of setbacks and detours. He met obstacles everywhere he went, and after so much hardship, he had never even had his first battle. He had waited for far too long. The large axe in his hand was hungry, and the sword was wailing sorrowfully and discontentedly from the sheath. This battle was fated to be renowned throughout the world. The light of an ultimate battle general would shine over the world. A kind of light called confidence flashed in Bihan's cold eyes. The Xiuzhe were most skilled in divination. This was a very broad concept. It included judging and predicting the actions of the enemy, searching for and exploiting weaknesses in the enemy's formation and how to express the full power of their battalion. It was a field that every Xiuzhe battle general had to learn. Bihan, who had learned the battle methods of the Xiuzhe from his childhood, was skilled in this. But Bihan's command style was completely different than Jiang Zhe, who was of the same sect. Jiang Zhe was balanced in all aspects, meticulous and rarely showed weaknesses. When Bihan had been at the mountain, everyone who saw him compete would say the same phrase. This blade is inauspicious. His command style was vicious and harsh. Compounded by his cold personality, he would do anything for victory, including sacrificing his own troops. He was someone that people were wary of. A mistake, such as underestimating your opponent, was an opportunity that could change the entire battle for a battle general of Bihan's caliber. Even now, the Ming bandits did not understand the skill level of the battle general they were facing and the skill of the battalion. Just as the Ming bandits near the middle section started to ready themselves to charge, the next attacks from Sin Battalion arrived. In Bihan's hands, Sin Battalion, which had undergone an increase in power, had demon-like powers. They were like ghosts, but their strikes were as impactful as heavy broadswords. The several hundred members of Sin Battalion moved past each other in crisscross patterns. An extremely strange scene occurred. The Ming bandits who were about to charge suddenly stared with wide eyes. Several lines of blood crisscrossed on their bodies as though they had been sliced with sharp thin threads. Pew! Blood sprayed from the bloodlines and turned to a blood mist in the air. The bodies of these Ming bandits fell apart into 7 to 8 pieces. Every cut and wound was as smooth as glass. Even those as cruel as the Ming bandits were astounded when they saw such a scene and lost their concentration for a moment. Bi Han was unaffected, and only his eyes were as sharp as a blade. In front of him, all other obstacles were swept away, and the exposed backs of the Ming bandits appeared in front of him. All of this happened in just one moment. Before the dismembered limbs and the bloody mist could land, before anyone could react and move, Bi Han released his long-prepared charge, but the Ming bandits at the front turned and their faces immediately filled with terror and hopelessness. Boom! Like a blade entering flesh, wherever it passed, flesh and bone separated. The Sin Battalion still cultivated emo skills, and the modified Jinji on their bodies caused their emo skills to increase greatly. After undergoing Zuo Mo's engraving of new emo matrices, these battle monsters with incomplete souls had become even stronger. Their speed was extremely fast, making their movements hard to predict. When they attacked, their strength was domineering, and also hard to predict. What was scariest was that they did not hold one shred of fear. They would meticulously and faithfully carry out Bi Han's orders. They did not seem to feel it even when the attacks of the enemy landed on their bodies. Sometimes, they didn't even dodge. They were like a group of monsters. The experienced Ming bandits had never seen such a determined charge before. The Ming bandits at the front panicked. They tried to fly forward to avoid the charge behind them. Some of the smarter Ming bandits sprinted in other directions. The formation of the Ming bandits immediately dissolved. The Sin Battalion was unstoppable where it passed. Blood and flesh. The power of an individual was as minuscule as an ant in front of the vast power created by a charge like this. Just being brushed lightly was a heavy blow that would cause one to be thrown into the air, their bones completely shattered, and they would be dead where they landed. This all happened in a flash. The Ming bandits in the rear were still charging forward, the middle section of their formation had fled, and in a blink, the Ming bandits at the front had crumbled as the blood of their companions flowed in rivers. This change had come too quickly that many people didn't even understand what was happening. Even the Ming bandits were struck dumb by this crazy ambush. They watched as the Sin Battalion hunted and killed the fleeing Ming bandits. Sin Battalion never attacked lone Ming bandits. They would move around each other as though they were creating a great net. No matter how Ming bandits struggled in the net, they would but cut into pieces by this sharp net. Sin Battalion coldly harvested lives. Dismembered limbs flew in the air as sprays of blood sprouted. The scene was so bloody it was intimidating. It was so cruel that even the Ming bandits could not suppress their disgust. Many people started to vomit. Ming Hui's expression was ashen. He looked in disbelief at this scene in front of him. Just a moment ago, everything had been within his grasp, and the anti-dragon claw was right by his hand. In a blink, half of his Ming bandits were gone. His gaze was blank and unfocused. The remainder of the battalion were intimidated by the cold presence and unconsciously retreated hundreds of zhang. How could it be like this? Ming Yue's expression was ashen as well. Her eyes were terrified as she said in a trembling voice, "Brother, we cannot win against this person." Cannot win? Ming Hui's expression suddenly changed from blank to crazed. He shouted harshly, "Cannot win? What do you mean cannot win? We are the Ming bandits. We are the invincible Ming bandits. Sister, I believe in you. Brother, it will not work." Ming Yue's voice still trembled slightly, but her expression had recovered greatly. She shook her head and said, "I am not a match for him." Since the ambush in the beginning, he had planned this entire string of events. He was still at such ease in such a chaotic situation. He is too scary, I am not a match. Also, this battalion is stronger than ours. This person can rival those famed generals. Sister is better than those famous generals. Brother, he might be able to step into Glory Hall. HSS, the commanders in the surroundings inhaled sharply, and each of them had an expression of great shock. Glory Hall. The Emo territories were not as large as the Xiuzha territories, but it was still vast. The 100 Savage and Nether had as many battle generals as the stars, innumerable. But there was a place that was the holy ground of all battle generals, Glory Hall. Glory Hall was open to all visitors, and there was an endless stream of people that came to visit. Glory Hall was not vast, it was just a little stone hall that was a few dozen mu in size. Glory Hall recorded every battle general in the past that could be identified. It was founded by historians. At the start, it was not famed. They carved the name of the strongest battle generals of each generation on the halls of Glory Hall. What really made it famous was that the results of multiple wars were the exactly same as their predictions. As time went on, the successive masters of Glory Hall continued fairly. The names that were carved into Glory Hall underwent even stricter requirements, and all of them were battle generals that were publicly known as the strongest in their generation. Over time, Glory Hall became the holiest place for battle generals. Many battle generals, when they first started to learn how to be a general, would dream that, one day, their names would be carved into Glory Hall. That represented unparalleled achievement and glory. So the shock that Ming Yue's words caused could be imagined. The last time that Glory Hall had engraved a name had been 20 years ago. Ming Yue thought that this person had a chance to step into Glory Hall. How could they not be shocked? But they knew Ming Yue very well. She was intelligent and strategic. She was the strongest battle general of the Ming bandits. Her words were fantastical, but half of the group believed. Ming Hui looked dazedly at his younger sister, who had a serious expression. The fury on his face unconsciously disappeared. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself multiple times. "Brother!" Ming Yue was frightened by Ming Hui's action. The other commanders all paled greatly. Ming Hui had hit himself hard, and his face was covered with bright red handprints. His gaze became calm once again. He looked at the slaughter occurring in the distance and said gravely, "I, Ming Hui, will remember the humiliation of today. Sister, do not be demotivated. So what if he can step into Glory Hall? From childhood, I believe that sister will definitely enter Glory Hall. I have confidence in you." Ming Yue bit her lips. Tears rose in her eyes, and her hands unconsciously balled. Translator ramblings: I just imagine a paper shredder whenever someone mentions cutting off limbs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636, A Sudden Appearance. Chapter 636, A Sudden Appearance. Today's battle has awakened me. Today, I finally understood that, with these lowly tactics, I cannot create a true army. Ming Hui's gaze was determined as he said, "I will release the Jinji on your bodies now. If you want to leave, leave at your will. I have decided to remake the battalion, not as bandits, but as the Ming battalion. If you are willing to stay with this Ming Hui, I will not fail you." As he spoke, the commanders shook and their expressions were disbelieving. Ming Hui had released the Jinji in their bodies just as he said. Some people raised their hands in a bow towards it Ming Hui before turning and leave. Ming Hui did not stop them. In a blink, there were only about 3,000 people left. The Ming bandits who found that their Jinji had been taken off immediately lost the courage to fight and fled. Ming Yue said in a very low voice, "Brother, it is not good to release the Jinji at this time. If the Jinji were not released, they could buy more time for their escape." Ming Hui smiled darkly and said in an even lower voice, "Do not worry, I have my own plans. I have been exceptionally kind in not killing the people who left. It will be their fate if they die in the hands of others." Ming Yue felt a chill rise from her back. Brother seemed to have left them a road to life, but was actually pushing them towards death. Even if the disorganized Ming bandits could flee the mysterious battalion, they would not be able to escape the experts of Great Peace City. "Brother, you are waiting for Bu Hong?" Ming Yue suddenly asked. Ming Hui smiled coldly. "Not just Bu Hong. This battalion is strong, but there are countless others who desire something as great as the anti-dragon claw. Bu Han is a smart person. He obtained the information and then spread it. From the beginning, he knew that the Great Peace Treasure Pavilion was not something that he could touch." The coldness in Ming Hui's eyes grew. He snorted coldly, "The chaos will not end as easily as this." Finishing, he ordered the battalion to retreat. Ming Yue was silent. She was skilled at being a battle general, but her grasp of grander schemes was not as good as her elder brother. She didn't know if this defeat was good or bad for elder brother. Ming Yue felt slightly worried. The abrupt collapse of the Ming bandits was unexpected to everyone. In a blink, Niao Jun and Xu Long felt the pressure on them lessen. They did not understand what had happened, but in order to help Xin Battalion, they had faced enemies numbering multiple times their own. They were exhausted. Even though the enemy crumbled now, they didn't even have the energy to chase them. Xu Long and the others sat down and started to recover. Niao Jun also ordered those in his command to rest immediately, but his gaze unconsciously looked towards Bihan in the sky. Bihan had stayed for a long length of time in Great Peace City. All the major powers knew of this person, and also that he had a battalion called Sin Battalion under his command. But no one had thought this cold and proud person was so powerful, that this unknown battalion was so terrifying. Miao Jun had paled when he saw the series of attacks just now. As a gold battle general, he knew more than others, and even he had never seen such a vicious style of fighting before. Bihan was definitely at the level of the top battle generals. When he thought of this, his gaze reflexively landed on Zuo Mo thoughtfully. Xu Long and the others had not concealed anything from Miao Jun, and Miao Jun had heard long ago that Xiao Mo Gudaran also had an invincible battle general called Gongsun Cha and an invincible battalion called Vermilion Bird Camp. After Miao Jun became familiar with Xu Long's personality, he didn't doubt the ability of Gongsun Lil Mississippi. Adding on Bihan, Xiao Mo Gudaran possessed two top-tier battle generals. In the enormous Mo territories, the number of factions who were at this level could be counted on the fingers. Adding on Agui and Sangliener with their unfathomable strength, as well as Xiao Mo Ji's own great power, Miao Jun suddenly realized that a faction like this probably qualified to start spreading their own influence in the chaotic and war-torn state of the world. His gaze flickered as he thought. Princess Xia and the others gaped with wide eyes. The situation had reversed so suddenly that they could not keep up. Many people still didn't understand what had happened. Xiao Mo Go had told them to retreat in this direction and received everyone's consent. But when the majority of the Ming bandits locked onto them, they had all paled. They thought that they would not have any way left to escape. But in a blink, Sin Battalion had erupted and cut the Ming bandits into pieces. Those with clear minds couldn't help but look at Zuo Mo with a threat of terror. He had such a powerful battalion in his command, but he had managed to keep it a secret. He had gathered the people to set up an enormous battle formation belt, all for the purpose of misleading the Ming bandits. In order to create a chance for Sin Battalion to strike a fatal blow, he even threw everyone, including himself, out as bait. Such deep cunning. The middle-aged attendant sighed with suppressed astonishment. Princess Xiao's gaze had not left Zuo Mo's face. When he noticed the hint of shock in Zuo Mo's eyes, she couldn't help but laugh. Maybe this is an accident. An accident? The middle-aged attendant looked with slight surprise at Princess Xia. Princess Xia, who was usually peerless in intelligence, seemed to have become dumber. She shook her head and said, "It cannot be a coincidence. The actions were all related and the setup perfect in timing and action. We were unknowingly used by him to be bait. This boy might actually reach high heights." Princess Xia smiled brightly. What no one knew was that Zuo Mo's shock wasn't any less than theirs. Bihan was so ferocious. He was dumbstruck. He had carved the Mo matrices for Sin Battalion and knew Sin Battalion's strength. But the power that Sin Battalion had in Bihan's hand surpassed his predictions. If he knew that Sin Battalion was so powerful before, did he need to set up so many things? His initial plan was to continuously weaken the Ming bandits to give Sin Battalion a chance to carry out an ambush. That would create a short period of chaos. However, the fatal attack would be him leading all the general levels to charge straight into the core of the Ming bandits and taking down their leader. But he even prepared to take the princesses and the leaders as hostages if Shu Ku and the others did not agree. Yet the changes of the battle completely was out of his expectations. The Sin Battalion led by Bihan was unstoppable and beat the Ming bandits into submission. Zuo Mo grimaced inside. If he knew this before, wouldn't everything have been resolved if he let Bihan out? Watching as the danger was resolved, Zuo Mo's tense nerves unconsciously relaxed and he exhaled deeply. But when he looked at the chaotic crowds, he sighed again. Truthfully, he had purposefully left an opening in the battle formation belt he had set up because he knew, no matter how many people there were, these normal people who had never been trained could not stop the Ming bandits. Of his preparations, some were cruel, some were useless. Many people had died, but they had won in the end. The majority were able to survive. Ha ha! Brother! I just knew that you could do it. Lan Tianlong's loud laugh came from behind him. The people behind him also couldn't suppress the expression of happiness. Zuo Mo turned around. He wanted to smile but wasn't able to. He didn't feel any great sadness, but there wasn't much joy neither. Lan Tianlong darted forward to give Zuo Mo a big hug. The other people took turns to come forward and hug him. Just as one of the people was preparing to hug him, the anti-dragon claw on Zuo Mo's back suddenly shook and Zuo Mo was startled. Almost at the same time, he felt a stirring of danger. Without thinking, the reverse stellar revolution on his hand was thrown forward as he darted back. An extremely dark and cold black energy brushed past Zuo Mo's chest from bottom to top. The dark and strange aura caused Zuo Mo's hairs to stand on end. The ambusher hadn't expected that Zuo Mo could react so quickly after he had relaxed. The two were very close and he had thought there would be no reason for him to miss at such a close distance. But the other had detected his intentions. When his attack missed, and before he could escape, the reverse stellar revolution appeared in front of him like a spray of sparks. His expression changed. Could he not recognize the killing move that Zuo Mo had used to defeat the Peacock King Plume? But the two were too close, so close that he didn't have any time to react. Under his terrified gaze, the reversed stellar revolution turned to sparks and landed on the assassin's body. He didn't even have the time to scream before he was burned into dust. The sparks returned to Zuo Mo's hand and became a slowly spinning star bracelet again. Lan Tianlong and the others paled. This had occurred so suddenly. In a flash, the ambusher had been burned to dust. He is in Qigong, why would he try to assassinate you? Lan Tianlong reacted and a hint of anger flashed through his eyes. And Qigong had clearly intermingled among them in order to take advantage of his relationship with Zuo Mo. Someone had schemed against old Long. Lan Tianlong suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Do you want me to go investigate?" In that moment, Zuo Mo had been frightened, but at this time, he quickly calmed down. He shook his head. "There's no need." After a moment of thought, he said to Lan Tianlong, "Go find a few people and help maintain the order. Prevent people from taking advantage of the chaos." Lan Tianlong said heavily, "All right. If old Long finds the person responsible, I'll make him wish for death." Finishing, he turned with a dark expression. Bihan narrowed his eyes and looked at the remaining 3,000 Ming bandits in front of him. Behind him, Xin Battalion was still harvesting the lives of the Ming bandits at an astounding rate. A light flashed through his narrowed eyes. He was like a tiger that had been caged for a long time. The brief battle that had just finished could not satisfy him. However, the Ming bandits who had fled suddenly ran back in panic. "Boss! Not good! Not good! Marshal Yu! Marshal Yu has come! Marshal Yu! Marshal Yu!" This name, which caused the Ming bandits to panic, caused cheers to rise among the crowd. Many people even cried from joy. The reputation of Marshal Yu was completely the opposite of the Ming bandits. No matter what, Marshal Yu would not act against them. Zhu Ku and the others also relaxed. Their families were on good terms with Marshal Yu and there would not be any problems to their own safety. Only Princess Xia's expression changed slightly and she looked worriedly at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's face suddenly darkened. The incoming forces were not an allies. Murderousness flashed through Tsang Lian her eyes. When it had been her crucial time of breakthrough, the people that Marshal Yu had sent tried to use her to threaten her father. There was a chance to settle accounts today. Bihan did not feel any fear. He was still hungry after the fight with the Ming bandits. He gazed with narrowed eyes at the horizon, fighting spirit rampaging through his body. "Don't be too weak. Translator ramblings, they just keep on coming. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 637, Arrival of Marshal Yu. Chapter 637, Arrival of Marshal Yu. Ma Fan wiped his face and took a look at the packed group of Xiuzha outside. He shook his head. It seems that they don't plan on leaving in the short term. The Xiuzha outside was the Tianhuan battalion that Gong Ye Xiaorong was leading. As predicted by Gong Sun Cha, they had appeared in Orchid Home Jie and started to attack the Chaos Rift defended by Black Turtle Camp. Luckily, Ma Fan had been careful and didn't dare to relax. He had constantly sent out patrols. His caution was useful. The patrols had discovered the enemy and sounded an early alarm. Ma Fan, who received the warning, immediately went on full defense. Due to the worry that they would not be able to hold the Chaos Rift, the construction of defensive formations had never stopped. Compared to when Lil Miss had been here, the formation belt was 2 times larger. Even right before the fighting started, the formation belt was still being expanded. This caused Ma Fan's confidence to increase. Truthfully, the fighting had never stopped in Orchid Home Jie. Ma Fan's scouts and the Yao scouts would frequently have skirmishes. Overall, though, the two sides were restrained and maintained an unspoken agreement. When Gong Ye Xiaorong saw the ambush did not succeed, he changed to a frontal assault. But facing such an enormous formation belt, Gong Ye Xiaorong didn't have any good solutions. However, Gong Ye Xiaorong knew that this Chaos Rift was their closest path to returning to the Xiuzha realms. Gong Ye Xiaorong's attacks were extremely ferocious and uncaring of fatalities. The fighting was unusually intense, and almost half of the fort's formation belt had been destroyed. Corpses littered the surroundings. The grand talismans that Tianhuan battalion had were enormously effective. This allowed them to withstand 2 rounds of attack. Ma Fan's Black Turtle camp had had a difficult time. The fort was almost lost until guard camp arrived and steadied the defense line. Yet these Tianhuan Xiuzhi did not know weariness nor cared about the fatalities. They furiously attacked like waves crashing onto the shore. Ma Fan could not count how many rounds of attack they had fought off. Almost half of Black Turtle camp was lost. Ma Fan had to replenish his forces with members of Green Dragon camp which had been acting as reinforcement to Black Turtle camp. The rate of deaths for the Greenhorns was extremely high in intense battles like this. Azure Dragon camp only existed in name now. Those able to survive were all Xiuzhi that were able to quickly adapt to battle. The defense line became even stronger, and everyone started to adjust to fighting of such high intensity. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lei Peng's voice was hoarse and rough, but his eyes were even brighter than before. He said nonchalantly, "We can be said to be experienced now. Ha, Tianhuan is just so, we can kill as many as they send. They have no reinforcements, and cannot afford continuous fatalities. We will definitely win this fight. I just wonder what good reward I can get from Lil Miss Darren." Nian Lu drawled. His handsome face was covered in dust. However, just like Lei Peng, his eyes were unusually bright and he was surrounded by sword essence. This battle had been hard, but after going through it, all of them had improved greatly. Nothing could cause someone improve faster than fighting. Gongye Xiaorong looked with concentration at the damaged fort expressionlessly. The other's primary commander had left with their main forces. Technically, this should be a great opportunity. This was the main reason that he decided to attack the fort. No battle general had a good method of attacking forts like this. Gongye Xiaorong had been mentally prepared that many people would die, but, fighting until now, he was unable to calm down. The other's hardiness was almost unimaginable. He had learned Gongsun Cha's strength already. He knew that he was a battle general that rivaled him. But even now, he could not figure now which faction Gongsun Cha belonged to. When Gongsun Cha left with the main forces, the biggest obstacle for Gongye Xiaorong had been removed. Even though he knew fatalities would be high in a full frontal assault like this, he had still been filled with confidence. If he was willing to pay the price, he could take the fort. Yet this mysterious faction gave him a heavy blow again. The unknown battle general inside the fort was the hardiest battle general that he probably ever met. This battle general's battalion was not outstanding, and far from being comparable to Gongsun Cha's battalion. Gongye Xiaorong had not thought much of them, dismissing them as a threat, but this unknown battle general and this unknown battalion had cost his side a heavy price, and he was unable to advance one more step. They were as steady as rock. And the detail-oriented Gongye Xiaorong discovered that the enemy battalion was becoming even more resilient. After this battle, this unknown battalion would completely transform and become a true elite force. Their Tianhuan battalion had become the enemy's whetstone. There was no hope of victory. If they kept on fighting, the fatalities would only increase. Gongye Xiaorong was silent. He had been talented from childhood and had smoothly advanced even in a large sect like Tianhuan. He had been respected by his fellow disciples and protected by the elders. He had never thought that he would end up in a situation like this one day. Defeat after defeat. Looking at his battalion, of which only slightly more than a third remained, looking at the faces that were looking in bewilderment at him, his heart suddenly hurt. His face was slightly ashen, but he knew that everyone was waiting for his decision. "We will leave." He used almost all the strength in his body to say these 3 words. When Mushi finished listening to the report from her subordinate, she was thoughtful. "Darren, should we go take that chaos rift? The enemy is tired from fighting. Now that Gongye Xiaorong has retreated, they would be relaxed and off guard. This is a good chance." The subordinate couldn't resist saying. The successive victories had established and secured Mushi's position in the Palace Lakewood clan. Right now, she was undoubted as the top-ranked battle general of the Palace Lakewood clan, and was qualified to decide on the major discussions of the clan. There had never been one that was so young in the history of the Yao able to achieve such a level. Mushi shook her head. "What is the use if we take it? It is already very good that we are able to hold this Jie. Do not underestimate the other." They were able to stop Gongye Xiaorong. It is hard to say for certain, but just in defense, there are probably few that can compare. Seeing the subordinate's disagreement, she said, "Don't be proud because Gongye Xiaorong lost a few skirmishes to us. We have never fought Gongye Xiaorong head-on. Gongye Xiaorong is very strong to have defeated the allied army." After some thought, she ordered, "We need good relations with this faction. They have great ambitions if they dare to become enemies with Tianhuan. Naturally, they will need allies. But they are Xiuzhi. You need to see the flow of history. The world is in turmoil, chaos rifts connect Xiuzhi, Yao, and Mo territories. Within the decade, the barriers between Xiuzhe, Yao, and Mo will be broken, Mushi said solemnly. The subordinate wanted to say more, but he acknowledged the order when he saw Mushi's stern gaze. Mushi looked at the back of the subordinate as he left with flashing eyes. She knew that she was too young. Even though she had been winning all this time, there were many in the clan that did not accept her. Maybe she should build her own battalion. When this thought appeared, the urge was unable to be removed. The black crowds of people in the horizon seemed to be moving slowly, but in a flash, they appeared. The battalion stretched like a cloud silently. There was indifference on the face of every Mo soldier. From a glance, it could be seen that they were experienced Mo soldiers. The banners of the clans were raised and flew in the wind. There wasn't any stray sound from the battalion. In the center of the battalion, an enormous chariot procession was the most eye-catching. Blue silk flew in the wind, and the copper tassels that hung from the eaves of the chariot roof chimed from far away. The four beasts that pulled the chariot were unusually ugly, but they were extremely submissive, standing the front of the chariot. Beside the chariot, four large men with stern expressions had a wooden rack on their shoulders where a blue sword was placed. As the ranks spread out, a tangible killing essence spread. Great Peace City was silent. No one dared to speak loudly. Zuo Mo wasn't frightened by the pomp at all. He looked around. Marshal Yu's battalion was not as large as he imagined and was just about 10,000 people. This was a much lower number than he imagined. In his imaginations, the battalion of a marshal should cover the sky. Each marshal usually had more than 100 jia under their command. Princess Xia suddenly said in a low voice, Marshal Yu has been busy expanding his territories and his battalions have been mostly sent out. His own territories haven't been peaceful. But you have to be careful. This Yu Frontier Guard is the most elite battalion that Marshal Yu has. I have no way to help, be careful. From these sparse words, Zuo Mo understood many things. He could hear the concern in the other's tone and comforted, that's alright, I have my own measures. Princess Xia gritted her teeth and said, if it cannot be helped, give the anti-dragon claw to him. Zuo Mo's heart felt warm, but when he thought of the 3,000 threads of worry that had merged into his body, he grimaced inwardly. The 3,000 threads of worry were wrapped around the anti-dragon claw. No matter how he tried, they would not unwind and leave the anti-dragon claw. Even if he wanted to give the anti-dragon claw to someone else, he couldn't do it. Don't worry, don't worry. Zuo Mo comforted with a smile. Xu Long and the others had returned to Zuo Mo's side and were on full alert. The presence of this battalion intimidated all. Even Ming Hui and the others couldn't help but change expression. The Ming bandits that he had built had not been afraid of anything, but they had just suffered heavy losses. Now, after he personally saw the most elite force of Marshal Yu, he finally felt what true elite was. His Ming bandits, in front of this strictly organized battalion, could only be called bandits. He had thought previously that with many people fighting over the anti-dragon claw, he would have a chance during the chaos. But when Marshal Yu came with his Yu Frontier Guards, he knew that the anti-dragon claw would land in Marshal Yu's hands. Marshal Yu would probably not let people of terrible reputation like his Ming bandits escape. Ming Hui's expression became uncertain. Translator ramblings, a sneak peek back to what is going on at home. Also, the U in Marshal Yu is for rain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638 Mr. Tong. Chapter 638 Mr. Tong. The ferocious presence of the Yu Frontier Guards intimidated everyone. The chariot with its billowing curtains felt like a great and ancient beast looking down at the world. The commanders surrounded it and the Mo soldiers stood in formation like a dense forest. It was a murderous silence and the invisible pressure was like a lead cloud that made the air suffocating. Zuo Mo's gaze was as sharp as a sword and fearless. Present the anti-dragon claw to me, and you will be spared death. An authoritative voice came from within the chariot. The voice seemed to have a power to reach deep into the mind of a person. You will be spared death. The Yu Frontier Guard shouted deafeningly in unison. It was like everyone was struck on the head. At the same time, a great wave of murderous intent came like an avalanche that swept the entire region. Even experts of Zhu Ke's level changed expression. Ming Hui and the others were ashen-faced. Zuo Mo's gaze was bright and his expression indifferent, as though he had not heard that great shout. Silent. It became deathly silent. Everyone couldn't help but turn to look at Zuo Mo. Many people had expressions of schadenfreude. The anti-dragon claw was a Sky Missouri weapon and an Mo weapon that all Mo dreamed of. Countless Mo were jealous that Zuo Mo had obtained the anti-dragon claw. Right now, Marshal Yu had come in person with the Yu Frontier Guards. No one believed that Zuo Mo could make any more waves. Really? Zuo Mo seemed to say to himself. His voice resonated all around even though it was not loud. When the word came out, the other people stilled. Then expressions of disbelief came onto many people's eyes. Was Zuo Mo thinking of resisting? Resist? Marshal Yu had come in person yet Zuo Mo dared to resist? Did this person not want to live? Many members of the Yu Frontier Guard were shocked by Zuo Mo's words as well, but soon, their faces filled with anger. Such daring! He dared to disobey Marshal Yu. Marshal Yu did not speak, but those under his command could not resist. One person said coldly, "What? Even sparing your insignificant life is because Marshal Yu treasures talent. Be good and present the anti-dragon claw, swear your loyalty to Marshal Yu. Someone as lowly as you does not deserve a treasure like the anti-dragon claw." Anger rose on the faces of Shu Long and the others. Zuo Mo was unaffected. His lips curled slightly in a disdainful smile as he spat out, "You want to die?" Everyone was shocked. Was Zuo Mo mad? He dared to call Marshal Yu's man the one who wanted to die. Princess Xia paled. She pressed her lips together as her eyes became deeply worried. Almost at the same time, a purple energy flashed through Ague's eyes. Her right hand suddenly moved towards that Mo. Crack! A crisp sound of a bone snapping was eerily clear against the deathly silence. The eyes of the Mo who had just spoken bulged suddenly and his neck tilted at a strange angle. Before he could make a sound, he fell from the sky like a rock. Hiss! Sharp inhales sounded. Everyone looked in terror at Ague who was standing next to Zuo Mo. This person who appeared extremely ugly and had been following Zuo Mo all this time, but it was rare to see her act. The only time she had fought was when she and Sang Lianer had defended Zuo Mo from Lin Xian's blow. But this attack was even more powerful than the strike she blocked from Lin Xian. Had she not used her full power previously? Zhu Ku and the others also had uncertain expressions. They were astounded inside. But what most people found even harder to understand was that Zuo Mo didn't seem to have any fear at all when facing Marshal Hu. He even dared to talk back to Marshal Yu. Did this person have some major power behind him? This thought flashed through people's minds, but then they shook their heads. No matter what support they had, it was useless at the moment. Marshal Yu had come with 10,000 Yu Frontier Guards. It was useless unless another marshal came with their own personal guard. The death of their fellow enraged the Yu Frontier Guard. Even the calmest person was unable to maintain their calm. A large full-bearded man stepped out and bowed towards the chariot. He said angrily, "Lord, this subordinate is willing to go and fight this arrogant peon." Another person came out and shouted at the same time, "This subordinate is also willing to fight." Several others also came out to request to fight. Zuo Mo's arrogance and Ague's attack had completely enraged the people of Yu Frontier Guard, who usually had their eyes looking at the sky. If one really has talent, there is nothing wrong in being proud. Marshal Yu's voice came from the chariot. What is not good is when one doesn't have the talent to match their arrogance. This seat has no patience for people like that. Since you have requested to fight, then go. You will be rewarded if you win. If you lose, you will belong under his command. When the words came out, the commanders stared at each other. They had requested to fight out of indignation, but they were not confident. They were still very wary of Ague's unfathomable attacks. But if they were really defeated and had to swear allegiance to Zuo Mo, the consequences would be too severe. Also, they could hear that Master's fondness for talent had been stirred. In the end, Zuo Mo might end up under the command of Master. They knew Master's fondness for talent. He liked to recruit young talents. If Zuo Mo really had some talent, Master would not care about a few slight offenses. If they really had to swear allegiance to him, then it would be worse than being killed. Their gazes unconsciously moved towards a man beside the chariot in a plea for help. This large man was very tall and had short hair. There was nothing outstanding about his appearance, but his gaze was serene and his presence steady. Under the pleading gazes of the crowd, he smiled helplessly. Then he turned and bowed towards the carriage. He said in a respectful voice, "Master, this subordinate feels an itch to see Zuo Mo's skill. Please, Master, allow this subordinate to fight." "Oh, Mr. Tong is rarely interested in the ability of others." Interesting. Light laughter came from the chariot. This Mr. Tong was someone that Marshal Yu trusted highly, and so Marshal Yu said, "Then this seat will wait and see." "Thanks, Master." Mr. Tong bowed slightly towards the chariot. He turned around. Noticing the joy on the faces of the commanders, he shook his head helplessly. He had a good reputation among the commanders and could not refuse their request for help. When he turned to face Zuo Mo and saw the anti-dragon claw on his back, heat suddenly flashed through his eyes. He raised his right leg and lightly stepped forward. Under the eyes of everyone present, his figure disappeared as though he was teleporting through space. Whoosh! He appeared out of thin air. With this light jump, inhales sounded. One could see the skill of an expert when they acted. No one had detected any vibrations from the seemingly simple step that Mr. Tong took. There were those that cultivated emois among the people present, but no one had managed to observe his step. Shuku, Chang Yuan Hao, and the others changed expression. Only experts who had reached domain could faintly discern that Mr. Tong's step was closely related to domain. Zuo Mo's pupils contracted. He did not understand the mysteries behind this step. But Zuo Mo did not feel fear as he faced the challenging gaze. His nerves had been highly tense after the battles of the past few days. The pairs of anticipating eyes were on him. He felt that he was like a rope that was being pulled apart and would snap at any moment. He had silently planned and calculated everything, holding up under the pressure these people placed on him. He was silent, his mind was tired, he was struggling to remain upright. But he finally made it through. Actually, ever since the battle with the Ming bandits started, his mind calmed down and he entered new state. The test of the past few days was like whetstone that had polished him. However, this time, what was being polished was not his mo physique, but his mind and his heart. Unknowingly, his mind had completely transformed, become even stronger and resilient. He did not have any stray thoughts, confusion, or terror. Even if he was facing an enemy he could not get the measure of, his mind was not affected at all. Zuo Mo's 3,000 threads of worry tightened. He was about to step out when a figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost from beside him. Song Lianer. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. Song Lianer seemed to be unusually eager for a fight today. The two faced off in the air. Mr. Tong's step was ethereal and Sang Lianer's figure was seductive. Two completely different styles, but both were filled with danger. Mr. Tong smiled. Miss is very good. However, this one wants to fight Zuo Mo. Can Miss make way? Even though he said it politely, the meaning of his words were clear. You aren't my match, have Zuo Mo come. Sang Lianer stood her ground, her long red dress was like a rose blooming in the air. Her features were exquisite and her gaze dazzling while her presence was misty and ghostly. When the two distinct traits mixed together, it was a beauty that did not seem realistic. Her opal black eyes were deep. Her lips moved and her voice was as light as smoke. That is not up to you, but... Finishing her statement, her wrists moved and turned slightly. Her long sleeves rippled in waves. Seriousness came onto Mr. Tong's face. He raised his right hand and directed a blow at Sang Lianer. Both had movements that seemed slow and without any killing intent, as though they were dancing. Yet the sky between the combatants suddenly twisted. Then, ripples formed and started to move into the surroundings. Sang Lianer's gaze became even more blurry. Under her long red dress, the white mo matrix was like flowers upon her beautiful smooth skin as it expanded. Her body was soft and flexible like a snake as she danced to a strange rhythm. There was no ease on Mr. Tong's face. His hair stood up on end, energy brimming from all parts of his body. His right palm seemed to be holding something extremely heavy. The edge of his palm was disappearing at a very slow rate as though his hand was slowly sinking into a void. The sky, which had been rippling in waves, suddenly started to boil. The vibrations became even more violent. Bubbles of various sizes appear out of the thin air. In a flash, the space between the combatants was filled with these bubbles. The largest of these bubbles were the size of a fist, and the smallest the size of a pinhead. Once they came out, they floated motionlessly in the air. They were like the most normal bubbles. Under the sunlight, they reflected the world. Translator ramblings, I can just see Zuo Mo crying inside. It's not my fault. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639, Divine Moon. Chapter 639, Divine Moon. Moonlight flashed through those bewitching eyes. Pia. The bubbles around the two exploded in unison. Gusts of sharp air rushed out and covered the two. Yet such powerful gusts were unable to harm the two at all. There seemed to be an invisible barrier Tu Zhang around Mr. Tong which stopped the gust. While Sang Lianer seemed to be intangible. The gusts easily passed through her. Her figure was like a reflection in the water. It wavered, became blurry and seemed almost unreal. Mr. Tong's gaze focused. His hand grabbed at Sang Lianer. A black palm print left his hand and turned into a black ball of mist that headed towards Sang Lianer. There seemed to be countless monsters howling from within the black mist. The roars filled the air and everyone who heard it felt their hairs stand up. Song Lianer's gaze was bewitching. Her lips parted slightly and she breathed. Moon. Her long sleeve moved lightly like silk in water. The air around her suddenly became dark. A crescent moon floated behind her. This crescent moon was slightly taller than her and gave off a cool light. Song Lianer was extremely excited. The divine moon had finally appeared. The Moonshin power succession technique she had inherited was relatively complete, but some of the crucial parts had been lost. The heir of each generation had tried to do all they could to perfect the cultivation method, but the restoration effects were minute. Even their own cultivation had progressed at a difficult rate. Divine Moon, the crux of the later stages of cultivation, had been lost long before. Now it was restored on Sang Lianer's hands. Sang Lianer's talent was outstanding and she had worked hard on her cultivation from a young age. In this period of time, her frequent battles, especially the one with Lin Xian, had benefited her greatly. The powerful Mr. Tong pressured her greatly and was also the cause of her epiphany of the Divine Moon. Divine Moon. A cool voice came from behind the silk curtains. Marshal Yu said, so Sang Lianer cultivates Shin power. It was this seat that made a wrong guess. The commanders around the chariot shook with astonishment on their faces. Shin power. So this was Shin power. The crescent moon in the sky seemed to have passed through time from the ancient era. Lord. Some of the commanders called. Do not let her escape, Marshal Yu quietly commanded. The middle-aged attendant next to Princess Xia had an unfocused gaze as she murmured to herself, Divine Moon. So this is what Shin power truly is like. She had been searching hard for decades and schemed to just reach the edge. Previously, she had detected that Sang Lianer cultivated Shin power, but when she saw the crescent moon in the sky, her mouth felt bitter. The Divine Moon's appearance meant that Sang Lianer's Shin power was finally on the right path. A look flashed through Princess Xia's eyes and she reflexively looked toward Zuo Mo. Her eyes flickered. She noticed that Zuo Mo's body imperceptibly shook and his expression changed slightly. Noticing Princess Xia's gaze, Zuo Mo turned around. The two's gazes met. Princess Xia found a flash of joy in Zuo Mo's eyes. Bihan was not interested in the fight ongoing in the sky. For battle generals like him who focused on battle command, struggles through individual power were not interesting. His Sin battalion was almost all equal in power, and there were no strong experts. Almost all his energy was spent on how to squeeze the most power out of Sin battalion. Over a long period of time, this also became a habit, or rather, his combat style. Regardless of the intensity of the battle in the air, it could not attract his gaze. He constantly swept the Yu frontier guards warily like a cunning wolf looking for an opening to attack. He was not frightened by the Yu frontier guards. Even though his days in the past had been the same as being in prison, Xiankong Temple was one of the four great sections. Even the opponents the sect sent against him were on par with Jiangxia. Growing up in an environment like this, Bihan could not fear a battalion he had not even heard of, even if the other's leader was at martial level. After decades of being icy and stoic, his heart was as hard as stone. The other people were intimidated by Marshal Yu's reputation and didn't dare to move. However, Bihan constantly looked at this enormous battalion in search of a weakness he could use to break through. His spirit had not calmed down from his battle with the Ming bandits. He was like a lion that had been caged for too long. He had charged out of the cage and was yearning to find any fight. Light flashed in his narrowed eyes. When he saw a small troop of the Yu frontier guards move towards the flank when people were not paying attention, his eyes turned cold. After a moment of thought, he understood what the other intended. The other was surrounding Sang Lianer and preventing her from running away. Even though this guess was slightly ridiculous because from every angle, it seemed impossible that Sang Lianer could escape, Bihan did not hesitate. His harrowed eyes slowly swept across where the troop was situated and he believed even more in his own judgment. The movement of this little troop did not attract anyone's attention. Among the dense ranks, it was hard to detect a change in position. Even if the Yu Frontier Guard battle generals noticed this shift in position, they would soon look elsewhere. In such a large army, the change in position of 1,000 people was not something of particular note. Bihan's eyes narrowed even more. The killing energy and light in his eyes was almost hidden by his eyelids. This seemed like a change in position of no value, but Bihan paid attention. He quickly calculated the changes that would occur as a result of this little change in position. Shouja battle generals were the most skilled at divination. As one of the best, Bihan's divination skill could be called terrifying. In his mind, the motionless Yu frontier guards were shifting around. The movement of the little troop would cause the middle of the army to thin by 10%. Noticing the experts near the chariot that were nervously staring at the two fighting in the air, Bihan seemed to smell prey. He became slightly excited, but his gaze became even deeper and his attention even more focused. He had a strong feeling. The opportunity was slowly coming towards him. The fight in the air reached a climax. Mr. Tong's black mist that seemed to be made of numerous monsters howling dissipated quickly under the light of Tsang Lianer's moon like the heat from boiling water after being poured onto ice. Mr. Tong's expression suddenly changed. A drop of blood suddenly came out between his brows and flew into his hand. Even though it was only one drop of blood, his palm looked as though it was covered in blood. This bloodied palm was raised up, and Mr. Tong's expression became grave. Palm Eye Cliff. The sky above Tsang Lianer darkened. She raised her head to look and saw a cliff hundreds of zhang tall dropping down quickly. Hiss. The people below saw it clearly and inhaled. A mountain that was shaped like a hand had red channels on it like the patterns of a palm print. What was most frightening was that on the palm there was an enormous bloody eye. Anyone that was swept by this eye froze and their blood almost solidified. Even the middle-aged attendant and the others showed some astonishment. They didn't know the powers of this blood eye, but just the presence of the falling mountain was enough to make people feel that they could not win. Such a powerful palm eye domain. Zhu Ku murmured, shocked inside. The palm eye domain originated from the palm eye MO skill. This was a very rare and obscure MO skill. The person would only cultivate one palm and one eye. Even Zhu Ku, who was very knowledgeable, had only heard rumors. But this unknown Mr. Tong had clearly cultivated this extremely obscure MO art to a very deep level. His understanding of domain seemed almost unimaginable. Even from afar, Zhu Ku felt his heart speed up as he saw that Palm Eye Cliff and its cold presence. In the history of the Palm Eye MO skill, there probably isn't anyone who can surpass Mr. Tong. This nondescript MO skill has blossomed in his hand, and one has to admire him. A one-horned MO standing next to the chariot praised. This person was called Ding Dong. His large body was covered in thick armor. What was most curious was that the armor was growing out of his body. Those without persistence cannot do this. Another person praised. This person's eyes were long and narrow, his gaze cold. There was a transparent pair of wings on his back that were as clear as glass. This person was called Qiancheng and was one of the more famous experts in martial use command. I hope that this woman can manage to survive a while longer, Ding Dong said with a smile. I really anticipate examining Shen Power. Qiancheng snorted coldly and said, Shen Power is just a myth. However, the two did not look away. It was rare for Mr. Tong to fight, and he was very low-key under martial use command. He had very good relations with everyone and there were not many chances to see him fight. There were many experts in martial use command. Even as strong as they were, there was still competition. The Palm Eye Cliff was Mr. Tong's ultimate move. They had only heard the name but never seen it before. Now, they focused their attention to see its power. Countless eyes gathered on her, but Tsang Lianer did not panic. At some time, the crescent moon had moved in front of her. Mist blurred her eyes, her long sleeves danced and her serene and ethereal voice flashed across everyone's minds. Moon, moon, open. The crescent moon spun in a circle around her and then struck at the Palm Eye Cliff that was crashing down. There was no sound or ripple. The terrifying Palm Eye Cliff was split open down the middle like tofu. Mr. Tong's expression changed drastically and his hand froze. Moon, moon, shatter. The crescent moon spun quickly and turned into a flash of light. Tsang Lianer's beautiful figure flickered under the light of the moon. Countless ruler straight marks covered the Palm Eye Cliff in a flash. Mr. Tong's face turned from red to wild. His pupils expanded in disbelief. Pew! Face ashen, Mr. Tong sprayed out blood and fell face down from the sky. At the same time, the Palm Eye Cliff crumbled. The pieces rained down and each cut on every piece was as smooth as a mirror. The entire battlefield was left silent. Translator ramblings, one down, so many more to go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, The Black Gold Seal Solder vs. Qiancheng. Chapter 640, The Black Gold Seal Solder vs. Qiancheng. The long sleeves blew in the air and rippled in waves. Tsang Lianer stood serenely. There wasn't a sound on the battlefield. The Palm Eye Cliff was defeated as simply as this. Everyone's expression was shocked and they were left speechless. Even though they did not personally experience Mr. Tong's Palm Eye Cliff, but the cold killing intent and cold presence that radiated off it was felt. The ones who knew about the Palm Eye MO skill were shocked speechless. Tsang Lianer's gaze moved around and she smiled under everyone's shocked gaze. At this time, her beautiful face bleached white. She could not control her body and suddenly dropped out of the sky. Several figures leapt out of the Yu frontier guards. They were extremely fast as they shot towards Tsang Lianer. Zuo Mo's eyes gave off a sharp light as he snorted coldly. His figure flashed, disappearing from where he was. Almost at the same time, a Gui's body also disappeared. Bam! A figure grunted as though he was hit by something heavy and flew away. A Gui appeared in front of this group of Yu frontier guard experts like a ghost. There seemed to be an unspeakable presence on a Gui's wooden and lifeless face. The purple energy in her eyes was clear as she looked indifferently at the experts flying towards her. Her posture was extremely strange, one foot was placed high and one was placed low as though she was stepping on a stair. That pair of flawless feet held an eerie beauty. The remaining people were intimidated by a Gui's uncanny attack and didn't dare to charge forward. Zuo Mo grabbed the unconscious Tsang Lianer. He then sighed a moment later. She was just tired. Even though he didn't have a good impression of Tsang Lianer, they had known each other for some time. Additionally, Tsang Lianer was so cooperative and listened to his requests to the extent that he couldn't even complain. A few strands of the 3,000 threads of worry nimbly wrapped around Tsang Lianer, freeing up both of his hands. Looking at the people facing a Gui, murderousness boiled in his eyes. The moment that Tsang Lianer had her breakthrough, the Shen power in his body had been stimulated. It had started to circulate on its own. Many of the things that had been difficult for him to understand flowed easily through his mind, and it was a joy. However, what he hadn't expected was that the change in his Shen power had not benefited his Shen power, but his Mo physique instead. 10 Crow Celestial Apparatus. If his body was completely naked now, people would clearly see that all 10 suns on his body were brightly lit up. The brightest was the sun script between his brows. The dark gold script, which was complex and exquisite, glimmered like there was gold flowing through it. With the anti-dragon claw on his back, Zuo Mo already gave people the feeling of being domineering. Adding on the blinding sun script on his forehead, he seemed even more like a god descended to the mortal realm. He was someone that people could not directly stare at. The active and restless Shen power flowed from his right hand into his body. The 10 sun matrices were like whirlpools that continuously absorbed Shen power. Zuo Mo did not know what would result from this change. Shen power and the 10 Crow Celestial Apparatus were silently merging together. Zuo Mo took a deep breath. This was not the best moment for a breakthrough. That would wait until he finished taking care of these people. What? At this time, a ripple suddenly came from his ring. The black gold seal soldier appeared next to a Gui. He looked around sneakily and drawled, "Born to battle." When he saw the Mo steeds of the Yu frontier guards, his eyes lit up. His expression immediately became excited. He licked his lips and puffed out his chest. He said with a righteous tone, "Sister Agui, I'll help you." Agui did not turn back to look at him. The black gold seal soldier had one hand placed on his hip and one hand pointing as he started to swear, "Hey! You insignificant peons, move to the side, don't waste Yi's time. Yi has been hungry for a long time, cough cough, Yi's hand has been itching for a long time." Shen Chang and Ding Dong were the two in front of Agui. The two looked with shock and uncertainty at Agui. Just now, they had seen their other fellow die to Agui's sudden attack. Agui's attack had come without any warning or movement. Just like Tsang Lianer, it was uncanny and unpredictable. Was this another person that cultivated Shen power? They too didn't even look at the black gold seal soldier. Mo puppets existed in the Mo territories, but most of them were nothing special. Mo puppets couldn't influence a battle at this level. It was much harder to create a Mo puppet that could fight against top generals than it was to cultivate to become a top general. While the black gold seal soldier seemed lively, the two did not place any importance on him. But clearly, the black gold seal soldier was very displeased with how they dismissed his presence. The dark face that mirrored Zuo Mo's face bared its teeth viciously. "You dare to dismiss Yi? I'll eat you." Finishing, he charged at the two. A figure returned next to the chariot and reported in a low voice, "Mr. Tong is dead. It really is a pity." Mr. Tong was a rare expert to have been able to cultivate the Palm IMO skill to such a level. The voice from the chariot was slightly regretful. Shen power is as dominant as expected. This person was called Wu Yu. He was the most powerful expert under Marshal Yu's command and highly trusted. There were many experts in Marshal Yu's service, and there were 10 that were called the 10 Yu Frontier Guards. Shen Chang and Ding Dong were among them. Wu Yu was the first of the 10 Frontier Guards and led them. Mr. Tong had ranked 6th out of 10. Qian Qing ranked 7th, Ding Dong 5th. The person that Agui had killed had been called Song Long and ranked 10th. The 10 Yu Frontier Guards had an elevated status. Each one of them had been experts that were regional commanders, and Marshal Yu had spent great effort to gather them. I had not expected that Zuo Mo would also have many experts in his command, Marshal Yu said slowly. So young, yet so able. As expected, an accomplished youth. Wu Yu smiled and said, when this subordinate was at his age, my time was spent in the pleasure quarters and bars. Compared to Zuo Mo, that was a total waste. Hearing Wu Yu speak so roughly, Marshal Yu chuckled. If Ding Dong and the others hear you say this, wouldn't they be ashamed? Wu Yu smiled. Marshal Yu suddenly said, you seem to be entering martial level soon. Wu Yu grimaced. The time has not arrived. Marshal Yu said lightly, I will make a copy of the Shin power for you. It will be up to you if you can break through or not. Thanks, Lord. Wu Yu suddenly became excited. He had been stuck at the peak of general level for a long time but had been unable to find a solution to break through to martial level. He knew that if he kept on going like this, his chances of a breakthrough to martial level would decrease. Helping you is also helping me. When you are in martial level, I will be able to relax. The voice inside the chariot held tiredness. Wu Yu's expression was solemn. This one will not fail what Lord has given. Xianqing is about to lose. Marshal Yu was slightly surprised. Zuo Mo has such a powerful Mo puppet? Wu Yu stilled in his mind turned back to the battlefield. Xianqing had never been in such a sorry state. He had never thought there would be a day when he was being beaten by a Mo puppet and by such a large margin. This Mo puppet was extremely strange. When it fought, strange characters would appear on its body. Even Xianqing, who was knowledgeable, didn't recognize any of them. But it was extremely dangerous. He didn't dare to touch them. After a few rounds, he was suppressed by the Black Gold Seal Soldier. Xianqing was of high birth. The bloodline of the Bright Void Cicada Mo gave him unparalleled speed. He was also able to tear apart space at will. Space tear could enable a weak Mo to become an expert that killed without a trace. He would appear out of nowhere and outmaneuver his opponent. But no matter how he tore and jumped through space, the Black Gold Seal Soldier seemed to be able to predict his movements, and those two fists were waiting for him. Damn it! He didn't know what the characters on the fists of the Black Gold Seal Soldier were. Every time Xianqing looked at them, he was unable to suppress a threat of terror. Xianqing was talented and experienced. He knew what this threat of unknown terror meant. Only something extremely dangerous could make him instinctively feel danger. How was it possible? Wasn't this black guy in front of him a Mo puppet? Had he met a peerless Mo puppet? Xianqing was both shocked and furious. However, if he left the battlefield now, his situation would become extremely terrible. His ranking among the 10 frontier guards would quickly fall, and most importantly, the Lord would lose faith in him. There was nothing scarier than that. The bloodline of the Bright Void Cicada Mo was noble, but they were no longer had the great numbers of the past. The reason that the clan had prospered in these past few years was because he had managed to find shade under the great tree that was Marshal Yu. He was a smart person and he understood Lord's like and dislikes very well. If he died in battle, his family would still receive the care of Marshal Yu and would not fall into decline. If he ran from battle, he would lose everything he possessed now. In a short moment, Xianqing made his decision. He stopped. The wind blew past his face as his panicked eyes calmed down. Space Tear was the talent that all Bright Void Cicada Mo experts had, and the most famous ability of the Bright Void Cicada Mo clan. He was very familiar with the technique, but this was not his only offensive attack. Relying on only just Space Tear, he entered the top 10 of the Yu Frontier Guards. There were not many that knew of the Mo physique he cultivated or the Yi domain, formed by his Mo physique. This was his secret. Compared to their current low numbers, the Bright Void Cicada Mo had once existed in great numbers and produced many experts. They were natural-born assassins, and served many factions. But in secret, they had gathered Mo skills from every place they served. The experts of each generation would use these Mo skills, and the Bright Void Cicada Mo bloodline as the foundation to created many Mo physiques. These Mo physiques were endlessly varied and each had their own attributes. Even within the Bright Void Cicada Mo family, there would rarely be people who had cultivated the same Mo physique. Because of the decline of the Bright Void Cicada Mo, the Mo physiques that the clan's people cultivated were not kept secret like in the past. But no one knew the Mo physique of one person, Xianqing, the most accomplished Bright Void Cicada Mo of the present, but he hadn't thought that the first time his Mo physique was seen in public that it would be to face a Mo puppet. The terror on Xianqing's face disappeared. What replaced it was strong confidence. Translator ramblings, the Black Gold Seal Soldier is Zuo Mo without a filter on his mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641, Together. Chapter 641, Together. Luo Li seemed to be in a lucid dream. It was a very strange dream. He knew that he was dreaming, but everything in the real world was so clear. He could hear the breathing of Xiaoguo and Li Yingfeng shimmy. He could feel the small molecules floating in the air. He could feel the flows of air from tens of miles away that were almost imperceptible as though they passed next to him. He could feel the vitality hidden inside the ground. His senses felt outside world in such detail with his mind's eye. Yet what was in front of him was only darkness, a darkness filled with the presence of death. He was already dead. This piece of knowledge remained on his mind for an unknown number of days. At the beginning, he had been immersed in that rich and detailed world. He had explored it, and everything that happened in the surroundings did not escape his eyes though he could not see it. But when he gradually mastered this technique, or rather, this unique method, the black deathly dream did not change at all. He did not forget the reason he was here. That beautiful figure that haunted his mind entered his dream. He tried to do all he could to add color to this dream of darkness and death. He created colors that he used to draw out that figure he could not forget. When the last bit of color entered Wuli's eyes, the wooden Wuli suddenly came to life. The elegant and serene figure was like a lotus bud in bloom. The clear eyes added a hint of murderousness. She looked at Luo Li with a complicated gaze. Her lips moved and she suddenly sang, "I live, thou die, this is separation." Boom! It was as though something struck Luo Li's head. The black world started to crumble. He felt his body become transparent as Wuli's body became tangible. The blackness gathered between the two of them and formed a black chain with one end connected to Luo Li's body and the other to Wuli's body. An understanding came to Luo Li and his mind was filled with happiness. Life-death lock, so this was the life-death lock. No, he felt that the name, life-death lock, was not appropriate. The person who had created this technique had never predicted the changes that would occur in the future. His mind moved. He suddenly pointed at the black chain and said firmly, "This chain is called, Together." When Wuli heard this, her body shook slightly. Her cool gaze softened. Shrouded in sword essence, her lips moved again as she sang, "Separated in life and death, two hearts chained together, never to be apart even in reincarnation." When her words ended, countless complex characters flew out of their bodies and spread along the chain. The characters that came out of Luo Li's body flashed with a black light while the scripts that came out of Wuli flashed with a white light. The two energies connected in the middle of the chain. Ding! The chain shook and suddenly turned bright red. Those metal links transformed into love knots tied from red string that connected the two. The red string gradually became faint until it disappeared. But Luo Li could easily feel the red string. He knew that from today onwards, his fate would be forever tied to Wuli's fate. Even death would not be able to separate them. He also knew that he was not a living person any longer. But joy filled his heart. It was worth anything to see her again. The transparent wings on Qian Chang's back vibrated at a rapid rate. Transparent ripples spread into the surroundings with Qian Chang as the center. When the first wave of ripples came close, Ding Dong, who was next to Qian Chang, recognized the power and retreated rapidly. These transparent ripples seemed weak like hair floating in the air. When the first ripple met the black gold seal soldier, his body suddenly lit up. The formation script seemed to be stimulated and floated onto his skin. The careless smile on the black gold seal soldier's face disappeared and his gaze immediately became cold. A sound skill. Those seemingly harmless ripples were an extremely powerful kind of sound attack. Cicada Silk Block. That was the name of the Mo physique he cultivated. Other than himself, no one knew of this. In the Bright Void Cicada Mo family, sound skilling were a minor technique. However, this, Cicada Silk Block, was extremely powerful. It was very hard to cultivate, so there were not many that had successfully done so. Beside the chariot, Wu Yu was slightly surprised. Qian Chang actually had a trick like this up his sleeve. It seems that he has some hope of victory. The Bright Void Cicada Mo bloodline is noble. In the past, it had been very strong. Even though it has declined greatly, they still have some assets. This sound Mo skill isn't bad. It seems that there is still value in nurturing him, Marshal Yu said lightly. Wu Yu nodded and said, "I will take care of this. This Mo puppet is really extraordinary. If Lord can get Xiao Mo go into your service, he is worth 9 of the guards." Marshal Yu was also moved by this but remained slight. The fighting in the sky was intense. The ancient character on the black gold seal soldier's palm was very sturdy. The sound skill ripples that were even sharper than flying swords would be fended off by a sweep of his hand. But the cicada silk block came endlessly from all directions. Qianqing was channeling his Mo physique to its limits. He did not keep anything back. The transparent wings on his back moved and blurred until it turned into a patch of light. The cicada silk blocks increased and became even more densely packed. A strange smile suddenly appeared on the black gold seal soldier's lips. When this strange smile appeared on a cold and indifferent face, it became even more eerie. He suddenly puffed out his mouth and inhaled. Hiss! Like a whale sucking in water, the cicada silk blocks that filled the air flew into the black gold seal soldier's mouth. In a blink, all the cicada silk blocks in the air were gone as though someone had diligently cleaned all of them. Burp! The black gold seal soldier burped in satisfaction. He grinned, baring his teeth, as he waggled his eyebrows at Qianqing. Bro, you got more? Qianqing was left dumbstruck. Ding Dong hadn't expected that his action of retreating would cause a Gui to attack. A Gui suddenly appeared like a ghost next to him and started the fight. His reaction was quick. He knew how powerful a Gui was and he pointed towards a Gui. A crisp green light suddenly shot out of his finger towards a Gui. A Gui's bare feet stepped on the empty air and her figure suddenly disappeared. Bam! Ding Dong seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer. His body shook and he was forced multiple steps backwards. His expression was ugly. He knew that a Gui would be even more troublesome than the black gold seal soldier, but only when they actually fought did he truly understand how difficult a Gui was to deal with. The other's attacks never showed any warning signs and were strangely powerful. A crack appeared on a piece of armor on his back. Ding Dong was a green turtle Mo from Eastern Xijia. The turtle shell he grew was difficult to damage with flying swords and was almost the strongest armor that could be found. It was by relying on this impenetrable armor that he could survive countless battles, grow, and reach the status he had today. But he looked at a Gui with terror. A Gui's attack just now had caused a crack to appear on his armor, something which had never cracked before. Damn it! Yet a Gui did not show any mercy. Her hands continued to move. Bam bam bam. The string of powerful attacks hit Ding Dong like raindrops. With every blow, Ding Dong's body would shake. After a string of successive attacks, his body flew and shook like dice. No matter which direction he fled in, a Gui's attacks would not miss. The purple energy in a Gui's eyes was burning as she slapped at the air, yet her gaze was not on Ding Dong but on Zuo Mo. Her gaze was filled with concern. Zuo Mo detected a Gui's gaze, but at this time, he was unable to respond. There was a complete transformation occurring inside his body. Shen power and the Mo physique were merging. Each tiny tendril of power that flowed through his body burned like lava. The 10 sunscripts were like 10 suns and gave off astounding power and heat. What shocked Zuo Mo was that they were slowly revolving in unique paths. But Zuo Mo did not have the time for admiration and shock because he found the true method to use the 10 Crow celestial apparatus. Revolutions! When the 10 suns revolved, a vast and strong power filled his body. This power was unlike the power of the 10 Crow celestial apparatus he had discovered before. It was both yang and strong, but it was not domineering. It was as vast as the ocean and warm as the sun. Zuo Mo reflexively channeled the 10 Crow celestial domain that he was still unfamiliar with. That vast yang power furiously flowed into his 10 Crow celestial domain. The revolutions of the 10 suns suddenly accelerated. Even more power flowed into the 10 Crow celestial domain. Zuo Mo seemed to have entered another world. The 10 Crow celestial domain quickly inflated like a balloon. When it reached a certain size, it did not grow anymore, but the revolutions of the 10 suns did not stop. Power was still flowing into the 10 Crow celestial domain. A hint of understanding came. The sun was domineering in one aspect, but its heat created life for all beings. The sun was the beginning of all life. When these words appeared in his mind, his body suddenly shook at the same time. The 10 Crow celestial domain that was filled with power transformed again. Vitality erupted. Green grasses sprouted. They grew at an astounding rate and formed a sea of grass in a blink in front of Zuo Mo. Then, little trees grew out of the grass. They grew up into the sky and formed a dense forest. Animals started to appear in the forest. Zuo Mo seemed to gain an understanding. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a sun hanging high up. But as power flowed in, another sun formed. A third one, a fourth one. The trees and grasses started to wither, the earth started to crack, and the animals died. When the 10th sun appeared in the sky, fire erupted from the burnt earth. The sky was dark red. Streams of fire flowed and burned, and it seemed like hell. 10 Crow celestial domain, the hell domain. Note, in Chinese, Luoli called the chain, Boli. Bu is no, or a negative prefix so the literal translation would be never apart or never separated. It also fits the pattern with luoli, wali, and boli. Translator ramblings, so. Former, zombie and now a ghost. We just need Wei Xing here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642, Wu Yu. Chapter 642, Wu Yu. When Bihan saw Zuo Mo and Ague move to act, his eyes narrowed into thin blades. He perceptibly realized that the Yu frontier guards were unable to control themselves. While their ranks still looked orderly on the surface and unchanged, Bihan could feel the urges under this calm. This was an intuition difficult to describe. Bihan's mind gradually calmed and his gaze deepened. When the enemy could not resist from acting, it usually meant an opportunity would appear. He did not have as much manpower as the enemy and he needed to capitalize on an opportunity. Wu Yu decided to act. If he did not act, Chen Chang and Ding Dong would both die on the battlefield. The 10 Yu frontier guards had already lost Mr. Tong today. If Qian Sheng and Ding Dong were also lost, then it really would be a heavy blow. It was not so easy to recruit experts of this level. Miss, have mercy. Wu Yu was very fast and suddenly appeared near Ague to try and rescue Ding Dong. Ague and the Black Gold Seal soldier were strong and each had their skills, but he did not fear them. He was halfway into martial level, and could be called a quasi-martial. He would be considered a top-tier expert in the 100 Savage of the Dark. When he stepped into the air, a feeling of extreme danger rose. His heart shuddered and his right hand reflexively struck out from his side. Bam! His hand shook and he had to channel his MO skill to suppress this strange burst of energy. Was this Shin power? Before he could think further, Ague's attacks came in succession. Ague's hand slapped at the air but did not make a sound or any light. However, Wu Yu felt like a mouse caught in the stare of a cat. His hair stood on end and there was a feeling of extreme danger on his mind. Wu Yu recognized the severity of the situation and his expression turned grave. His right eye suddenly lit up and a cool blue light shot out. The air in front of him became as hard as iron. Bam! The air exploded. Cold flows of air gusted out in all directions. Wu Yu was shocked but his gaze became even hotter. As expected of Shin power. His move just now was called Ice Blue. It was extremely cold and could even freeze air until it was as hard as iron. If one was caught by it, they would most likely die immediately. Ague's attacks were hard to predict and wondrously powerful. He hadn't thought that Ice Blue would be defeated so easily. But even so, Wu Yu was happy. His hopes of stepping into martial level finally showed hope. If he could comprehend Shin power, he would benefit greatly and entering martial level would only be a matter of time. Wu Yu was very experienced in battle and his power was great. With Ice Blue blocking the attacks for a moment, he managed to steady himself. On his back, a pair of pitch-black bat wings spread. The edges of his wings were covered in blood-red bone spikes. Light flowed like fire. He also held a string of copper coins that were round on the outside and had square holes on the inside. There were 7 coins that were strung together with a black string. He snickered and threw the copper coins into the air. Black Heart Treasure Coins. Zhuge's pupils shrunk and his expression changed slightly. When the words were spoken, many people immediately changed expression. The Sky Missouri weapons were the top tier of MO weapon and up until now, there were only 20 articles that qualified for this rank. Some MO weapons were wondrous and powerful. While they were not as mysterious and incomprehensible as the Sky Missouri weapons, they were still top-grade MO weapons. The owners of those articles were all powerful people or the lord of a territory. These top-tier MO weapons that were ranked just slightly below Sky Missouri weapons were called Earth MO weapons. They were treasures that countless people in the MO territories dreamed of. There were 20 Sky Missouri weapons and 108 of the Earth MO weapons. The Blackheart treasure coins were one of those Earth MO weapons. No one had thought that the common-looking copper coins on Wu Yu's hands were the infamous Blackheart treasure coins. There were 7 Blackheart treasure coins. No one knew who had made them, but this MO weapon could form its own domain called the ineffectiveness domain. Inside this domain, the 5 elements would be thrown into chaos, even yin and yang would be reversed. The 7 treasure coins that flew into the air suddenly disappeared. The scene in front of Ague changed. What was under her feet was the blue sky and above her head was the great earth. Wu Yu smiled. Shin power was strong but it was direct. In his eyes, Shin power lacked transformations. He had ways of dealing with it. Once the ineffectiveness domain formed, even gods would have a hard time escaping. Yet just then, a crack came from nearby. Wu Yu stopped and then reacted. His expression changed and he had a bad thought. As expected, when he turned around, he saw Qian Chang with his neck twisted. The black gold seal soldier snickered at him. Wu Yu's face darkened. Marshal Yu was here, and they had lost so many people. With so many people as an audience, it would not be good if the news spread. He knew that Lord wanted to recruit Xiao Moge's group, but if it became too ugly, then it would not be beneficial for anyone. A pity. This Mo puppet was very intelligent to have defeated Qian Cheng. It was rare to see Mo puppets of this level. However, while he felt regret, Wu Yu did not have any intentions of holding back. He needed someone to make an example of. This would stop now. He snorted coldly. The bat wings on his back flapped. The smile on the black gold seal soldier's face suddenly froze. He seemed to be restrained by something and was unable to move. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to break free. The black gold seal soldier panicked and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Big bro, save me! Save me!" Wu Yu laughed when he heard this. This Mo puppet was really interesting. But his expression turned heavy. No one can save you. He suddenly laughed. He was explaining this to a Mo puppet. How stupid. The black gold seal soldier was like a still pillar of gold, unable to move, and could only shout at the top of his lungs. Then a slightly hoarse voice came from behind Wu Yu. Really? Wu Yu was startled. Before he could react, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. A dark red sky with 10 suns suspended high up, a cracked earth desolate and endless as fire erupted from it. There was nothing that lived here. White bones piled up everywhere. A feeling of this being the end of the world rose. 10 Crow Celestial Domain. Wu Yu's expression turned stern. Xiao Mo Gu. As he expected, a thin figure with the enormous anti-dragon claw on his back appeared nearby. Wu Yu's expression quickly recovered as he examined Zuo Mo curiously. Oh, you just had a breakthrough? As expected, you are very talented. I noticed that you were at the threshold to completing your 10 Crow Celestial Domain. Now you are able to create this. That wasn't easy. He smiled calmly as the black bat wings on his back slowly flapped. Small flows of air blocked the burning air. You are a talented person. Wu Yu said to himself as he flapped his wings. Young yet having accomplished so much. It is the first time I have seen someone like you. It seemed to be praise. His expression was filled with disbelief. You also cultivate power. Something that many people dream of. You are very lucky. He shook his head and said seriously, but today, you only have one path. Obey and surrender, swear fealty to my lord. In the future, we will not treat you unfairly. If you persist in resisting, do not blame me for being vicious. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I am also skilled in the secret technique of searching souls. Wu Yu suddenly smiled lightly. Isn't it very hard? Zuo Mo's body imperceptibly shook. This 10 Crow Celestial Domain far surpasses what your power can support. You are very talented to have comprehended to this level. But it is a pity that your body cannot tolerate it. Wu Yu said lightly, I am only giving you this chance because you are talented. If your 10 Crow Celestial Domain is complete, you might be able to restrain me. But right now, you are not a match for me. Surrender, you don't have a chance. You really are too mother ******* ing chatty. Zuo Mo forced himself to snort. His right hand shook slightly behind his back and he suppressed it. Wu Yu shook his head. The smarter the person, the more likely they do not know when to give up. Finishing, his wings suddenly flapped. A whirlwind appeared in front of him. The wind spun rapidly and the pillar of wind became thicker. It started to suck up the sand and stone on the ground. In a blink, this pillar of wind became dozens of zhang tall and was still increasing in size. Zuo Mo did not speak. The 10 suns in the sky slowly revolved. Boom! Suddenly, dozens of fire pillars erupted and swallowed Wu Yu. It is useless. Wu Yu's voice came from behind Zuo Mo. He appeared behind Zuo Mo, untouched by the flames. That pillar of wind also absorbed much of the flames and formed an enormous pillar of wind that was over 5 li in diameter. It was like a pillar continuously reaching into the sky. Even the suns in the sky lost color in its presence. Sand and stone moved. The earth shook like dice. Zuo Mo's expression became uglier, but he still put all his power into the revolution of the 10 suns. The suns were burning. The earth started to melt. The stones started to melt. Lava erupted from the cracks. In a blink, the lava flowed into countless rivers that crossed each other. You disappoint me, Wu Yu said indifferently. Almost at the same time, a cold light flashed across his eyes. He had discovered Xiao Moge's position. Ever since Wu Yu stepped into the range of Xiao Moge's domain, Xiao Moge's position had been uncertain. The 10-crow celestial domain was Xiao Moge's domain and his presence had always been hidden well. Wu Yu had been using his speech to disturb the other so he would expose his position. While his words were easygoing, he was actually very wary of the 10-crow celestial domain. It was the first-ranking domain in general level and it was very powerful. If he faced it head-on, even if he won, it would take great effort. And if he could find Xiao Moge's position, then he would definitely win. When he discovered Zuo Mo's position, he did not hesitate in attacking. While he had said those words, he did not spare anything and used a killing move, but he did not have any intentions of leaving Xiao Mogu alive. Bat's sickle. Zuo Mo felt his body freeze. His body was restrained by a strong power around him. This power was very strange. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to break free. Whoosh, Wu Yu suddenly appeared behind Zuo Mo. His bat wings were like two great swords that sliced towards Zuo Mo with green light. Wu Yu had the confidence that he could cut Zuo Mo in half. At this time, Zuo Mo did not seem to notice of the danger from behind him. A smile suddenly came onto his face. Translator ramblings, a bit of an info dump chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, Deadlock. Chapter 643, Deadlock. Wu Yu could not see the smile when it appeared on Zuo Mo's face, but for some reason, he had a feeling. His heart jumped. Did Xiao Mogu have something up his sleeve? Yet his wings had already moved at full power. He did not hold anything back in this blow. His pair of wings almost disappeared into the air. Even the hull of movement could not catch up. Even if there was a mountain in front of him, he had the confidence he could cut through it. Suddenly, great pain came from his wings. Blood suddenly sprayed from Wu Yu's pair of indestructible wings. An indescribable pain came from his wings. Wu Yu immediately changed color. The wings seemed to have been cut up by very thin knives and fell into dozens of pieces in the air. In the air, dozens of strands that were as thin as hair flickered in and out of view. If it wasn't that there was blood on some of them, Wu Yu would not have detected them at all. What was this? Wu Yu felt terror. But before he could react, his body suddenly became restrained. Countless invisible threads tightly wrapped around him. These invisible thin threads were extremely strong. They started to tighten. Because they were very thin and strong, they were as sharp as knives. Wu Yu's strong Mo physique was forcibly cut open by these tiny strands. Pew! Tiny sprays of blood seeped out from all parts of Wu Yu's body. The thin strands sank deeply and terrifyingly into his flesh. 3,000 threads of worry. The 3,000 threads of worry could restrain even the anti-dragon claw. Wu Yu didn't have the power to resist them. The black sickle on Zuo Mo's body had not yet disappeared. He was tightly bound, but his smile became even brighter. From the beginning he knew that his chances of success at defeating Wu Yu with just the 10-crow celestial domain was not high. He put his hopes on the 3,000 threads of worry. The 3,000 threads of worry was something that could subdue something as vicious as the anti-dragon claw. It shouldn't have a problem against Wu Yu. He really had used great effort to bait Wu Yu to come close. Showing weakness, showing pride. Luckily, the outcome was as he had expected. The 3,000 threads of worry could shift from being tangible and intangible. The two of them were both restrained, but one could not forget that they were still inside Zuo Mo's 10-crow celestial domain. Zuo Mo had expended great effort to lock down Wu Yu. He did not hesitate and the killing moves came right after. The 10 suns in the sky suddenly spun. Whoosh! An extremely faint flame suddenly sprouted from under Wu Yu. A blue light rose on Wu Yu's body that stopped the flame. Inside the blue energy, Wu Yu's expression was terrifying. His body was soaked in blood. A furiously murderousness flashed through his eyes as he bit his tongue. The blood on his body suddenly moved as though it was alive. Mo insects the size of a thumb climbed out of his blood. These Mo insects were completely covered in Wu Yu's blood and Mo matrices could be seen on them. They quickly moved on Wu Yu's body. As the blood Mo insects moved, a thick layer of blood-colored light was released from them which shrouded all of Wu Yu's body. At this time, the blue light could not withstand the faint gold flame and crumbled. Zuo Mo had a bad feeling. This blood-colored light was very hardy. Even though it hissed as it was being burned and slowly decreased in size, the speed was very slow. The faint gold flame was one of Zuo Mo's last tricks. The sun crystal seed was inside his body, and the Shun power he cultivated had merged into the 10-Crow celestial domain, which caused unexpected changes to happen to this 10-Crow celestial domain. The Sunshin fire was one of those. Originally, the flame of the 10-Crow celestial domain should have been the 7th grade golden crow feet fire. The legend had it that the golden crow was covered in fire, and the 3 wisps on its feet were the most powerful. Those were called the golden crow feet fire. But Zuo Mo had an immature sun in his body. This sun crystal seed formed the crux of Zuo Mo's 10-Crow celestial domain, which caused it to rise in power. But what really caused this change was Zuo Mo's Shin power merging into the Mo physique. When the golden crow feet fire was touched by Shin power, it underwent an innate change which caused this newborn fire to be peerless in its dominance. This kind of fire had never been recorded before, so Zuo Mo called it the Sunshin fire. The Sunshin fire was more domineering than all fires that Zuo Mo had ever seen. If Zuo Mo hadn't formed this fire, he would not dare to touch this fire at all. The golden crow feet fire was already 7th grade. This Sunshin fire far surpassed it, so it probably was 8th grade. Even with its uniqueness, it was still being stopped by this layer of bloody light. How could Zuo Mo not be shocked? What was this ghastly thing? Behind the curtain of blood, Wu Yu was even more astonished. These blood mo insects were his ultimate life-saving measure. They were called bat blood insects. He usually fed them with all kinds of poisons and varieties of bat blood, including his own blood. These bat blood insects were considered immortal. Unless it was a martial, normal Mo weapons and flames were ineffective against them. These bat blood insects could also travel through space at will and were hard to predict and defend against. If it burrowed into the body of the enemy, it would suck the other's blood and energies. Wu Yu's cultivation had grown in these years and rarely fought. However, he had carefully raised these bat blood insects. In this emergency, he released these bat blood insects. But he had not expected that the blood layer formed by the bat bloodworms could not stop the advance of 10-Crow celestial domain's fire. His first reaction was, this was impossible. While the 10-Crow celestial domain was the first domain in general level, Zuo Mo definitely had not reached its complete form. The power of the 10-Crow celestial domain resided in its ability to channel the power of the world, not in its fire. How could it have such a powerful flame? What he found even harder to believe was that the thin invisible strands on his body actually restrained the bat blood insects. All of the bat blood insects were tightly restrained and could not break free and move through space. Watching as the blood barrier was slowly burned away, his hopelessness grew. Someone, come! Quick, help! A wail echoed through the 10-Crow celestial domain, but it could not pass out of the domain. Zuo Mo also felt extremely panicked. Right now, all of his power was focused on powering the Sunshin power, and he did not have any attention to spare. If someone really came to help, then it would not be good. Ding Dong had stopped and fled once Wu Yu had thrown out the Blackheart treasure coins and set up the ineffectiveness realm. He had been unable to breathe under a Gue's storm of attacks, and he finally managed to calm his mind slightly. Watching as Wu Yu easily restrained that terrifying and ugly woman, Ding Dong felt excited. Wu Yu Darren, as expected of the first seat of the 10 Yu Frontier Guards. His power was really unfathomable. He felt even more anticipation when he saw Wu Yu Darren easily playing with Zuo Mo inside the 10-Crow celestial domain. Due to the fright and humiliation he had received, he wanted to kill this group with his own hands. Yet he was left gaping at the following events. In a flash, Wu Yu Darren was heavily wounded and unable to move. Watching as Wu Yu Darren was swallowed by the flames, Ding Dong was so frightened he almost turned and fled. Fortunately, the blood light that came after stopped the flames. Ding Dong was a very smart person. He quickly saw that while Zuo Mo's 10-Crow celestial domain suppressed Wu Yu Darren, the two were in a deadlock. A daring thought flashed through his mind. If he could save Wu Yu Darren, in the future, he could do what he wanted under the command of Marshal Yu. Wu Yu Darren was the first expert in Marshal Yu's command and the person most trusted. Finding riches in danger. When he thought of this, Ding Dong gritted his teeth. He turned and charged towards Zuo Mo. Ha, you want to do something sneaky? The black gold seal soldier had a disdainful expression. Because Wu Yu did not have the attention to spare, he had used a way to break free of the bat sickle on his body. He looked at Ding Dong with a malicious smile. Ding Dong's heart went cold. How could he have forgotten this calamity? Chen Chang had died by the hands of this strange Mo puppet. Even he had been shocked at the power that Chen Chang had concealed. But even so, he had died terribly at the hands of this dark golden Mo puppet. Damn it! The black gold seal soldier's grin was terrifying in Ding Dong's eyes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of figures flew out of the Yu Frontier Guards. They saw that Wu Yudaran was in danger and came to help. Xu Long and the others also flew out when they saw this. The two sides started to fight in the sky. Xu Long and the others could be considered of above-average power in the Mo territories, but they had just fought and this was the moment they were most exhausted. At this time, they were just fighting by risking their lives. Adding on that they were skilled in cooperating, they managed to block this wave of attacks. The intensity of the battle in the air was almost unimaginable. The other people were watching entranced. Everyone was shocked at the hardiness of Xiao Moge's subordinates. They had thought that these subordinates were tired after a hard battle, but they were still unrelenting when facing the famous Yu frontier guards. Where had Xiao Mo recruited such strong subordinates from? Many people found this hard to comprehend. They had all personally experienced that hard battle against the Ming bandits. Other than Zhu Ku and a few other powerful people, all of them were tired and completely drained of strength. Suddenly, a strange sound in the air rang over the entire battlefield. The ineffectiveness domain set up by the Blackheart treasure coins was divided in two from the middle as though two enormous hands had ripped it apart. The scenes inside the ineffectiveness domain disappeared. With a whine, the 7 Blackheart treasure coins landed with dimmed luster on the ground. A Gue stood silently in the air. This sudden event immediately changed the situation on the battlefield. Xu Long's side was naturally cheering while the Yu frontier guards had ashen expressions. They had seen how powerful the woman was just now. The Yu frontier guards immediately retreated. At this time, a sigh sounded across the entire battlefield. This marshal is very disappointed in your performance. Does this marshal have to personally fight? The Yu frontier guards who had been demotivated immediately flushed. Their eyes filled with blood as they moved forward to engage in battle again. The elite soldiers of the Yu frontier guards back in the ranks could not stop themselves from entering the fray. In a blink, the Yu frontier guards had the advantage. Yet just at this time, no one noticed a sharp light flash across Bihan's eyes. Translator ramblings: while Zuo Mo's fight is dangerous, I think that visually, invisible threads flailing about isn't as spectacular as watching the Black Gold Seal soldier eat everything. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, The Golden Crow Battering Ram. Chapter 644, The Golden Crow Battering Ram. Bihan had felt that the Yu frontier guard showed signs of relaxing and becoming disorganized. Now with the rush of seemingly random individuals, the previously strong defense was starting to fall apart. The elite Yu frontier guards that were stirred by Marshal Yu had started to fly out of the ranks. Empty spaces appeared among the organized ranks. These spaces appeared random and did not seem to be of great weakness to the Yu frontier guards' thick ranks. Even Marshal Yu dismissed it. For a troop that was 10,000 strong, the departure of several hundred people did not affect the overall strength of the battalion. However, Bihan did not think the same. The Yu frontier guards that had charged out were the elite members. They were not great in number, but they were all core members of their little teams. They had a direct effect on the overall combat abilities of the Yu frontier guards. This effects of this would be hard to detect normally, but if the troops encountered a strong opponent, it would show. Looking at the Yu frontier guards that were flying out, Bihan suppressed his urges to fight. The weakness was slowly appearing, but there was no change in the core formation of Marshal Yu's troops. Even if he charged in now, he would not be able to threaten the core formation. He continued to wait patiently. The Yu frontier guards who had been emboldened into battle were astoundingly strong in battle. Xu Long and the others immediately felt the pressure increase. However, as a Gue and the Black Gold Seal soldier joined the battle, the pressure on them decreased quickly. Experts like a Gue and the Black Gold Seal soldier could be of great effect in small-scale battles like this. The two did not have any match. Everywhere they passed, the elite Yu frontier guards would fall from the sky. They were like ghosts and hard to catch, not giving the enemy a chance to surround them. But the number of people in the sky increased. The usually proud Yu frontier guards were truly angry now. They crazily flew out of their ranks and entered the battlefield. Beside the chariot, a subordinate could not resist urging, "Lord, we need to charge." "Charge?" Marshal Yu said slightly. "Yes." The subordinate said urgently, "Only one charge would be needed. If this continues, the fatalities will be too high." A piece of the sky suddenly became dark red with 10 suns fixed at positions inside. They were slowly spinning at an indescribable and profound rhythm. They were like 10 magnets that attracted and repelled each other. Under the 10 balls of flame, a figure carrying a dragon claw stood proudly. Zuo Mo's face was cold and golden scripts flickered through his eyes. A serene gold light lit up from the sun script at his forehead and he appeared like a god descending to mortal realms. "Kill!" The voice was like thunder and rang over the entire battlefield. The dark red sky suddenly expanded and quickly spread outwards from Zuo Mo. This transformation came so quickly that more than 100 of the Yu frontier guards were unable to react before they were sucked in. The 10 suns suddenly released a powerful golden light that crisscrossed on the dark red sky, and flames flowed on the ground below. Among the golden flows of fire, the brigadier-level Yu frontier guard wailed and started to burn with a boom. They burned to ashes like dry wood in an instant. Inside the dark red 10 Crow celestial domain, the 10 suns started to revolve slowly again. Such a powerful 10 Crow celestial domain. Juku couldn't resist saying in shock. The soul MO lore that he cultivated was one of the top MO skills in the MO world, but it focused more on being unpredictable. He could not kill 100 brigadiers like this. 10 Crow celestial domain, as expected of the first domain in general level. Unparalleled in its dominance. This move astounded the entire field. A brief pause even appeared on the heated battlefield. Everyone was shocked by such a dominating blow. The Yu frontier guards changed expression and unconsciously showed a threat of fear. Even though there was an enormous gap between brigadier and general, every one of the general levels present were silent and shocked at seeing one move kill 100 brigadiers. Juku and the others were even more astonished. They knew that Zuo Mo's 10 Crow celestial domain had been at an elementary level at the start of battle. But now 10 Crow celestial domain was domineering and held a vast presence. Many people were also puzzled. The 10 Crow celestial domain was very rare and most of them had never seen it before, but Xiao Moji's 10 Crow celestial domain seemed even more powerful than the records of 10 Crow celestial domain. Shock and uncertainty mixed on people's faces. With a long shout, Zuo Mo shot up. When he was several hundred zhang in the air, he suddenly turned and like a spear, he dove down. The light of the sun shone at his brow. The air rushed past his face and his hair rippled in the wind. But his face was as hard as stone and did not change. The dark red space around him flickered like a flame. However, it spread across the sky like it did before but was closely held against Zuo Mo's body. Those 10 domineering and burning suns turned to 10 fist-sized golden balls of flame that revolved rhythmically around Zuo Mo's body. Having just killed Wu Yu, Zuo Mo was at his peak. His mind was completely clear. The 10 Crow celestial domain seemed to be a part of his body and moved to his thoughts. Looking at the fierce battlefield under him, fighting spirit burned inside Zuo Mo and rampaged. The anti-dragon claw on his back seemed to detect his raised spirits and vibrated lightly. A layer of gold overlaid over Zuo Mo's vision. The air rushing past him cut like knives, but he was unaffected. Looking at the ground coming towards him, he suddenly spread his arms wide. Boom! The 10 suns revolving around his body sounded at the same time. They spun rapidly and increased in speed. The dark red space expanded outwards, pulled by the revolutions of the 10 suns. In a blink, Zuo Mo seemed to be smashing towards the ground like a ball of furious dark red flames. The Yu frontier guards paled. Xiao Moji's target was the Yu frontier guard ranks. Protect the Lord. Panicked voices sounded in waves. The Yu frontier guards immediately panicked. The boom in the air seemed to sound inside their minds. The ground under their feet shook. They looked over in shock. The dark red flow that roared had rushed towards them, seeming to increase in size. They almost suffocated from the pressure. Humph! A faint sound came from the chariot and a tall figure appeared in front of the Yu frontier guards. No one knew how he came to appear there, but when this figure entered the field of view, everyone had the same 2 words appear on their minds. Marshal Yu. Marshal Yu was finally personally taking action. Faint blue long hair swayed in the wind. His features seemed to be carved from stone. His eyes were a faint blue. There was a faint smile on his lips and he seemed to exude a strange charisma. This was Marshal Yu. Having already reached martial level, he was one of the strongest in the 100 Savage realm, someone that countless people revered and respected, but Marshal Yu raised his head and his expression was normal, as though the terrifying dark red ball of flame did not exist. Just as everyone's attention was focused on this great battle, no one noticed that Luoli, who had been lying beside Xiaoguo and Liang Feng, had silently stood up. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Then his figure started to fade as though he was disappearing into the void. Beside him, a beautiful figure seemed to materialize. A peerlessly beautiful face slowly became clear. She opened her eyes. Marshal Yu. Zuo Mo's pupils contracted, but at this time, he was at his peak. He did not feel any terror. That great and motionless figure below stimulated his fighting spirit to burn brighter. Come. The 10 suns moved even faster and Zuo Mo's mind became even clearer. His eyes were tightly locked onto Marshal Yu and did not move away. As the distance between them closed, an imperceptible look of shock flashed through Marshal Yu's eyes. Now was the time. Zuo Mo's figure seemed to oppose the rules of the world and suddenly came to a complete halt in the air. There was no buffer between the extreme high-speed movement and the extreme stillness. His position was extremely strange, his chest and abdomen sucked in, his body bowed like a bow. His spread arms were brought together in front of his body. Kill! His forehead suddenly lit up. A golden energy rippled across his face. The golden flames suddenly shrunk into the center like they were grabbed by an invisible hand. A golden pillar that was about 7 zhang thick smashed towards Marshal Yu at an astounding speed. The 10 golden crows on the pillar were all at different positions. The golden crow battering ram. Unlike the loud noise just now, the golden pillar was silent when it moved as though it was intangible. Marshal Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. A thread of a smile appeared on his lips. Good attack. He reached out with his right hand and pushed towards the golden pillar descending from the sky. Hiss! A strange howl filled the air. The people on the ground feel a strong suction force come from the sky that caused them to almost trip and fall. All of them jumped in fright and steadied themselves. Air flashed across their bodies and gathered in the sky. They almost thought they were inside a windstorm. If they were watching from the sky, they could see it more clearly. The air from a radius of 100 li around Marshal Yu's raised right hand was gathering. If one looked from afar, they would see it was a great funnel. The power of one martial-level attack was this powerful. Zhu Ku and the others had pale faces. They had been shocked by Lin Xian's sword strike, but right now, they found that the distance between general and martial level was unable to be crossed. Compared to Marshal Yu's blow, Lin Xian's sword strike was like a firefly compared to the moon. There was an innate difference between the two's power. Those that were less brave felt their knees weaken and almost sank to the ground. Zuo Mo did not know what other people were thinking. At this moment, his mind was completely clear and unaffected. He also saw the power of Marshal Yu's attack, but he wasn't afraid at all. He felt excited. Unusually excited. Martial level. So this was martial level. His calm eyes was filled with the light of excitement and determination. His hands pressed together and Mo matrices lit up on the golden pillar. The 10 golden crows became even brighter in color and the golden pillar seemed to slow down as though it was moving through water. Marshal Yu had not thought that Zuo Mo would have transformation to the attack at this time. He could not disguise his shock this time. Zuo Mo could not maintain his calm. This was his strongest move. His mind was excited and he could not help but shout soundlessly. Go, Golden Crow Battering Ram, Translator ramblings, Wandering Gummy of Doom thinks that Zuo Mo is performing Kamehameha. I really admire the laziness of authors sometime. Have a character, make a name representing a thing for them, give them traits relating to that name and you've made a character. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645 Life-Death Lock Separation Sword. Chapter 645 Life-Death Lock Separation Sword. Clang! A thick deep sound seemed to burst in people's minds. With a deep rumbling, it passed through their bodies and numbed their extremities. The hair on their bodies stood on end. Time seemed to stop in this moment. The golden crow battering ram stopped 20 zhang away from Marshal Yu's head. Pia, a crack suddenly appeared on the glittering surface of the golden crow battering ram. Then several more appeared, crack crack crack, cracks quickly spread across the surface of the golden crow battering ram. Boom! The golden crow battering ram suddenly gave off a blinding light. As it exploded, a domineering and burning presence exploded. At the same time, a sharp light flashed across Marshal Yu's eyes. His upraised right hand pushed up again. The collision of two great powers was like two meteors crashing together. The light was as bright as that of a sun. The air within hundreds of li roared and raged with turbulent gales. Everyone staring at the clash only saw a blinding white light. The thundering explosion caused their ears to ring, and the world seemed silent. However, they could not hear anything clearly. Many people reflexively gaped in horror. Those that were more powerful and skilled forced themselves to calm down. They detected the incoming danger. A shockwave rushed at them like a steel wall. Bam bam bam, . The MO that met it first were unable to react before they seemed to be launched with a heavy hammer. They threw up blood as their bodies were thrown back. The terrifying wave of air was unstoppable. The elite Yu frontier guard forces were like dry branches tossed in the wind and unable to resist at all. Zhu Ku and the others changed expression. They shielded the princesses as they retreated. Those that were slower to react and were swept away by the wave of air. It was alright if they escaped with the momentum of the terrifying power. Some people wanted to use their strength to steady themselves. Cracks sounded. For these people, the bones inside their body could not withstand such a strong power and shattered. It was like the apocalypse had come. Everyone was stunned. Their minds were shook and their faces ashen. The power of one attack left all of them were stunned. No one noticed that a light ethereal figure marched against the gust of air, against the flow of people. The steely wave of air was like tofu in front of this beautiful figure. It did not cause any obstruction for her. Like a nimble fish, her body shook and she burrowed into the wave of air. Marshal Yu narrowed his eyes. His right hand that was now placed behind his back was trembling slightly. He was extremely shocked. Ever since he had reached martial level he had not fought, no one dared to. In the 100 Savage of the Dark, martial level existences were the apex. Even though he focused more time on other affairs, he had not neglected his own cultivation. He actually felt a threat of pressure from Zuo Mo's attack. If it wasn't that his right hand was still uncontrollably trembling, he would not believe this reality. 10 Crow Celestial Domain. Was it really that powerful? He felt uncertain. In front of a marshal, the domain of a general level should not be a threat at all. But why did Zuo Mo's 10 Crow Celestial Domain make him feel pressured? Was it because of Shin power? As the thought flashed through Marshal Yu's mind, his eyes lit up. It definitely was Shin power. The light and the gusts of air did not affect him at all. He remained motionless in the air like rock. He raised his head to look at the black dot in the sky. A smile came to the corner of his mouth. Compared to Marshal Yu's barely ruffled appearance, Zuo Mo was left in a much sorrier state after the clash. Smoke wafted off of him and his clothing was in tatters. Large and small wounds covered his body. The dark red light around him was dim and the 10 suns seemed to have lost their glow. The attack just now didn't just drain all of his power, it had caused him significant injuries. His face was pale and the sun script on his forehead was dim. The light from the other 9 sun scripts were also gone. Without the 10 suns absorbing the Shin power was left completely unchecked. It now rampaged through his body. Zuo Mo forced down the blood that rose to his throat and stared coldly at Marshal Yu. "You are the only one I have ever seen to have such presence at general level," Marshal Yu said idly. His tone was filled with praise. Zuo Mo did not speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he was unable to. His body seemed to be boiling right now. The Shin power rampaged through his body, and the attack just now had actually caused a crack to appear in the seal on the Sun Crystal Seed. At the battlefield of sealed extinction, the ancient corpse had said that Zuo Mo wasn't able to absorb the power of the Sun Crystal Seed because it was too powerful, and he would even be wounded, so the corpse had sealed the seed's power. Zuo Mo had never expected the attack just now would cause a crack to appear in the Sun Crystal Seed seal. A hot flow that almost melted him slowly escaped from the Sun Crystal Seed. This hot flow was minuscule, but once it appeared, the messy Shin power inside Zuo Mo's body suddenly quieted. It was the first time Zuo Mo had ever encountered a situation where his Shin power would stop moving. A strange feeling rose. At this time, an extremely vicious and icy flow suddenly flowed along his back and into his body. Zuo Mo's expression changed slightly and his heart skipped a beat. Anti-Dragon Claw. Damn it, at such an important time, the rebellious Anti-Dragon Claw actually came out to meddle. The 3,000 threads of worry did not move at all. No matter how Zuo Mo tried, it didn't seem to be able to do anything against this icy flow. Marshal Yu slowly flew up until he was at the same height as Zuo Mo. He looked wryly at the motionless Zuo Mo and said idly, "What? You only have the power for one attack? It is not realistic to think that you can defeat me with this one attack." His eyes were sharp and he could see that it was a mess inside Zuo Mo's body. Not just fighting, Zuo Mo didn't even have the power to move a finger right now. Marshal Yu smiled faintly. His hand spread and he grasped at Zuo Mo. The air around Zuo Mo suddenly solidified. Zuo Mo was unable to move. Having captured the other alive, Marshal Yu was in a much better mood. Zuo Mo cultivated Shin power, but he was far weaker in terms of power. He only had the power for one attack. Thinking of the gains this time, he disregarded his losses. With the Shan power cultivation method in hand, he would have a chance at a breakthrough. More importantly, with Shin power, he would have the hope of breaking into king level. King level. These two words caused his mind to heat up. He wanted to return immediately and study Shin power. But he was a marshal and he had strong self-control, so he repressed the impulse. He smiled and then pulled his hand back. Zuo Mo's figure flew towards Marshal Yu. Zuo Mo immediately panicked. At this time, a serene singing voice seemed to come from the unseen ground. Why is life a joy? Why is death a sorrow? Two hearts separated by yin and yang, bound together by a chain. Countless sword lights blossomed. In a flash, there was a sea of them. They seemed to materialize out of nowhere. They budded, bloomed, and then withered at a stunning rate. A beautiful and cool figure stood like a sword in the sea of flowers. When Zuo Mo saw the newcomer, he was startled. And then he reacted. It was Luo Li Shidi's sword spirit. Had Luo Li Shidi woken up? In this moment, Zuo Mo was filled with joy. Luo Li's awakening meant that he had comprehended the life-death lock. In the sea of flowers, Wu Li's figure was as cool as a sword, but that added to her charisma. Where was Luo Li Shidi? Zuo Mo could not see Luo Li anywhere and was slightly puzzled. But then he started to panic. Even if Luo Li Shidi had comprehended the life-death lock, he definitely was not a match for Marshal Yu. Damn it! He was going to suffer great losses in business this time. Zuo Mo did not have any of the fighting spirit he had previously. He wanted to gather his power to tell Luo Li Shidi to run. But his body did not move. It was completely out of his control and he couldn't make a sound. Marshal Yu was slightly shocked. You have some skill. These beautiful flowers were made from countless sword essences. Layered together, it was like a beautiful sea of flowers. Flower Sea Sword Domain? He smiled dismissively. Inside, he pondered the origins of this Xiao Mo Gu. His subordinates were astounding. But then he realized a thought. Xiao Mo Gu was in his hands. If he did not willingly submit, then he could set a Jinji in the other. Marshal Yu did not fear that Xiao Mo Gu would rebel. As to these powerful subordinates of Xiao Mo Gu, they would naturally now belong to him. When he thought of this, his mood became even better. The sword essence sea in front of him became even more joyful to look at. While he floated in the middle of the sword sea and looked at Marshal Yu with a cool and clear gaze. She suddenly closed her eyes and her lips moved. Life-death lock separation sword. Marshal Yu's heart jumped and a feeling of danger rose. Pia, a flower suddenly shattered. As the petals fell, a tiny red chain was pulled out of the flower and each of the petals and lengthened. The sea of flowers shattered. The red chains crisscrossed and layered over one another. In a flash, countless red chains of varying thickness winded back and forth like a sea of red snakes. The red chains shot at Marshal Yu at a stunning speed. What was strangest was that these chains were completely made from sword essence. And this strange sword essence that was not living or dead, nor yin or yang. Even Marshal Yu, who had seen many things, had never seen such a strange sword essence before. What sword essence was this? The underestimation and dismissal that Marshal Yu held before was swept away. His expression became grave. This sword essence was extremely strange. He had a strong feeling if he came into contact with these sword essences, the outcome would not be good. He could not say why this was. This presence that was not living nor dead, and between yin and yang was a strange existence that seemed to waver between life and death. He detected danger. Translator ramblings, I think Zuo Mo has too many things inside his body right now. Puyao, Wei, the Sun Crystal Seed, the threads. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646, Chained Together. Chapter 646, Chained Together. It really was strange. How long had it been since he had felt danger? Danger, ever since he stepped into martial level, this word seemed to be unconnected to him. When the presence of danger came at him, even he blanked for a moment. However, Marshal Yu quickly reacted. With a high hum, a sharp green sword light penetrated the sea of flowers and flew into his hands. The long green sword was narrow and carved with ancient scripts. This was not a flying sword that Xiuzhe used, but an MO weapon, an MO sword. With the sword in his hand, all of Marshal Yu's hesitation and uncertainty was swept away. The sword in his hand was called the Green Carp Tongue Sword, and was one of his MO weapons. It was ranked above the Black Heart treasure coins. The Green Carp Tongue Sword had been obtained after he had killed an enemy back when he was a general. At the beginning, its quality was average, and paled in comparison from its power today. He had tried all the ways he could think of, refining it with all kinds of methods available to him. Its power continued to increase, and it jumped into the ranks of Earth MO weapons to become one of the most famous MO weapons of the present era. The Green Carp Tongue Sword was forged from the tongue of a rotten carp MO. The rotten carp MO was a kind of MO that lived deep in the sea. Their strongest organ was their green tongues, which were hard and sharp, able to pierce through any object. After their death, the only part that would not rot was their green tongue. That was how the name of their clan came to be. The green carp tongue sword slashed at the flower sea split into. The sky full of red chains decayed when touched by the green light. The green light flashed, and a deep and black fissure appeared in the sky. A sword that could rend space. A dark and rotten presence came from the crack. The flora that still remained on the ground quickly withered. The sea of flowers quickly wilted and withered. In a flash, the endless sea of flowers became dried and withered branches. The most important reason the green carp tongue sword was able to rank among the Earth Mo weapons was that it could rend apart space. Marshal Yu had found an ancient jinji from the remnants of a record. It was able to rend space and connect to rotten jia, and the most important material to forge this jinji was the tongue of a rotten carp mo. For an expert like Marshal Yu, once the crux was identified, everything else wasn't a problem to figure out. The green carp tongue sword was forged according to this method. The rotten jia was a strange land. It wasn't large, but was filled with monsters. What was most famous was the unique miasma there. It had and corrosive properties. It was one of the greatest poisons in the world. It was even troublesome for marshals if they came into contact with it. If one was weaker than marshal level, they would be immediately killed. As the corrosive miasma flooded out of the crack in space, Wuli's sword essence flower sea quickly withered. Those tiny red chain links quickly melted like snow under the sun. Wuli's calm gaze didn't change, as though what was happening was within her predictions. She bent down to touch the withered flowers, and sang in a clear voice, "Life not life, death not death, my heart will not separate." The dried flower sea on the ground suddenly started to absorb the rotten miasma. In a flash, it seemed to have taken in nutrients and bloomed again. The flowers that had absorbed the corrosive miasma became even brighter, and the red chains that had melted took form again, this time with rainbow-colored marks scattered throughout. A sweet taste filled the air. "Interesting," Marshal Yu said with a change in his expression. In his view, this astounding change was extraordinary. As a marshal, he had better judgment than other experts. With a glance, he saw that Wuli's cultivation was a strange one related to life and death. This surprised him. Life and death was one of the most profound and eternal questions. A method with life and death as the core principle was always cryptic and difficult to cultivate. But any method that dared to use the principle of life and death was always a powerful one. He recognized the danger and became cautious. The other's presence was very strange. She brimmed with life, but it seemed to have been drawn and transformed from death energy. There were two completely opposite presences, life and death, on her. This strange state meant that he was unable to accurately gauge the other's strength. Marshal Yu understood. The corrosive miasma would not threaten this mysterious woman, it would only become fertilizer for the sea of flowers. The corrosive miasma was a kind of death energy formed after decaying. The other had the ability to turn life to death, and change death to life. The sea of flowers rippled and sword essence moved. Suddenly, many slender chains appeared at Marshal Yu's feet and wrapped tightly around him. Marshal Yu snorted coldly. The chain around his legs immediately flew apart. Yet at this time, the sea of flowers started to slowly spin with Wuli as the center. The sea of flowers was becoming an enormous whirlpool. Clank! The sound of an enormous chain sounded. A great chain slowly rose from under her feet. With every movement upwards, there was the sound of the chain trembling. The chain was thicker than an adult arm. It was completely black and covered with red Mo matrices. Marshal Yu's expression was grave, and he threw the green carp tongue sword into the air. When the green carp tongue sword flew into the sky, it turned into a slender green carp. Suddenly, a burst of thunder sounded, and electrical snakes danced. Rain droplets poured down. The curtain of rain covered the world as mist spread. These droplets of rain seemed gentle, yet the sea of flowers suddenly slowed under the great rain. Marshal Yu's rain domain of no return. Each rain droplet contained great power, and was so sharp it could penetrate armor. The ground immediately became riddled in holes. However, while the sea of flowers slowed in its spinning under the rain domain of no return, it was still blooming brightly. Wuli looked indifferently at Marshal Yu as the chain slowly rose from behind her back. If Marshal Yu could enter the sea of flowers, he would find that under Wuli's feet, at the other end of the sea of flowers, there was a transparent figure, Luo Li. He was standing at the other end of the sea of flowers, the chain moving down from his back. Chained together. This move was called, chained together. Zuo Mo didn't have the time to pay attention to the fight. The situation inside his body was the strangest at this time. That thread of hot flow from the sun crystal seed immediately intimidated the Shin power that had messed up his body like a king conquering the world. Yet when the dark and vicious energy of the anti-dragon claw also burrowed into Zuo Mo's body, it was like a furious lion that leapt over. The cold and vicious energy of the anti-dragon claw did not show weakness and welcomed the confrontation. It was like a storm. The two powers were evenly matched as they fought. The Zuo Mo's body became the battlefield for these two presences. For a while, the left side of Zuo Mo's body would be extremely cold while his right side was burning. These two powers were like two monsters inside Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo's Shin power didn't dare to move, like a frightened child. Everywhere they passed, his body would be left extremely damaged. Fortunately, Zuo Mo still had the green vine mystical water. This droplet of green vine mystical water was intelligent and it continued to heal Zuo Mo's body. But the next event caused Zuo Mo's soul to almost fly out of his body. As though it was stimulated by the anti-dragon claw, more hot flows came from the sun crystal seed, and in response the anti-dragon claw, the peerless Mo weapon, did not back off. Threads of cold and vicious energy continued to burrow into his body from his back. The two sides started to fight intensely again. Zuo Mo's face was white. Heavens, if they continued, GE wouldn't have enough green vine mystical water no matter how much GE had. If this continued, his body would definitely be ripped apart by these two presences. But what Zuo Mo hadn't expected was that the hot flows from the sun crystal seed quickly gained the upper hand. It clearly was stronger. Zuo Mo sighed in relief. If the two continued to fight, he would most likely die quickly. But the following developments caused Zuo Mo to panic again. The hot flows of the sun crystal seed that had the upper hand left scorched dust behind in its path. Even the green vine mystical water was unable to repair it. Zuo Mo understood. The hot flows from the sun crystal seed were not something his body could tolerate right now. Compared to the present situation, the previous situation when the two sides had been evenly matched was much better. Little anti, give a bit more cold energy, a little bit more. Zuo Mo furiously thought of ways to help. But the cold energy didn't increase, and were being destroyed by the sun crystal seed. Zuo Mo, who had been praying furiously, saw this and was enraged. Useless person. You couldn't even defeat an immature fireball, you Sky Missouri weapon my ass. Zuo Mo swore inside. When he thought this, the anti-dragon claw on his back suddenly vibrated furiously. It seemed to have heard Zuo Mo's curses. A vast vicious presence that was many times stronger than before furiously charged into Zuo Mo's body as though it was furious. The 3,000 threads of worry seemed to detect that this was a crucial time, and had loosened its restraint on the anti-dragon claw. This burst of energy from the anti-dragon claw was extremely strong. When it charged into Zuo Mo's body, it scattered the hot flows from the sun crystal seed. Zuo Mo felt the anti-dragon claw continue to tremble on his back. Zuo Mo seemed to have a feeling that the anti-dragon claw was a brawny large man that was now roaring smugly with laughter. But Zuo Mo didn't cheer and almost wailed. The presence of the anti-dragon claw had scattered the hot flows of the sun crystal seed and was now rampaging through his body. The vicious killing intent was now also rapidly destroying his body. Damn it! Zuo Mo wanted to cry. Luckily, the sun crystal seed was unable to tolerate defeat, and another burning flow of heat came out of the crack and leaped towards the vicious energies of the anti-dragon claw. The two forces teetered back and forth. Zuo Mo's body became the battlefield where the two forces fought a tug-of-war. All kinds of great pain tortured Zuo Mo's nerves, but he was unable to move or cry out. In front of these two great vicious things, Zuo Mo was so minuscule he was an infant. But he did not give up. Even if it was painful to his bones, he gritted his teeth and maintained his calm to focus his attention. He knew that if he was to find a way to survive the battle of these two great and viscous forces, he had to be calm. He didn't remember what time it was, just as Zuo Mo was becoming numb. A chance arrived. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo, oh, Zuo Mo, your body just doesn't want to cooperate with you. Too many treasures is a bad thing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.